Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 2506 to Chapter 2590. Lu Hao sighed at Ningxu's place, talking about how serious the problem was this time. Lu Hao was telling the truth, not exaggerating at all. But the more Ningxu listened, the more she felt that something was wrong. What's the point of telling me this? I'm just a girl who doesn't leave the house and doesn't have any ability. It's useless even if you tell me. Lu Hao saw that Ningxu's expression was unreadable, as if she wasn't affected by the mournful atmosphere. She took Ningxu's hand and sighed. It really wasn't easy to come this far. Ningxu grunted and didn't reply. If she did, she definitely wouldn't have anything good to say. Ningxu vaguely guessed Lu Hao's intentions. Thinking of this possibility, Ningxu's expression became a little ugly. I'm in a dilemma. I don't know what to do. Ningxu's face was cold. If you don't know what to do you think I know that you don't know what to do? She was determined not to reply. Lu Hao saw that his wife wouldn't say anything even after being beaten 3 times. He said so much, but the other party didn't react at all. Lu Hao let go of Ningxu's hand and picked up the tea to moisten his throat. Seeing that Ningxu was still obedient, he couldn't help but ask, "What do you think about this matter?" Ningxu's face was conflicted. "Husband, I don't know what to do either. I can't think of a way." Lu Hao took a deep breath. "I'll tell you the truth. This matter definitely can't be the princess." Ningxu chuckled in her heart. Her face was blank. She couldn't understand what you were saying. You said that to find a scapegoat. Not only could you put out the fire, but you could also give the emperor an explanation. Sacrificing you would make the whole family happy. Lu Hao thought so in his heart. He asked the system how to resolve this matter. The system said to find a scapegoat. This matter couldn't be blown up. Lu Hao also couldn't bear it and insist on protecting the princess. It was better to change the direction and turn the matter around. The women in the backyard were either of low status and could not do such a thing, or their status was too high. They were the daughters of aristocratic families, and they were the victims. Seeing these people being pushed out, were they not treating others as fools? After thinking about it for a long time, he felt that there was a very suitable person. It was Pan Wenlan. Her family was a bit rich, but her background wasn't strong. It was normal for her to be jealous of these women. After her husband became rich, these women would flock to him and bear a grudge against him. Therefore, she did such a crazy thing. In addition, she was pregnant and had a miscarriage not long ago. Her mental state was stimulated and she even pushed the blame to the princess. Perfect, what Lu Hao could think of, Ningxu understood as well. She was really a perfect scapegoat. Her logic and emotions made perfect sense. Ningxu said with a confused face, "Husband, don't worry. Even if this matter is settled, the princess will be fine. She is the emperor's daughter, so don't worry. Rest assured my ass." Now, the anger of the courtiers needed someone to extinguish. The emperor was the most difficult to deal with. He had to give an explanation and protect his daughter. F***K, it was so torturous. It was so difficult. Lu Hao was also helpless. He did not realize that such a vicious woman was before. If he poisoned these women today, would he be poisoned one day as well? However, Lu Hao was thinking too much. The princess could hurt anyone, but she would not hurt Lu Hao. The matter of sterilization should be dealt with directly from Lu Hao. If it was just one person, there was no need to do it one by one. Moreover, the women kept coming into the backyard like chives. There was clearly a simpler method, but she had to take such a big risk to get rid of these women in the backyard. This was all because of love. She could not bear to hurt Lu Hao. Moreover, if Lu Hao was crippled, who would the princess find to have children? Lu Hao went straight to the point and said, "Wenlan, you have to help me this time." Ningxu lowered her head and said softly, "How can I help you?" "I can't help you." Lu Hao's low voice was bewitching. "You only need to say that you did this. I will guarantee that you will be fine." Lu Hao was also very irritated. Logically speaking, Pan Wenlan should have followed his plan. He recalled the bitterness and thought of the sweetness. He also mentioned his current predicament. Pan Wenlan should have taken the initiative to say that she wanted to help him. Then, he did not agree. Pan Wenlon insisted on helping. The two of them argued back and forth. He had no choice but to agree. Pan Wenlon risked her life for her husband. However, it did not follow the script at all. This made Lu Hao very frustrated. Taking the initiative to say it was different from forcing the other party to make a decision. If he forced the other party to change her mind at the last minute, he would go for wool and come home shorn. His good reputation would be gone. What Lu Hao wanted was for the other party to be willing to be sold and to help him count the money. Ningxu lowered her head and twitched the corner of her mouth. She shook her head and said, "Husband, I can't help you with this matter." "Really? Why?" Lu Hao immediately held Ningxu's hand. "Don't worry. You will be fine. It's just that this matter needs someone to divert attention so that the princess and I have time to secretly operate." "Ningxu, I'm so stupid to believe you." He was clearly the one who pushed her out to die. Her reputation was in a mess. He even implicated the client's father and caused the client's father to be criticized behind his back. Being criticized behind his back was a small matter. Being spat on by others was a small matter. However, facing the hostility of the entire noble class, a merchant could be crushed with one finger. The client's father was really good to this daughter, whether it was in terms of living expenses or in terms of choosing a husband. When faced with a choice of benefits, a person's character could be seen. Clearly, Lu Hao was sacrificing her to protect himself. Moreover, he was not protecting the princess. Protecting the princess was because the princess's father was the emperor and determined his future and fate. If it were not for the princess, he would have taken measures and pushed her out long ago. Ningxu tilted her head and asked Lu Hao, "Then what should I do?" "So you agree?" Lu Hao was very happy. "You just need to admit that you did this." Ningxu said, "I can do this, but I have a condition. That is to avenge my child." "Child?" Lu Hao finally realized that she was talking about the child that had been aborted. "This was done by the princess. You have to avenge our child. She has passed away." Lu Hao suppressed the annoyance in his heart and said to Ningxu patiently, "There's no point in arguing about this now. But I'm not satisfied. If you can't do it, then I won't agree to this matter. I used my life to pave the way for you, but you won't even agree to such a small wish. How can I be satisfied?" Ningxu covered her face and seemed to be crying. Lu Hao thought that it made sense. In order to make a horse run like a horse eating grass, he had to give it some benefits. Only then would it be willing to work for him. "Then what do you want?" Lu Hao asked. /BK As long as it wasn't an excessive request, Lu Hao felt that he could agree to it. Treat it as his last wish. Lu Hao knew very well that Pan Wenlon, who was pushed out, would die. Even if she died, she would still be criticized behind her back. Her reputation would be tarnished for a long time. She was the best spokesperson for vicious women. "Do you want to kill the princess's child?" Lu Hao asked in disbelief. "I don't have a child, so I want to kill your child and let you feel the pain of losing a child." Were all these women so terrifying? Ningxu's mouth twitched. Was she so vicious? What did a child less than 2 years old know? Find the person who did it. Ningxu took a sip of tea and said directly, "My request is very simple. Since she sterilized all the sisters in the backyard and even harmed her body, then let her be sterilized too. Shouldn't she be punished for doing something wrong?" She wanted someone to take the blame for her, but she could still live well and have many children with Lu Hao in the future. Ningxu secretly looked at Lu Hao's crotch. Should he deal with it? However, Lu Hao had a system in his body, so he couldn't act rashly. Lu Hao almost choked on his saliva. He looked at Ningxu in horror. Were all women so vicious? Ningxu, you pushed someone out as a scapegoat. You're not vicious. This? Lu Hao was a little hesitant. It seemed impossible to sterilize the princess like this. Moreover, the princess was such a proud person. How could she let others hurt her? Why don't you change your request? Lu Hao asked Ningxu. If he did this to the princess and she ran back to the palace to make a fuss, the emperor would be unhappy with him again. Moreover, how bad would it be if the news of his wife being sterilized spread? This really gave him a big problem. I only have this one wish. I don't care about anything else. The child I've been looking forward to for so many years is gone. Do you know how desperate I am? Ningshu didn't back down. Lu Hao thought to himself that he shouldn't have asked her. It wasn't good to just put the blame on her. It made her so passive now. Ningshu saw the flicker in Lu Hao's eyes and said directly, "Anyway, I don't care. I'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Sometimes, I can really do anything." When Lu Hao heard his wife's threat, he immediately felt helpless and angry. He felt that the current Pan Wenlan was different from the Pan Wenlan of the past. In the past, Pan Wenlan would not have been so stubborn. "Then I'll discuss it with the princess," Lu Hao said. Ningshu bowed and sent Lu Hao off respectfully. He would go and discuss with the woman whether she should sterilize him. The woman would probably give him a big slap. Lu Hao had too many worries in his heart, and the burden on his body was also very heavy. There were too many things he needed to consider, and all of them were for his official career. Unknowingly, Lu Hao had already become the system's slave. Lu Hao's only thought was to be promoted and complete the mission. Under the system's rewards and guidance, he would become a winner in life. Ningshu felt that he was very similar to Lu Hao, but he didn't have such a mandatory requirement. Lu Hao relied on the system. Without the system, Lu Hao might not have any confidence at all. Ningshu stretched and used his mental strength to scan the entire Lu residence. He saw Lu Hao pacing back and forth at the entrance of the princess's courtyard, but he didn't enter. It was the princess's maid who saw Lu Hao and welcomed him in. When the princess saw that Lu Hao was still willing to come to her courtyard, she was very happy. She hurriedly asked the servants to prepare tea and snacks. She was so excited that she didn't know what to do. When Lu Hao saw that the princess, who was usually such a proud person, had red eyes, his heart softened. He said to her, "Don't be in such a hurry. Sit down. I have something to tell you." The princess sat down obediently. Seeing Lu Hao's serious expression, she felt a little uneasy, but she still listened to Lu Hao. Lu Hao told the princess everything that had happened. Then, he looked at the princess. "What do you think?" The princess looked as if she had been struck by lightning. She was almost petrified. Then, her face was filled with anger. "What right does she have to blame me for her failure to keep the child? You even want her to be sterilized? Dream on." Ningshu was speechless. Anyway, she had plenty of ways. No matter what the princess did. Lu Hao knew that this would be her reaction. Not to mention a woman, if one day someone said that they wanted to cripple him, it would be strange if he didn't beat that person up. "Darling Lu, this matter is actually very easy to do. Since Pan Wenlan is willing to take the blame, then find some witnesses and some people in the manor to testify. Whether she agrees or not, this matter is confirmed for her." "So what if she doesn't agree?" "So what if she agrees?" the princess said directly. Since they were already fighting for real, there was no need to care about face. Since she was going to be sterilized, there was no need to be polite with her. But if she makes a fuss, the risk is too great. Lu Hao shook his head and said, "If she doesn't confess willingly, others will think of it." If Pan Wenlan could confess, no matter how dissatisfied these people were, there was nothing to say. On the one hand, if they insisted on convicting her, but the criminal refused to confess, wouldn't that be a topic for gossip? In any case, Lu Hao wanted to do things perfectly. "If I let you die, you have to remember my kindness." The princess immediately lost her momentum and looked at Lu Hao with red eyes. "Are you really going to do this?" "Of course not. We can put on a show for her to see and fulfill her wish." Lu Hao looked at the princess with a straight face. "Also, don't do such a thing in the future. No matter what, these are my women." The princess' nails dug into her palms, but she said sadly, "I did all this because I love you." Lu Hao's heart softened again. No matter how vicious a woman was, it was all because she loved him. Lu Hao and the princess agreed to put on a show and treat it as doing a good deed to fulfill Pan Wenlan's wish before she died. Then, Lu Hao went back and forth to tell Ningshu that he would sterilize the princess and that he could rest assured. Ningshu said with some surprise, she agreed? After all, the princess was wrong in this matter. She should be punished, Lu Hao said. Ningshu said, "Then I will watch her and see that she is indeed punished." Lu Hao was speechless. Why were these women so difficult to deal with? Even the class was difficult. Even in ancient times, the officialdom was not so tiring. Lu Hao nodded. Okay, I'll have to trouble you this time. Don't worry, your life won't be in danger. It wasn't like he was stupid enough to think that there wasn't any danger. Promise that there was no danger to her life, but won't tell me that there was danger. Lu Hao got someone to brew a bowl of medicine and told Ning Shu that it was a bowl of safflower. If she drinks this, she probably won't be able to have children in the future, Lu Hao said. /BK These women were really scary, attacking his vitals with every move. Ning Shu obviously knew that Lu Hao had asked someone to change the medicine. The medicine was just something nourishing and wasn't harmful to the body at all. Ning Shu said, I have to see her drink it with my own eyes. Otherwise, I won't be able to feel at ease. Lu Hao. Okay. Lu Hao and Ning Shu went to the princess's courtyard. The princess looked at Ning Shu with a sharp gaze, displaying the powerful aura of a princess. Ning Shu said, drink the medicine. The princess glared at Ning Shu hatefully, then looked at Lu Hao with a sorrowful gaze. That gaze was definitely sincere. Although she knew that this was an act, she still couldn't suppress the pain and sadness in her heart. Ning Shu took the medicine bowl from the tray and handed it to the princess. Drink it. It was nourishing, beautifying, and nourishing. The princess's hands trembled, and she kept looking at Lu Hao because she was worried that something had been added. Lu Hao secretly nodded at the princess. Only then did the princess relax, but she still didn't drink it. Ning Shu felt that the princess's acting was quite good. She was clearly acting, but she looked so miserable. I'm not drinking it. Who do you think you are to make me drink this kind of thing? The princess held the medicine bowl and roared at Ning Shu. Ning Shu said calmly, because this is a condition of exchange. Drink it. I can't avenge my child, so I can only use this method of exchanging a life for a life. You deserve to be cheap. The princess was furious. She was a princess, and this woman was just a merchant's daughter who reeked of money. How could she be worthy of being with her? She was a daughter of the heavens, a golden branch and jade leaf. She had already tolerated her being by Lu Hao's side. She couldn't protect her child, but she blamed others. This was a sign of incompetence, which was why she was shirking responsibility everywhere. However, she also knew that Pan Wenlon was doing this for Lu Hao's future. In the end, Lu Hao was her Achilles heel. Ning Shu, do you want me to feed you? Lu Hao could no longer bear to watch the scene of the two women bickering. This made his worldview collapse a little. He originally thought that the backyard was harmonious, but he didn't expect the princess to become an infertile patient without a word. Now, Pan Wenlon was going to sterilize the princess. Why was she going all out in this aspect? Do as you see fit. I'm leaving. Lu Hao left the courtyard and told the maidservant to tell him the result of the matter later. Ning Shu stared straight at the princess. The princess had no choice but to grit her teeth and drink it. Then, she smashed the bowl. Are you satisfied now? There's nothing I'm dissatisfied with. Ning Shu approached the princess and stroked her belly. I wonder if this place can still give birth to a child. How dare you? The princess slapped Ning Shu's hand away and coldly said, Who do you think you are? You dare to touch me with your hand? Ning Shu took 2 steps back and looked at the princess. Why wouldn't I dare? You were originally a concubine. Lu Hao and I are officially husband and wife. Even now, we still have a marriage certificate. Do you have a marriage certificate? What was a marriage certificate? The entire imperial court belonged to her family. It was as easy as flipping one's hand to get a marriage certificate. Using this matter as an example, it was simply a joke. The princess opened her mouth and was about to speak when she felt a sharp pain in her stomach. It was as if a hammer had hit her. She couldn't help but bend over and hold her stomach. The princess felt something break in her body. There was a pop. Then, her stomach felt like it was being twisted around by a steel knife. Her entire body was in so much pain that she was sweating. The princess felt very bad. It was as if all the strength in her body had been sucked out. Princess, are you okay? Ning Shu reached out to support the princess and whispered into her ear, Hubby said that the act was just to deceive you. You drank an entire bowl of red flour. The princess felt as if she had been struck by lightning. There was no trace of blood on her face. Her lips trembled as she gritted her teeth. That's impossible. She said that it was an act, but the pain in her stomach reminded her that she really drank the red flour. Lu Hao wouldn't do this to her. He wouldn't. Do you really think that hubby isn't angry at you? Of course he is, but you are a princess. If he really divorced you, his future would be gone. Otherwise, why do you think he tolerates you? You made his harem empty and caused him to offend so many of his colleagues. The women in his harem are either singers, dancers, or daughters of aristocratic families. Their family backgrounds can crush hubby. Even if I have to take the blame for this matter, hubby won't be able to take it. I've been with hubby for 10 years. I know what he's thinking, Ningxu said calmly. Ah. The princess held her stomach. It was so painful that her vision turned black. You're lying to me. That's impossible. Impossible. How is it impossible? Also, you can poison the women in your harem. One day, you can poison him. He doesn't want a poisonous woman to give birth to his child. Ningxu supported the princess. Go in and lie down. How can I bear to hurt him? How can I bear to? The princess was in so much pain that her steps faltered. Ningxu grabbed her arm and she couldn't break free. She couldn't bear to hurt Lu Hao and kill the women in the harem. If it was Ningxu, he would make Lu Hao die. Then they wouldn't be able to have children. Wouldn't it be good for them to be in the same boat, because of love? Ningxu looked into the princess' eyes and said, if it wasn't for his own bright future, do you really think he would be willing to keep you? If your father wasn't the emperor, do you really think he wouldn't dare to divorce you? One day, he will abandon you like he abandoned me. No, no. The princess held her head. It was so painful that it felt like it was going to split open. Thousands of feelings surged in her heart. There was also the anger of being betrayed. She said she was acting for Pan Wenlan, but she was forced to drink the safflower. She was ridiculed by Pan Wenlan, this lowly woman. No, impossible. The princess was in so much pain that her body curled into a ball. Her stomach hurt so much that it felt like countless needles were stabbing her. There was also pain in her heart. The pain of being betrayed. Princess, princess. When the maid saw the princess like this, she was scared out of her wits. Ningxu said, go find a doctor for your princess. After the maid ran away, Ningxu said to the princess again, even if there were 10 doctors, or even 100 doctors, they wouldn't be able to cure you. You would be like us, unable to have children. Lowly servant. The princess looked at Ningxu with red eyes. Ningxu sighed, in the end, my husband told me the truth. He was just using you. I was willing to pave the way for my husband's bright future. In order to fulfill my wish, I didn't hesitate to lie to you. Even if I die, I will remain in his heart. A living person can't be compared to a dead person. Nonsense, she wouldn't remain in his heart. BK, what do you mean by keeping it in your heart? What do you mean by keeping it in your heart? But now, the princess was clearly falling for it. She was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Pan Wenlan, you lowly servant. Ningxu wanted to dig his ears. Over and over again, this was the only curse he could think of. Seeing you like this, I can finally die with satisfaction and avenge my child. But you will always live under my shadow. Ningxu smiled shyly. I am very satisfied to be able to use this method to make master remember me. Ningxu's heart did not waver at all when he said this. He even wanted to laugh out loud. Ningxu stared into the princess's eyes. Her eyes were deep and unfathomable. Even if you are the princess, you still have to live under my shadow. When I am alive, I am Lu Hao's wife. When I am dead, I am paving the way for his future. The princess's entire body was trembling. She was in pain and anxious. I don't believe your words. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. In a few days, I will confess. Originally, it was you, the princess, who did it. But I have to admit that I did it. Ningxu shook his head. I don't believe it. The princess's expression was already wavering. She kept saying things that even she did not believe. And even if you confront hubby, he will not admit it. Because offending and hurting the royal family is a serious crime. For his own future, he will not admit it even if he dies. Actually, if you ask hubby, you will only be hurt again. I am the one who has been with hubby for 10 years. After Ningxu said this sentence, she did not know why this body suddenly gave birth to an inexplicable feeling of pleasure. Ningxu, could it be that the client had always wanted to say this, but did not have the courage or confidence to say it? The princess was anxious and in pain. She fainted. Ningxu felt that he was an evil female supporting character who sowed discord and caused a misunderstanding between the two. F***ck. Buddha is merciful. After leaving the princess's courtyard, he went directly to find Lu Hao. He said to him, I saw the princess drink it. I think the medicine is harmful to the body. It messed up the princess's menstrual cycle. What? Lu Hao was puzzled. The princess seems to be bleeding. I'm not sure about the details. You'll have to ask the doctor. Lu Hao felt that her period must have come. That bowl of medicine was an ordinary tonic, and it was brewed by his manservant who stayed close to him. It couldn't be wrong. Then this matter? Lu Hao looked at Ningxu and asked. Ningxu said, don't worry. I will definitely confess. But give me some time. Let me copy some Buddhist scriptures and burn them for the child. Sure, but we don't have much time. Perhaps because his wife of 10 years was about to die, Lu Hao sighed and held Ningxu's hand. Thank you. I'll say thank you and then let you die. Are you willing? Ningxu only smiled and did not say anything. When he returned to his courtyard, Xiaochui welcomed him with a serious expression. She poured some tea for Ningxu and said with a trembling voice, Miss, don't do anything stupid. Ningxu looked at Xiaochui and felt that this girl was actually quite intelligent. It's okay. I know what I'm doing. Miss, you have to think about Master. Master only has one daughter. Ningxu said, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Go and prepare the food. I'm hungry. Xiaochui worriedly went to prepare the food. Lu Hao went to the princess's courtyard and saw the princess lying on the bed in a cold sweat. Her stomach was in so much pain that she couldn't stand it. Lu Hao sat by the bed and asked, does it still hurt? Use the water bottle to warm it up. The princess opened her eyes weakly and saw Lu Hao speaking with a normal expression as if nothing had happened. Pan Wenlan's voice kept echoing in her ears over and over again. Now this man actually had the nerve to ask her how her body was. You gave me safflower. You gave me safflower. The princess teared up and questioned Lu Hao weakly. What are you talking about? What safflower? No, it's a tonic. As expected, he wouldn't admit it. The princess felt as if her heart was pierced by thousands of arrows. Lu Hao frowned. What are you doing? Looking at her expression, she seemed to have misunderstood something. What's going on? Explain it clearly. You gave me safflower. No. Lu Hao almost wanted to scold her. Are you crazy? You want to drink this kind of thing so much. The princess was so angry that she almost fainted. If she didn't drink safflower, her body wouldn't be like this. She was already like this, and he was still denying it. Am I a tool for you to chase after power? The princess said with her back facing him. Sometimes, people were like this. It was clearly their advantage, but they insisted on treating it as their burden. Do you love me because I'm rich? Do you love me because I'm handsome? Lu Hao, you must have gotten your period into your brain. What was she doing? This matter hadn't been solved yet. She had caused such a big mess, and he was thinking of a way to solve it for her. What was wrong with this guy? The princess looked at Lu Hao's cold face. She couldn't suppress the grievance and pain in her heart. For Lu Hao, she became a concubine and wronged herself. But Lu Hao treated her like this because of Pan Wenlan's wish. It was more likely a plan to kill two birds with one stone. He let Pan Wenlan convict her and used this method to punish her. Just as Pan Wenlan said, Lu Hao was very angry. The princess didn't want to believe that bitch Pan Wenlan's words, but everything that happened in front of her made her believe it. The princess felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Lu Hao was stared at by the princess with fear, hatred, and despair. He suddenly felt that the princess was crazy. From the beginning until now, he had never blamed her. Instead, she looked at him with such a gaze. Lu Hao flung his sleeves and left. From the princess's point of view, Lu Hao was guilty and didn't dare to face her. If he explained it to her clearly, she could tolerate anything. She poisoned other women, but in the end, she was drugged by her husband. The pain in her stomach was like her intestines were being pulled around and tied into a bow. It was so painful that her whole body was convulsing. A weak moan came from the princess's mouth. The princess, who had suffered a blow, felt that there was nothing left to live for. The princess loved Lu Hao so much. Now that she was betrayed, she hated him so much. The pain in her stomach reminded her how cold and heartless this man was. He didn't love her. The one he loved was that old Pan Wenlon who couldn't even give birth to a child. That night, the princess's courtyard was brightly lit. Maids came and went, carrying basins in and out. Everyone was guessing what had happened. Did something happen to the princess? If something really happened, it would be very satisfying. These women in the backyard hated the princess to death. If it wasn't for the princess, they would probably want to tear the princess apart. The princess wasn't doing well at all now. The pain in her stomach didn't lessen at all. She was suffering in hell. /BK The princess was in pain the entire night and couldn't sleep. The princess's courtyard was brightly lit until dawn. After one night, the princess looked like she had lost a lot of weight. The next morning, she hurriedly took a sedan back to the palace. She might have gone to complain, or she might have gone back to the palace to see the imperial doctor. In short, the princess was in so much pain that she couldn't stand. She met Lu Hao at the door. Lu Hao saw that the princess was going out early in the morning and asked, "Where are you going?" The princess looked at Lu Hao. His face was as white as jade and he was wearing an official's robe. She thought about how she was tossing and turning in bed in pain and how she couldn't have children in the future. When she saw how calm Lu Hao was, she was so angry that her intestines were churning. She sat in the sedan with a belly full of anger. "Lu Hao. Your body isn't good. Don't go out. Let the servants boil some medicine for you to drink." The princess chuckled and entered the palace. Lu Hao, what was wrong with her? Women were unreasonable when they were on their period. When the princess reached the palace and found her biological father, she cried a mess. The grievance in her heart and the pain in her body made the princess explode when she saw her father. The emperor saw that she was sweating from the pain and quickly called the imperial doctor to take a look. How did his daughter become like this? Although this daughter always caused trouble, she was still his daughter. The imperial doctor couldn't figure out what was wrong with the princess, but he used acupuncture to stop the pain. The princess sobbed and told the emperor what happened. Of course, she emphasized that Lu Hao made her drink safflower for Pan Wenlon. Although a bowl of safflower wasn't enough to make her unable to have children, this was an attitude that showed what kind of person Lu Hao was. The princess said aggrievedly that Lu Hao married her for his future. The emperor was furious when he heard this. After scolding Lu Hao for a while, he calmed down and asked, "I remember that Lu Hao has such a wife, but I don't believe that he would hurt you, a princess, for a merchant's daughter." Did water enter Lu Hao's brain? The princess's expression flickered. Of course, she didn't say the reason. The emperor saw the princess's evasive gaze and knew that there was a secret. The princess saw that she couldn't hide it anymore. Under the emperor's repeated threats, she finally told him the whole thing. The emperor, great. His daughter was so angry that someone used such a method to take revenge on her. "I will deal with this matter." The emperor sighed and said, "Do you really like Lu Hao?" "No, I hate him." It was obviously a lie. "Then how about I remove Lu Hao from his position?" the emperor asked. The princess was stunned. "Imperial father, you can't remove Lu Hao from his position." She hated Lu Hao, but if Lu Hao was removed from his position, Lu Hao would probably hate her to death. There was no more room for negotiation. The eunuchs in the palace sent a message to the Lu mansion, saying that the emperor wanted to see Pan Wenlon. The emperor summoned her. Xianxia thought of the princess who entered the palace early this morning. The real battle had begun. Ning Shu asked Xiao Chui to prepare better clothes for him to meet the emperor. In fact, the chances of success in this matter were not very high. The emperor was the princess's father. If he did not protect his own daughter, would he protect her, the person who made his daughter a concubine? Xiao Chui was very worried and asked worriedly, "Miss, why did the emperor summon you to the palace?" "I don't know. We'll know when we get to the palace." Xiao Chui tidied Ning Shu's dress, her hands trembling. She followed Ning Shu out of the Lu mansion. Ning Shu sat on the sedan and headed in the direction of the imperial palace. Ning Shu propped up his chin. The client's status was indeed very low. She was the daughter of a merchant. If it wasn't for Lu Hao's misgivings about his reputation, the client would probably have fallen long ago. Lu Hao boasted that he treated all beauties like this and would not abandon the women who had been with him. Lu Hao's goal was to control the world and lie drunk on the knees of beauties. Arriving at the palace gates, Ning Shu got off the sedan and saw Lu Hao standing there. Seeing Ning Shu, he walked over and whispered to Ning Shu, "There will be a chance later." Ning Shu understood Lu Hao's words. Later, she would admit to the emperor that everything was done by her. Ning Shu only said, "Husband, do you know why the princess entered the palace early in the morning? Will she speak ill of you?" "Why?" Lu Hao couldn't understand why the princess would speak ill of him. "When we face the emperor later, we'll explain everything clearly." Lu Hao and Ning Shu entered the palace together. Led by the eunuch, they arrived at the main hall. The eunuch went in for a while and then came out to let them in. Ning Shu stepped over the tall red threshold and walked into the main hall. He felt an indescribable sense of suppression and solemnity. Ning Shu lowered his head and followed behind Lu Hao with small steps. "Greetings to the emperor." "Long live the emperor." Lu Hao knelt down and bowed. Ning Shu also knelt down and shouted, "Long live the emperor." "Does the Lu family know why I am looking for you?" Lu Hao kept thinking. Hearing the emperor's voice, he did not seem happy. It was very tiring to read the thoughts of an emperor. Lu Hao felt that it had something to do with the princess entering the palace early in the morning. Had the princess told the emperor about this beforehand and told him that everything was done by Pan Wenlan, why didn't she tell him beforehand? Lu Hao's heart was filled with thoughts, but he honestly said that he did not know. "You are Pan Wenlan." "Greetings to the emperor, Pan Wenlan." Ning Shu's heart was also filled with thoughts. He guessed that the emperor was thinking the same thing as Lu Hao because everyone hoped that someone would come out and divert the attention. This was what everyone hoped for. "I heard that it was you who made the princess drink safflower." The emperor's face was cold. In an instant, a powerful aura pressed down on Ning Shu. Ning Shu went with the flow and prostrated himself on the ground, not speaking. Lu Hao was a bit shocked. The princess did not drink safflower. However, Lu Hao immediately restrained his emotions. Perhaps it was the princess's strategy to use this matter to lead to other matters. Ning Shu said, "Whatever the emperor says is true." The emperor's expression was not good. "Did I wrongly accuse you?" "No, emperor, you are right." "Then why did you hurt the women in the backyard and make the princess drink safflower? There are very few poisonous women like you in the world." Ning Shu was speechless. Did he not blush when he said this? Your daughter was the poisonous one. Fine, she was poisonous, but the person who made the request was not poisonous. At most, he was a coward. Ning Shu said, "Whatever the emperor says is true." Lu Hao quickly gave Ning Shu a look. Confessions were not like this. He had to tell the emperor all the crimes. Ning Shu raised his head and stared at the emperor with deep eyes. "If the emperor wants me to sacrifice myself to save the face of the imperial family, I have nothing to say." "How dare you look directly at the emperor?" Eunuch Qian's sharp voice rang out. Only then did the emperor recover from his deep eyes/BK. "This is the first time this subject's wife has seen the emperor's face, and there won't be another chance like this in the future, so this subject's wife dares to see the emperor's face." Ning Shu kowtowed, "Can the emperor leave the subject's corpse intact? Also, this subject's husband knows nothing about this matter, so please don't vent your anger on him. It wasn't easy for my husband to go from a country boy to a pillar of the country." "The emperor, you've already said everything, what else do you want Jin to say?" The emperor coughed, "So you admit that you did all these things in the inner courtyard?" This subject's wife said, "Whatever the emperor says is true." Ningxu prostrated on the ground with an expression that said, "Do whatever you want." Lu Hao tightly furrowed his brows, then knelt down with a plop. "Emperor, this subject's wife came from the country and has shallow knowledge. She only did this because of jealousy and hatred. Please be lenient." Even the princess endured the pain in her stomach and came to the main hall. She knelt down and cried, "Father Emperor, you must uphold justice for your daughter." It seemed that her previous FFF didn't work. At the critical moment, these two people were still singing the same tune. Even though the princess seemed to hate Lu Hao, when it concerned Lu Hao's future, she didn't dare to make a fuss. So what if she was the princess? Here, the husband and wife were honored. The princess, whose body was hurt, now had to cling to Lu Hao even more, not to mention that the two of them had a daughter. The emperor only felt a headache. Looking at Ningxu prostrating on the ground, he said lightly, "Lock up Pan Wenlan for now." Ningxu was very calm. He had thought of this when he entered the palace. Two guards grabbed Ningxu's arms, one on the left and one on the right, and dragged Ningxu away. Ningxu looked at Lu Hao and said, "Husband, as long as you're well." "Emperor, please leave my corpse intact." Ningxu was locked up in the prison. There was a damp and stinky smell in the room. When these prisoners saw Ningxu, they all laughed. Xiaochui was guarding the palace gates. Seeing that only the master came out and no young miss, her heart beat like thunder. Something must have happened to the young miss. Stealthily, he slipped away. According to the young miss's request, these little beggars began to sing the nursery rhymes that they had made up. In the nursery rhyme, Lu Hao loved power and married the princess. The princess had harmed so many people, but he wanted his wife to take the blame. His child was killed by the princess, but he could only watch helplessly. They were afraid of offending the princess. Seeing the princess harm so many people, they didn't dare to say anything. They were afraid of offending the emperor and losing their glory and wealth. The nursery rhyme was catchy and had a high popularity. For this nursery rhyme, Ningxu had almost exhausted all of his artistic cells. Moreover, she could play games and skip rope while singing. He couldn't possibly kill all the children who were singing these things, right? Furthermore, some children did not even know where the songs came from. Just like when he was young, he listened to the songs but did not know where they came from. These songs could cause Lu Hao's lofty image to crumble. He didn't even dare to call her a princess after she miscarried his child. He even said that he would risk his life for his woman. When Xiaochui arrived at the jewelry shop, she asked the shopkeeper to close the shop and hide for a while. At the same time, she asked the shopkeeper to find the old master and tell him not to come to the capital. The young miss came out very quickly. Of course, these things were all instructed by the young miss. Most of the valuable items in the fu were moved to the shop. Some of the valuable items were used as banknotes. Xiaochui carried a food box with a sumptuous meal inside. She nodded at the prison guard and said that she was only here to deliver food. Xiaochui walked into the prison and saw the idiot in the prison staring at her and laughing. It was dirty and smelly, very disgusting. Thinking that the young miss was going to be locked up here, Xiaochui's heart was about to break. Young miss. Xiaochui saw that Ningxu was dressed in brocade clothes but sitting in such a dirty place. She felt that the young miss really had a hard life. Ningxu opened her eyes and walked in front of Xiaochui. Xiaochui quickly opened the food box and handed the bowl to Ningxu. "Young miss, eat something first." This servant has already done what the young miss said. Ningxu chewed on a drumstick and said, "Since you've already done it, then hurry up and leave this place. Find a place to hide. You probably won't have good days when you return to the fu. I'll give you the slave contract later." "Young miss, Lu Hao is a heartless man." "Enough, it's useless to say this." Ningxu grabbed the dried grass on the ground and wiped her hands. She took out the slave contract. "Take it." "Thank you, young miss. But this servant will wait for young miss to come out." Ningxu finished all the food in the food box and then told Xiaochui to leave quickly. Xiaochui took the food box and left. Ningxu burped and then sat cross-legged to cultivate. The food that she ate had a trace of energy, but it was very small. Ningxu waited here for the matter to ferment. It was not rational to go against the feudal ruling class with the greatest power. Ningxu had to weigh whether he could win against thousands of soldiers and horses. Even if he could win against thousands of soldiers and horses, where was the person who commissioned him? All the land under the heavens belonged to the king. Where could he escape to? The person who commissioned him would probably be scared to tears when he returned. The princess's greatest support was the emperor. If something happened to the emperor, the princess would lose her support. Ningxu rubbed his chin and thought. Should he be poisoned to death or struck by lightning, or struck by lightning? The ancient people were superstitious. But how could he summon lightning from the heavens? Even if he pointed at the heavens and scolded them, there might not be a reaction. Ningxu spent his days leisurely in the prison, but the situation outside was not good. Firstly, the nursery rhyme had spread throughout the capital. Even the courtiers were talking to the emperor about it. Secondly, the princess's abdominal pain was very painful at the beginning. Although it was not that painful now, it was still painful. It was so painful that she could not eat or sleep well. When she heard the nursery rhyme, she was even angrier. The women in the backyard were all in danger. None of them had a higher status than the princess. If something happened one day, would they also be pushed out to take the blame? Although they did not like Pan Wenlon very much, with Pan Wenlon's personality, she would not do such a thing. And such a big project, poisoning and doing all kinds of things, Pan Wenlon did not have such power. She felt some regret in her heart. She thought that she had married a good man. She did not expect that Lu Hao was no different from other men. But they had already married Lu Hao. There was no other way out in this life. If the princess was here, they would live in fear of being controlled by the princess for the rest of their lives. They would be pushed out to take the knife at any time. Pan Wenlon had been with Lu Hao for 10 years, but Lu Hao still made a choice after weighing the pros and cons. But if something like this happened in the future, they might be the ones to be abandoned. Especially the madams who had low status in the backyard. They were even more uneasy. Some of the noble ladies went back to their parents' home to cry. It was such an obvious thing. Was the emperor still protecting the princess? Was there still any law? Was he going to let the princess do as she pleased? /BK Sometimes, power made people feel helpless. The most honorable person in the world was the emperor. If he wanted to protect someone, what could you do? Moreover, this matter wasn't enough to cause a commotion in the imperial court. It was just a family matter of a fourth-rank official. At most, they could say that Lu Hao didn't manage his family well and that he shouldn't think about his future. The emperor also had a headache. A family matter could be messed up like this. Now, the outside world was saying that he was an incapable ruler. Good things didn't go out, but bad things would travel 1,000 miles. The things he did that benefited the country and the people were all covered up by this matter. His daughter cheated her father and cheated her husband. If he didn't deal with it impartially, he would be an incapable ruler. Lu Hao, F***ck, was it a trend to look for a father recently? The princess looked for a father, and the women in the backyard all looked for a father. These women's fathers were either nobles or high-ranking officials. When they saw him, they all picked on him, ignored him, or mocked him. How good was Lu Hao's reputation before? How bad was Lu Hao's reputation now? Everyone knew that he covered up the princess crime. You even pushed your wife out to take the blame. You're great. Forget it, you even made it known to the whole city. What glorious thing did you do to make such a big fuss? Lu Hao was very worried that the emperor would turn this matter around because of public opinion. If Lu Hao felt a little guilty towards his wife, Pan Wenlon, then now he only hoped that this matter could be settled. Carrying the food box to the prison cell, he saw his wife sitting in a pile of dry grass. Her clothes were already dirty. Husband. Ningxu looked at Lu Hao. Lu Hao's appearance made Ningxu's heart cold. Although she didn't leave the prison cell, she could more or less guess the situation outside. Lu Hao probably came to deal with her. Lu Hao had the prison guard open the prison cell door and carried the food box in. Lu Hao didn't mind at all. He sat on the damp grass like Ningxu. There were some insects and rats crawling in front of him. In short, this was a place where one couldn't step on. How could Pan Wenlon, who had never suffered much since she was young, endure this? Lu Hao felt his heart go numb, and he felt a lot more empty. However, there were some things that couldn't be taken back. Lu Hao opened the food box and placed the plate on the ground. He took out a pair of chopsticks and handed it to Ningxu. "Wen Lan, eat something." Ningxu looked at the sumptuous dishes and asked, "Is this my last meal?" "No, I'm here to see you." Lu Hao shook his head. Ningxu shook his head. "Hubby, I can't eat such greasy food. The food I've been eating here hasn't been good recently. I'm afraid I won't be able to take it if I suddenly eat greasy food." What if there was poison in it? Lu Hao wanted to kill his wife. "Then drink some soup." Lu Hao scooped out a bowl of light soup from the soup pot. Ningxu didn't refuse, but when he took the bowl, he didn't notice that the bowl of soup fell to the ground. Ningxu immediately apologized, "Sorry, my hand was a little shaky." "It's all right." Lu Hao wiped the soup off his body and said to Ningxu with melancholy, "If I had a choice, I'd rather be an ordinary couple with you, working from dawn to dusk. I won't let you suffer like this." "It's starting again." Ningxu didn't buy this kind of warm-hearted talk. Ningxu only listened. In the end, he recalled Lu Hao's memories and said, "Hubby, don't worry. I'll remember everything you asked me to do." Lu Hao's memories were stuck in his throat. In the end, he talked about the situation and how the outside world was talking about him. The current Lu Hao wasn't below one person. No matter what the people said about him, it was fine. However, he was only a fourth-rank official now. He wasn't at the stage where he could cover the sky with one hand. In short, you should commit suicide. You're committing suicide to escape punishment. Ningxu, what right did Lu Hao have to insult people like this? She was here for the future. Besides, she could still cultivate in the prison. Because she was the wife of a fourth-rank official, no one did anything to her. Ningxu didn't say anything. Lu Hao thought that Ningxu agreed and took away the plate. He deliberately left a chopstick behind. When Lu Hao left, he looked hesitant. After pausing for a moment, he strode away. Ningxu played with his chopsticks. The client could really get rid of this man. Not to mention relying on him, but at the crucial moment, he would take the bullet for her. Moreover, there was a first time and a second time. Who could take being abandoned time and time again? Maybe Lu Hao hesitated and couldn't bear it, but in the end, he made a choice. When the benefits were big enough, one could give up. This matter became more and more serious. Lu Hao was affected badly. The emperor told him to stop working and reflect at home. Ningxu was also locked up. He didn't let her out or execute her. He just dragged it on. Dragging it on. However, the officials were unhappy. They wanted the emperor to punish their daughter. Even if the emperor did punish her, he would still settle the score. However, the women in the family were making a fuss. They said that they used the face cream from the princess shop and were sick all over. Pushing out an innocent woman wasn't enough to vent their anger. To be able to become the wife of a big family, the daughters they raised weren't fools. If they couldn't see the situation clearly, fighting in the backyard would only result in death. On the other hand, the censor used Lu Hao's lack of discipline to attack the princess. The censor was punished for not saying anything. The emperor felt that if this matter dragged on, it wouldn't be a problem. He might as well solve it. Hence, one morning, Ningxu was brought out of the prison and changed into a clean set of clothes to meet the emperor. The princess and Lu Hao were also in the court. In just 10 days, the princess had lost a lot of weight. Even her cheekbones were popping out. Her face was pale and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Ningxu calmly knelt down and bowed. When Lu Hao saw that Ningxu didn't commit suicide, his expression became a little twisted. He felt that this brat didn't keep his promise. He said that he would commit suicide, but he didn't do it. The emperor asked for the opinions of the officials present. Most of them wanted to punish the princess. Some people protected Lu Hao for their daughters or sisters. If Lu Hao became a useless person, the girls in their family would also suffer. Ningxu's hands were in his long sleeves. He clasped his hands together and formed seals. As for whether or not he could set the palace on fire, no one knew. Ningxu absorbed the power of the blazing sun. If the power of the blazing sun was used properly, it could burn some objects. Who would it burn? Of course it would be the man on the dragon throne. The officials argued back and forth. Some honest officials said that there was a problem with Lu Hao's character. Some said that the princess didn't deserve to be a wife and was crazy with jealousy. Lu Hao and the princess didn't look good. They seemed to have become street rats that everyone wanted to beat up. The princess felt indignant. She was a princess. These people's glory and wealth were all given by her father. They were the servants of the royal family. How could a servant question the master's actions? /BK After much discussion, the courtiers all knelt on the ground. Either way, one of them had to be punished for this. The more they were pressured, the more unhappy they were. The emperor was the same. He pointed at Xianxia. Didn't this guilty woman already admit that she did it? You guys are making a ruckus. Why are you interfering in other people's family matters? Courtiers, Xianxia prostrated on the ground. Emperor, you're right. With a flick of his sleeve, waves of fiery energy flowed from the ground to the emperor's shoes and pants. Then punish the guilty woman, Pan Wenlon. Emperor, you're on fire. The eunuch's sharp voice interrupted the emperor. Help! The emperor looked down and saw that his pants and clothes were on fire. He hurriedly patted them with his hands. Emperor, Emperor, the courtiers were also shocked. There was a fire for no reason. At this time, they couldn't care less about the etiquette and rushed to help the emperor put out the fire. Father. The princess's legs turned to jelly and she almost fell to the ground. If anything happened to her father, no one could protect her. Lu Hao also rushed to put out the fire. At this time, he had to do something to redeem himself. Although many people came to help put out the fire, it didn't go out. Make way. The eunuch rushed over with a basin of water. Everyone hurriedly made way and poured the water on the emperor. The emperor was drenched. Fortunately, the fire was put out. The eunuch immediately knelt down and apologized. The emperor wiped the water on his face. He didn't blame the eunuch, but he still had some lingering fear. Why was there a fire? The emperor was suspicious. He felt that this was a warning from the heavens. Of course, there were also conspiracy theories. They felt that someone wanted to assassinate him and put something flammable on his clothes. It was the hottest day of the summer, and the friction between the clothes could easily catch fire. The emperor quickly changed his clothes and asked someone to check if there was anything wrong with his clothes. The emperor, who had changed his clothes, sat on the dragon throne again. He felt that the dragon throne was also smeared with something. He sat on it very uncomfortably. The emperor didn't have the mood to deal with this matter. He directly said, "Demote Lu Hao to be the county magistrate of Mountain Stone Town. He can't return to the capital without a summons. His servants and wives will go with him." He was demoted from a power seeker to a small official who was in charge of a town. Moreover, this Mountain Stone Town was a rather chaotic town. The people there were tough and valiant, and their dream in life was to be bandits. There was no way to manage them, but it wasn't worth it to send troops to wipe them out. This was equivalent to directly depriving Lu Hao of his future. He didn't say anything about punishing the princess or Xianxia. He just threw them far away and told them not to make trouble under his nose. Father. The princess knelt on the ground and begged her father. She, a princess, was actually going to a remote village. How could she bear this? Shut up and stop talking, the emperor said directly. Your Majesty. Xianxia said. What do you want to say now? Don't be ignorant. Please allow this humble girl to divorce Lu Hao. Only the princess is compatible with Lu Hao. When Lu Hao wanted to marry the princess, this humble girl should have stepped down. A mocking expression appeared on the emperor's face. What, seeing that Lu Hao is no longer a fourth-rank official, you want to abandon him? Xianxia's expression didn't change as she said, even if Lu Hao is no longer a fourth-rank official, even if he's just a county official, he's still an official. If this humble girl follows Lu Hao, she's still the wife of an official. After this humble girl divorces, she's just a divorced girl. I'm not young anymore, and I'm still the daughter of a merchant. How can such a status be compatible with the wife of an official? Xianxia's meaning was that if she could be the wife of an official, why would she be an abandoned woman who was laughed at by others? The vanity you spoke of didn't exist at all. Don't even think about putting this hat on her head. Lu Hao still hadn't recovered from the blow of being demoted. Now, this wife who had been with him for 10 years actually wanted to divorce him. Then what he had done before was just a joke. It was as if he had forced her to confess, and in the end, she wanted to divorce him. Damn it, as long as this emperor was on the throne, he wouldn't be promoted. He didn't know if the next emperor would remember him. Most likely, he wouldn't. He was back to before he was liberated. Moreover, it was a place where it wasn't easy to achieve merits. Not to mention merits, fighting wits and bravery with these unruly people every day was tiring. Even the safety of their lives couldn't be guaranteed. Lu Hao and the princess's faces were ashen. The emperor didn't want to care at all. Then I grant you a divorce from Lu Hao. Thank you, your majesty. This matter was considered over just like that. After court ended, Ningxu left the palace. When she arrived at the shop, the client's father had already entered the capital. Seeing Ningxu, he kept saying, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Ningxu's tears couldn't help but flow out. This was the reaction of this body. She wiped her tears and said, "Father, I've divorced Lu Hao." "It's fine if you've divorced. Father will take care of you. If I knew Lu Hao was this kind of bastard, I wouldn't have married you to him. Let's not talk about this. Miss, you're back." Xiao Cui also cried. The more Minister Pan thought about it, the angrier he got. Logically speaking, the Pan family didn't mistreat Lu Hao. Moreover, Lu Hao became rich, but they didn't get any benefits from him. They also didn't use his power to flaunt everywhere. How could he treat his daughter like this? Minister Pan heard about this from Xiao Cui. Every time he thought about Lu Hao, he felt like he was going to explode. There's no need to go. Since there's nothing between them, there's no need to be entangled. Just wait for the system to leave the body. Lu Hao would no longer exist. The husband that the princess fought over would be gone. Lu Hao sorrowfully packed his things and went to work. He might not be able to come back in this lifetime. He would never be able to come back. The group of women in the backyard were all stunned. What? The old master was demoted to a small official. Moreover, he was going to a remote place. What should they do? Some people who loved their daughters found an excuse to bring their daughters home. They didn't want to go to a remote place to suffer. Although they would be criticized behind their backs, it was better than suffering. There were also some women who were willing to follow Lu Hao. At the very least, they were the wives of officials. Lu Hao was under a lot of pressure recently. He didn't complete the system's mission and jumped a level. In the end, he became a small official, far away from power. The chances of him climbing back up in this lifetime were very small. He was so angry, he felt like he had been cheated. Lu Hao felt that since things had already reached this point, he couldn't change anything. He might as well change his method. When he reached Mountain Stone Town, he would use the money given by the system and the money he earned from these years to start a rebellion. This way, he would be able to become an official faster. Moreover, when he became the emperor, he would be the boss. Why would he need to suck up to his father-in-law? /BK Lu Hao had a new goal and quickly became spirited. All roads lead to Rome. If there wasn't this path, he could take another path. However, after dropping so many levels, the system had taken back many things that it had given him, such as retentive memory and super memory. Relying on these skills, Lu Hao noticed many details. Whether it was when he interacted with his colleagues or what the woman in the backyard said, he remembered them all very clearly. If his colleagues had anything to say, he would remember it in his heart. Next time, he would bring what his colleagues needed. This feeling of just casually saying it, but you remember it in your heart, was really too good. It made people feel that they were valued. Now that he didn't have these skills, Lu Hao felt that his memory had become blurry. He couldn't remember many details, and his mind became blurry. He couldn't even remember the 4 books and 5 classics that he had read before. This made Lu Hao a little unhappy. Now, he had to start from the beginning again. Lu Hao adjusted his mood. As long as the system was here, he would be able to make a comeback very quickly. However, the princess was in a very low mood. She had been forced to drink red flowers by her husband, and now, she had been abandoned by her father. Although her father didn't punish her, he made her leave the capital and never return to the capital again in this life. In the past, there had been princesses who had been sent to a barbarian land for political marriage. The princess thought that such a fate wouldn't fall on her head. However, the current situation was no different from sending her to a political marriage. Her father was impatient with her. However, she was really wronged by someone. It was that woman in the backyard. However, no matter how much he cared, her father wouldn't take back his order. Her father was probably more worried about who had tampered with his clothes. He didn't care about his daughter at all. Xianxia returned to the Lu residence and went to the courtyard to get things. He also went with Lu Hao to the Yamen to get the divorce papers done. Only by getting the divorce papers done could it be considered a divorce. Lu Hao saw Xianxia and said coldly, "Are you happy to have caused the Lu residence to be like this?" Xianxia immediately put on an aggrieved expression. "Lu Hao, how can you say that? I'm willing to die for your future. It's just that when I was in prison, I thought it through. If I were still alive, I would divorce you. I couldn't bear to see you put one woman after another into the backyard. I was clearly the main wife, but you demoted me to a concubine. If it weren't for the fact that you didn't want to offend the princess, would you say that the women in the backyard were equal? If the princess is the main wife, will you say that all the women in the harem are equal? Lu Hao, so you're jealous? If your woman has many men, will you be jealous? How is this the same?" It was indeed different. Since ancient times, men had always harbored the desire to capture all the beauties in the world. Actually, this was determined by their genes. They instinctively wanted to pass down more of their genes. There's no point in discussing it now. Once you get the divorce papers, you can make the princess your first wife. Kill this bitch for me. The princess rushed over and pointed at Xianxia. Beside her were several guards with swords. The guards pulled out their swords and Xianxia walked over. The princess's face was pale and she had lost a lot of weight. Because the pain in her abdomen had lasted for a long time, she was tormented. At this moment, looking at Xianxia, her face was full of hatred and disgust. Lu Hao frowned and stopped the princess. "Don't make a fuss." Even if he wanted to start a rebellion, he needed to leave the capital and go to Mountain Stone Town for a while. He also needed a good reputation. Now that Pan Wenlan was killed, what was this? The princess somewhat broke down and shouted, "Lu Hao, are you still going to protect her?" She patted her chest weakly. "I'm a princess. I've done so much for you. You can't even see it. Why are you protecting her?" She was abandoned by her father. Now, she had to go to a remote village and never see the prosperity of the capital again. It was bad for her body. The princess felt wronged. Xianxia's face was indifferent. Everyone felt wronged. She was the one who felt wronged. She even had to take the blame for these two bastards. The guards stood motionless. They didn't know what to do, so they just stood there. No matter how disappointed the emperor was with his daughter, he knew that the atmosphere in Mountain Stone Town wasn't good. He still sent a pair of guards to escort her. At this time, it wasn't a bad thing to stay away. But the princess couldn't feel it. The pain in her body made her lose her mind. It reminded her at every moment that she was forced to drink red flowers by her husband. Now, her husband was still protecting this woman. Jealousy made people dizzy. "Let's go to the Yamen," Xianxia said to Lu Hao indifferently. "You're not allowed to go," the princess shouted. "I'm going to write the divorce papers with Lu Hao. Are you sure you don't want him to go with me? If you don't go, I'll always be Lu Hao's wife and you'll always be his concubine." The princess's words were stuck in her throat. "Also, it's best if you don't fight with me. I've already written my will. If I die, even if you kill me, don't try to hurt my family. My family has all written their wills. Small commoners like us don't deserve to die. But if the emperor knows that you're so cruel that you killed an entire family, I don't know if he'll still recognize you as his daughter. He might even kill you. You." The princess was so angry that her liver hurt. She was so angry that her whole body trembled. She kept cursing. Xianxia ignored her and turned to leave. Lu Hao walked out the door with her. "When I went to see you in prison, why didn't you do it?" She didn't directly commit suicide. Ningshu said indifferently, even ants drag out their lives. I want to go through a trial. If I die, I have nothing to say. But if I don't die, I want to divorce you. How could Lu Hao not hate this woman in his heart? Since she wanted to divorce, then so be it. In this era, women who divorced would be criticized behind their backs. Let's see if you continue living like this. Lu Hao thought that one day when he became the ruler of the world, this woman would definitely come back and beg for his forgiveness. Because it was the emperor who ordered the separation, it was done very quickly. The two of them had nothing to do with each other anymore. They were no longer husband and wife. After leaving the government office, Ningshu left. He was not afraid that these people would dare to fight with him, unless Lu Hao didn't want to leave the capital. When he returned to the shop, Squire Pan had already arranged to sell the shop. He probably wouldn't come back to the capital in the future. He packed up his things and prepared to leave the capital. Outside the gate of the capital, he met a Jianghu man dressed in black with a sword. Squire Pan patted his shoulder and introduced him, "This is Huayang. He's a Jianghu man. This time I asked him to protect us home. I can't live in the old place anymore. I moved to another place." Apparently, Squire Pan was a little afraid of the princess's revenge. Lu Hao's revenge. Squire Pan liked to make friends. If someone was in trouble, he would like to help. Lu Hao was like this before. This Huayang was injured and met Squire Pan. This time, he probably came to return the favor. Most of the people who were loyal to their friends were not loyal to them. How could Lu Hao remember Squire Pan's kindness to him? They were not related to each other. It was rare that Squire Pan could be so kind to him. Lu Hao might not remember. Ningshu immediately bowed. "Thank you, Mr. Hua." Huayang said greedily, "No need." Ningshu and Xiaochui got on the carriage. Huayang and Squire Pan got on the horses and left. Ningshu looked at Xiaochui and said, "Didn't I give you the slave contract? Why don't you leave? I've been with Miss for so long. Miss treated me very well. I can only be a slave and serve others. I want to serve Miss more." Ningshu lifted the curtain and asked, "Father, where will we live in the future?" "I found a place. It's beautiful. No one knows us or you. Don't worry about people talking nonsense," Squire Pan said. Ningshu thought, what a good father. If it were his parents who were not so open-minded, they would have scolded her. No matter how bad her life was, she could not be abandoned by her husband's family. No matter how hard it was, she could not be abandoned by her husband's family. "I'll listen to you." The place Squire Pan chose was a little far from the capital. He probably thought that the farther he was from the capital, the less he would know about the nonsense. After a few days of traveling, they would stop to cook some soup and pancakes at night. Huayang hunted some game and barbecued some meat. He just sprinkled some salt on it. It tasted very good. Huayang was a man of few words. He usually kept a straight face. But he was very responsible. He would watch over everyone every night and occasionally take a nap. After 10 days of traveling, they finally arrived. It was a small town. Squire Pan bought a small courtyard. It was well decorated and had a garden. It was very exquisite. "This will be our home in the future," Squire Pan said directly. "I've sold all the land and shops. We can buy more things in the future." Ningshu smiled and said, "I'll listen to father." Squire Pan looked at Ningshu, then turned to Xiaochui and said, "Hurry up and make some soup for Wenlan. She must have suffered in the prison." "All right." When Huayang heard that Ningshu had been in prison, he couldn't help but glance at him, but he didn't show any expression. "Brother Huayang, you should also stay here for a few days. It must have been hard on you. Take a rest before you go back." Huayang nodded in agreement. Squire Pan didn't want to upset Ningshu, so he didn't mention Lu Hao or Healy. On the other hand, Ningshu felt that his days here were really comfortable. He ate well and his complexion improved. Occasionally, he would lean against the window and watch Huayang practice his sword. He had some skills. Most of the Jianghu people here were probably at this level. If that was the case, she could be considered an expert. She hoped that the person who commissioned her could continue cultivating after returning. It was always a good thing to have power to protect one's body, and spiritual energy could also nourish one's body. His body had been injured before, and he even applied some facial cream. He needed to slowly recover. Even if he Li Fuchen divorced, it didn't mean that he wouldn't meet the right person in the future. Maybe he would even have children. Ning Shu studied the map, looking at the situation of Mountain Stone Town and how long it would take to reach Mountain Stone Town. However, the map was hard to understand. It must be Mountain Stone Town. If it was far away, Lu Hao's system would be stripped off. 2333 wouldn't be able to devour the system from such a long distance. At the dinner table, Ning Shu said to Squire Pan, "Father, I want to do business. I want to sell goods outside the Great Wall. I want to bring back the fur and gems outside the Great Wall. The tea leaves and silk here are very popular over there. The profit would be very high." Squire Pan put down his chopsticks, shook his head and said, "No, it's too dangerous. There will be bandits along the way, and those people outside the Great Wall. They are tall and strong. Sometimes, they will rob directly. Besides, it's not peaceful outside the Great Wall. I don't trust a weak girl like you to do such a thing. It's too dangerous." Hua Yang, who had been keeping a straight face, said, "The environment outside the Great Wall is very bad. It's either yellow sand or extremely hot. I've traveled to these places. It's not a place you can go." Ning Shu said, "I'm not a weak girl. I'm very bored in the Lu mansion, so I practice martial arts." Xiao Chui, who was standing to the side, was shocked. "When did Miss practice martial arts?" "I practice before going to bed at night." When Squire Pan heard this, he felt that his daughter lived a lonely life in the Lu mansion every day. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so bored as to practice martial arts. Hua Yang's straight face looked even more serious now. "If you practice martial arts like this, you will go crazy. Practice is nonsense." Did she think that she could become a master who could leap over roofs and vault over walls with just a little practice? "I can protect myself." "Really? I've been practicing martial arts for almost 5 years. I can leave my handprint on a rock." Ning Shu walked out of the hall and came to the rockery. She hit the rockery with her palm and left a very shallow handprint on the rockery. Squire Pan was stunned. He couldn't believe it. He could only ask Hua Yang, who was an expert beside him, look at her. Hua Yang frowned. She has some inner strength. Ning Shu grabbed Squire Pan's arm and shook it hard. She wanted Squire Pan to agree to let her run the business. The most important thing was that they had to pass by Mountain Stone Town on their way to the Great Wall. Mountain Stone Town was closer to the Great Wall. While doing business, she could also pay attention to Lu Hao's situation. Otherwise, if the system was disconnected, 2333 wouldn't be able to reach it. Squire Pan was dizzy because of the shaking. Stop. I'm still worried. You can hire a few guards who are good at martial arts." The more I think about it, the sadder I feel. The more I think about it, the more I want to cry. Father, what should I do in the future? If I don't do something soon, I won't be able to vent my anger. Squire Pan's face was full of guilt. It was his fault for marrying his daughter to that kind of person. Brother Hua Yang, I'll have to trouble you with this. How much do you want? Help me protect her. Hua Yang glanced at Ning Shu. Sure. I'm going to travel anyway, so I'll take you along. Ning Shu was very happy. Things were going well. These few days, he bought a lot of tea leaves and cloth. Half of them were made of cotton, and the rest were of better quality. Then, he pulled a few carts and prepared to leave. Squire Pan stuffed some money into Ning Shu's pocket. Ning Shu didn't accept it. I have money with me. The jewelry he had bought over the years had earned him a lot of money. Squire Pan stuffed the money into Hua Yang's hand. He asked Hua Yang to take good care of his daughter and buy whatever she wanted. He also asked Xiao Chui to follow along. She could help take care of her daughter, wash her clothes, and serve tea. Ning Shu sat on the back of the horse and bent down to lift Xiao Chui's chin. He looked at her and said, Xiao Chui, you don't have to follow us. The wind is strong outside the Great Wall. don't blow your delicate skin. Xiaochui was speechless. Miss is so naughty. Miss, aren't you going too? I'll follow you to take care of you. Xiaochui felt that there was no reason for her to be more delicate than her miss. Besides, it was rare to be able to see how the people outside the pass lived. Besides, wasn't Hero Hua here to protect everyone? As for her miss saying that she knew martial arts, Xiaochui didn't believe her at all. She must be lying. She could convince her master, but not her. Ningxu said casually, all right, it'll be a tough journey. Follow me if you want. It was convenient for ancient people to travel and they rarely went out, let alone women who stayed in the backyard. The group of people and a few carriages headed out of the pass. Xiaochui sat in the carriage while Ningxu sat on the horse. He wore a curtain hat to cover his face. Traveling in ancient times was slow and difficult. At night, they had to set up camp. If there was a town, they could stay in a room. If they didn't reach the town, they could only sleep in the wild. There were many wild animals. At night, it was either the howling of wolves or the cries of other strange birds. Everyone took turns to be on duty to avoid dangerous situations. It took them more than a month to reach Mountain Stone Town. The closer they got to the border, the more desolate it felt. The crops didn't grow much and it looked especially lonely. Hey, stop. I planted this tree and opened this road. Ningxu was speechless. There were indeed many bandits in Mountain Stone Town. As soon as they got close, they encountered bandits. Why didn't they say that everything belonged to them? Ah, there's a young lady. Xiaochui stuck her head out and saw the bandits. Her face immediately turned pale. She didn't know if Lu Hao and the others had reached Mountain Stone Town or if they were killed by bandits. However, there were armored guards. Even if these bandits were brave, they wouldn't dare to approach. They were simply courting death. Hua Yang's face was stern. A cold aura exploded from his body. He pulled out his sword, stepped on the horse's back, and leaped over. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. These bandits relied on their numbers. Now that Hua Yang was fighting many of them, these bandits couldn't fight back. Hua Yang directly cut off the tendons in the hands of these bandits, which was considered to be sparing their lives. However, they would no longer have the ability to commit crimes. The group swaggered past the bandits. Ningxu jumped off his horse and asked a bandit who was covering his wrist, "Have you seen a group of guards escorting someone over?" "I don't know." Ningxu stepped on the bandit's wrist, causing the bandit to wail in pain. Yes, I heard that the county magistrate was appointed." Ningxu lifted his foot and rubbed it twice on the ground to wipe off the blood on the soles of his feet. This meant that Lu Hao had already taken office. Ningxu flipped onto the horse's back and let the group start moving. He said to Xiaochui, "Wear a hat too." "Okay." Xiaochui obediently put on the veil hat to cover her face. "Why did you only cut the tendons in their right hands?" Ningxu asked Hua Yangwen. "With only one hand cut off, they can still live. They can find a new job, and they won't starve to death." Hua Yang said greedily. "Can they survive with their left hand?" "Why not? My right hand was injured, so I used my left hand to practice swordsmanship." Ningxu said, "Then aren't you afraid that they'll rob you with a knife in their left hand?" "If I see them again, I'll definitely kill them." Ningxu just grunted and entered the town to find an inn to stay. After packing up, Ningxu put on the veil hat and went to the county office. This county office was very run down, and the plaque on the door was a bit crooked. It was clear that the people of this town didn't care about the county office at all. At a glance, the evil people in this town were very evil. It was normal for them to bully and dominate the market. The evil officials were no different from bandits. The cowardly people were very cowardly. Their stalls were often destroyed, but they didn't dare to say anything. In such a poor and backward place, there were only country bumpkins. He didn't know if the princess could stand it. Of course she couldn't. The princess couldn't stand it at all in this small county office. It was run down and small. Even the women who followed Lu Hao here couldn't help but be speechless when they saw such a poor place. How could they survive in such a place? They ate vegetables 3 times a day. In the past, they ate expensive food, but in this place, even rice was considered a luxury. Lu Hao, the county magistrate, was just a figurehead. Anyway, the entire county office was under the control of a ruthless official like the advisor. When they collected taxes, it was just to line their own pockets. They would also increase all kinds of taxes. Although Lu Hao felt that this place was difficult to manage, from another perspective, it was also a good opportunity to help the poor people overthrow the violent control. By punishing these evil officials, the people who couldn't survive without food would naturally listen to his orders. Lu Hao had always been planning to find a suitable opportunity. However, during this time, he was buying people's hearts and doing all kinds of things for the people. He even led the people to rebel against the bullies who oppressed them. In a short time, Lu Hao already had many supporters in Mountain Stone Town. If there was anything, they would come to Lu Hao. Ningxu was eating in his room. When he heard this, he just curled his lips and didn't say anything. "He's a good official," said Huayang. "Even if he's a good official, he's still a heartless man," Xiaochui immediately retorted. Huayang was stunned. He wasn't a gossipy person and didn't know much about Miss Pan. When he heard Xiaochui say heartless man, he was instantly confused. Clearly, they weren't on the same page. Ningxu pondered. Lu Hao really wanted to be a good official and climb up step by step before returning to the center of power. However, in his situation, it wouldn't be easy to climb back up. It might even take decades. Even if he made some achievements, it might not reach the ears of the emperor. Unless, sometimes, the emperor thought of his daughter and thought of him. However, hoping that the emperor would think of him, Lu Hao could wait. Could Lu Hao's system wait? Ningxu had a bold idea. That was that Lu Hao might be planning to rebel. Even if he was an extremely important official, how could it be as carefree as being the ruler of the world? He believed that Lu Hao's system would agree. The emperor's providence was definitely much better than an official's. That was the providence of a country. However, it wasn't possible for Lu Hao to gather a rebel team in a short time. Hence, Ningxu decided to go outside the pass to trade for things before slowly dealing with Lu Hao. After staying in Mountain Stone Town for a few days, the team set off again. During this time, they encountered a few waves of bandits. Ningxu didn't understand. In this remote village, everyone was a bandit. Who were they robbing? No one was producing. Even if they were bandits, they would still be poor. If they wanted to rob a caravan going outside the pass, these caravans would definitely have guards and experts. These bandits wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. The bandits' tendons had all been cut by Huayang. These were all very unprofessional bandits. There should be more regular bandits in this area. Hopefully, they won't encounter them. As soon as they left the border city, they heard the sound of the wind blowing, as well as the sand blowing in their faces. Well, the desertification of the land was a bit serious. Pay attention to the greenery. Ningxu and his group went to the place where the nomads gathered to exchange things. Fortunately, it didn't rain during the journey. Otherwise, the cloth and tea would be wet and the trip would be in vain. When they arrived at Sand City, it was very lively. It was a trading place. Ningxu paid some money and prepared to find a place to wait for the guests. Exchanging tea and cloth for more valuable things was a matter of mutual consent. These people ate greasy food and didn't have fruits and vegetables to relieve the grease. Tea was the best thing. The cotton cloth absorbed sweat and was comfortable to wear. After a while, someone came to ask about Ningxu's tea and cloth exchange. Ningxu used a roll of cotton cloth to exchange for a red fox fur. The other party used a crimson agate stone to exchange for a caddy of tea, but Ningxu gave one more tael. Huayang stood at the side with his sword and raised his eyebrows. The price difference was too big. Although he knew the profit was high, he didn't expect it to be like this. At first, Xiaochui was more reserved. Later, she began to greet the guests. Ningxu thought that these things would take a few days to exchange, but he didn't expect them to be so popular. They were exchanged in a day. The tea and cloth were exchanged for gems, jade, and animal fur. Of course, there was also a half-grown child who was not wearing any clothes and only had a piece of fur wrapped around his lower body. He brought a bowl of something black and came over to trade with her. "You child, what is this?" "I won't exchange." Xiaochui saw the black thing in the bowl. It was very sticky. Ningshu saw that it should be oil. If this thing was in the future, it would definitely be developed. But now, there was little knowledge about it. What do you want to exchange for? Ningshu asked. The child was very uneasy. He didn't expect Ningshu to be willing to exchange. Cloth, 2 rolls of cloth. The child said. Ningshu gave him a roll of cotton cloth and some tea leaves. Thank you, thank you. Ningshu took the bowl and looked at the oil. Miss, what is this? What was the use of something black? It didn't look good and couldn't be eaten. It's all right. Just treat it as a new toy. I've seen this kind of thing before. I've seen some people use it to light up their houses and cook their meals. In the end, he was a chivalrous person who had roamed the Jianghu and was very knowledgeable. Ningshu felt that it was a pity. It was such a waste to ignite the fire directly. However, before the start of the mechanical age, things like oil had no place to be used, and not much of it would be wasted for cooking. In the future, all the cars in the world were supplied by this. After exchanging their items, they headed back. This trip was worth several times the profit, but the risk was a little high. If they were slightly weaker, they would have been robbed by the bandits and lost both their money and their lives. However, the high profits made people scramble for it. After returning to Mountain Stone Town, Ningshu felt that the atmosphere in the town was different. There didn't seem to be any bullies running amok. Ningshu and his group stayed at the inn. When they had nothing to do, they heard gossip about the county magistrate killing another bully. As the rumors spread, the county magistrate was almost a peerless hero. When they heard that the county magistrate's wife was a princess, they became even more mythical. In any case, a rebellion needed a name and an opportunity, just like Liu Bang killing Whitesnake. Ningshu collected useful information in the town when he had nothing to do. He heard a lot of gossip, such as that the county magistrate's private advisor Ding liked children. In other words, he had a fetish for children. When he went to the surrounding villages, the poor families would either rob or buy children with good features. When he brought them back, those children would soon die. Ningshu, in a place like this, where the emperor was far away, an evil official like the private advisor was like a local tyrant. Not to mention a private advisor, even a village head or village head was like a local tyrant. Therefore, Ningshu chose this private advisor. He wrote a letter and asked someone to send it to the capital as quickly as possible. However, there were many bandits around Mountain Stone Town, so he needed someone who knew Kung Fu. I know the head of an escort agency. He's good at Kung Fu. If he can deliver the letter, he'll definitely be able to do it, Huayang said greedily. Ningshu, you know a lot of people. Huayang pulled a long face. Why are you slandering him? Is it because he once let you down, so you're using this method to get back at him? He's a good official who works for the people. You can't do this just because of personal grudges. Ningshu shook his head. I'm not a narrow-minded person. He's definitely going to rebel. If you don't believe me, let's do an experiment. You can disguise yourself and say that you're a bandit. You don't want to be a bandit anymore and want to seek refuge with him. But do you think he'll take you in when you've killed hundreds of people? That's hard to say. If he's really a good official, he'll definitely kill me, a person whose hands are stained with innocent blood, Huayang said methodically. Then let's do an experiment. The county magistrate is thirsty for talents now. Then it's not a bad thing to take in the bandits and protect the people. Are you going to watch the bandits harm the people? Huayang and Ningshu started a debate. Ningshu was too lazy to say more and let him experiment on his own. I have an evil private advisor by my side. Why didn't I see him deal with him? He even killed his own child. The nation is doomed. The next day, Huayang put on a disguise. He stuck a beard on his face, revealing only his eyes. He went to the county government and said that he wanted to see Huayang. Huayang was personally received by the county magistrate, Lu Hao. Huayang saw that Lu Hao was so handsome, just like a noble young master. Thinking that he and Pan Wenlan used to be husband and wife, he felt a little strange. How could she bear to part with such a handsome husband? Appearance was very important. Even if it wasn't good, he had to have some temperament to make people have a good impression of him. But in the end, Huayang left the county government with a complicated expression. When he returned to the inn, Ningshu was leisurely drinking water. "You look a little sad." His worldview had collapsed. Lu Hao was a person controlled by the system. Did you really expect him to have the resolve to save the people of the world? In terms of resolve, Lu Hao wasn't as thoughtful as a Jianghu wanderer. Huayang only said, "I didn't expect him to be someone who fishes for fame. What a waste of his good looks. Then can you find that head of bodyguards? If you can't, I want you to help me send him to the capital." Ningshu said worriedly, "I'm actually very worried that the people of the world will be caught in the flames of war. The world is still considered peaceful. If it's caught in the flames of war, how many people will become homeless? Even if a dynasty was rotten, there would naturally be people who would overthrow it. But right now, it wasn't rotten yet." Xiaochui was speechless. She felt that Miss had become a drama queen. Huayang's face was stiff and lifeless. He didn't know how to laugh or cry. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. He silently looked at Ningshu, who was clutching her chest with a pitiful expression. Although her words were righteous, she couldn't change her behavior of going against her ex-husband. "I'll send you a letter." "Who will protect the merchant group?" Huayang said stiffly. His voice was flat. Ningshu immediately patted his chest and said, "Of course it's me. I'm also a master. Don't think that I'm going against Lu Hao. As the advisor, I'll tell the court that Lu Hao is rebelling. That advisor has a fetish. If he finds out, Lu Hao will definitely kill him. Then we'll have one less person to deal with. Secondly, the bandits in Mountain Stone Town are a scourge. Just say that Lu Hao is colluding with these bandits and preparing to rebel. When the time comes, the court will send troops to destroy these bandits. The emperor could tolerate corrupt officials, but he definitely couldn't tolerate people who wanted to rebel. Lu Hao, the advisor, and the bandits had all been dealt with. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, why not do it? The bandits in Mountain Stone Town weren't that big. Sending troops to destroy them was making a mountain out of a molehill. However, it was different if someone recruited bandits to rebel. The emperor would definitely send troops to destroy these bandits. They weren't just bandits anymore. They were traitors. Huayang was speechless. Scheming bitch. Ningshu felt that he was going down the path of counterfeiting. Huayang took the letter and said, "I'll send it to the escort agency and come back." Ningshu reminded him, "Be careful on the road. Give me more money." Problems that could be solved with money weren't big problems. Ningshu leisurely drank tea. Xiaochui said hesitantly, "Miss, what do you want to say?" Xiaochui shook her head. "I wanted to say that one night together as husband and wife means endless devotion, but when I think of what he did to you, I can't say it. Rebelling would implicate 9 generations of the family. When the time comes, will it implicate you, miss? I've already received an edict to divorce him. Well, we have nothing to do with each other. He ate and drank when he should." However, during their stay in the town, Ningshu clearly felt that someone had set their eyes on these goods. He reckoned that once they left the town, they would be robbed in the wilderness. Someone was scouting, and it wasn't just a group of people. Ningshu was speechless. This time, she was only experimenting with some goods. The main point of the matter was to deal with Lu Hao's matter, so she used the excuse of carrying goods to cover it up. After a day and a night, Huayang returned. He was travel-worn. Ningshu immediately complimented him, "Hero Hua, you've worked hard. Being able to do something for the people is not considered a hardship. Hero Hua is so righteous. Wen Lan admires you." Huayang glanced at her. "You're not bad yourself. You're worried about the world falling into the flames of war." She could place righteousness before family. Ningshu cupped his fists. Well said, well said. Xiaochui was speechless as she watched the two of them flatter each other. Xiaochui asked, "Since it's done, miss, when can we go back?" "Let's wait a little longer. There were some things that needed to be stirred up." Xiaochui was very sad. She felt that miss was playing with fire. If they continued to stay here, Lu Hao might discover them. There were also so many animal furs and gemstones that were worth a lot of money. The travel-worn Huayang washed up, ate something, and went to rest. Ningxu wore a curtain hat and walked around the streets. He bought some small things and inquired about the county government. The conditions here were not good. The wind and sand were stronger than usual. When the beautiful madams came here, they would probably be blown into wrinkled radishes. They were used to the prosperity and delicateness of the capital. They probably would not be able to adapt to the rough life here. Especially the princess of the royal family. He didn't know if the princess knew that Lu Hao was going to rebel. On one hand was his family, and on the other hand was his husband. It was a dilemma. Lu Hao probably didn't dare to tell the princess and did it secretly. Ningxu returned to the inn and wrote another letter. A few days later, Huayang disguised himself as the bearded bandit again and took the letter to the county government. Huayang went straight to the point and threw the letter to Lu Hao. Lu Hao took the letter and read it in shock. The more he read, the angrier he became. Don't drag me into whatever you want to do. I have so many brothers in the mountains who don't want to rebel. They just want to make a living. I robbed a caravan and found it on an escort. I've already killed the caravan. Don't worry, the news shouldn't have leaked out. The private advisor beside you is probably someone who wants to splurge wealth. If he reveals to the imperial court that you want to rebel, he will be rewarded handsomely. Huayang said coldly. Lu Hao crushed the letter into a ball. He was shocked and angry. He had done it secretly. How did the private advisor find out? But he looked at the bearded Huayang suspiciously. Why are you helping me? Am I helping you? I just want to live. If this news leaks out, the imperial court will send troops here. How can I stand the destruction of the army? Lu Hao's expression relaxed. Thinking of private advisor Ding, a murderous look flashed across his eyes. Paper can't keep fire. It seemed that he had to speed up the process. Lu Hao tried to recruit Huayang again, wanting to take him under his command. Ordinary poor people would never rebel unless they couldn't survive. These bandits were much bolder. He promised a bright future. Huayang pretended to be hesitant and said that he had to go back and think about it. After all, he had to be responsible for his brothers in the mountains. After Huayang left, Lu Hao took the letter and angrily led a group of people to private advisor Ding's mansion. The private advisor bought a large piece of land outside the town and built a manor. He was one of the richest families in the town. At this time, private advisor Ding was playing with a child. When he saw the people who suddenly rushed in, he was furious. What are you doing? Can't you see that I'm busy? Seeing this, Lu Hao frowned in disgust and put the letter in front of him. I didn't expect private advisor Ding to have such great ambitions. You didn't hesitate to slander me. Private advisor Ding was confused. What the hell was this? After reading the letter, he jumped up. This wasn't written by me at all. It's not even my handwriting. Someone is obviously framing me. The private advisor was shocked. This county magistrate dared to rebel. He was just a county magistrate. Lu Hao pulled out a snow-white knife and walked towards the private advisor. Since you already know, then use your blood as a sacrifice. They were rebels anyway. Silencing them would slow down the spread of the news. He had to fight for something for himself. Private advisor Ding immediately knelt down and explained that he was loyal to the county magistrate. He was willing to do his best for the county magistrate until his death. Even if he wanted to rebel, he would do it. But Lu Hao obviously didn't believe him. He had betrayed him in order to survive and would probably report to the imperial court. This kind of person was a ticking time bomb. The advisor saw the murderous intent in Lu Hao's eyes and was furious. He couldn't figure out who had framed him and was shocked by Lu Hao's audacity. He actually wanted to rebel. Even someone as evil as advisor Ding didn't dare to think about rebelling. Lu Hao didn't hesitate and stabbed the saber into the advisor's chest. Blood spurted out onto Lu Hao's hand. Lu Hao's heart trembled. This was the first time he had killed someone with his own hands. Back then, even if he had to let his wife take the blame, he would have let her commit suicide. He wouldn't let his hands be stained with blood. But this time, he had spared the advisor. There would be endless trouble in the future. It was either you die or I die. There was no choice. After Lu Hao mentally prepared himself, he ordered people to drag Advisor Ding's body away. Advisor Ding had operated in Mountain Stone Town for so many years and had a certain amount of power. Lu Hao saw that there was a confused child beside him. His expression was blank. This child must have heard their conversation. Children were the easiest to talk to. Seeing this child being sent away, he might have spilled the beans. Lu Hao walked towards the child with his saber covered in blood. The child's eyes were filled with horror and fear. He kept retreating but couldn't say anything. Lu Hao pressed the blade against the child's tender neck and cut his hand. Warm blood splashed onto his face. Lu Hao closed his eyes. He knew he couldn't go back. After burying the child's body, Lu Hao thought that he had to find a way to recruit bandits. But these bandits were all from his own mountains and were unruly. They didn't care about the government at all. After that, Lu Hao hung the advisor's body at the Meridian Gate for the public to see. He said that the advisor was corrupt and had taken things by force. He also promised to return the land that the advisor had taken to the people. Lu Hao was instantly shed with tears of gratitude by many people. They kowtowed and called him their lord. The advisor is already dead. Fortunately, we've gotten rid of a disaster, Huayang said stiffly. Huayang said stiffly. Looking at the woman who was drinking tea, he felt that she was exceptionally skilled at sowing discord. These rich young ladies were too scheming. Ningshu said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm doing a good deed for the people. After Private Advisor Ding dies, those beautiful children won't have to suffer in the future. There will be one less person who has the power to cause trouble everywhere. Miss, you're amazing. That Private Advisor Ding deserved it." Xiao Chui poured more tea for Ningshu and said to Huayang unkindly, "Isn't Mrs. Method good? People like you who only know how to fight and kill will definitely be wanted by the government if you kill the advisor. Now this matter has nothing to do with us." Ningshu nodded and praised, "Little Chui is right." Not only did he have to achieve his goal, but he also had to be independent. Huayang was baffled. Did he say something wrong again? Why did the two women suddenly have such a big opinion of him? Huayang changed the topic stiffly. "When are we going back? If we delay for too long, your father might think that something has happened to you." Ningshu said, "It'll take some time. I'll write a letter to father." Huayang, "What are you going to send?" Ningshu. "A letter to home." "What do you think I'm going to write?" Private Advisor Ding's letter would take more than a month to reach the capital. Even if it was rushed, it would still take more than 20 days to reach the capital. After the head escort arrived in the capital, he followed his good friend's instructions and sent the letter to the emperor at the palace gate. Of course, there were several letters that were sent to the imperial censor and some other officials. Not to mention how angry the emperor would be when the letter reached his hands. This Lu Hao, if it weren't for the princess, wouldn't even be a small official. Now he had started to cause trouble and joined forces with the bandits of Mountain Stone Town to rebel. The emperor had sent Lu Hao to Mountain Stone Town for two reasons. First, he was so angry that he wanted Lu Hao to suffer and govern Mountain Stone Town well. When the time came, he would find an excuse to bring Lu Hao back to the capital. After all, he was his daughter's husband. But now he was doing something like this, in Mountain Stone Town, it felt like he was the king of the town. The people only knew Lu Hao as Lord Qing Tian, but they didn't know who the emperor was. Some officials in the imperial court also cursed. Their daughters or younger sisters were women in Lu Hao's harem. According to the 9 generations, they were also part of the 9 generations. How could this Lu Hao be so demonic? He could even cause trouble for no reason. They were convinced. They hurriedly sent servants to inform their daughters to either run or commit suicide. In any case, they didn't want to implicate their families. Some families directly erased the names of their daughters from their genealogy to protect their families. This kind of in-law was deceptive. The emperor angrily issued an imperial edict and ordered the army guarding the border to send a portion of their forces to suppress the rebellion that was about to emerge. Lu Hao directly killed the princess. The princess was brought back. If she didn't want to come back, then so be it. In short, the journey back and forth, from the capital to the border to deliver the imperial edict, and after receiving the imperial edict, they still had to gather the troops and prepare the provisions. It would take at least 2 months. There was no other choice. There were no planes or cars in ancient times, so it took a long time to do this. Ningxu thought it would take such a long time, so he might as well send the things back home and come back again. So he packed up and left. During this time, Lu Hao didn't even notice that his ex-wife was around him. Perhaps he didn't expect her to appear here. In the vicinity of Mountain Stone Town, they encountered several robberies. Moreover, there were 1 or 2 groups of bandits who had their tendons cut and recovered and started to cause trouble again. This time, Huayang didn't hold back. He directly killed these bandits who tried to rob again. These bandits were no match for Huayang's poison. Soon, corpses were everywhere. Blood rushed to the sky. Xiao Cui looked at Huayang in horror. She didn't expect this big prawn who was as hard as a sword to kill so quickly. Ningxu just watched and didn't do anything. Ningxu was very calm about the death of these bandits. But he secretly kept the souls of these bandits in the world of samsara. He could add a portion of soul power to his world, and also increase the number of living creatures in 9 Palace Mountain. It seemed that the third world was still an empty world. It was very difficult to enter the third world. It might be a little difficult to enter the 4th city. In this case, she could only make waves on the 1st and 2nd levels for the time being. The 3rd level was empty and had no waves at all. Ningxu kept the souls with a serious face. After Huayang killed all the bandits, they continued their journey. Xiao Cui vomited all the way. Obviously, her psychological quality was not strong enough. Ningxu comforted her, "If you still want to follow me around the world, this kind of thing can't be avoided. Come on." But Xiao Cui didn't feel comforted at all. Instead, she vomited more violently. After traveling for more than a month, they were finally home. Squire Pan was so anxious that he almost pulled out his beard. When he saw Ningxu, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he lectured her again and again. Xiao Cui's face was pale and she did not speak up for her mistress. Huayang held his sword and stood stiffly at the side without a word. Ningxu said, "I'm hungry." When Squire Pan heard that his daughter was hungry, he finally stopped nagging her. He was both a mother and a father. She took the things she got back to the shop to sell. Squire Pan shook his head when he saw the good fur. He said regretfully, "If we were in the capital, we would definitely be able to sell it for a good price. The price would be several times higher." There were many high-ranking officials and nobles in the capital. Everything was good under the rule of the emperor. When it was almost time, Ningxu bought some tea leaves and cloth. This time, she bought some porcelain. Porcelain was also something that people outside the Great Wall liked. Just like luxury goods, it was very satisfying to own one. However, Ningxu gave up after thinking for a while. The situation this time would definitely be very chaotic. Porcelain was something that was easily broken and would get stained. The tea leaves she brought this time were all tea bricks, and most of the cloth was cotton. She was going to join in on the fun. Squire Pan saw that Ningxu was going to run away again and was so angry that he almost jumped up. "You're going again?" "Yes, I think it's good. Father, I will support you in the future." Squire Pan was speechless. "Why are you talking about support at home? You're not relying on me to support you. How can I rest assured when you're running around like this? If you're going, who will protect you? Brother Hua helped you this time, but it doesn't mean that he will protect you in the future." Ningxu patted her chest and promised, "Father, why don't you believe in me? I'm a master." Squire Pan laughed, "Haha." Huayang said, "Brother Pan, I'll go with Miss Pan again." Huayang knew that she wanted to go to Mountain Stone Town. To be honest, he also wanted to see the situation. After all, he was also involved in this matter. Ningxu held a gun in her hand and shot at Huayang with one eye closed. "You're a good man. You want to join in the fun." Squire Pan was speechless. "Thank you, big brother." Thus, the few people who didn't stay at home for long and the caravan set off again. Xiao Cui's face was pale. She gritted her teeth and insisted on going with them. However, this time, Ningxu insisted on not bringing Xiao Cui. This time, the situation was quite dangerous. He patted Xiao Cui's head and said, "Be good and wait at home." "Miss, I'll bring something good back for you." Xiao Chui's face was full of resentment as she waved her handkerchief to send Ningxu off. Like this, the weather slowly turned cold. The cold wind blew, and Ningxu sat obediently in the carriage, leaning against the charcoal fire. Huayang boasted that he was a martial arts master. He stood tall against the cold wind. Ningxu could only cup his fists and express his admiration. As they approached Mountain Stone Town, the footsteps on the ground were messy. There were many horse hoof prints. Ningxu stuck his head out of the carriage and looked at the footsteps. He said to Hero Hua, "I think the army has already entered Mountain Stone Town." Huayang looked at the footprints and the simple stoves left behind by the army. He calculated how many people there were. Ningxu felt that 1,000 soldiers would be the most. Some bandits were just a mob. They were not a threat at all. Even if there were many bandits, they were no match for a regular army. Moreover, their numbers were not as big as the army. If there were 1,000 bandits in a mountain, the imperial court would have already come to eliminate them. This was a battle without any suspense. Mountain Stone Town was sealed off by the army. Entry and exit were strictly controlled. Ningxu and her group wanted to go in, but all the goods had been rummaged through. Ningxu had to give each of the guards a silver ingot before they were allowed to enter. This situation was obviously to take advantage of the situation. Ningxu readily gave it to them. He didn't want to lose both the goods and the silver. When they entered the town, it was empty. There were no hawkers on the streets. The doors were closed, and even the windows were closed. Ningxu found the inn from before and planned to stay there. The shopkeeper didn't want to receive guests. Seeing that Ningxu was generous, he reluctantly allowed the caravan to stay. After drinking a cup of hot tea, Ningxu asked the shopkeeper about the town's situation. The innkeeper slapped his thigh. What a sin he had committed. He blabbered on and on in a low voice as he recounted the entire incident. The army arrived at Mountain Stone Town more than 10 days ago. When they arrived, they sealed off the town. Ningxu was quite satisfied with the result. Now, Lu Hao was arrested. His wife and children were also arrested. The people of Mountain Stone Town had mixed feelings about Lu Hao. On the one hand, he did do something for the people. On the other hand, he gathered the bandits to rebel. If it wasn't certain, why would the imperial court send the army? It was good that the army eliminated the bandits. These bandits not only robbed the passing caravans, but also some villages. Especially when food was scarce, the bandits could only starve after stealing the food. Ningxu curled his lips. Then he would stay here until the matter was over. He directly extinguished Lu Hao's ambitions in the cradle. The current Lu Hao could be said to have nothing. No food, no army, his ambitions were also known in advance. Ningxu released his mental power and covered the town. However, the town was very big. It was very difficult for him to reach the county office. He saw that Lu Hao and his wife were locked in a cage. The princess carried a child in a cage alone. The princess was so good. At this time, she still had preferential treatment and was alone in a cage. The princess carried the child. Her face was haggard and filled with disbelief. Her eyes were red, and her cheekbones were high. At first glance, it was impossible for this woman to be the princess. The princess never thought that there was something worse waiting for her. She thought that coming to this remote village was already the lowest point of her life. Now, she was a prisoner because her husband wanted to rebel. As the person who slept next to her, she didn't know whether her husband rebelled or not. These people far away in the capital and the border knew first. This was definitely a conspiracy. Lu Hao was definitely wronged. But now, there was no help. She couldn't see her father who was thousands of miles away. There was no way to defend herself. From the beginning of the matter until now, Lu Hao didn't say a word. He looked extremely dispirited. This made the princess panic. She felt that the future was dark. She felt as if she had stepped into a swamp. She could only watch helplessly as she sank. In the end, there was no ceiling. This feeling was too hopeless. The princess couldn't help but question Lu Hao. Lu Hao seemed to be immersed in his own world and didn't care about the princess at all. The other wives and concubines squeezed into a cage. They were crying in low voices. Why were their lives so hard? Even if they weren't beheaded, they would be sent to be slaves or even military prostitutes. The atmosphere of despair enveloped the entire county office. Xianxia retracted her psychic power. She was sweating profusely and felt like her psychic power was about to dry up. The range was too wide. It was beyond her psychic power's tolerance. Xianxia felt that she should strengthen her psychic power. Spiritual power was a great tool for peeping. If it was large enough, within a large area, everything would be under one's nose. She wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. Her head hurt badly. Her psychic power had reached a bottleneck. After expanding to a certain range, it could no longer be extended. The army that had exterminated the bandits had returned. They entered the town with a thick smell of blood. Everyone immediately closed their doors and windows. There was no one on the streets. Only the sound of horse hooves and soldiers could be heard. Xianxia used her psychic power to scan the area. The leading general immediately pulled on the reins and looked around vigilantly. Who is it? Xianxia quickly retracted his gaze. After all, the general had survived mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He was able to detect his psychic power. However, the feeling of being peeped on did not appear again. The general waved his hand and the troops continued in the direction of the county government. Huayang was a martial artist. He could smell the strong smell of blood from afar. It seems that the imperial court has made up their mind this time. They actually sent General Li. The bandits in Mountain Stone Town would probably disappear during this period. They must have been scared out of their wits by the army. It would take some time for them to develop again. Mountain Stone Town could be peaceful for a few years or even a decade. However, it was close to the border. It was a road that caravans had to pass through. Therefore, this profession would still flourish. Xianxia asked 2333, it's already like this. That whatever system still hasn't left Lu Hao's body? Could Lu Hao still be alive? If so, Xianxia would give this guy a thumbs up. His vitality was the most tenacious of all the hosts he had seen. Perhaps he had escaped and fled to other places to develop. For example, outside the Great Wall. If he developed, he could also attack this country. In any case, it was possible that he could escape. 2333, it hasn't left yet. This system was quite patient. It was going to be a great harvest. Some short-sighted systems would rush to leave when they realized that the situation was not right. This wasted a lot of energy and did not even return to its original body. Xianxia could only wait for the system to leave Lu Hao. Perhaps the system would leave on its own and leave Lu Hao behind. This way, Lu Hao would still have a life. The black-bellied system directly devoured Lu Hao's soul. A more humane system. Let's find a new body and fight again. In short, no matter what the situation was, Lu Hao's situation was not good. After leaving his body, the system war began. Even Lu Hao could not escape the fate of being devoured. Every day, there would be troops searching everywhere. Apart from a portion of them going out to exterminate the scattered bandits, the rest would capture and kill some ruffians in the towns or villages as a warning to others. For a time, the atmosphere in Mountain Stone Town was unprecedentedly good. No one picked up anything that was left behind on the road, and there were no more cases of thievery. The commoners were all trembling in fear. The tyrant was also very afraid. He was afraid that someone would report him as a tyrant. Actually, he was also very gentle. Xianxia was speechless. He felt that this General Li really had a personality. He probably wanted to completely change the atmosphere of Mountain Stone Town. It seemed that General Li was a tough general. It was a blessing for the country to have such a general. This was a typical cold-faced, cold-hearted general who cared about the world. He liked it. Li style equals color, #4876FF, this is a gorgeous line, /I please note, after reading for a long time, please pay attention to your eyes. Recommended reading style equals color, #4876FF, this is a gorgeous line, /I the general was very obedient. After dealing with the bandits, he would kill Lu Hao and present the head to the emperor in the capital. Although the weather was already cold, when the head was sent to the capital, the emperor would probably see a rotten face. He hoped that after dealing with it, the head would rot slower. Lu Hao's face was ashen. The feeling of powerlessness grew stronger and stronger. Was he really going to die here? He was really unwilling. General Li carried a long spear and walked to the side of the cage expressionlessly. The princess shouted in panic, "Pai Lupi, if you dare to kill him, I will not let you off." General Li said indifferently, "Princess, I am not Pai Lupi. I am Li Feng. Pai Lupi, don't kill my husband. As an older sister, I am begging you. For the sake of our friendship since we grew up together." Ning Shu, who was watching the show, was speechless. F***ck, why do I feel that this Li heir and the princess have some past entanglements, Pai Lupi? Thinking of the 9-Palace Mountain Pai Lupi, he was an idiot. However, the Pai Lupi of the 9-Palace Mountain could only be reincarnated there. After all, the world of samsara was not connected to these planes of existence. Could it be that General Li and the princess, Ning Shu could imagine a melodramatic plot even with his eyes closed. General Li did not show any mercy. He directly pierced Lu Hao's chest with his long spear into his heart. Lu Hao's eyes gradually lost their light. General Li pulled out the long spear and Lu Hao's body fell to the ground. The princess looked at Lu Hao in disbelief. "You killed him. You killed her. Pai Lupi, I hate you. Master, master." The other madams all began to sob. They were in despair. They had lost their pillar of support. General Li did not take the princess's words to heart. "It doesn't matter if you hate me. You will be free once you leave him. Look at you, a princess, ever since you got together with him, you have been cursed by thousands of people. Your days are getting worse and worse. You are neither a human nor a ghost. But I love him. Pai Lupi, I hate you. Give my husband back to me." The princess wailed in pain. The little girl beside her, who was not even 2 years old, also began to cry. General Li's face flashed with a strange look. Finally, he calmed down. She was no longer the arrogant and beautiful princess. She was also no longer the older sister in his heart. This time, he took the initiative to come here to see her. The princess was his cousin. There was no way he didn't have any feelings for her. 2333, that's strange. The system did not leave his body. Ning Shu. Don't tell me it wants to revive Lu Hao. Lu Hao's soul does not seem to have left his body. Ning Shu's heart was itching. He wanted to immediately rush over and cut off Lu Hao's head. If he could still be revived like this, Ning Shu would be convinced. He double-tapped 6 sixes. 2333, it's most likely this plan. It would not easily change its host. This system is very well hidden. Ning Shu narrowed his eyes. He had a feeling that 2333 had struck gold this time. He had met an old fox system. Who knew how much luck and souls it had stolen? General Li planned to cut off Lu Hao's head. The princess immediately begged him, "Pai Lupi, I beg you. Leave him a whole corpse, please." General Li frowned and did not say anything. However, he did not immediately cut off Lu Hao's head. "Ning Shu, go, go, go." Hua Yang's face was stern. He looked at Ning Shu from the corner of his eyes. He was scratching his head. It was winter, but he was so anxious that he was sweating. He asked carefully, "Are you having epilepsy?" "Epilepsy?" Ning Shu looked at Hua Daxia with some pity. This guy was destined to be alone for the rest of his life. Talking like this was like telling a girl, "You're good at everything, but you like to laugh like a pig." Asking people to talk like this, of course, there was no guarantee that one day when he saved the beauty, the girl would rush to repay him with her body. Ning Shu squeezed out a hee-hee from his throat, ignored him, and continued to look at the situation. Ning Shu was so anxious that he wanted to help and cut off Lu Hao's head. The longer he delayed, the higher Lu Hao's chances of survival. He didn't know what method the system used to imprison Lu Hao's soul in his body. It was probably using energy to repair Lu Hao's soul again. If Lu Hao's luck was better and more dramatic, his heart would be on the right side, and he would be able to survive. Ning Shu face-bombed. This princess really came out to mess things up. Now that the princess was living like this, it was most likely that her luck had been plundered. Luck was one reason why she was living so miserably. On the other hand, it was possible that she was muddle-headed because of love. Even if Ningxu didn't come, who knew what the princess's fate would be like in the future? Lu Hao seemed to be full of love, but he was actually cold. There was no love at all. The princess cried and begged not to cut off Lu Hao's head, and to leave Lu Hao's corpse intact. General Li didn't agree or reject. He was probably very conflicted. Ningxu, Li Dada, you're going to hand the head to the emperor. Don't cheat. Take out your upright military bearing and reject her. As time passed, Ningxu also gave up. It seemed that General Li was going to be biased for the princess cousin this time to say goodbye. Seeing the princess crying with tears and snot, she looked especially pitiful. Anyone who saw her would feel pity for her. It seemed that General Li still had some feelings for the princess. Ningxu sighed and held his chin. Everything would be solved if he just cut off the head. Now he had to track Lu Hao's corpse. In the end, as Ningxu expected, General Li didn't cut off Lu Hao's head. Instead, he replaced it with a bandit's head. Of course, he found someone with a face similar to Lu Hao's. She combed her hair into the same bun as Lu Hao and inserted Lu Hao's hairpin into her bun. Rolling the skull into the lime, it was white and seeping. It was hard to see the exact appearance of the skull unless one used their hands to pat off the lime on the skull. The emperor wouldn't do anything. In any case, he should be able to hide it. Furthermore, General Li felt that Lu Hao's heart had already been pierced by a spear and he couldn't be any more dead. Who would have thought that Lu Hao would still be alive? Thank you, Pai Lupi. The princess wiped her tears and looked at the lifeless corpse. Her heart was numb from the pain. General Li asked, "Is the princess going back to the capital?" "Why would I go back? Imperial father killed my husband. What can I do? I can't kill Imperial father to avenge him." General Li said, "Princess, be careful with your words. The emperor said that you can return to the capital or stay here." The princess snorted with a fake smile. Her face was filled with grief and sarcasm. "I'm not going back. I'm going to protect him. Everything I have in this life is with him. My glory is with him. My heart is with him." General Li pursed his lips and dealt with the other wives and concubines with a cold face. These people were all demoted to servants and were recorded as slaves. They basically wouldn't be able to turn over a new leaf in this life. The madams cried uncontrollably. Among them, there were a few madams with good family backgrounds. They were all dead set on following Lu Hao because they believed that Lu Hao would be able to stand up again. When he returned to the capital, he would definitely be an existence that people looked up to. He would definitely be able to go back and slap their faces. However, they didn't expect that there would be no low point in life. They were originally young ladies of noble families, but now they were actually being sent to be slaves. How could they bear this, the young ladies who didn't do any household chores, and even some of the lowly singers and dancers, wouldn't do such menial and tiring work. Their task was to sing and dance and serve the nobles. The ladies felt that their future was dark. They didn't even know when they would be tortured to death. They might even be bullied and humiliated. Or they might end up in a brothel and have a pair of jade-like arms that could be pillowed by 10,000 people. Just thinking about it made them tremble in fear. If they knew that it would be like this, they definitely wouldn't have followed. At this moment, they suddenly felt envious of Pan Wenlan, who had divorced Lu Hao long ago. Thinking about it, she really had nothing in this life. Her body was ruined by the princess. She didn't even have a child. Her husband even had to share with so many people. She refused to be the mistress of the house and ran over to be a man's concubine. She lowered her status and had nothing. Suddenly, she felt some hatred for Lu Hao, who had died and left this group of helpless women behind. These madams were all taken away. It was also because General Li was strict in his management of the army. If it were any other army, these madams would have been bullied and humiliated long ago. General Li repeatedly asked the princess if she wanted to return to the capital. If she didn't return to the capital, she could follow him to the border. This way, he could help take care of the mother and daughter. The princess' daughter wasn't even 2 years old now. With an orphan and a widow, it was easy for her to be bullied. The princess shook her head and rejected General Li's good intentions. To her, it was the same no matter where she went. There was no joy in this life. Lu Hao was dead. A corner of her heart had already collapsed. Gradually, her entire heart would collapse. She would be lifeless. Even if she was alive, she would be a walking corpse. General Li wasn't a talkative person. His suggestions were repeatedly rejected, so he didn't say anything else. He packed up everything and prepared to return to the border. Before he left, he saw her guarding the corpse. Fortunately, it was winter, so the corpse didn't smell in a short time. The child next to her sat in the snow and cried, but the princess didn't seem to hear. General Li picked up the child and patted the snow off her body. The princess stiffly turned her head and said to General Li in a hoarse voice, "Pai Lupi, can you take her away?" General Li instantly understood the princess's intentions. If she gave the child to him, he would probably have to follow this man. General Li directly refused. "This is your child. Of course, you have to raise her. In the future, you have to prepare a dowry for her. You have to see her live a peaceful and beautiful life." As a mother, she was strong. If he really took the child away, her cousin would have no more worries. Wouldn't she be determined to die? Thinking that this man was the executioner who killed Lu Hao, if she gave the child to him, it wouldn't be good for her to acknowledge the murderer as her father in the future. The princess didn't say anything about entrusting the child to him. General Li had to return to the border, so he left behind some gold, silver, and jewels. These were all copied from the mountain bandits. It was enough for the mother and daughter to live the rest of their lives without worry. The princess only asked General Li to take it back. She wouldn't use a needle or a piece of thread from this man. General Li pursed his lips, but he also knew that the little bit of affection that they had grown up together was gone. /BK On the day of the march, General Li waited outside the town for a long time, but the princess didn't come out, so he rode away. To Ningxu, as a bystander, General Li was actually a good man, but he didn't express himself much. Lu Hao was a man of this era who knew how to say a few flirtatious words. But girls liked these things. So it formed a routine. Flirting was reaching out to girls. Since ancient times, deep love couldn't keep the heart of a person, only a routine. Since you like to hear it, then follow this routine. Ningxu didn't dare to relax. His spiritual power was focused on Lu Hao's body. Lu Hao didn't wake up. His face was pale, like a dead person. After using his spiritual power all the time and being tired, Ningxu would rest for a while before checking. He wiped the sweat off his head. He felt that his body was hollowed out and his head hurt. Huayang looked at Ningxu strangely more than once. How could he sweat so much in winter? Sweating in winter consumed yang energy and couldn't hide essence energy. Did you go crazy? Huayang thought about it and could only think of this possibility. She seemed to have some inner strength. Ningxu. I'm just afraid of the heat and war too much. Huayang didn't say anything else. Let's go, follow me. Ningxu left the inn first. Because the army left, the town was lively again. Ningxu shuttled through the crowd. Huayang followed her closely. Ningxu used his spiritual power to see the princess wipe Lu Hao's body, put on mourning clothes, and use a cart to pull Lu Hao's body out of the town. Obviously, she was looking for a place to bury Lu Hao's body. Ningxu had to know where Lu Hao's body was buried. When the time came, he would cut off Lu Hao's head. He couldn't drag it out for too long. What if Lu Hao revived again? This kind of pay-to-win player with a resurrection armor was really annoying. Snowflakes fell from the sky, and the cold wind whistled. The princess pulled the cart and walked aimlessly against the whistling cold wind. A girl less than 2 years old sat on the cart beside her father's body. She was young and didn't know what was going on. Although she was a princess, her future was destined to be bad. To some extent, the mother and daughter's luck was gone. They were supposed to be princesses and infanta, living a life of luxury. Of course, this was partly because of Ningxu. When they arrived at a forest, the princess used a shovel to dig the snow. The ground was frozen and very hard. It was not easy for the princess to dig a hole. However, the princess insisted on digging a grave for Lu Hao. Her palms were bleeding from the friction of the shovel. This scene was particularly touching. Huawei watched from afar and said, although she has done a lot of wrong things, she is a steadfast woman. Ningxu, haha, don't use love to cover up everything. It seems like as long as she is loyal to her love, she can do anything. It was as if Guan love was pardonable. Should he let go of his hobby? Ningxu coldly said, she is indeed very loyal. Do you believe that she will abandon her daughter and commit suicide? Dying for love, how beautiful. Huayang looked at Ningxu's indifferent expression. You don't seem to care. It's not that I don't care, but the princess is like a gambler who has lost everything. Suicide was very normal. It was like a stock trader who lost everything overnight and jumped down from the building. Abandoning his family. The princess gambled on her feelings. She gambled that she had married a good husband, a good man who was second to none in the world. She invested a lot. As a princess, she married a small official as a concubine. She lost her reputation and pride. Secondly, she had to share her husband with so many women. Now, her husband was dead. She lost everything emotionally and had nothing left. One was a loss of money, and the other was a loss of feelings. If she could not bear it, she would naturally kill herself. Ningxu understood this feeling very well. Ever since the peerless martial arts had been destroyed, she had been gambling every day. However, as time passed, Ningxu calmed down. If the peerless martial arts could not be preserved, Ningxu felt that he should be able to continue. After all, there was the world of reincarnation, and then the world of living beings. He did not know if there would be a world of faith in the future. Huayang had nothing to say. What could he say when he met a scheming bitch who was good at talking? Ningxu and Huayang silently watched the princess dig the soil with a huff and puff. Ningxu gathered his clothes. The wind was blowing so hard that his face hurt. Huayang felt that the girl's body temperature was too unstable. She was sweating one moment and shivering the next. Ningxu was very bored waiting. The princess finally buried Lu Hao's body. Seeing such a deep pit, Ningxu felt really speechless. She would dig it out again later. It was really tiring to bury and dig it out. After Lu Hao's body was buried, Princess Huayang sat in the snow with a numb look. The child was calling for her mother. The princess said to the child, Nan Nan, let's go back. The princess put the child on the handcart and pulled it away. In the cold wind, she left without looking back. Huayang said stiffly, she didn't commit suicide. Ningxu said, are you stupid? She should have settled her child. Hurry up and dig the grave. Why? He is dead. Why do you still disturb his soul? A dead man is like an extinguished lamp. Everything should be written off. Ningxu's face was unfathomable. I don't care about stupid people. Was Lu Hao the kind of person who died like an extinguished lamp? The soul didn't leave the body, nor did it go to the world of samsara. What kind of person was that? Hurry up, hurry up. Who knows when she will come back? Hero Hua had never done such a shameful thing like digging someone's grave. Seeing her digging so hard, how much hatred did she have? She didn't even let the dead go. She was crazy. The princess dug a little deep. Ningxu jumped into the pit and threw Lu Hao's body directly. The body fell at Hero Hua's feet. Huayang frowned coldly. She was incorrigible. How could she profane a corpse like that? Ningxu climbed out of the pit and pushed Lu Hao's body away. He found that the wound on his left chest was much smaller. Although his flesh had been torn apart and his skin was deathly pale, the wound had shrunk a lot. Now the wound was like being shot by an arrow instead of being pierced by a spear. The wound was at least the size of a baby's fist. Ningxu put his hand on Lu Hao's chest and moved his arm. The muscles were still soft and didn't show the stiffness of a dead person. Then he leaned over and put his ear on Lu Hao's chest. He felt that Lu Hao's heart was beating very weakly, and it beat for a long time. If he didn't observe for a long time, he would definitely think that Lu Hao was dead. Come and see. Ningxu waved to Huayang. No. /BK He didn't have the hobby of tarnishing the dead. Playing with corpses didn't respect the dead at all. Even enemies shouldn't insult corpses like this. Ningxu. He's still alive. Huayang didn't quite believe it. A dead person was buried in the ground for at least an hour. Are you kidding me? Huayang squatted down to take his pulse and then listened to his heartbeat. He was shocked. Could this be the legendary tortoise breathing technique, the fake death technique? Ning Shu, then what do you want to do? If Huayang remembered correctly, this man was her husband, a night of husband and wife, 100 days of grace. But how did she know that her husband wasn't dead? Could it be that he faked his death to avoid the imperial court's pursuit? Ning Shu smiled and said, of course I have to get rid of this scourge for the country and the people. If he's alive, he will definitely take revenge. Huayang, but although he's my ex-husband, if he's alive, he has a deep hatred for this country and will definitely take revenge in the future, Ning Shu said worriedly. Huayang, a woman's heart is the most vicious. Ning Shu pulled out Huayang's sword and pointed it at Lu Hao's neck. Lu Hao was still unaware, as if he didn't notice the approaching danger at all. Ning Shu didn't hesitate and wanted to cut off her head with the sword. In an instant, Lu Hao opened his blood-red eyes and dodged Ning Shu's sword with a sidestep. Lu Hao flipped over and stood up. His feet were off the ground and his body was floating. Ning Shu immediately realized that this Lu Hao wasn't the Lu Hao of the past. The system was controlling his body. This system was the calmest system Ning Shu had ever seen. At this time, it still hadn't left the body. No matter how bad the situation was, it didn't rush to escape. It probably wanted to fight back. Although the spring was at its lowest, the rebound force was definitely strong. The system probably still wanted to let Lu Hao live and then annex this country step by step to become the ruler of the world. Huayang felt that what was happening now was making his worldview a little shaky. Floating in the air like this, how could a Qinggong be able to step on the snow without leaving a trace, unless it was a bird with wings? Even if one were to leap onto roofs and vault over walls, one would still need a point of support. This person was floating in the air and did not need a point of support. Ning Shu held her sword and drew a beautiful sword flower. Then, she attacked Lu Hao with a swish. I'll chop off your head and see how you resurrect. Ning Shu swooshed, and the system allowed Lu Hao's body to avoid the attack. If any vital parts were injured, it would still need to use its energy. This was Ning Shu's first time fighting against the system. In the past, the system would always break away and then fight against the system. Ning Shu's fighting spirit surged, and the sword in his hand danced even faster. It was difficult for the system to control Lu Hao's body to avoid these injuries. Unable to fuse with his body, he couldn't do as he pleased. Soon, Lu Hao's clothes were torn to shreds. He infused the remaining energy in his dantian into his sword and sliced it across Lu Hao's neck. The cut was neat, and Lu Hao's head was chopped off. The head fell to the ground, and the hot red blood dripped onto the snow. Even without his head, Lu Hao's body was still floating and did not fall. Huayang stood far away and watched, his face blank. What the hell was this? He still didn't break away at this time. Was he going to use the headless corpse to plunder luck? Be careful not to get cremated. 2333, leave further away. It's definitely going to break away. It's probably going to cause a big commotion. Ning Shu, can you do it? A man has to do it even if he can't. A man? Oh, 2333 is actually a man. Ning Shu's mouth twitched, and he grabbed the head and hid further away. He also threw the head into the pit. Later, he would have to throw Lu Hao's body in to bury it. After all, they were husband and wife. The system broke away from the headless corpse, and Lu Hao's body fell directly onto the snow. Ning Shu quickly ran over, threw the body into the pit, and quickly buried it. Gradually, a strong wind blew around, and sand and stones flew. There was also a cracking sound when something touched each other. They almost fainted from the shock. The wind blew so hard that they couldn't even open their eyes. The huge sound waves and movement directly destroyed the surrounding trees. Ning Shu and Huayang directly lay on the ground, holding their ears tightly. Ning Shu used spiritual energy to seal his ears, isolating them from the huge sound waves. Next to him, Huayang vomited blood. Ning Shu injected some spiritual energy into him. Ning Shu originally thought that it would be over soon, but he didn't expect the movement to get bigger and bigger. Even the ground began to tremble, like an earthquake. The sound waves became louder and louder, radiating to the surroundings with the two systems as the center. Many trees were cut in half and fell down like building blocks. Fortunately, this place was quite a distance away from the town. Otherwise, under such sound waves, one's brain and ears would be destroyed. He didn't know how long it would take. The power of this system was beyond Ningxu's imagination. He didn't know if 2333 could handle it. Ningxu didn't have a clear idea of 2333's strength at all. Well, she didn't know much about 2333. She didn't even know if his companion was a trash or a super god. She usually had a playful look on her face. Ningxu waited and waited. Her body was covered with a layer of snow. The battle was still going on, and the ground was shaking especially hard. If this continued, maybe the crustal plates would shake and there would be problems. At that time, there would be an earthquake somewhere. Could 2333 do it or not? She didn't want to lose herself and then become a mission taker without a system. Huayang, who was next to her, guessed that he was about to die. The sound waves caused a lot of damage to the body. Although he was lying on the ground and avoided most of the sound waves, he still couldn't withstand it. Ningxu slid down and pulled his leg, trying to drag him as far away as possible. Huayang, there was really something wrong. Gradually, the sound waves became less intense, and the movement also became smaller. Then, the surroundings became dead silent. Ningxu shouted, 2333, I'm here. I've used up all my energy. I think I'll be dormant for a long time. You should focus on your mission. After that, 2333 went silent. Ningxu breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he didn't die. Great risks came with great opportunities. Although 2333 said that he had used up all his energy, it showed how powerful this system was. As for whether 2333's energy was really used up, Ningxu didn't know. Intuition told him that 2333 had made a big profit this time. But the mission was finally completed. This mission was really full of twists and turns. He had seen a powerful wild system. He didn't know how many wild systems there were in the billions of worlds. Ningxu got up from the ground, brushed the snow off his body, and nudged Huayang with his foot. Get up. Huayang frowned and said stiffly, I have internal injuries. Ningxu, /BK. As they walked back, they saw the princess walking towards them. Ningxu and Huayang quickly hid. Huayang clutched his chest as if she sure was holding his heart. He said stiffly, you left the child behind and went to the grave? Ningxu followed the princess. Huayang dragged his injured body and followed. The princess moved to the grave and found that the surroundings were different. She found a house for her daughter. When she came back, the surrounding trees were all broken. She suspected that she had gone the wrong way. The princess's expression changed. She searched everywhere for the place where Lu Hao was buried. Was there something wrong with Lu Hao's body? The princess was so anxious that she cried. After finding the place, she dug with her hands until her fingers bled. After digging for a long time, the princess's hands were already bloody. Finally, she found Lu Hao's body. The princess saw that her husband's head and body were separated. He was buried with a full head and tail. Why was his head separated now? The princess hugged Lu Hao's head and cried heartbreakingly. She looked desperate and painful. Then, she ran away with the head. Ningxu quickly followed. Huayang felt that his organs hurt so much that he was about to vomit blood. The princess carried Lu Hao's head to a cliff. Without any hesitation, she jumped down. Ningxu was speechless. Although he knew that the princess wanted to commit suicide, he didn't expect her to be so determined. She was probably triggered by the head. Huayang's stiff face was full of shock and confusion. He really abandoned his daughter and committed suicide? It's not suicide. It's suicide for love. Ningxu turned and left. Anyway, the mission was completed. He exchanged the tea leaves and cloth for the new year. However, Huayang was injured internally. Although he had Ningxu's spiritual energy, he couldn't walk anymore. So this time, Ningxu went to exchange for things himself. Huayang didn't say anything. He stayed in Mountain Rock Town to recuperate. This scheming B*TCH was originally an expert. He didn't do anything serious, but his martial arts were high. He usually didn't help when he encountered bandits. Didn't his conscience feel uneasy when he saw him kill people? He came to help, but he ended up doing everything. He didn't hold back at all. Ningshu felt very wronged. She had said several times that she was an expert, but in the end, no one believed her. What about the trust between people? Ningshu led the caravan out of the pass. Once winter arrived, the wind outside the pass became even colder. When they arrived at the trading location, Ningshu took out a few bags of tea bricks. Tea bricks were compressed tea leaves. This kind of tea leaves definitely didn't taste as good as loose tea leaves, but it could be used to make milk tea. These nomads liked to drink goat's milk, so it would be better to boil it with tea. The tea bricks were quickly exchanged, but the cloth was not easy to get rid of. Because it was winter now, these people were all wearing fur, so there was not much demand for cloth. Ningshu traded for what he could at a low price. Half a month later, they arrived at Mountain Stone Town. When they saw Huayang again, his face was no longer as pale as before. However, his face was still stiff and he had a sour expression on his face. However, Ningshu saw that Huayang was holding a child in his arms. She was wearing a furry outfit and looked like she was carved out of jade. She was hugging his neck tightly. If she guessed correctly, this should be the princess's daughter. Why was Huayang holding her? Huayang said lightly, she was thrown in the snow. The people the princess entrusted to cheat her of the gold, silver, and jewelry, then threw the child away. She was so cold that she cried in the snow. I really couldn't bear it. Ningshu just said, okay, you take her with you. The princess died happily. She didn't expect her daughter to be so young. Even if she was entrusted, how could they take care of her carefully? Some people didn't even love their own children. Why would they love someone else's child? Ningshu also felt that there was another possibility for losing the child. They knew that the girl was the daughter of a rebel and didn't dare to take her in. They were also greedy for some money. The princess was lost. On the way back, Huayang finally couldn't help but gossip. How do you know that Lu Hao didn't die? And what's with the earthquake? Ningshu was also confused. I don't know. But I know that more than 10 years ago, Lu Hao was working for my family. There was one time when he was like this. He was already dead. He didn't even breathe. Anyway, he was a dead person. But he came back to life. I'm guessing that's the case this time. The world is so big. Maybe someone can come back from the dead. Ningshu had already thought of what to say. Then what's with the flying sand and stones and the earthquake? Ningshu spread his hands. I don't know. Maybe it's the rolling dragon. Of course it's uncanny workmanship. There are many things that we can't understand. Huayang didn't say anything. Ningshu said again, no matter what we face, we have to be calm. Huayang just glanced at her. She was so calm that she directly took a sword and chopped off her husband's head. Does old brother Pan know that his daughter is so cruel? Ningshu said to him. Don't tell my father about this. My father is a long-winded person. If you guide him, he will think too much. He is also afraid that Lu Hao's matter will implicate the Pan family. It's better to hide it from him. Huayang just nodded. Ningshu trusted Huayang's character. These people in the pugilistic world value their reputation more than their lives. Compared to such a person, she was even more lacking in moral integrity. Although they hurried, when they reached home, it was already the new year. Traveling in winter was terrible. They couldn't sleep in such cold weather. They might freeze to death. When Squire Pan saw Huayang carrying a child, he asked where the child came from. Ningshu only said that the child was picked up and thrown away by his parents. Squire Pan said, oh, and began to nag habitually. This time, they went to deliver goods. This time, it took longer. Did he know how anxious, desperate, and worried his family was? They couldn't eat or sleep. Since she divorced, she felt that Squire Pan had become more naggy. She guessed that he was afraid that his daughter couldn't figure it out. Even if he went to deliver goods, it was also to relieve his worries. Ningshu took out the gifts he prepared for Squire Pan. It was medicinal wine from beyond the Great Wall. He also gave Xiaochui a jade bracelet. You don't have to give me anything. I will be relieved if you stay at home. Squire Pan said with a smile. Ningxu smiled and nodded. Huayang, who had been holding a wooden stick, said, "Old brother Pan, don't worry. Your daughter's kung fu is not bad. At least, she could travel in the pugilistic world." Squire Pan and Xiaochui didn't believe him. She is a girl. How can she know kung fu? Ningxu shrugged at Huayang. See, sometimes no one believed the truth. It was really hopeless. /BK After talking for a while, Squire Pan was tired and started to eat dinner. During the night watch, Squire Pan asked Ningxu to go to bed early so that he didn't have to stay up all night. He was travel-worn and his body couldn't take it. Huayang's mouth twitched when he saw Squire Pan treating his daughter as if she was a piece of soft tofu. Her body was strong enough to jump around. Besides, she had traveled back and forth several times. She wasn't that weak. Brother Hua, don't mind her. My daughter has been spoiled since she was a child. Huayang, as long as you're happy. Brother Huayang, are you interested in running a delivery business with us? With your skills, I'm sure you'll have a smooth journey. Squire Pan said cheerfully. Ningxu popped his head out and said, yes. With Uncle Hua's skills, you'll be invincible. Huayang was a little frightened. Uncle, Pan Wenlan was 25 years old. He was not even 30 yet, but she called him uncle. He was being polite to Squire Pan. That was how people in the martial arts world addressed him. Did she think she was a little girl? Huayang didn't agree to stay. He was determined to become a hero and pursue a higher level of martial arts. Besides, traveling in the martial arts world was very free. Running a business was tiring. Thank you, Squire Pan. But I'm not suitable for running a business. Running this kind of business is like traveling all over the world. Besides, you still have a child to feed. Huayang, child? Huayang suddenly remembered that he had picked up a child and had never thought of raising her. Huayang couldn't help but look at Ningxu. Ningxu said directly, I didn't pick up this child. Huayang's face stiffened. She's your husband's child. My husband's child? Squire Pan was surprised. Where did this child come from? Ningxu said tiredly, I'm tired. Tell me what happened. Huayang said, Lu Hao rebelled. The princess committed suicide and left a child behind. Huayang told him the story very simply. Squire Pan, so this was the child of Lu Hao and the princess. Squire Pan's expression was very complicated. Damn it. These two people were enemies to the Pan family. Why did they want to raise a child? Could it be that his daughter was too kind and wanted to keep this child? If she wanted to raise him, then so be it. Anyway, the child was still young now. When he grew up, he would definitely not remember anything. When Ningxu returned to the room, Xiaochui hurriedly dusted the bed for Ningxu and made the quilt. She asked, Princess, the child brought back by Hero Hua is your daughter. Xiaochui had stayed in the Lu residence for a long time. Even if the princess was not willing to take the child out of the courtyard, she could still see her once or twice. That child was the princess's child. Ningxu explained the matter to Xiaochui. Xiaochui's mouth twitched. I don't understand what the princess is thinking. Even if she wants to entrust her daughter to someone else, she should be sent to the capital. The child's grandfather is the emperor. Ningxu felt that Xiaochui's words were reasonable. Moreover, if they raised this child, in the future, the emperor would remember that he had a granddaughter and discover that she was in their home. According to the emperor's paranoia, he might have imagined something. However, he felt that even if this child returned to the capital, she would not be any better. Although she did not have to worry about food and clothing, she would definitely be bullied. A child without parents to protect her, who knew what she would grow up to be in the future. It would be fine if the emperor took pity on her, but it would be fine if he did not. The next day, Ningxu asked Huayang what he planned to do with this child. He directly said that the Pan family might not raise this child. In the past, they could be said to be incompatible with the princess. Now that they were raising the child, no one would believe that the Pan family would treat the child well. Moreover, Ningxu did not want anything to do with the Pan family in Mountain Stone Town. He did not want people to suspect anything. Huayang's face was pale. At that time, he saw the child crying in the snow and could not find a place to go. She was very pitiful, so he carried the child. Only then did he realize that this child's identity was very troublesome. If he wanted to travel to Jianhu, would he have to bring a child with him? Then he would send her to the palace. Think of an excuse yourself. How did you meet this child? Don't get yourself involved, Ningxu said directly. If he went to send the child, he would not be detained. What if the emperor was angry? Ordinary people could not afford to offend him. Huayang nodded. After the new year, he planned to take the child to the capital. The child was very dependent on Huayang. She was very obedient in Huayang's arms. When no one cared about her and her mother disappeared, this uncle probably saved her. Ningxu, there was an 80% chance that this child would be ruined by Huayang. If Huayang was not cruel, then yes, he would take the child to travel to Jianhu in the future. She was still a little girl. It would be very inconvenient. When Huayang was about to leave, he saw Ningxu laughing mischievously and waving her handkerchief. He felt that she was very unlucky and scheming. Xiao Chui, miss, why do I feel that Hero Hua's face is more serious than before? Ningxu, probably to establish the dignity of an elder in front of the child. It snowed heavily during the new year. When Ningxu was bored, he wrote down the secret manual of the peerless martial arts so that the person who commissioned it could cultivate it when they came back. Moreover, with one more person cultivating it, there would be one more belief. Although it did not obviously help the peerless martial arts. Many a little makes a mickle. Xiao Chui, do you want to practice the peerless martial arts with Miss? Ningxu asked Xiao Chui. No, I don't want to. Ningxu, practice more. In the future, when you travel the world with Miss, how can you travel without a good body? It was not like in modern times, where you could get to the destination after sleeping on the carriage. In modern times, you either had to rely on your legs or the horse's legs. In short, it was very difficult to travel around the world in ancient times. Just strengthen your body. It was to add a belief to the peerless martial arts. Xiao Chui could not persuade Ningxu. She followed Ningxu's instructions. However, Xiao Chui was not interested in this aspect. She would rather embroider, make knee pads, or make gloves. Ningxu did not force her. She was not in danger yet. In the future, she would know how important strength was if she encountered danger. Unless she stopped following him in the future. He did not know if the person who commissioned it would continue to do this business when he came back. After traveling around and seeing so many things, he would not think so much. Other people did not have the means to do so, but Squire Pan was a very open-minded father. After the new year, Dongshui began to melt slowly. After the cold of spring, Ningxu felt that it was time to go on the road. This time, he brought some Central Plains jewelry, rouge, face powder, and so on. Tea was a must. In short, he brought more things so that he could exchange them for more things when the time came. Now that Mountain Stone Town was peaceful, he made a few more trips. In the future, more and more people would come to sell goods. The more people there were, the less profit there would be. He had to be the first to do anything. Just as Ningxu was about to leave, Huayang came back with the child. Ningxu, Squire Pan asked, didn't you give the child to the emperor? Huayang was very helpless. Not only did he pull a long face, but he also frowned. It was obvious that he was really worried. The child insisted on following me. She hugged my leg and wouldn't let me go. The emperor had no choice but to let me take her away. Is this really his granddaughter? Ningxu, even a son wouldn't care, let alone a granddaughter whose father was a rebel. Even if he didn't kill her, it was still a good thing that someone was willing to raise her. Ningxu, didn't you give her any benefits? Raising a granddaughter for free? Should she be grateful for raising a child for you? You can't bully people like this. She gave me some banknotes. I don't want those things. That's for the child's dowry, Ningxu retorted. Ningxu looked at Huayang sympathetically. Poor thing. It's really not easy to raise a child. She has to learn to read and write and prepare a dowry. Huayang silently watched the scheming bitch speak. Her compassionate expression made Huayang's stomach ache. Every time she showed this expression, it was full of hypocrisy and calculation. Huayang felt that this was the first time he met such a shameless person after so many years in the martial arts world. Lu Hao was really pitiful. He didn't even know who was behind his death. If Lu Hao could get such a woman to help him, he would definitely succeed. Lu Hao, that idiot, probably didn't even know what kind of person his wife was. Ning Shu saw that Huayang didn't respond and thought that he was really a master of awkward silence. You're destined to be alone for the rest of your life. Actually, you can leave the child with the Pan family. Although the Pan family isn't a rich family, the child can still learn to read and write, Ning Shu said. He's your husband's child. You should be responsible for him. No, he is my ex-husband's child, and this child has nothing to do with me. Huayang was still struggling. He wanted to kick the child to Ning Shu. Then it has nothing to do with me. Ning Shu said with pity, how is it not related? You picked her up, so you have to be responsible for her. If you don't want to be responsible, you can throw her away. Since you didn't throw her away, you have to be responsible. Huayang was speechless. Why did he meet such a person? He shouldn't have returned the favor in the first place. He wouldn't have met such a scheming B*tch. Old brother Pan still went against his conscience every day and said that his daughter was really pitiful. She was divorced and didn't have any children, blah blah blah, this family was so weird. That's enough. Don't quarrel. Squire Pan saw Huayang's red face and neck. It was really difficult for him. But Squire Pan hated Lu Hao, and now he had to raise Lu Hao's child, so he couldn't do it. Did he owe Lu Hao something in his previous life? Not only did he sponsor Lu Hao, but now he had to raise his daughter, and it was the daughter of a princess. Ning Shu said, it's not easy for you to take care of a child in the Jianghu. How about this? Leave the child with the Pan family and work as a delivery man for the Pan family for 5 years. We'll split the profit. You have to prepare a dowry for the child in advance. If there's a lot of dowry, no one will bully her in the future. Huayang was speechless. He was so angry that he laughed. 5 years? Why don't you do it for 10 or 20 years? If you want, it's okay. Huayang really didn't have a choice. If he left the child to someone else, she would hug his leg and not let go. She looked at him like she was holding a grape. It made his heart ache and uncomfortable. But it was very troublesome to stay by her side. 5 years is too long. Then how long do you want? Ning Shu asked. 3 years. Okay. When it was time to leave, the child hugged Huayang's leg and cried heartbreakingly. Ning Shu said, then bring her along. If I can bring her along, I'd rather take her to the Jianghu. Are you sure? At least Xiao Chui and I can bathe and dress her. Are you sure you want to do all these things? Do you think your 3 years are in vain? Huayang was speechless. What's so great about being eloquent, anyway? She always had a lot of reasons to make you speechless. Squire Pan said with a complicated expression, do you really want to raise this child? No, it's Master Hua's responsibility. So the caravan and the child set off. This time, they prepared a lot of food. The dried meat tasted good when it was stewed with soup. When we reach the border, give the child more milk to drink. She'll be in good health, Ning Shu said to Huayang. Huayang couldn't convince himself that he hadn't been cheated. Ning Shu still wanted to find the world's origin. She hadn't found it for a long time. When exchanging things, Ning Shu would ask the locals if there were any special mountains or terrain, or if it was a hot place with strong wind. This kind of place was usually uninhabited. Ning Shu would also ask Huayang. Even if Huayang wanted to travel, he would go to places with people. Why would he go to places with no people? Occasionally, there would be abnormal situations. Ning Shu would run over to take a look. There was no world's origin. Maybe it was brewing. But her mission had been completed. She had to leave this world. She couldn't wait for the world's origin to mature. She felt stifled. Mission completed. Leaving the mission world. This time, it wasn't 2333's voice that reminded Ning Shu. It was a very mechanical voice. 2333 probably went to enjoy his meal. The system didn't wait for Ningxu's reply. It didn't care where Ningxu was now and directly sent Ningxu back to the system space. Ningxu was speechless. I'm on a horse. What if my face hits the ground when I suddenly leave my body? It's not very humane. This time, there was a lot of soul origin. It was almost half a basin. It was yellow. He handed over so much soul fluid in exchange for half a basin of soul origin. However, there was quite a lot of soul power. He kept the soul power and used it when he needed it. He threw the peerless martial art into the basin. The peerless martial art greedily absorbed the soul origin. The origin disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ningxu's heart clenched. It was too painful. If he sold so much soul fluid, he would definitely be drowned in merit. The cracks on the peerless martial art flashed with a faint light. Then, the cracks disappeared. Although there were still many cracks on it, compared to before, there were much fewer cracks. It was also much thicker. There was hope to repair it. However, when he thought about the unsolvable law of nothingness, he wanted to curse. What if the law of nothingness collapses after she painstakingly repairs the world, destroying or swallowing the entire world? Don't worry about things that haven't happened yet. Repair the world first. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the sofa, absorbing the soul power, and then opened the status panel. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27. Level, Super Mission Enforcer. Contribution card, 342 plus 20, 10 million for 1 contribution card. Soul, 30 plus 2 health, 26 plus 2 wisdom, 32 plus 2 luck, 32 plus 2 charm, 25 plus 2 mental power, 35 plus 2 martial power, 31 plus 2 aptitude, 34 plus 2 faith, 6076494 merit, 0 plus 5000 soul strength, 114 plus 5 authorization ticket, plus 1 pure heart, none law comprehended, water law incarnation, wood law incarnation, constructed world, reincarnation world tools, calm aura, calming pill, faith aura, amulet 4, upgraded amulet plus 2. Honorary titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Intermediate Fighting Technique, Intermediate Level Poison Technique, Beginner Level Business Management Knowledge, Beginner Level Code Programming, Beginner Level Lawyer Skill, Sage Ghost Catching Skill, Beginner Level Cooking Skill, Intermediate Level Embroidery Skill, Trash Hypnosis Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Best Friend of a Lifetime, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing, Life-Saving Hand, Zhu Susu's Blessing, Founding Woman, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Beauty-in-Law, Chen Ning's Blessing, Bane of the Blood Clan, Jasmine's Blessing, Transcending Race Communication, Bai Sanyang's Blessing, Braveheart, Wang Ying's Blessing, Bloodthirsty Tyrant, and I Bingyan's Blessing, Heart of Peace and Joy, Luck Aura, Faith Aura. Complete the Wish of Pan Wenlan. Mission completion rate, 100%. Mission rewards obtained, 20-point cards, 16 attribute points, 80% soul power, 15,000 faith power, including accumulated in previous worlds. In addition, 40% soul power, 40% soul source, faith aura. An additional 50,000 merit points. What's so good about the faith aura? Another aura, could it be that she could become a charlatan in the future, and then people would believe in her? Ningxu clicked on the search system to check the effects of the halo of faith. It was generated by faith and worship, and it was easy to gain the trust of others. Good stuff. His recent quests had been pretty good, and he had received 3 auras. As expected, he had to take it slow when doing quests. He didn't pursue quantity, but quality had to be good. Ningxu secretly opened the moguls group and wanted to take a peek. He wanted to see what kind of high-end topics these moguls were talking about. He might even find out some secrets about the hobbies of these big shots. Well, in short, Ningxu felt that he could peek at a lot of things. When he opened it, he saw someone holding a few lumps of wool and asking which color of wool looked better. Ningxu's face was expressionless. Last time, she saw this person asking, "Why haven't you decided yet after such a long time?" Was it really that difficult to choose the color of a sweater? Ningxu deeply doubted that he had joined a group of housewives instead of some high-class big shots group. Why couldn't they talk about some positive topics? There were many people who suggested that the red one looked better, and some said that the white one looked better. Ningxu felt that the green one looked better, and it would look better if it was woven into a green hat. Could it be that these big shots had returned to normal and were now living the lives of ordinary people? Grand Uncle, the two worlds are about to break. Come and pretend to be a living being. Originally, they were just knitting sweaters, but suddenly, someone appeared and said that the plane was broken and they needed a world to carry living beings. Everyone immediately said that there was a problem with their world. Anyway, there were all kinds of strange reasons. Grand Uncle, the one knitting wool. Instead of doing quests, you're knitting sweaters all day long. Are you going to freeze to death or something? If you're going to freeze to death, it's useless to wear a sweater. The guy knitting the sweater was very innocent. I'm not wearing the sweater I knit. I'm giving it to someone. Grand Uncle, go and do quests. Don't *King knit sweaters and sew shawls. If the number of quests doesn't meet the requirements, do as you see fit. Ningxu asked, when will the check be done? How many quests meet the requirement? Grand Uncle, don't you know these things yourself? Ningxu, number B. No, I'm arrogant. The person knitting the sweater quickly went offline. The Grand Uncle didn't say anything either. He probably went to get a living being. 2 planes were broken. How many living beings were there? There must be star stones on the fragments of the planes. The star stones were like 2 sides of glue stuck between the planes. Therefore, there must be star stones on the planes. He really wanted them. At the thought of buying such a piece of star stones that cost millions of merit points, Ningxu felt as if his heart was being dug out. Someone said to Ningxu, don't ask the judge about such trivial matters. You'll be scolded if you ask. Also, you're asking the wrong person. You should ask the main system. He only needs to kill people. Ningxu was a little speechless. In the past, he had told the silver-haired man to deal with everything that needed to be dealt with. However, not long after, he started to deal with unqualified mission takers. Ningxu thought he would care. Ningxu asked, what are the benefits of taking in such creatures? It was probably because they saw that Ningxu had a world of reincarnation. Ningxu asked, and many people in the group answered him. There's a lot of merit to be gained. However, such foreign creatures still have a great impact on the original world. It's like a species invasion. Some may be unusually fierce, and some may go extinct in another world. If the world carrier you build is awesome and has many worlds, it doesn't matter. However, if there are few worlds, don't take in such foreign creatures. It's very likely that it will cause the collapse of the world. It seemed that there were no other benefits apart from merit points. Ningxu asked again, what if we don't care? What if we don't care about these creatures? Regardless of the impact it will have on the surrounding planes, if living creatures or souls escape to the surrounding planes, we don't know what impact it will have. At that time, we mission takers will still have to do missions bitterly. Since someone answered, Ningxu might as well get to the bottom of it. Ningxu, if we enter the mission taker's world and these creatures destroy the mission taker's world, what should we do? We'll move to other places. When we move again, we'll make a selection to find a world that can keep these creatures in check. Ningxu was speechless. What a suffocating truth, no wonder mission takers who built worlds were precious. However, what was precious was these awesome mission takers who built these worlds. There was always a higher mountain. In the past, he wanted to build a world to protect his life, but now there were more advanced ones. Building a world was nothing. Building many worlds was more interesting. If he wanted to build, he had to build a better world. He hoped to find a good world carrier. Ningxu looked at the names in the chat list. These were all Big Shot's names. She couldn't find the silver-haired man's name. Speaking of which, she never knew his name. If she asked him, he might ask her for money. Ningxu looked around, but she couldn't find Awan's name. How could it be? How could Awan's name not be there? Instead, she saw a few feminine names. She didn't know if they were women. Maybe they were big shots in women's clothing. Ningxu clicked on His Excellency and greeted, Big Shot, are you planting flowers? He probably wouldn't pay attention to her. His Excellency would only move when he saw benefits. At other times, he was calm as if Mount Tai wouldn't collapse in front of him. He was very cold. After waiting for a while, seeing that His Excellency was ignoring her, Ningxu planned to close the chat group. She went to the Nine Palace Mountain. Although the third level was barren, there was still the fourth level. Even if she couldn't enter the fourth level, there must be a lot of soul fluid on the second level. After all, she only took away the soul fluid in the palace. After so many years, there must be a lot of soul fluid produced. Maybe she could find some. She probably needed a lot of soul origin before the world could be repaired. Just as she was about to leave the group, Ningxu saw Granduncle shouting, saying that another plane was broken and needed someone. In just a short while, she heard that 3 planes were destroyed. She felt a little scared. Ningxu planned to withdraw from the chat system. It was useless even if she knew. She didn't even build a system and couldn't help. Ding dong, His Excellency replied. Ningxu took a look and saw that blood-red flowers had grown on the rotten corpses of a few Brother Zhang. Ningxu, His Excellency, do you want to see my flowers? Ningxu, no, I don't want to see them at all. She was just being polite, but he actually sent a picture. He was crazy. Flower crazy demon. Did he think that everyone had the same aesthetic standards as him? Some people were so busy that they could fly, while others planted flowers every day. Ningxu avoided the topic of flowers and asked first, Big Shot, I just want to ask you, how was your bone army born? Abyssal Prefect, of course. Ningxu was speechless. I don't believe it. There must be some secret technique, but he doesn't want to tell her. Ningxu did not ask any more questions. When he disconnected the call, he said, This flower doesn't look very good. Ningxu dove into the peerless martial art. Some mist floated on the surface of the law of nothingness, but it was no longer bubbling. The law of nothingness didn't seem to grow bigger, but it also didn't shrink. In short, it just lay there in its world, making people grit their teeth. How was he going to get rid of it? When he was a little stronger, he would find someone to help him get it out. Right now, she was just a small fry and no one cared about her. Once the reincarnation world developed normally and someone wanted to take over the reincarnation world, the prerequisite would be to help me move the law of nothingness out of the world. Ningxu's green rain was like a torrential downpour, using up all the energy in the wood law imprint. This poor world. Ningxu exited the peerless martial art and saw a bouquet of flowers on the coffee table in the system space. In a white porcelain vase, there was a flower so red that it could drip blood. One red and one white, making the vase and the red flower look coquettish and dazzling. There was also a fragrance, which became stronger and stronger. After a while, the entire system space was filled with this fragrance. Ningxu, it seems a little familiar, wasn't this the flower that grew from His Excellency's corpse? Why did it suddenly appear in her system space? What was going on? Did she just enter the peerless martial art? Someone sent it here, the system said coldly. Ningxu was speechless. When Ningxu saw this flower, he thought of it growing on a corpse, fluttering in the wind. Ningxu covered his nose. He felt that he wasn't smelling the fragrance of flowers, but the smell of rotting corpses. With a ding-dong, the chat system rang. Ningxu covered his nose and opened it. It was His Excellency. His Excellency, did you receive the flower? It's pretty, right? Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu felt that he had said something bad in the end. Now that the flowers were sent over, he had to shut her up and admit that the flowers were beautiful. If he hadn't said something bad, would the flowers have been sent over continuously? Ningxu. Very unique. Even though he was a spiritual body, Ningxu felt that he was about to suffocate. This was a big Xianxia, who insisted on learning to be cultured and taking care of flowers. His Excellency, there are other colors, do you want them? Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu, flowers are also life. They will hurt, cry, and shed tears. It's better not to. If they are so beautiful, if you pluck them, they will soon lose their vitality and wither. She was forced to become a cultured young woman. His Excellency agreed with Ningxu. If it weren't for the fact that I wanted you to see the flowers I cultivated up close, I wouldn't be willing to pluck them. Ningxu set up a barrier to cover the vase, so that the fragrance wouldn't spread and be stuffed into a corner. He really couldn't appreciate the beauty of this kind of flower. His Excellency might even try to grow flowers from different corpses. He was speechless. He felt that his whole person was not good. Ningxu opened the black hole and went directly into the world of reincarnation. The world of reincarnation seemed to have grown another leaf and developed another world. Was it really okay to give birth to worlds so frequently? Ningxu was very worried. He estimated that the pool of reincarnation could no longer provide for it. Ningxu returned to the system space and fed the stored soul power to the world. Since the birth of the pool of reincarnation, Ningxu rarely fed the soul power. Now that another world was born, Ningxu was afraid that the pool of reincarnation couldn't provide for it. It would be malnourished and deformed. Counting carefully, there were now 5 worlds. These worlds were close together like a series of bubbles. There were star stones between these worlds, otherwise they wouldn't be so close together. Ningxu needed star stones now, but he didn't dare to go to the gaps between the worlds. If something happened to the worlds, it would be a loss for the greater. At most, he would spend some money to buy star stones. He couldn't pay the price of destroying his own world. When he arrived at the world of reincarnation, Ningxu went to the first level to see the pool of reincarnation. Now the pool of reincarnation was his treasure. So many worlds depended on the pool of reincarnation to live. When he got into the hole, he found that there were many people at the entrance. The Thunder Kirin was facing a group of people. These people's souls were very strong, and their strength was also quite strong. They should be very strong souls before this world became the world of reincarnation. At least 20 people were confronting the Thunder Kirin. The Thunder Kirin was very angry. It swung its tail and the breath it exhaled was filled with thunder. What are you doing? Ningxu looked at these people silently. Did they want to beat the Thunder Kirin down? Did they want to go out and have fun in the outside world? You actually came in from the outside. Why didn't the Thunder Beast spit at her? Why can't I go out? When these people saw Ningxu come in from outside, they began to discuss. This beast was blocking them from leaving, so why could this person come in? The sudden change in the world caught many people off guard. The yin and yang of heaven and earth were in chaos. There was no sunlight, and the world was green. Everyone became souls, but the resources were getting fewer and fewer. There were not enough soul stones for cultivation. Those who were smart would naturally choose to find a way out. As for the rebirth pool, those who were slightly smarter would not jump into it. The message from the rebirth pool was that one could be reborn and start a new life. But ghosts did not know what would happen after they were reborn. Rather than being reborn, it was better to pursue a new path. If there was no hole in this world, it would be fine. But now that there was a hole, the curiosity and adventure in their hearts began to stir. So many people are attacking one person. Do you have any morals? Ningxu looked at these people and said. You are also a soul, right? Why are you standing with a beast? Why can you go out? What is the outside world like? Yes, how did you get out? Why didn't he attack you? A group of people asked Ningxu at the same time. Ningxu could not help but pick his ears. His ears were buzzing. What they could not accept the most was why she stood beside the lightning beast and did not attack. As soon as they approached the hole, the lightning beast would strike them with lightning like crazy. The feeling of being struck by something as extreme as lightning was simply exhilarating. The weaker ones would have their souls scattered. So jealous. Jealousy makes me explode. Ningxu brushed her hair and said directly, because I am beautiful. What are you doing? Go out, you can't go out and get killed. Then why can you go out? Ningxu. I already said it is because I am beautiful. Did they not understand? The thunder beast at the side snorted and looked at these souls warily. There were too many of them, so it could only block the entrance to prevent some people from taking advantage of the situation to enter. Everyone felt rather helpless. As long as they did not exceed the limit, the lightning beast would not attack them. However, if they did, they would be attacked. Trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain didn't work, so this beast directly used its butt to block the entrance of the cave. Then what was behind them? Why didn't they let them pass? The more he didn't let him do it, the more curious he became, the more rebellious he became. He even wondered if there was some kind of peerless treasure inside, which was why this beast was guarding this place and not leaving. Some experts had seen the birth of this lightning beast, but they didn't know why it was guarding this place. His heart was itching, and he could already imagine the many treasures inside. Everyone stared at Ningxu with greedy eyes. You came out from there. What's inside? There's nothing. It's pitch black. The ground is covered in black sand. There's not even a blade of grass. Ningxu said directly. Obviously, no one believed what Ningxu said. They all snorted disdainfully. Then there's nothing. Why don't you let this beast pass? Because you're ugly. Was there a need to tell them the reason? Even if he said that they couldn't go out to the outside world, what was the use of a long speech? Their hearts wouldn't give up. Some people looked at Ningxu with laser-like eyes, feeling that he must have something good on him. Ningxu's heart was still as water in the face of these rude gazes. He said indifferently, hurry up and leave. Don't let your soul scatter. When Ningxu said this, he had already warmed up his neck. In any case, he would try peaceful means before resorting to force. If they really listened and left, then he wouldn't have to make a move. But if they didn't leave, he would definitely have to get rid of these thorns. These souls should be the strongest people in this level. He couldn't not get rid of these thorns. Otherwise, they would be thinking about the outside world every day. A suppressed hell's emissary was not enough to intimidate these people. You think you can leave just because you say so? Who are you? The juniors nowadays are getting more and more arrogant. The expert looked at Ningxu from the corner of his eyes. I'm quite young, unlike you who have lived for a long time. Ningxu said calmly. The thunder beast next to him was already preparing a big move. It stomped its hooves impatiently. Obviously, it was annoyed by these people. These people who crossed the boundary were its enemies. If they didn't do their duty well, it might lead to death. So even though there were so many people, they couldn't do anything to a desperate Thunder Kylin. Ningxu tilted his head and asked, so, you don't want to leave, right? Their souls were so powerful. He had earned a lot. Usually, they just stayed in the world of samsara. Who would care about them? If they made trouble, they would be suppressed. The people on the opposite side gave a signal and scattered to deal with Ningxu and the Thunder Kylin. The Thunder Kylin directly spat out balls of red thunder and lightning. As long as they touched the thunder and lightning, their souls would scatter. Ningxu stretched out his vines and rushed toward these people. He felt that it was meaningless to use vines, so he directly took out a big knife. This big knife was exchanged for with many military merits. He raised the big knife and rushed toward these people. This kind of big knife could even cut through the hard bodies of monsters and insects, not to mention these souls. Cutting the souls was like cutting a piece of paper. It was easy and simple. Their bodies were cut in two, and their souls were weakened a lot. These people's faces changed and they looked at Ningxu vigilantly. Who are you? Who cares who I am? If you can't beat me, you have to tell me who you are. In this world, even the Emperor can't do anything to me, Ningxu said directly. The reincarnation pool attracted some weak souls, and even some souls without intelligence. For such a powerful soul, those tricks to confuse people's minds were useless. Since it was useless, he directly pushed them in. If they didn't come to provoke him, it would be fine. But if he let them go this time, they would endlessly come to harass the Thunder Kylin. There would always be a time when he was tired. If he didn't pay attention, these people would slip out. The Thunder Kylin spat out a thunder net. As long as one was trapped by the thunder net, their souls would suffer unbearable pain and become weaker. They couldn't even dodge and would be turned to dust. Ningxu tied the souls to the side of the reincarnation pool and kicked them in one by one. Since they wanted to be demons, they would be reincarnated. How dare you? Do you know who I am? The soul that was kicked in immediately roared at Ningxu. I don't care who you are. I don't care who your father is. If you fall, you fall. You can forget about getting up. The people in the reincarnation pool struggled hard to get up, but the moment they touched the water of the reincarnation pool, they felt like they had fallen into sticky glue. They couldn't move their hands and feet. They felt like they were drowning. What was even more frightening was that his consciousness had become very blurry, and his strength had been sucked away. He no longer remembered who he was, where he was, and what had happened. He felt helpless and panicked. The reincarnation pool didn't care how you fell in, whether you fell in because you were confused, fell in accidentally, or was pushed in by someone. If you fell, you fell. There was no reason to send you back. If you fell, it was a forced default that you were going to be reincarnated. The soul power would be sucked away, and the 7 emotions and 6 desires would be taken away. You would have no memory at all, and your mind would become a blank piece of paper. You wouldn't remember the past, and you wouldn't remember the world of reincarnation. The next time you came to the world of reincarnation, you wouldn't remember that you had been here before. When the bound souls saw the souls that fell in, they made a splash and then calmed down. Their hearts were filled with fear. They said that they were going to be reincarnated. Who knew? Maybe they were swallowed. In short, the things that ordinary souls yearned for weren't the things that these powerful souls yearned for. One by one, they started a crusade against Xianxia. They brought up their families and their sections. However, all this didn't matter to Xianxia. Even if he offended these families and sects, he would immediately run away and these people wouldn't be able to find him. If they really came to find him, he might be able to push more people into the reincarnation pool. One powerful soul was equivalent to 20 or 30 ordinary souls. If he pushed them in, he could even increase the soul power of his world. In any case, Xianxia was fearless. These were all powerful people of the current era. They were all destroyed here. In the future, if anyone wanted to go out, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly with the lesson of the past. Therefore, he had to do something that could benefit him in one fell swoop. It was really necessary to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Just like how she had been frightened by others before. If he made these people disappear without a trace, it would also make others feel more at ease. At least, they would think twice before doing anything. Xianxia kicked them one by one, sending them into the reincarnation pool like dumplings. Soon, they were submerged in the reincarnation pool. Even if they were submerged, it would probably take a lot of time to get rid of the 7 emotions and 6 desires and various poisons in the soul. These powerful souls were formed by absorbing many soul stones. The poisons in the soul stones were also absorbed into the soul. The effect of the rebirth pool should be the bleaching effect. Xianxia did not see any merit on these souls. Not only did some of them not have any merit, but they were also shrouded in black fog. People like these would probably not end up in a good family even after they were reborn. The rebirth pool was more lenient towards people with good karma and luck. It would not extract too much soul power. Before the soul was exhausted, the soul could reincarnate a few more times. However, to purify a soul that was shrouded in black mist, it was very strenuous. What could he do if it was strenuous? He had to extract more soul energy. In that case, the number of times the soul could be reincarnated would decrease. The pool of rebirth had the function of a trial. In fact, it was the conservation of energy. The more time and energy I spend on you, the more you would receive in return. It was mandatory, so there was nothing to say. Xianxia, no matter when he saw her, she was always so violent. She would kick people down one by one, regardless of whether they were willing or not. Xianxia had very complicated feelings towards this lady. He had never seen such a cruel person, and a woman at that. So much so that he was a little traumatized. Fortunately, the young master jumped down on his own and was not kicked down by him. Xianxia grabbed the vine. Xianxia covered his hand and felt the wood law imprint burning. Previously, he had added some life force to the peerless martial art. He had planned to go to the city of wood, but he had forgotten about it because of the abyssal prefect. When he came here, he met some people who wanted to explore the outside world. Xianxia patted the dust off his hands and waved at Xianxia. Xianxia stood up, and Xianxia walked over. However, he stopped a distance away from Xianxia. He was afraid that she would get addicted to kicking people and kick him down. He still had to wait for the young master. If not for the young master's soul, the young master would not have jumped down. He did not know when the young master would come back. He hoped that the young master would come back soon, but he did not want him to die before he could enjoy life. Ningxu asked, "Is there any problem with the Lake of Rebirth?" Li Si shook his head, his neck cracking. "There's no problem. It was just that he saw a lot of people foolishly jumping in. If anything happens, remember to inform me." Ningxu now cared about the Lake of Rebirth as if it was his own eye. There was no choice. There were so many worlds waiting for it to feed. Great Aunt, Ningxu saw Li Si's hesitant expression. It was hard to describe the shy expression on his skeleton's face. "What is it? Do you know what the young master was born into? Was it a man or a woman? The world is so big. How would I know? I really don't know." It was very difficult to find a person who had passed away. Moreover, the soul was constantly changing. Maybe the next time Li Si saw his young master, the young master would have become a beautiful lady. Maybe Li Si wouldn't even recognize him. After instructing Li Si, Ningxu went to the entrance of the cave and said to the Thunder Qilin, "If anyone dares to barge in, just kill them." The Thunder Qilin probably didn't know that it was going to throw its soul into the Lake of Rebirth. It wouldn't leave the cave. The Thunder Qilin laid on the ground and snorted. Ningxu said, "Move aside, I want to go out." This fellow used its fat butt to block the entrance. So what if it had a big butt? He, the Thunder Qilin closed its eyes. Lightning flashed with every breath it took, and it ignored Ningxu. Ningxu was speechless. There was no choice. Ningxu opened the black hole and went out. He couldn't push it away, right? It was covered in lightning. If he touched it, his hair would explode. It consumed his soul power. He felt like it had been unhappy with him for a long time. Didn't he just enter from the entrance every time? After leaving the Nine Palace Mountain, Ningxu entered the second level. How was he going to find Yilin in such a big world? Ningxu went to take a look at a few cities. These cities were already abandoned, with dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls. No one had rebuilt them. It would be a big project to rebuild them. He had to move these things away first and then rebuild them. If he had the time, he might as well find a new place to cultivate. Ningxu was very satisfied. At least now, the few cities that concentrated on refining soul fluid were gone. Ningxu's fingers moved and formed a ray of light. This ray of light flew towards the sky. Ningxu quickly followed the ray of light to find Yilin. Yilin cultivated a peerless martial art. Although she couldn't cultivate now, she could feel it since they were from the same sect. While flying in the clouds, Ningxu looked down and saw traces of human life in some places. There were even villages. In short, humans could survive under any harsh conditions. Of course, there were definitely many strong people in this world. This pattern had been broken, and it wouldn't disappear quickly. There were still people who knew how to refine soul fluid. But if people were scattered like this, the person who refined the soul fluid couldn't immediately imprison the souls, and these souls would enter the world of reincarnation. Gradually, this world would become a world without souls. Of course, there were also ghost cultivators who used this method to avoid entering the world of reincarnation. The scattered light became very weak, probably because its energy was exhausted. Ningxu made another streak of scattered light and flew for a while. This guy was quite good at running. He ran so far. When they were about to reach their destination, the scattered light lit up. Ningxu stood on the clouds and saw a magnificent immortal land. Like Punlai, the magnificent buildings towered into the clouds, faintly discernible in the white fog. Ningxu rubbed his eyes. This couldn't be a mirage, right? Yilin actually found such a place? Ningxu frowned. She was afraid that this was not a good place. If Yilin didn't come here by himself, then he might have been caught and brought here. This was a bit interesting. The whole world probably knew that Yilin was her disciple, and Yilin might be caught for her. She destroyed 5 cities single-handedly. Destroying cities felt good for a while, but the subsequent chain reaction appeared. This place was so high-end and classy. It was probably some supreme ruler of this land, so they had to go against a powerful organization. In this way, she was indeed a big devil. She was a devil, and everyone had the right to kill her. As her disciple, Yilin would definitely be in trouble. With Yilin's current strength, he could definitely deal with ordinary people, but if experts were to come, it would definitely be impossible. Ning-shu, she came here to wait for her disciple's filial piety, thinking that her disciple must have found a lot of soul fluid during this period. But now things might become like this. Yi Lin was used as bait to lure her out. Why did these people like to do this kind of thing? They said it as if she would go and save him if they caught him. Alright, she really had to save him. At the very least, he had to give Yi Lin some time to grow. He couldn't let him die. Ning-shu landed and sat on the tree branch. He took out a few soul stones and threw them on the ground. Earthworms could sense the presence of soul stones within a certain range. He wondered if this skill still existed. If he followed Yi Lin, he would probably be able to drink soul fluid every day. He wouldn't have to waste his time searching for soul fluid. If he didn't advance, he would regress, and the functions that he didn't use would naturally disappear. Hopefully, this bastard's function won't disappear so quickly. Ning-shu shook his legs and waited for the earthworm to appear. Would the earthworm also be caught? Why didn't they dig into the ground when they were in danger? After a while, the layer of soil next to the soul stone moved. The earthworm stuck its head out and looked around. When it saw the soul stone, it looked up and saw Ning-shu. It immediately said, "You're finally here." Ning-shu jumped down from the tree and asked, "What's the situation? Don't tell me that someone is chasing you." "Yi Lin has been caught. They've set up a trap and are waiting for me to save him." "Earthworm. You've told me everything. What else can I say? It's still the same. You'll save him, right? Those people are very strong. They caught him in one round." Ning-shu rubbed his chin. Sure enough, that was the case. "Who are they?" "I heard that they were caught by the Heavenly Defense Alliance." "Ning-shu, what the hell is the Heavenly Defense Alliance?" This name was indeed a little awesome. It's an alliance formed by several powerful sections. They patrol the world on behalf of the heavens and take it as their responsibility to protect the world, said the earthworm. Yi Lin always goes to find soul fluid. When he comes across any refined soul fluid, he destroys it. Someone probably went to the Heavenly Defense Alliance to complain. That's why they caught him. Sometimes, the truth was in the hands of a few people. No one knew what Yi Lin did to the world. Instead, he became a villain who destroyed the world's peace. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that it was because of her. After all, Yi Lin was her disciple. In this world, don't even think about having a kind look. Ning-shu wanted to shed a tear of sympathy for Yi Lin. She could wander around this world and leave, but Yi Lin had to live in this world forever. When people saw him, they would say, "Ah, that's the devil's disciple." Yi Lin probably had the urge to tear her apart. Of course, as the protagonist, he had to face the difficulties, even if no one understood. TSK, he was really a lonely hero. "Are you going to save him?" "Those people are still torturing him," said the earthworm anxiously. "Yi Lin can't die. If he dies, I'll starve to death." If he counted on this vicious two-legged monster to have some soul stones, it would have starved to death. Yi Lin would let it eat until it was full every time. The two of them were cooperating more and more tacitly. Yi Lin would protect it every time, unlike the vicious woman who squeezed it every day and killed its lirin. They were both two-legged monsters. Why was the difference between them so big? But the Heavenly Defense Alliance is so strong. I can't beat them. In any case, they were from the second world. They weren't as easy to deal with as those from the first world. Moreover, they were an alliance of several sections. They couldn't be careless. Then are you going to abandon Yi Lin? Thanks to Yi Lin's hard work collecting soul fluid for you and finding purple crystals for you. Don't you feel guilty? Now that he's in trouble, you're not helping. You're really a vicious two-legged monster. Ning-shu was speechless. I have something to do. I have to go. Ning-shu touched the hot wood law imprint. There was no energy left. He had to absorb energy. These people from the Heavenly Defense Alliance didn't dare to touch Yi Lin. They would probably suffer a bit, but their lives wouldn't be in danger. They wanted to use Yi Lin as a hostage. They were also afraid to kill him. The earthworm was stunned. Its little eyes were full of disbelief. You actually ran away. I despise you. Ning-shu opened the black hole. He ignored the earthworm and disappeared. The earthworm cursed and hurriedly dragged the soul stone into the ground. The people here were too strong. If it didn't cooperate with Yi Lin, it would be difficult for it to win. What kind of people were these? Its disciple was captured and tortured, but this bastard ran away. Some two-legged monsters were vicious and selfish. Ningxu left Nine Palace Mountain and went directly to Wood City. As soon as he entered Wood City, the Wood Law imprint ferociously absorbed the green dots full of vitality. After absorbing for a while, the absorption speed slowed down. The small water droplets reappeared on the green leaves, rolling and shining. After absorbing enough energy, Ningxu returned to the second world. He heard the earthworm eating the soul stone and cursing him. Ningxu's face was expressionless. He felt that the earthworm needed to be stepped on again. Come out. Ningxu stomped the ground. Earthworm crawled out of the ground and saw Ningxu. He immediately said, "Are you going to save him?" "Yes, I'm going to save him." "Where is he locked up?" Earthworm shook his head. "I don't know. There are arrays everywhere. Even if I'm in the ground, I'll be detected. I don't know where he is locked up." Ningxu touched his chin. It seemed that it was a bit difficult. He could only go to the door and ask for him. Hey. Earthworm was brought up into the air. "We won't be able to gain anything by going there directly. Those people are really strong." Ningxu said, "Then what do you think we should do?" "I'm not going." "Go." Ningxu flew over in the majestic Heavenly Defense League. It looked even more majestic up close. Immortal Qi lingered around it. It was like a fairyland. As soon as Ningxu got close, the array sensed him. Immediately, a disciple came out and stared at Ningxu. "Who are you? How dare you break into the Heavenly Defense League?" Ningxu flipped his hair. "Hey, aren't you waiting for me? Why don't you recognize me? Go and report to the elders that the red-robed witch is here." Ningxu was speechless. "Do you think I can't hear you?" The red-robed witch, Ningxu waited at the door and used his mental power to scan, but it was reflected by the array. There were so many arrays in this place. Those who played with arrays were all rich people. The array core needed to be protected from rare and precious things. Only then could the array be powerful. Ningxu stood there and waited leisurely, but the disciple opposite him was so nervous that his whole body was trembling. Ningxu thought it was quite interesting. Was she so notorious in this world that these people were so afraid of her? She destroyed the city and killed the city lord. She didn't do anything to the others, but now she looked like a murderous demon. The commoners in the city were all living well. A group of people came out in a hurry. These people were very powerful. They didn't even make a move, but their pressure alone distorted the air. There was also a familiar face. It was the man he met when he destroyed the city. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, but he was a chatterbox. Ningxu greeted him, "We meet again. What are you doing here?" "Are you here to destroy the house?" the man asked gracefully. Ningxu smiled and rebuked, "Shouldn't you know very well what you're doing here? I, on the other hand, only have this one disciple. I treat him like a treasure and can't bear to see him lose a single hair." Ningxu nonchalantly said. The earthworm vomited and almost vomited out the soul stone it had just eaten. It was too disgusting. "Oh, so what does it have to do with us?" Ningxu's complexion turned ugly. "You were just waiting for me, but now you're not admitting it. How boring. Return my precious disciple to me, and I'll take my people and leave immediately. Furthermore, you will have to compensate my disciple with some soul fluid. I have suffered an undeserved calamity for no reason." If he didn't act tough, he would have thought that she was afraid. The man shook his head. "That's not right. First of all, your disciple was in the wrong. Not only did he steal the soul fluid, he even destroyed a village. He's really inherited you perfectly." Ningxu immediately smiled proudly. He still has a lot to learn from the same lineage. Don't praise him like this in the future, or he'll become arrogant. The man was speechless. He was playing the lute to a cow. He was deeply helpless against this kind of demon who couldn't tell right from wrong. Instead of being ashamed, she was proud of it. "Autumn Frost, why are you saying so much to her?" Do you expect a beast to understand human language? People like her who threaten the stability of the world should just be killed. A tall man spoke in a low, muffled voice. His face was covered with a full beard. He looked at Ningxu with eyes full of disgust. Which? Ningxu said, "Thank you for saying that I'm beautiful. Not every woman could afford to be called a demoness. You can call her whatever you want, she doesn't care at all." The bearded man's eyes widened. He had never seen such a shameless person. He originally thought that she would fly into a rage out of humiliation and start a fight. He had a fiery temper. The others in the alliance wanted to take her into the Heavenly Defense Alliance. They said that it was better to take her in to protect the world than to let her harm the world. He didn't want to accept such an arrogant and incorrigible demoness who had destroyed several cities in one go. She would be like a piece of rat poop that would spoil the Heavenly Defense Alliance's pot of soup. She would also affect the reputation of the Heavenly Defense Alliance. People like her should be killed as a warning to others. Let those bad guys fear the Heavenly Defense Alliance so that they would think twice before doing bad things. Ningxu directly said, "Hand over my disciple." "Did you ask for my permission to detain my people like this?" "Miss, what you said is wrong," the man called Autumn Frost said again. Ningxu crossed her arms and was very speechless. What's wrong with me? Was he trying to teach her a political lesson? Was he trying to change her mind? First of all, your disciple made a mistake and was taken to the Heavenly Defense Alliance to educate him. Second, the Heavenly Defense Alliance's responsibility is to supervise the world. If someone breaks the law, the Heavenly Defense Alliance will take care of it. Ningxu stared at Autumn Frost. This was the most talkative male lead Ningxu had ever seen. People said that villains died because they talked too much. This was the first time he had seen a protagonist this talkative. So, it was the Heavenly Defense Alliance's idea to raise people and refine their souls into soul fluid? Ningxu asked. Yes, this way, we can protect those who can't cultivate and deal with souls. Ningxu applauded. You guys are so great. The Heavenly Defense Alliance is responsible for the world. A witch like you won't understand. The bearded man looked at Ningxu with disdain. Ningxu asked, will the soul fluid from those cities be offered to the Heavenly Defense Alliance? There was a moment of silence. Ningxu immediately understood. You say it's for the world, but what you're protecting is just a group of interests. They said that the world should be able to cultivate. As for ordinary people, they were like animals waiting to be slaughtered. What world? It was a bit disgusting to hear it. Miss, you're wrong. Any sect needs benefits to be able to survive. Without benefits, a sect will quickly collapse. When people can get what belongs to them and also do good things for the world, this is a win-win situation. Autumn Frost shook her head. Miss, you're too narrow-minded. Ningxu dug her ears. He was really chattering non-stop, just like the head of teaching. Ningxu certainly knew that interests were the root of everything. Companies, groups, institutions, and organizations would go bankrupt if they didn't make a profit. But these weren't the reasons for the Heavenly Defense Alliance. They supervised the world on behalf of the heavens. What qualifications did they have to represent the heavens? Did these people know what the heavens were thinking? She was here to save people, not to listen to these long-winded arguments. Ningxu's expression did not look good. She suspected that Qiu Han would always be on the side of justice before every fight. When the other side could not wait any longer, he would always stand on the side of justice. Well, the one who started the fight was always in the wrong. Ningxu looked at Autumn Han and thought, you're a has-been protagonist now. It seemed that when Yi Lin's strength decreased, he would be right sooner or later. Ningxu said lightly, I want to see my disciple. I can't not let him see me. Of course. Autumn Han asked someone to bring Yi Lin over. When Yi Lin came over, his face was pale and his lips were colorless. He looked very weak. Although there were no wounds on his body, his spirit must have been devastated. Ningxu suddenly felt that Yi Lin was like a child from a special school. Because the child was rebellious and disobedient, the Heavenly Defense League had to educate him. These people must have tortured Yi Lin's spirit. The pain of the spirit was 100 times worse than the pain of the body. Master. Yi Lin called Ningxu weakly. Ningxu glanced at him and focused on the people of the Heavenly Defense League. You tortured my disciple. My disciple can discipline himself. Why do I need you to do it? No matter how wrong my child is, it's not up to you to punish him. How I educate him is my own business. Autumn Han shook her head. In the end, you don't know your mistake. You and your disciple caused a great panic. You destroyed houses and killed people. You made it impossible for ordinary people to survive. Don't talk nonsense with me. Who killed ordinary people is robbing. My disciple and I found people who made soul fluid. You think you're great for imprisoning souls. You didn't even let the souls of the dead go. How great can you be? Ningxu said coldly. Don't use the excuse of the world. I can say I'm doing it for the world. Who wasn't a little princess, I'm in charge of the afterlife. It doesn't make sense. Autumn Han said helplessly. Hundreds of formations in the Heavenly Defense Alliance were activated, and the entire alliance was trapped in a barrier. Ningxu instantly felt that there were countless powerful things facing him, and his hair stood on end. He had no doubt that this power could blast his soul into smithereens. Even Ningxu didn't dare to go head-on against such superimposed powers. If his soul was injured, he would be the one suffering. Ningxu pointed his finger at Yilin, and used a barrier to wrap Yilin. When they fought later, he would not be hurt, and the barrier also had the effect of invisibility. Yilin, who was wrapped in a barrier, became invisible. Ningxu flew over. Autumn Frost's lightning struck the barrier, and it broke with a pop. Yilin, who was inside, was also struck by lightning. His hair immediately stood on end, and black smoke came out of his mouth. But he was not dead yet. Ningxu set up several more barriers around Yilin. He took out the ruby ring and shot a ray of time at Autumn Han. Autumn Han had to dodge the ray, and could only let Yilin float to Ningxu's side. When Yilin came to her side, Ningxu hurriedly dripped a drop of green water into his body so that his condition would be better. Autumn Han used a magic tool to block the ray, but under the corrosion of time, the magic tool immediately dimmed and became useless. Autumn Han frowned, and felt a little powerless. She felt that something was going to happen to this world. It had been peaceful before, but now these two troublemakers had appeared, and the whole world was in chaos. The order had collapsed. But this red-clothed woman was so powerful, and they couldn't find her origin. It was as if she had just appeared out of nowhere. Her strength was not bad. Many people couldn't do anything to her. Autumn Han felt that the world was going to change, and this made her feel very uneasy. She hadn't felt like this for a long time. But she had to admit that this uneasy feeling came from this master and disciple. You dare to behave so atrociously in the Heavenly Defense Alliance? You've got guts. The bearded man shouted angrily, and he slashed at Ningxu with his axe. His powerful aura caused the surrounding spirit energy to become chaotic. Ningxu took out his saber and slashed at the bearded man without dodging. I've been wanting to teach you a lesson for a long time. She was a demoness or something. All of them wanted to judge her. Big Beard, you're so sloppy. The Heavenly Defense Alliance established order, but the world didn't need it now. So, people had to rebel against it and overthrow it. Ningxu wanted to vomit blood for Yilin. He was following the will of the heavens for the sake of everyone's souls, but no one in the world would understand him. This was because some people were used to being enslaved, and they wouldn't resist. To them, peace and stability were more important than anything else. After living a mediocre life, they would only look at things from the perspective of their own benefits. Harming their short-term benefits would lead to all kinds of slander. But the world gave you this responsibility. No matter what was ahead, you had to go through a mountain of blades and a sea of fire. It felt like the main character of Nine Palace Mountain wasn't the same as those existences in the other planes. They were willing to sacrifice for the world, and they could be abandoned by the world at any time. When the saber and axe touched, a huge sound wave was emitted, causing the air to distort. Crack. The axe's blade cracked, and soon, the axe's surface was full of cracks. Finally, with a crack, the axe shattered. The bearded man's eyes were like copper bells. The axe was a power-type divine weapon, but it was destroyed by a saber today. The divine weapon almost screamed and shattered into pieces. Ningshu's sword didn't stop, and he slashed at the bearded man's neck. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and hit Ningshu's saber. The power of the lightning passed through the saber and into Ningshu's body. Ningshu suddenly felt as if her soul was about to explode, like fireworks exploding. It was extremely uncomfortable, as painful as being pricked by needles. Ningshu's hair was burned into an afro, and he spat out a mouthful of black smoke. Because of the power of the lightning, the woodnomological imprint on his hand throbbed slightly. Clearly, it was affected by the power of the lightning. It was very swollen, and Ningshu was afraid that the nomological imprint would suddenly collapse. Because of Autumn Frost's help, the bearded man successfully dodged Ningshu's attack, saving his life. He said to Autumn Frost, "Thank you, boss." Autumn Frost's face was pale. "Don't be so rash in the future." He had suffered a backlash. When he slashed at Yilin, he suffered a backlash. When he slashed at the red-dressed woman, he suffered another backlash. The tribulation cloud seemed to be getting out of control, like a wild horse frantically tugging at its reins, trying to escape. He was clearly stronger than before, but the tribulation cloud was no longer under his control. /BK Especially recently, the tribulation clouds had become more and more restless. Today, both master and disciple had been struck by lightning. Ningshu looked at the thundering Autumn Han and cursed in his heart. So what if you can play with lightning? Ningshu felt that he would never be able to comprehend the law of lightning in his life. After all, his body had the law of wood, which could not withstand the violent power of lightning. Ningshu combed his fluffy hair and said, "The Heavenly Defense Alliance is really shameless. I was fighting with this bearded man, but you sneak attacked me from behind." Autumn Han shook her head with a pale face and said, "You are wrong again. Who said that the Heavenly Defense Alliance can't sneak attack from behind?" "Well, whatever the Heavenly Defense Alliance says." Ningshu took out the ruby ring and pointed it at the array formation floating in the air. It felt like countless guns were pointed at her, ready to turn her into a hornet's nest at any time. All the arrays that were hit by the light of time became much dimmer. Some of the weaker arrays directly collapsed, but the stronger ones could still operate. The arrays operated and shot out tens of thousands of swords at Ningshu, wrapping Ningshu with the swords and sabers. The tips of the swords were densely packed and aimed at Ningshu from all directions. Ningshu directly stretched out her vines and wrapped them around the swords. The swords seemed to have their own consciousness, avoiding the entanglement of the vines and constantly attacking Ningshu. In addition to these swords, the people of the Heavenly Defense Alliance swarmed and surrounded Ningshu. Ningshu not only had to dodge these swords, but also had to fight with so many experts of the Heavenly Defense Alliance. Even the tentacle monster was a little distracted. Moreover, the people of the Heavenly Defense Alliance were quite disgusted with the demoness Ningshu, so they directly used their strongest attacks. Ningshu held the big saber and wildly slashed at these people, breaking many of the Heavenly Defense Alliance's elder spirit weapons. Everyone was shocked. What kind of weapon was this? The spirit weapons used by their elders were divine weapons, the best weapons. They did not expect such a big saber to be cut into pieces. How could he be so powerful? Yilin was burning with anxiety inside the barrier. So many people were ganging up on his master. The Heavenly Defense Alliance was really shameless. The earthworm was lying on Yilin's shoulder, but it wasn't worried at all. During this period of time, it was worried about Yilin. It couldn't eat or sleep well, and the worm had lost weight. As for the two-legged monster, no one could do anything about it. From the moment they saw her, she was the one bullying others. Even if she was bullied, she would definitely run away. Most importantly, she had killed its Liren. Yilin hated himself for being so weak. He felt that he should be very powerful after cultivating Qi Jin, but he still couldn't fight back against the Heavenly Defense Alliance. "Why don't you strike me again?" Ningshu pointed his saber at Autumn Frost. She had already been struck several times, again and again. Every time the lightning tribulation struck, the vines would tremble. Coupled with the fact that she had been struck several times, the Woodlaw imprint had become scalding hot. Ningshu was afraid that the Woodlaw imprint would collapse. She was used to the two laws complementing each other. If one of them was gone, her strength would be greatly reduced. Although she felt that being a wet nurse was hard, It was even harder to be a wet nurse without the ability to do so. If you have the ability, come and strike me with the 9 heavens god. You can kill me with one strike. Aren't you tired of striking me continuously? Ningxu provoked. Autumn Frost's face became paler, but her white robe was still fluttering. You speak as if you are provoking me. You don't dare, right? Your tribulation clouds are going out of control. The more you keep it, the greater the backlash. Every time you use it to attack, you will lose some control over it. Ningxu laughed and flew up into the clouds with Yilin. A lot of vines gushed out and rushed towards the majestic building. Since they were here, they would destroy the Heavenly Defense Alliance's nest. She couldn't go against so many people to protect Yilin, but the Heavenly Defense Alliance's prestige would be greatly damaged if she destroyed it. You still can't change a dog's sh*t. Every time you go, you will tear down buildings. Autumn Frost saw the vines covering the entire Heavenly Defense Alliance. The dark clouds in the sky were getting lower and lower, and the clouds were crackling with lightning. A huge pressure came from the tribulation clouds. Ningxu raised her head to look at the sky. Something terrifying was brewing. All the self-cultivators present couldn't help but shudder when they saw the tribulation clouds. Ningxu looked at the pale autumn frost. You didn't really summon the 9 heavens god thunder, did you? If they were struck, they would definitely die. Of course, as you wish. Autumn Frost's white robe fluttered. If I let you leave, how will the Heavenly Defense Alliance have the face to patrol on behalf of heaven? How can you be so shameless as to take heaven's place? Have you ever thought about heaven's feelings? Ningxu said as she looked up at the sky. The thick, dark tribulation clouds were rolling, and the pressure was getting stronger and stronger, making it hard for people to breathe. It was as if a monster that could devour the world would come out of the clouds in the next second. Damn, she was so powerful. She was also a main character, but why didn't her disciple have anything awesome? Could it be that he was affected by her negative character as his master? There was a low rumbling sound of thunder in the clouds. Ningxu quickly wriggled her vines and destroyed everything that could be destroyed. She had to run away before the 9th heaven divine thunder descended. This was the highest level of tribulation lightning. If it struck him, he wouldn't be able to keep his woodlaw imprint. Ningxu quickly put away his vines and looked at the rolling tribulation clouds. He opened a black hole and quickly entered it. Goodbye. You can enjoy the lightning yourselves. At the same time, there was a loud bang and the whole world shook. A thick purple lightning struck the place where Ningxu disappeared. A huge crater appeared on the ground. Under the collision of power, some of the Heavenly Defense Alliance's buildings began to collapse. Autumn Frost spat out a mouthful of blood. She had paid a huge price to summon the 9 heavens god thunder, but her opponent had run away. She had run away right under her nose. The lightning was as painful as if it had hit his body. His body crackled with lightning, and his expression was pained. Alliance leader, are you okay? Everyone saw him in pain and immediately asked. Of course, some people were happy because if Autumn Frost died, the Heavenly Defense Alliance would be disbanded. At that time, the sects would be able to compete for more resources and land, as well as good seedlings for cultivation. The Heavenly Defense Alliance was formed by several sections. They each had their own way of doing things and were not monolithic. If there had to be an organization to describe it, it would be the United Nations. Autumn Frost used her own strength to suppress the restless sects and families. She made the world have rules and it was very peaceful. Of course, this peace sacrificed ordinary powerless people. /BK But now, Autumn Han couldn't hold on any longer. Just like the Heavenly Defense Alliance, it was collapsing like a mountain. Lightning flashed all over Autumn Han's body. No one dared to approach him. Autumn Han relied on his tribulation clouds and power to deter these unfriendly sections. Autumn Han wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and struggled to put away the tribulation clouds. He then stepped on the back of the vermilion bird and disappeared. The bearded man thought for a bit and chased after him. Boss seemed to be injured. Ningxu was taken out of 9 Palace Mountain by the black hole and quickly entered the 2nd level. When Yilin landed, he felt like he was surrounded by clouds and mist. He couldn't see his surroundings clearly. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Lin fell to the ground. I thought I was dead for sure. Ningxu said, how did you get caught? There was a soul fluid refiner. I stole his soul fluid and used cicada shell shedding to escape. Lin shrugged and said, then the Heavenly Defense Alliance chased after me. I didn't want to come. What kind of torture did they use on you? His face was as white as paper. They whipped my soul and a man nagged me every day. I can't take it anymore. He was talking about Autumn Han. That was more than a little long-winded. Master, this is the soul fluid I found. I left some for the insects. Autumn Frost took out a very small spatial ring, and then took out several gourd-like magic tools from it. Ningxu took a look and found that it was quite big. It seemed that this brat had been collecting this much soul fluid. Ningxu didn't refuse and took it. Be careful in the future. Cultivate more. If you meet someone stronger, run. Nothing is more important than staying alive. One needed to be strong enough to resist. Lin nodded. He had fully realized the importance of strength. If it wasn't for his lack of strength, he wouldn't have been caught without being able to retaliate. I found the purple crystal that Master mentioned, but the temperature is very high. I can't get in at all. Lin said. Really? Where is it? Ningxu was quite happy. With this purple crystal, he could deal with the law of nothingness. Even if he had to boil it, he had to boil the law of nothingness dry. Ningxu pointed his finger at Lin's forehead and dripped a few drops of emerald green liquid. Lin immediately felt refreshed, and even his tired spiritual sense recovered a lot. This master of his was really mysterious. He thought that she wouldn't come to save him, but she did. When did he become so strong that he wouldn't be afraid of the Heaven Guard Alliance? He didn't need anyone to save him. Tell me which direction. Take me there. Ningxu lifted Lin. Lin looked around. Where is this place? I don't know how to get there. Why don't we find a place with people and ask for the name of the place? I remember the name of that place. Okay. Ningxu led Lin to a small town. This town seemed to have been built not long ago. Everything was new, and the houses were built with mud. As soon as Ningxu entered the town, she saw many people with sickles, hoes, and feather dusters blocking her and Lin. Ningxu couldn't help but ask Lin, is my reputation among the people really that bad? Ningxu felt that she was a down-to-earth girl. Why was she so scared when she saw her? Lin, did Master not know what kind of person he was? Where did Master's confidence come from? She had a great reputation, but it wasn't a good one. Although she wasn't ugly enough to scare children, she was cruel enough to make them stop crying. The hands of these people holding the hose were trembling as they wiped their sweat. The more timid children almost cried. Of course, there were also cultivators in the town who could cultivate. When they saw Ningxu, their expressions changed greatly. They immediately bowed and greeted her, Senior. A powerful person like her had a strange temper. She would kill anyone who provoked her. Privately, many people said that this red-clothed demoness must have been abandoned by a man. That was why she was so cruel and willful. Ningxu asked him, I know, where is that place? Ningxu turned to ask Lin. At Phoenix Mountain. Yes, how do I get to Phoenix Mountain? Ningxu asked the cultivator. The cultivator took out a crude jade slip. There is a map in this jade slip. Senior, take it and use it. Ningxu accepted it without hesitation and threw him a spirit stone. By the way, do you have any soul fluid to refine? No. I'm too weak to refine soul fluid. Not everyone was qualified to refine soul fluid. Ningxu nodded. If you don't refine it well, you'll be dead. You shouldn't have to suffer like this. Ningxu left with Lin. After the two demons left, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. It was too scary. They finally escaped from death. Is it called Phoenix Mountain because it's very hot or because there are phoenixes there? Ningxu asked. I don't know if there are phoenixes there. That place is very hot. It's a barren desert where not even a blade of grass grows. An average person would die of dehydration in a quarter of an hour. Lin had found a purple crystal in a cave. When he went in, the scorching temperature had already scalded him. Soon, they arrived at Phoenix Mountain. Although it was called a mountain, it was actually a barren desert. The heat was so hot that it was distorted. They didn't enter the barren land. They were still at the edge of the barren land. They could feel a wave of hot air blowing against their faces. It seemed to be able to roast their souls. Then let's go in. Ningxu wrapped his soul with a water enchantment to prevent his soul from being hurt. His soul still felt uncomfortable after being struck by lightning. If it was roasted like this again, he wouldn't be able to bear it. The water enchantment wrapped around the two of them. But once they entered the barren land, the two of them were like walking humidifiers. The water on their bodies evaporated into white mist. Ningxu didn't dare to be careless. He desperately added water to his body. He saw the cave entrance from afar. The cave entrance was distorted. The heat was so hot that the light was distorted. How high was this temperature? Approaching the cave entrance, Ningxu felt that his soul was very uncomfortable. Walking into the cave, the temperature was even higher. The woodlaw imprint started to cause trouble again. It probably couldn't stand this temperature. Fire and lightning were things that the woodlaw imprint feared. It was very delicate. It was ultimately not water that could contain everything. Who is it? A man's vigilant voice came from the cave. Then, a man came out. The two of them looked at each other in silence. Ningxu greeted, "We meet again." Qiu Han frowned as she looked at Ningxu and Yi Lin. Was this master and disciple following her? Ningxu saw that Qiu Han's face was pale under the heat. There was a hint of green in the white. Clearly, Qiu Han was injured. "Yo, your body doesn't seem to be feeling well. You must be injured. Is the backlash very painful?" BK lightning flashed on Autumn Han's body, crackling like static electricity. Hearing Ningxu's familiar words and asking if her body hurt, Autumn Han felt that the pain that she could bear was now even more painful. Her heart hurt and she was angry. The heat made her body contort. Autumn Han looked at Ningxu warily. His body was in such a condition that he had to fight with this woman. It was very likely that he would die. Ningxu said, "I heard it was quite hot here, so I came to have a sauna." "What about you?" Autumn Han said, "Same. That's fate. Let's go together." Ningxu said and was about to go into the cave. But Autumn Han stopped him, making it clear that she didn't want Ningxu to go in. Ningxu looked up at her. "What do you mean? You can go in, but I can't. Is your name written here, or will the cave answer you if you call it? I dug this cave, so please get out of here." Ningxu immediately retorted, "Nonsense. My disciple dug it." Yi Lin, who was watching, was speechless. Autumn Han wasn't angry. She said, "If he can call it and the cave agrees, I'll give up this cave." Ningxu said to Yi Lin, "Call it." Yi Lin, "It would be a miracle if it agreed." He couldn't. Autumn Han's body didn't allow her to argue with Ningxu, but this demon girl wouldn't leave. "Why did she come here?" Ningxu looked at Autumn Han's pale face and said with concern, "You look like you're going to die." "Autumn Han, this is not the Heavenly Defense Alliance, and I don't want to fight with you. I just want to go in and see if there are many purple crystals inside." "I need them," Ningxu said directly. Autumn Han was eager to get rid of Ningxu. "I can give you a purple crystal. One piece is not enough. I'll go in and take a look." Ningxu pushed Autumn Chill aside and walked into the cave. Yi Lin glanced at Autumn Frost and hurriedly followed his master. Towards this long-winded man, Yi Lin had a shadow in his heart. He was afraid that he would start nagging again. The deeper they went, the hotter they felt. Everything in front of them was red, and the walls were covered with fiery red stones. Not far away, there was orange-red lava rolling. It was very hot. Yi Lin's hair was already standing on end. His face was black and red, as if he was about to be roasted. Ningxu felt very uncomfortable, as if his soul was being roasted. Ningxu's feet were on the ground, just like teppanyaki. Ningxu could only float and not land on the ground. Autumn Frost stood in front of Ningxu. "You can't go any further. I'll go in and take a look. If there are purple crystals, I'll need them, Ningxu said directly. For Autumn Frost to stop him like this, there must be something even better inside. Autumn Frost pursed her lips. Her face was ugly. Don't go too far. Ningxu pushed Autumn Frost aside, but his hand was stung by the lightning on his body. It was a tingling pain. The deeper they went, the hotter it was. Ningxu was having a hard time moving. There were purple crystals on the walls occasionally. But what was more frightening was that there was an orange-red crystal floating in the air. This crystal was spinning, and the heat it radiated was enough to roast anything. It seemed to be something even more powerful than the purple crystals. Ningxu saw that Yi Lin's body was blistering from the heat, so he asked him to go out and wait. If she and Autumn Frost fought, she would have to worry about him. Also, there was lava all around. If he fell in, he wouldn't be able to get out. Yi Lin didn't try to be brave. Being in the cave was like being in a steamer. He went out and waited. Also, if these two big bosses were to fight, he wouldn't be able to stop them or help them. He might as well leave and feel better. Although it was still hot outside the cave, after experiencing the high temperature, Yi Lin actually felt that it was really cool outside. Ningxu stared at the orange crystal. If he threw it into the sea of nothingness, he didn't know how long it would cook. On the other hand, Autumn Frost was extremely calm. The lightning on her body gradually disappeared. There were no longer any crackling sounds. Ningxu sized up Autumn Frost. Why did she set up such a place? You were using high temperature to suppress the backlash of the tribulation clouds? Was this really scientific? In theory, the temperature of lightning was extremely high. Using this kind of temperature to suppress it, Ningxu felt that it was inconceivable. When the temperature is high, the tribulation clouds will be loose. Autumn Frost said. Ningxu squinted his eyes. Could it be that the weather was too hot, and dark clouds wouldn't gather easily, especially when there was a drought? When the sun was high up, dark clouds wouldn't form. There wouldn't be thunder or rain. Was this the principle, using this method to weaken the power of the tribulation clouds? Ningxu really wanted to give him a thumbs up. He could even think of such a method. However, it was still useless. The tribulation clouds were obviously trying to get rid of him. Even if he bitterly held on and didn't let go, there were obviously no benefits. He would even harm his body. However, powerful strength wasn't something that could be given up so easily. Just like Ningxu's peerless martial arts, he had already used up so much of his soul source, but he was still doing stupid things. This situation could only mean that Autumn Frost was no longer a person recognized by the heavenly Tao. What she once had was being taken away. To destroy a person like this, giving it unconditionally and then taking it all back. Who knew, it might even cause a person to turn black. What about this crystal? Ningxu pointed at the orange crystal spinning in midair. Is there only one here? There's only one, but the temperature is very high. Autumn Frost said directly. Ningxu looked at the crystal and flew up. His hand was covered in a layer of ice as he grabbed the crystal. Autumn Frost just looked at him coldly. This was something that not many people could withstand. Chi-chi. When his hand came into contact with the crystal, a lot of white smoke immediately evaporated. Then, Ningxu felt his palm burning. One of her hands was melted, and there were orange flames jumping up her arm. It was as if it wanted to melt her entire soul. Ningxu didn't hesitate. He pulled out his broadsword and directly chopped off his arm, condensing it back into an arm. This temperature was too frightening. This was the legendary burning of all things in the world. Ningxu was very afraid. The purple crystal from before had already made him feel that the temperature was very high. Now, this stone was even higher. There was nothing to put this thing in. The moment the mess in space got close, it would melt. No wonder Autumn Frost watched him grab the crystal and was very calm at the side. It was obvious that she had expected this situation. Ningxu grimaced as he looked at the crystal. There was a good thing now, but he couldn't get it no matter what. He was too conflicted. Ningxu glanced at Autumn Frost. He was unhappy and stabbed him in the heart. I advise you to give up on the tribulation cloud. It's obvious that the tribulation cloud won't be for you anymore. Why don't we let go of each other? This kind of backlash would make Autumn Frost's body unable to bear it. No matter how broken the peerless martial arts were, it wouldn't backfire on her. She wouldn't stop. But Autumn Han had to endure the pain at all times. Autumn Han's face darkened when she heard Ningshu's words, but she still said gracefully, "You can't take this stone away." "I'll think of a way." He had to take it away. The high temperature would definitely shrink the law of nothingness. "Then this thing will be mine if I take it away." Ningshu pointed at the orange crystal. Autumn Han didn't say anything, but she was sure that she couldn't take it away. The two were silent. Ningshu said, "Everything in the world is developing. You know you're right, but it's not what you think." "So?" Autumn Han looked at him indifferently. "Don't take this stone. From me. Giving up the clouds is your best choice." "Autumn Han, haha, you're the one who's robbing. You have to be able to take it away." Ningshu walked out of the cave and said to Yilin, "Let's go." "Where are we going?" Yilin asked. He glanced at the entrance of the cave. It was strange that they didn't fight. "Let's find a place with abundant spirit chi first. You can cultivate there." If he didn't have much ability, he would be beaten up in the Jianghu. Today was the Heavenly Defense Alliance. What if someone sneakily attacked him again? Yilin nodded and followed Ningshu out of the Phoenix Mountain. He asked, "Master, don't you want the crystal?" Hadn't he been looking for the crystal before? Why didn't he want it now? "We'll talk about it later. Let's find a place for you to cultivate." He had to settle Yilin down first, and then find a way to take the crystal away. The master and disciple wandered around aimlessly. They stopped when they reached a place with abundant spirit chi and set up a spirit gathering formation. Cultivate well. When your chi becomes golden, you can go out to train. Chi had colors. It could be transparent, golden, gas, solid, or water. In short, it would take time to cultivate. Also, don't feed the earthworm soul fluid. It'll be fine as long as it doesn't starve to death. What will it eat when there's no more soul fluid in this world? Ningshu said to Yilin. The earthworm muttered curses. What's wrong with giving it to me? If I give all the soul fluid to her, I guarantee that she'll be grinning from ear to ear. Eating some soul fluid will be like eating her own. Stingy. He reminded Yilin again and again that he should not go out to play before his strength increased. There were many powerful people out there. Then, he opened the black hole, exited the Nine Palace Mountain, returned to the system space, picked up the ultimate martial art, and ran. Yilin had just sat cross-legged to cultivate when his master suddenly jumped out, giving him a fright. He always felt that she was secretly observing him from somewhere to see if he was slacking off or cultivating. I hate the cold. What are you going to do if you don't cultivate? Cultivate properly. Ningshu said. He took the peerless martial art and headed towards Phoenix Mountain. Yilin was speechless. He had just sat down. Even if he wanted to cultivate, he needed to prepare and empty his mind. Ningshu entered the cave. Autumn Han opened her eyes and looked at Ningshu, who had left and returned. Lightning flickered on his body and crackled loudly, causing his face to turn pale. If he still didn't give up like this, then it would only end in a lose-lose situation. Not only would he not leave behind the item, but he would also lose his life. Ningshu looked at the orange crystal. Since there was no place to store it, he would just throw it into the law of nothingness to evaporate it. But as soon as she got close, her soul would burn. She had to carry this thing into the world and then throw it into the law of nothingness. During this period of time, he was afraid that she had already been burned to ashes. What should he use to carry this thing? The temperature was so high that it could probably burn anything. Damn, he was desperate. The good thing was right in front of him. Autumn Han just looked at him silently. She did not believe that he could take it away. If he could, why didn't he carry it with him? Why did he have to open a cave here? Ningshu tried to use all kinds of tools to hold the crystal, but the tools had already melted under the high temperature. Under such heat, the leaves of the law would imprint in his hand curled up. They were like grass leaves that had been roasted by the sun. He had to get rid of this crystal quickly. Otherwise, the law of wood would not be able to hold on. The law of wood was very delicate and was the nemesis of fire. Now, the law of wood was unable to hold on under such heat. Ningshu thought for a moment and took out a rose. This rose could even withstand time and light. He did not know if it could withstand such heat. Autumn Han was speechless. What was wrong with this flower? Why was it always able to take out strange things? Ningshu took the rose and carefully approached the orange crystal. He held the rose branch and moved the crystal. This crystal was the size of a palm and had the color of a crystal. After moving it like this, the rose did not burn. Even the leaves did not curl up. The flower was still delicate and beautiful. This thing was really good. He did not know what this rose was. It could actually withstand time and light. It could also withstand such high temperatures. It was simply amazing. Ningshu rolled up the rose branch and sandwiched the stone between the branches. Although the temperature was very high, it did not melt her soul. Ningshu dove into the peerless martial art as if his boat was on fire. He ran very quickly and threw this thing directly into the law of nothingness like a shot put. Instantly, the law of nothingness boiled. The red-hot iron was thrown into the water, and it rapidly bubbled. It was not bubbling like boiling water. In a short while, even the lakeside was filled with mist. Ningshu breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, how could he have brought this thing in? However, Ningshu immediately realized that the temperature was so high that it would definitely corrode the stellar stone. This was a method that would cause both sides to suffer. If the stellar stone could not hold it, then it would be terrible. So now, she had to find the stellar stone. Ningshu hurriedly left the peerless martial art and ran away with it. Autumn Han was left in a mess in the wind. He felt as if someone had slapped him in the face. It was extremely painful. He was sure that this demoness would not be able to take this away. In the end, a flower took it away. Without the crystal, the temperature in the cave dropped a lot. Although it was still unbearably hot, to Autumn Han, this temperature was not enough to suppress the tribulation clouds in his body. Autumn Han's face was green and white. Did the heavens really want him to die? Did he really have to give up the tribulation clouds? How could he give up something like this? Why was it like this? Autumn Han clenched his fists tightly. Lightning flashed all over his body, just like the Thunder Qilin. The Thunder Qilin's lightning was a part of its body. However, Autumn Han's lightning flashed and damaged his body. It was as if there was a wild beast in his body that had lost control. It could break out at any time and devour his life, leaving nothing behind. That demonic woman was right. He was suffering from the backlash of the tribulation cloud, but he couldn't give up the tribulation cloud. Even a strong-willed cultivator wouldn't be able to give up something he once had. He didn't know if the moment he gave up would be the sublimation of his soul, or if it would become an obsession in his heart. Autumn Han was speechless and wanted to ask the heavens. Why, countless whys lingered in his heart. Why did the tribulation cloud abandon him? Did it want to find another master, or, when he got the tribulation cloud, he wasn't that strong, but the tribulation cloud was so obedient and never rebelled. But now that he was strong, why couldn't he suppress the tribulation cloud? He wanted to curse 10,000 times in his heart. The crystal was taken away by the demonic woman. If this was really the arrangement of the heavens, he was very unwilling to give it up. The lightning on Autumn Han's body flashed even more fiercely. His expression was even more painful. He suppressed it and walked out of the cave. Don't be so restless. I'll let you go, okay? Autumn Han said helplessly. He really didn't understand why it was like this. The lightning on Autumn Han's body stopped flashing. Autumn Han smiled bitterly and stretched out his hand. There was a small dark cloud gathering in his hand. The dark cloud grew bigger and bigger. It floated into the sky and into the distance. It floated away without looking back. Autumn Han stared at the dark cloud until it disappeared into the horizon. His body was empty. He was used to the pain of the backlash, but one day, it didn't hurt anymore. He really wasn't used to it. He didn't know what to do. He felt a little lonely and cold. He felt that there was no value in his existence. Heavenly Defense Alliance, Psi, City, Psi, he felt that there was nothing left. This life that he had left, Psi, Autumn Han sighed in his heart. He stepped on the vermilion bird's back. The vermilion bird flapped its wings and flew away. Xianxia hurriedly returned to the system space. He opened the chat system and found an he. Xianxia, quick, boss, give me another star stone. And he, no, didn't you ask for one last time? What did he mean by asking for it? She bought it well. He made her sound like a beggar. Xianxia, sell me another one. I need it urgently. And he, I'm not selling. I'm a little busy right now. Bye. Xianxia was dumbfounded. He didn't even want to earn money. Was he playing hard to get? Xianxia said again, how much do you want? According to Anhe's character, he probably wanted to raise the price, but she really wasn't in the mood to bargain with him. And he, I'm not free. Several planes have been destroyed. I'm busy. Xianxia was speechless. If you were really busy, would you send me a text message? I really don't believe you. Xianxia, the price is negotiable. And he, do you not understand or what? I'm busy right now. If you really want this thing, do you have a living world to store the creatures from the broken plane? If there is, I can even give you a piece. Even though they were separated by the screen, they could still feel Anhe's irritable aura. Xianxia choked. No, F*ck, I can't even straighten my back and speak in such a cowardly manner. Xianxia was so anxious that his legs were shaking. Think of a way? Think of a way, a dead pig isn't afraid of boiling water. At this point, he could only be skinned. He couldn't imagine that the law of nothingness had collapsed, and it was at such a high temperature. He covered his face. Xianxia opened the black hole and entered the third level of the Nine Palace Mountain to see if there were any changes there. If possible, could he store some creatures on the third level? In the future, when these creatures died, they could add some soul power to the world of reincarnation. However, not all space could store creatures. There had to be things that creatures could survive in, such as food and air. After entering the third level, Xianxia thought that he was in too much of a hurry. He entered the second level and went out before entering again. Xianxia was speechless. This was the third level, right? Xianxia felt that he might be hallucinating. Otherwise, why would there be grass and trees on the third level, which had nothing before? However, the climate was quite chaotic. It was hot one moment and cold the next. It hadn't stabilized yet. The temperature difference between day and night was so big that he doubted life. However, there was oxygen in the air. There were plants. Plants absorbed sunlight and produced oxygen, which was enough for creatures to survive. Xianxia touched his chin. This world should be able to store creatures. However, it didn't seem to be complete yet. She could go and join in the fun. If she couldn't use it, she could also buy some star stones. Moreover, the chances of using the third level should be very small. She was going for the star stones. There were broken planes, so there must be star stones on the plane fragments. Xianxia felt that such a large star stone should be able to hold on, but what if it couldn't? Xianxia exited the system space, opened the chat system, and said to Anhe, I have a world that can store creatures. Anhe, get lost. Xianxia was speechless. Mother **Ker, I really have one. I'm going to lie to you. You're my son. Anhe, then wait. Xianxia waited. He felt that some people deserved a scolding. Not long after, a black hole appeared in her system space. Anhe, bastard, crawl through this hole. Xianxia was speechless. What the **ck? If he wanted to argue with Anhe, it would take a few days and nights. Xianxia walked into the hole and remembered that he had walked through such a passage to the battlefield. He was traumatized. After walking for a while, light finally appeared in front of his eyes. What he saw was a busy scene. There were many plane fragments floating in the air. Some people were collecting these fragments to prevent these fragments from flying to other planes. Many people were holding on to the planes to prevent the planes behind from falling off because of a fault in the middle. It was like a broken rope. The rope had to be pulled, tied, and connected. There were so many planes behind that they had to be pulled. How much strength was needed? The soldiers of the army used all kinds of props to pull these planes. Otherwise, the cracks would affect even more planes. And he pushed the planes with a solemn expression. He was wearing a military uniform, no longer a flowery shirt. Many mission takers were picking up plane fragments. Those who could pick up plane trash were all big shots. Such a scene made Ningxu's heart go numb. Kacha, kacha. The cracking sounds coming from the plane were like rotten wood. The creaking sounds were especially shocking. And where's the person you said was pretending to be a living being? Taishu shouted at He. And he glanced around and saw Ningxu. Hey, get over there. What are you standing there for? Ningxu responded with an "oh" and ran towards him. With a loud crack, a plane exploded behind Taishu. It was as bright as fireworks. After a loud bang, a surge of power gushed out of the plane. Ningxu was almost unable to move under such a huge force. And his furious voice rang in his ears. Catch it. Don't let the other planes collapse. Ningxu ran over with difficulty. Senior uncle was collecting the creatures in the plane and controlling the fragments. Otherwise, the fragments would float to the side. He stood motionless, the wind whipping at his windbreaker and hair. The fragments of the plane scratched his face. Blood oozed out. Soon, the wound healed. You have a world of creatures. Take it out and put in creatures. Senior uncle said directly. Ningxu opened his mouth and was filled with words. I can't take it out. She couldn't take out the 9 Palace Mountain. Besides, it had merged with the world of reincarnation. Although they were one, she didn't have the right to control the 9 Palace Mountain. Senior uncle directly yelled at He, who are you looking for? Why did you call a world without creatures? Are you out of your mind? And he was desperately pulling the plane. When he heard this, he immediately shouted at Ningxu, you don't have a world of creatures. Why are you pretending to be a big shot? Ningxu was speechless. The world can't be taken out in the world of reincarnation. If you take it in, it may not be able to carry creatures. Ningxu quickly opened the black hole. Senior uncle walked in, and Ningxu hurriedly followed. The third level, it's the third level. Ningxu repeatedly emphasized that the second level of the world was forming a new order. If foreign creatures were added at this time, the world was likely to collapse, and the order would be in chaos. Entering the third level, Ningxu hoped that this world didn't have the standard to put creatures in. But if he went out, he would definitely be scolded badly. Senior uncle frowned and looked at the world. In the end, his face was expressionless. Ningxu breathed a sigh of relief. They definitely couldn't put creatures in. The Grand Elder threw all the living beings in the plane into it, and they disappeared in an instant. Ningxu stared at the creatures that suddenly appeared in the world, dumbfounded. Savages, huge dinosaurs, and huge pterosaurs flying in the sky, damn, they were all heavy creatures. The big dinosaur was more than 10 meters tall. Ningxu was speechless. This was clearly the Jurassic period, or had the Jurassic dimension exploded just like that? This plane probably hadn't existed for long, and it had exploded just like that. Could it be a deformed plane? Could it be that the Sea of Laws was unable to supply laws and laws? Ningxu looked at these bewildered creatures with a worried expression. Such a large creature would be destroyed sooner or later, because the plane couldn't bear such a weight. Ningxu's heart was extremely complicated. He hoped that this world could support living beings, but at the same time, he didn't want it to be able to support living beings. Ningxu gave up on worrying and arrived at a new environment. The creatures that couldn't adapt were the first to be eliminated. Only those who had strong adaptability and tried their best to adapt to the new environment could survive. Ningxu floated in the air and looked at the sea creatures that had floated up. Due to the high temperature of the ocean, these marine creatures couldn't adapt and died one by one. Natural selection. Giving them a new environment didn't mean that they had to protect every living being and ensure their survival. An ugly savage actually knelt down when he saw Ningxu floating in the air. He muttered something and kowtowed to Ningxu. It turned out that early humans had faith. Don't be superstitious, believe in science. No, it was better to be superstitious. Human development was unexpectedly fast. It was a huge burden on the plane. Perhaps not many creatures survived here, but the savages were definitely among them because of their intelligence. What was the use of being big? Muscles grew in the brain. Ningxu left the world and the world of reincarnation. He also helped to pick up plane fragments. Some plane fragments didn't have much weight, but some fragments that contained laws were very heavy. Ningxu actually couldn't carry them. In this day and age, if he couldn't even pick up trash, what was there to look forward to in life? She also wanted to see which fragment had star stones embedded in it and prepared to take some. Hey, newcomer, the law fragments have to be separated from the normal fragments. Ningxu, who was picking up trash, said. Ningxu, don't worry, I won't make a mistake because I can pick up the normal fragments. Ningxu was burning with anxiety. He didn't know when it would end and when he could get the star stones. He didn't know if the star stones and the law of nothingness could hold on. She took in a creature from a plane so she could ask for the star stones. Ningxu dragged the garbage bag to his side. And he was not paying attention, so he stepped back and stepped on the garbage bag. Of course, the garbage bag had a very large capacity, and the debris inside it made cracking sounds. What are you doing? Ningxu said, You said you could give me a star stone? I don't care who you ask. Star stones are used to link planes. You can ask him. And he pointed at Senior Granduncle over there. Senior Granduncle. Ningxu dragged the bag to Senior Uncle's side and saw that he was dealing with the star stones on the fragments. There was already a large pile beside him. Can you give me a star stone? Ningxu reached out and touched the stone shining with starlight. Senior Uncle glanced at him. Get lost. Ningxu, damn it, why didn't he tell her to get lost when he used her world? These guys were all ruthless beasts. Ningxu dragged the trash bag and walked back to He. He said fiercely, Believe it or not, I'll tell everyone about you selling star stones. You're abusing your position for personal gain and secretly selling star stones. And he, who was wearing a military uniform, smelled of blood. She heard Ningxu say, Okay, you can tell everyone. I don't care. Ningxu was dumbfounded. Are you all so shameless? Didn't you say you'd give me one? My trust in you has dropped to the lowest. She let the third level of the 9 Palace Mountain suffer for nothing. You're so stupid. How dare you blame it on me? Can't you find the inlay fragments and buckle them yourself? Why? Do you want me to send them to you? I'm so busy. Why are you nagging me about starstones? And he sneered. He seemed to think that talking to Ningxu was a waste of time, so he turned and left. Ningxu took a deep breath and began to pick up the fragments. Some roll fragments. Ningxu stuck out his butt and sprained his waist, but he didn't pick up the fragments. Ningxu went to a person and asked, How can I move roll fragments? Of course, it's light when you've mastered the rules, the big boss said lightly. Ningxu, was it so awesome to pick up plane fragments here, mastering the rules? There were so many rules in a plane. There were 3,000 great daos. Did one have to master all these rules? That was really awesome. You haven't mastered a single rule? He stared at Ningxu. Are rules the rules? Rules are rules, and rules are rules. What's the difference between the two? Ningxu asked, puzzled. He felt that he still had a lot to learn. That which was right. He was being counterattacked by the power of the tribulation cloud. But he couldn't give up the tribulation cloud. Even a strong-willed cultivator would be reluctant to part with what he had once possessed by force. He didn't know if the moment he gave up would be a sublimation of his soul or an obsession in his heart. Autumn Han was speechless. Why? Why? Countless whys lingered in his heart. Why did the tribulation cloud abandon him? Did it want to find another master or, when he got the tribulation cloud, he wasn't very strong? But at that time, the tribulation cloud was so obedient and never rebelled. But now that he was strong, why couldn't he suppress the tribulation cloud? He wanted to curse 1,000 times in his heart. The crystal was taken away by the witch. If this was really the arrangement of the heavens, he was very unwilling to give it up. The lightning on Autumn Han's body flashed even more fiercely. His expression was more painful. He suppressed his emotions and walked out of the cave. Don't be restless. I'll let you go, okay? Autumn Han said helplessly. He really didn't understand why it was like this. The lightning on Autumn Han's body stopped flashing. Autumn Han smiled bitterly and stretched out his hand. There was a small dark cloud gathering in his hand. The dark cloud grew bigger and bigger. It floated into the sky and into the distance. It floated away without looking back. Autumn Han stared at the dark cloud until it disappeared on the horizon. His body was empty. He was used to the pain of the counterattack. But one day, it suddenly didn't hurt anymore. He was really not used to it. He was at a loss. He felt a little lonely and cold. He felt that there was no value in his existence. The Heavenly Defense Alliance, alas, the city, alas, he felt that there was nothing left. The life he kept, alas, Autumn Han sighed in his heart. He stepped on the back of the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird flapped its wings and flew away. Ningxu hurried back to the system space. He opened the chat system and found an he. Ningxu, and he, what did he mean by, do you want it? Did she buy it well? He made her sound like a beggar. Ningxu, and he, Ningxu was dumbfounded. She didn't want to earn money. Was she playing hard to get? Ningxu said again. According to Anhe's character, he probably wanted to raise the price, but she was not in the mood to bargain with him. Anha, Ningxu was speechless. If you're really busy, will you text me? I really don't believe you. Ningxu and he, even though they were separated by the screen, they could still feel Anhe's irritable aura. Ningxu choked. No, F*ck, I can't even straighten my back and speak in such a cowardly manner. Ningxu was so anxious that his legs were shaking. Think of a way? Think of a way, a dead pig wasn't afraid of boiling water. At this point, he could only be skinned. It was unimaginable that the law of nothingness had collapsed, and at such a high temperature at that. He covered his face. Ningxu opened the black hole and entered the third level of Nine Palace Mountain to see if there were any changes. If it was possible, could the third level contain some living beings? In the future, when these living beings died, they could even add some soul energy to the world of reincarnation. However, not all living beings could be stored in a space. There had to be things that the living beings could survive in, such as food and air. After entering the third level, Ningxu thought that he was in too much of a hurry. He entered the second level and went out first. Ningxu was speechless. This was the third level, right? Ningxu thought that he might be hallucinating. Otherwise, why would the third level, which had nothing before, suddenly have grass and trees? However, the climate was quite chaotic. It was hot and cold at the same time. It had not stabilized yet. The temperature difference between day and night was so big that he doubted his life. However, there was oxygen in the air. There were plants. Plants absorbed sunlight and produced oxygen, which was enough for living beings to survive. Ningxu touched his chin. This world should be able to store living beings. However, it didn't seem to be complete yet. She could go and join in the fun. If she couldn't use it, she could also buy some star stones. Moreover, the chances of using the third level should be very small. She was going for the star stones. There was a broken plane. There must be star stones on the plane fragments. Ningxu felt that such a large piece of star stone should be able to hold on. However, what if it couldn't? Ningxu went out of the system space. He opened the chat system and said to Anhe, I have a world that can store living beings. Anhe, Ningxu was speechless. Anhe, Ningxu waited. He always felt that some people deserved to be scolded. Not long after, a black hole channel appeared in his system space. Anhe, Ningxu was speechless. What the hell? If he wanted to scold Anhe, he could go on for several days and nights. Ningxu walked into the hole. He remembered that he had walked along such a channel to the battlefield. He had a psychological shadow. After walking for a while, light finally appeared in front of him. What he saw was a busy scene. There were many plane fragments floating in the air. Some people were collecting these fragments to prevent them from flying to other planes. Many people were holding the planes to prevent the planes behind from falling off because of a fault in the middle. It was like a broken rope. The rope had to be pulled, tied, and connected. There were so many planes behind that they had to be pulled. How much strength was needed? The soldiers of the army used various props to pull these planes. Otherwise, they would break and affect more planes. And he pushed the planes with a solemn expression. He was wearing a military uniform, no longer a flowery shirt. Many mission enforcers were picking up plane fragments. Those who could pick up the trash of the planes were all big shots. Such a scene made Ningxu's heart numb. Kacha, kacha. The cracking sounds coming from the plane were like rotten wood. The creaking sounds were especially shocking. And where's the person you said was pretending to be living beings? Taishu shouted at Anhe. And he glanced around and saw Ningxu. Hey, get over there. What are you standing there for? Ningxu responded with an "oh" and ran towards him. With a loud crack, a plane exploded behind Taishu. It was as bright as fireworks. After a loud bang, a surge of power gushed out of the plane. Ningxu was almost unable to move under such a huge force. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. Ningxu opened the black hole and entered the world of reincarnation. He first went to the third level of the Nine Palace Mountain. As soon as he entered, Ningxu suspected that he had gone to the wrong place. The entire world was covered in white snow. How long had it been? Why was it suddenly snowing? Dinosaurs ran in the snow. Some fell to the ground from the cold and never got up again. Ningxu frowned. Why was there no pattern in this world? The weather was crazy. There had to be at least 4 seasons. Sunny, rainy, cloudy, thunder and lightning. Such extreme changes happened so quickly. No matter how strong the body was, it couldn't withstand the torture of such irregular weather. If it suddenly snows now, it might suddenly become extremely hot in a few days. Without a suitable environment, how could these creatures survive? A light suddenly flashed in Ningxu's heart. Could this be the so-called rules? The changing of the world, the growth of all things, the change of the weather, birth, growth, aging, death, reincarnation, rebirth, growth, aging, death. Life was endless. It was a circle. The 4 seasons changed and went in a cycle. Therefore, there had to be a stable one that could form a circle. Only then could everything in the world develop and survive. Ningxu suddenly felt that the grand uncle was very black-hearted. This world didn't have a complete cycle, but he still threw these creatures here. Only a few would survive. There was also the possible impact on the world. Compared to the other planes that could be affected, these living beings were obviously nothing. Ningxu made a green rain to add some vitality to this world. After thinking about it, he went to the Phoenix Mountain in the 2nd level of the world and dug out some purple crystals from the mine. These purple crystals weren't as hot as the orange crystals, but it was still possible to melt snow. If he didn't do something, all the creatures here would freeze to death. The purple crystals were boiling hot in the space of the ring. They could melt mesons immediately. He hurried to the 3rd level and took out many purple crystals. As soon as the crystals touched the snow, they melted quickly, revealing the withered grass buried under the white snow. Ningxu made hand seals. His fingers moved quickly. He made more than one array. He used the purple crystals as the array core. Rolling heat radiated to the surroundings. With the formation as the center, hot air surged in all directions, and the white snow turned into a gurgling stream. With the warmth, it was as if spring had returned to the earth. The withered grass began to sprout again. From now on, this place is considered spring. After a period of time, it will be summer, autumn, and winter. Ningxu mumbled to himself, but his voice traveled far and wide. Different places had different climates. Even if it was hot all year round or cold all year round, it was fine as long as the weather did not suddenly change. In order to prevent the sudden melting of the snow from causing a flood, Ningxu directed the water to flow into the ocean at a very fast speed. The seawater was no longer orange-red. It had turned blue, which was the normal temperature. The snow was probably to absorb the heat of the ocean to melt the snow. The temperature of the ocean would drop a lot, and the creatures would be able to survive. But when it snowed, all the creatures on land became frozen meat. By the time the snow melted, most of the creatures on land were gone. However, as long as there were creatures in the world's oceans, they would slowly develop like the land, and some would evolve into land creatures. Some would have to be sacrificed to fulfill the rules. Ningxu vaguely understood what the rules were. To put it bluntly, it was a fixed pattern. If there was a problem with the pattern, if something went wrong, then the world's rules might be broken. Now that he understood what the rules were, it was not a wasted trip. Ningxu took away the purple crystals in the array core. In the end, he saw a group of savages wearing thick animal fur kneeling before him. They were mumbling something that he did not know. Ningxu was speechless. Don't worship, it's creepy. Ningxu was really afraid that one day, his image would appear very abstract and ferocious on the ancient murals. Ningxu disappeared in a flash. The savages kowtowed even more sincerely and prostrated themselves on the ground. When he reached the second level, Ningxu went to find Yilin and instructed him not to wander around for the time being. Once everything was settled, he would go and do the mission. He had to do the mission. Ningxu walked into the barrier and saw a little girl wearing loose men's clothes. When she saw Ningxu, she was so scared that she dropped the basin in her hand. She quickly picked it up and sized up Ningxu. You are Yilin's master? Ningxu, yo, where did this little beauty come from? I am by Cici. Cici, what's the matter? Yilin came out of the straw hut. Ningxu was speechless. Previously, this place was bare and a barrier was set up so that no one would discover it. But now, there was a straw hut inside. Was this a shared love nest? Master. Yilin quickly cupped his hands to Ningxu. This is by Cici. She was chased here and your disciple saved her. Yilin really liked to save people. This by Cici looked younger than Yilin, but her bone structure was many times better than Yilin's. Her bone structure was crystal clear. Such a talent would be a treasure in a large sect. Looking at the girl's eyes, she probably had an extraordinary background. Perhaps something had happened to her family. Ningxu's gaze swept back and forth between Yilin and Bai Cici. In his heart, he could not help but imagine a scene of their youth meeting and knowing each other. But one day, the elders of the girl's family came and forced the two of them apart. From then on, the lonely youth embarked on the long path of the strong, chasing the love in his heart. Yilin was speechless. Bai Cici was speechless. She didn't know why, but her master's, senior's, gaze was so disgusting. I just came to see if you went out to wander around. Ningxu said, I might not be back for a while. If he went to do a mission, he wouldn't appear here. Yilin was already used to his master disappearing and then suddenly appearing. He didn't know how long it would take for his master to disappear. He said very calmly, got it. Ningxu glanced at Bai Cici. Would she be his future disciple's wife? He didn't know if Chohan had a wife. If Chohan didn't have a wife, Yilin would probably continue to be lonely and fight for the heavenly Tao. Buy some clothes for her. Don't wear yours. They don't look good and have a bad influence. Yilin said, it's not good for her to go out. He heard that she was being searched everywhere. If that's the case, then as your master, I'll make a trip for you. Ningxu sized up Bai Cici's height and measurements. Bai Cici suddenly felt that her body had been seen through by him. She couldn't help but want to hug her chest. Ningxu went to the small town to buy some beautiful clothes and handed them to the confused Bai Cici. Thank you, senior. Ningxu nodded elegantly. Do a mission, do a mission, do a mission, do a mission. Ningxu returned to the system space and heard 2333's voice. You're awake? A mechanical voice sounded. This is the alarm clock he set. It will ring every once in a while. Ningxu was speechless. 2333's voice echoed in the space, do the mission, do the mission, do the mission. He had been rambling on, and he had never stopped. How long do you need? Half an hour. Rambling for half an hour, Ningxu took a deep breath and ignored 2333's voice. He clicked on the screen to see how Pan Wenlan was living after she returned. Ningxu quickly swiped the screen and went through everything that had happened. Pan Wenlan seemed to have started a business. It was a business of transporting goods to another place and earning the difference in price. Hero Hua married Xiao Chui. The couple had a child, and the two of them had another child. A happy family of 4. As for Pan Wenlan, she didn't seem to have found someone to entrust her life to. Pan Wenlan didn't seem to care, but Squire Pan was anxious. He wanted to find someone to take good care of Pan Wenlan before he left. Could it be that she was hurt and didn't want to get married? Lu Hao was a scammer. She was already dead and he still didn't let her rest. Pan Wenlon felt that her current situation was very good. She had some money in her heart. Anyway, she had some martial arts, so it was good to run around. After she got married, she would be locked up at home and couldn't go out. Otherwise, she would be raped. Even if she wanted someone to take care of her, there were many maids at home. Even if she wanted to find someone, she wouldn't find someone who was pedantic. She would find someone who could support her and walk the world with her. Ningxu turned off the screen. Although Pan Wenlon was alone, her mental state was much better than when she was in Lu Hao's backyard. As long as people had things to do and goals to move towards, they would be full of motivation. They wouldn't feel empty, lonely, cold, and sad. Do the mission, do the mission, do the mission, Ningxu covered his ears. Even if 2333 was dormant, it couldn't get rid of the fear of being controlled by him. Ningxu didn't feel good. He immediately said, do the mission. Just pick a simple one. Ningxu was teleported into another body. Before he could react, he suddenly felt pain on his body. It was as if he was scratched by something. Damn, this little fat girl is actually standing there and letting the monster scratch her. Is she stupid? Come here quickly. Ningxu opened his eyes and found himself in a virtual illusion. However, everything around him was very realistic. There was a huge black spider in front of him. Even the cilia on the legs of the black spider could be seen clearly, and there was also a stench. The spider spat out a ball of white light. Ningxu hurriedly dodged, but his body didn't seem to be very agile. He was almost hit by the ball of light, but he tripped and fell to the ground. Pfft, haha, this little fat girl is really interesting. You don't have to be so courteous. The surrounding people all laughed, which made Ningxu frown. Because when one fell, it was obvious that one would feel pain. Get up. A girl helped Ningxu up. Ningxu stood up and saw that everyone was staring at the game ID above their heads. Something like Tsung Mountain has a well-named Kong, long hair to the waist. Is Sadako could it be in the game? It must be a holographic online game. The girl who helped Ningxu up had 2 words above her head, return. Concise and inexplicably domineering. Ningxu decided to quit the game first and directly clicked the exit button on the panel in front of him. The process of exiting the game was a bit uncomfortable. Ningxu opened his eyes in the game pod and took off the game helmet on his head. His head was dizzy. How long have I been playing this game? Ningxu simply lay down and closed his eyes for a while. He felt for the snacks next to him and took them out too. Eat. Then he accepted the plot. Holographic online game was a new game mode launched by the game company, but the cost of the game pod was a bit high. It wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. Such a high price was used to play a game. The client was called Tao Jing. Her family was a bit rich. She had 3 older brothers. Her parents finally had a daughter, so it was inevitable that they spoiled her a bit. But the client didn't have any major problems. She just liked to eat snacks, and all kinds of delicious food. Sometimes, for a bit of delicious food, she would take a car to a distant place. She was a foodie. Therefore, his body shape was squarish and a little fat. She used all her pocket money to buy a game pod and play a Xianxia legend game. She was immersed in the game and could feel the pain. It was very real. The client met her Mr. Right in the game, Yan Xingzhou. He was tall and handsome. Later, they got married. Yan Xingzhou didn't mind that the client was chubby. After they got married, his favorite thing to do was to take her to eat a lot of delicious food. Yan Xingzhou probably enjoyed the process of feeding her. It was very blissful. But this was a matter of the previous life. Because in this life, someone intercepted her. And the client didn't know why, but she became the target of ridicule in the game. No matter what she did, people would criticize her. Some people said that she relied on her family's money and was fat. She threw money at her male idol in hopes that he would like her. Anyway, she was just a clown. And her fatness had become the focus of other people's criticism. The client was more generous. The pocket money her parents gave her had no other use except for food, so she was very generous. In the previous life, she made some good friends because of this. But in this life, she was sometimes ridiculed when she gave a little thing. She was almost catching up to the pace of the entire internet. The game name was Return. The girl whose real name was Xianxia was reborn. She was deeply shocked when she saw Xianxia and Tao Jing. These two were very different in appearance. Why would a handsome guy like this girl? Was it because Tao Jing was more proactive? She also heard that she took the initiative to buy all kinds of equipment for Xianxia in the game. She felt that Xianxia was a soft rice guy. She despised him in her heart and looked at Tao Jing with some pity. This was the only part of this girl that was slightly charming. She loved to eat so much. Her body was full of fat. Only a little money could attract people. But in the game, she unintentionally heard people say that Xianxia's father owned a company. In the future, Xianxia would inherit his father's world. Xianxia was stunned. Xianxia's taste was really unique. He actually liked that kind of girl. Chubby, how was she good-looking? Was it because Tao Jing was very proactive in the beginning? Was that why she could get a handsome guy, and the handsome and rich Xianxia? Xianxia had a good impression of Xianxia. When a person could easily get something better, but he chose something inferior. He didn't care about people's appearance at all. Xianxia's image in Xianxia's heart was infinitely raised. Until Xianxia and Tao Jing got married. Xianxia was disappointed. She really lost a good man because she didn't take the initiative. Xianxia wasn't someone who looked at a person's appearance and family background. If only she took the initiative. Xianxia sank into endless vexation. Perhaps it was because of this regret that Xianxia was reborn. Moreover, before the release of the holographic online game, Xianxia's family situation wasn't very good. Although they didn't have to worry about food and clothing, they definitely wouldn't spend tens of thousands to buy a gaming helmet and gaming pod. In her previous life, she worked several jobs just to buy this. Every day, she wanted to quickly get enough money. When the popularity of the gaming pod gradually decreased, the price wasn't that expensive. But when Xianxia entered the game, Xianxia and Tao Jing had already married in the game. There was no chance at all. Xianxia found that after being reborn for a few years, she still didn't find a chance to get rich. If she waited to earn money from the beginning, she would also miss it. After being reborn, Xianxia wanted to quickly get in touch with Xianxia. Therefore, she stayed in the game company and wanted to get a test version of the gaming pod. Of course, she also gave some suggestions, such as if there were some bugs. Of course, the condition was to give her a test version of the gaming pod. Xianxia knew that she didn't have much money, so she planned to use her skills to conquer him and become a gaming goddess. She also livestreamed the entire game. A livestream of a holographic online game would definitely make a lot of money. When the game started, everyone was still in the exploration stage. But Xianxia was already quite familiar with the game. She knew the weaknesses of the monsters and how to fight them. At this time, the game guides weren't out yet. Xianxia wrote some game guides and made a lot of money. Sure enough, you have to take the initiative to eat meat. After that, Xianxia met Xianxia and his group of bad friends. They established a gang. Xianxia was also an elder in the gang. Compared to her previous life where she was a nobody, this life was much better. In this life, Xianxia was a famous gaming goddess in the entire server. There were many people who watched her game guides and live streams. Tao Jing saw that her brother had a gaming pod and played it. She felt that it was very interesting. She fought with her brother for the gaming pod every day. Tao Jing's brother couldn't take it anymore because his sister's skills were terrible. Tao Jing had no choice. She took out all her pocket money and acted spoiled with her mother. She successfully got the money. After entering the game, he used the game name I'm Easy to Feed. Then, just like before, he mixed into the gang. But now, Xianxia and Xianxia were already recognized as a pair. Although they weren't together, they were considered the most compatible pair. As for the client, he was confused and thought that Xianxia, this god, was really King handsome. He went over to strike up a conversation, but in the end, he was ridiculed by Xianxia's bad friends. Client? What's wrong with her? However, she still managed to sneak into the godly team. Every time she broadcasted, she would make a fool of herself. The client's skills weren't very good, and he was chubby. Holographic online games tested one's sensitivity and brain speed. The client's situation was definitely not good. A goddess, a newbie, a beauty, and a fat girl were all gathered together. It was simply a disaster. Every time she went out, she would be at the bottom of the list and be used as a foil. However, with Xianxia in the team, the client would follow along. In any case, the client was a shameless mistress. She was the one who interfered and ruined the love between the Prince Charming and the goddess. Client? As far as she knew, these two people weren't husband and wife. It was said that they weren't together in real life either. How did she become a shameless mistress? The client was a girl who didn't have any other pursuits other than eating. Luckily, her family had some money for her to eat. She hadn't hurt anyone and was a harmless girl. However, in the game, she was already being ridiculed to the point of doubting her life. How was she scheming and shameless? Who said that bad skills couldn't play games? Moreover, every time she was invited, if she didn't see Xianxia in the team, she wouldn't have gone. The holographic online game scenery was very beautiful. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't eat snacks, the client would have taken some snacks and sat down to eat them. She wouldn't be laughed at by others. There were all kinds of nicknames. Clown, little fat girl. Anyone could come and mock him. Client? Why was there such a thing happening even when playing a game? The client didn't understand, but Xianxia understood quite well. Love was also a battlefield. The client who stumbled around definitely couldn't win against Xianxia, who had armor, equipment, and a few sets of battle tactics. If Xianxia was Xianxia, he wouldn't consider letting this joke become his girlfriend. Although it was a virtual game, there were only so many people who played games. Sometimes, they would have to gather and talk about things in the game. In short, the client suffered a crushing defeat. She was called a damn fatty in the game and even scolded for being cheap and not knowing her own place. All kinds of ridicule and condemnation made Tao Jing feel that she must have betrayed the country and committed a heinous crime. They treated her as a joke and even made her into an emoji. Who did she offend? Tao Jing couldn't figure it out. She couldn't even eat her favorite snacks. She was depressed. Occasionally, she would go online and smile when she saw her. Even her normal life was affected. She didn't expect playing a game to be so dangerous. The client felt very wronged. Her wish was to correct her image, but she couldn't do anything about it. Xianxia munched on potato chips. His mouth was dry and he got up to drink some water. When he got out of the gaming cabin, he met Xianxia, who also came out to drink water. Xianxia and Tao Jing were twins. It was a pity that Xianxia was slim and handsome while Tao Jing was a little chubby. When they stood together, it was impossible to tell that they were twins. Tao Jing, if you keep eating like this, you'll turn into a pig. You're so embarrassing in the game, Xianxia said in a bad mood. The guys in the game often used this sister of his to tease him. Don't even think about chasing Xianxia. Look at yourself. You have no chance of winning if you want to compete with him. Xianxia picked up the cup and poured some water. He slammed the cup on the table to quench his thirst. What does it have to do with you that I'm fat? Haven't you heard that a good-looking body is the same, but an interesting soul weighs more than 200 pounds? Are you my brother? Why are you helping an outsider to mock your sister? I'm going to tell your mother that you bullied me. Xianxia rolled his eyes. You have to speak up for me. An outsider might even call you a man. If you despise me like this, how can you talk about family? Xianxia looked angry. I don't let you play games for your own good. Don't you see how bad you are now? You overestimate yourself. Every time he saw his sister being embarrassed, he felt his face burn. Xianxia crossed his arms and looked at him. I know you have a crush on Gui Lai and spend a lot of money on her every livestream. You're afraid that she'll ignore you if she finds out that I'm your sister, right? The holographic online game was very realistic. Not only was the pain realistic, but the images were also realistic. The lowest similarity was 80% and the highest was 100%. Xianxia's temperament had changed a lot since she was reborn. She was confident and had money. She would definitely look good if she did a beauty treatment. She was a goddess that many men liked in the game. Not many people would be willing to buy a gaming pod just to play games. Of course, there was no lack of gaming nerds and professional gamers. Gui Lai's skills were definitely very good. Brother 3 looked unhappy. Didn't you spend money to buy equipment for Xianxia? You were even rejected. You're even more embarrassing. Why would I buy equipment for her? I put it on myself. Xianxia argued with Brother 3. Humph, if you think I'm embarrassing, I'll always be by your side in the game. Brother 3. You're not ashamed, you're proud. Not only did she embarrass herself, but she also embarrassed him. But he still said, don't go out with the guru team to fight bosses in the future. Do you know that you're being live-streamed? You're embarrassing. She was surrounded by guru players, but a small fry appeared. The comparison was terrible. She didn't know why she could fight bosses with the guru team. There was no lack of people fanning the flames. After all, not everyone could fight bosses with the guru team. She was just a little fat girl with terrible skills and a lack of reflexes. She was like a rat that spoiled a pot of good soup in the team of the great gods. Xianxia, what can I do if she invites me every time? But I helped her gain a lot of popularity during Gui Lai's livestream. Otherwise, why would she invite me every time? Brother 3. Are you stupid? That's a joke. Don't go in the future. If you're bad, just practice. I'm making money in the game. You're a pay-to-win player, but you're so bad at it. Xianxia said indifferently, Mom gives me money. I don't need to work hard to earn money. Brother 3. In any case, his 3 sons were no longer his biological sons. Only this damn fatty was his biological son. Xianxia really felt mentally exhausted. It was probably because he had played the game for too long and was mentally draining. She went back to her room to sleep for a while. He was circulating the peerless martial arts in his body, but there wasn't much spiritual energy, so it didn't matter if he circulated it. Xianxia fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Perhaps it was because he was fat, but he kept snoring in his sleep. There were a few times when he almost couldn't breathe properly and didn't wake up. After a nap, his mind was still not clear. He pinched the meat on his stomach and felt a little depressed. It was one thing to be fat and not look good, but more importantly, it was unhealthy. Xianxia's hand reflexively touched the snacks by the bedside and felt a lot of packaging. His stomach was growling. He was hungry. He was used to eating whenever and wherever he wanted. Now, he really couldn't get used to not eating. His body's inertia was also quite scary. Xianxia felt that he had to endure it. Now that his stomach was full, if he continued to eat, he would not be able to move. Xianxia woke up to drink water. When he was hungry, he drank water and ate fruits. Anyway, he couldn't eat junk food anymore. His 3 brothers were not bad looking, so the client's appearance was probably not bad either. This body probably had potential. He should try to lose weight. Not only to not be called a damn fatty, but also for his health. Probably because his mouth couldn't stop, Xianxia felt that his mouth was very itchy and wanted to find something to grind his teeth. Drinking water didn't work. He took an apple and cut it into small pieces and slowly grinded his teeth. This would make his brain feel full. There was a gym at home. It was his 3 brothers' territory. He decided to go and exercise. The client probably had some merit on him. He ate every day and didn't have to worry about his livelihood. His parents doted on him like a pearl. Sometimes, they were all humans, but it was so unfair. Actually, Xianxia's rebirth could be counted as a capital encouragement, but she was very hostile towards the client. After being reborn, the first thing to do was to snatch a man. If these 2 people were at peace, it would be fine. But they kept stepping on the client, making the client a joke. Maybe the client was a little stupid, but this wasn't a reason for Xianxia to step on him. The client also didn't hurt her, whether in this life or the previous life. Xianxia ground his teeth. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of beef with his hands, potato chips, pickled peppers, chicken feet, all kinds of snacks made Xianxia salivate. His strong stomach was squirming and protesting. He kept eating and eating until his stomach was full. So, he couldn't spoil anything. Once he couldn't satisfy him, he would make a fuss. Ningxu kept drinking water. His stomach was rumbling as he walked. After dinner, the family of 6 sat at the table. Ningxu only drank soup and didn't eat greasy food. Mother Tao saw that her daughter wasn't eating, so she immediately put a piece of smoked beef into Ningxu's bowl. Eat. I'm on a diet. I'll eat lighter food, Ningxu said. Instantly, everyone at the table stared at Ningxu in disbelief. Why are you on a diet? She was basically the biggest eater in the family. Even the men didn't have as big an appetite as her. Suddenly wanting to lose weight was like red rain falling from the sky. Jingjing, did you suffer? Did someone bully you? Mother Tao immediately asked. Ningxu pointed at third brother. She called me a damn fatty. Everyone laughs at me in the game. Mother Tao looked at her third son. Third brother glared at Ningxu and explained, I didn't call her a damn fatty. Besides, I'm already fat. Why can't people talk about it? Ningxu, I became fat with my own ability. Who gave her the right to call me fat? Third brother, I'm not eating anymore. Ningxu felt that this body had a lot of phlegm. The phlegm wasn't from the mouth, but from fat. For the sake of health, she couldn't be so fat. She didn't think so now, but when she was older, she would definitely suffer. Most importantly, she would fall into a state of inferiority and lack of confidence, which would lead to depression. Later on, Tao Jing became depressed. When she saw the flesh on her body, she even cut it with a knife. She was hospitalized several times because of this. The happy foodie became depressed. She couldn't even save her food. Don't listen to them. What's the point of not eating when you have food? It's not like you're so poor that you don't have food to eat. People are just so pretentious. When you don't have food to eat, you'll even eat dirt. When you have food to eat, you're afraid of getting fat. Mother Tao comforted Ningxu. She put a piece of braised pork shoulder into Ningxu's bowl. It was stewed until it was soft and tender. It trembled in the bowl. So oily. She really wanted to eat it. Her stomach was growling. Mom, you're right. But I still want to lose weight. Ningxu rejected the braised pork shoulder and the braised beef and drank the soup. It wasn't easy for the food to be on the table, but she rejected it. How sad would the food be? It was all because she was too hungry. Ningxu felt that she had never felt such an urgent need for food. Her soul was in a good state, so she wouldn't get fat no matter how much she ate. The whole family didn't believe that Ningxu only drank soup and ate light food. Ningxu drank a few bowls of soup and left the table. Mrs. Tao asked her third son, is Jingjing in love? Who would like her unless they're blind? Brother San said directly. How can you talk about your sister like that? Mrs. Tang hit him with her chopsticks. Brother San wanted to say that she was a toad who wanted to eat swan meat and liked a handsome guy in the game, but he didn't say it. It wouldn't be good if his mother used his game capsule and insisted on entering the game to see what the man looked like. She's probably always being told that she's fat and wants to lose weight. She'll go crazy and won't be able to persevere, Brother San said directly. Ningxu went downstairs to the park for a walk. Her stomach was rumbling with soup and water. She didn't know if the fiery sun energy could burn fat. Ningxu planned to absorb the fiery sun energy. It was more abundant than spirit energy. She absorbed some fiery sun energy and circulated it in her body to burn her fat. It was useless. It was useless. It seemed that she really had to go through hellish training and hell to lose weight. She also had to strictly control her diet. If she ate less, her stomach would gradually shrink. Ningxu walked slowly in the park. After going to the bathroom a few times, she was hungry again. Ningxu jogged and panted in exhaustion. Even a fight wasn't this tiring. The meat was growing. It would be very difficult to get rid of it. She walked around the park. There were many skewers, corn, roasted sweet potatoes. The smell of nightlife food floated in the air. Her stomach growled. Ningxu was speechless. She was so desperate. She really wanted to eat. Ningxu wandered around the barbecue stall for a long time. Finally, she made up her mind and swallowed her saliva, feeling wronged, and ran home. She peeled an apple and slowly ground her teeth. With something in her mouth, she wouldn't feel hungry. It was really hard to fight against one's instincts. Hunger, drinking water, and sleeping were all irresistible. She was hungry. She wanted to eat. The whole family looked at Xianxia in silence. They felt that she wouldn't be able to hold on for long and would soon revert to her old ways. Xianxia went to the gym upstairs and started running. Even from downstairs, he could hear the movements upstairs. I wonder what triggered our daughter, Father Tao said worriedly. What was wrong with his daughter? She had never thought of losing weight in the past. She would eat, drink, and sleep as she should. Life was carefree, but now that his daughter had grown up, she had her troubles. A woman dresses up for her sweetheart. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Father Tao's mind. In the end, he felt that his daughter had someone she liked. Xianxia couldn't take it anymore after running for 10 minutes. He collapsed on the ground and got up. However, after some exercise, he slept much more comfortably at night. He was probably too tired. For a few days, Xianxia didn't go online to play games. Every day, he thought about how to lose weight. He was so hungry that he felt dizzy. It was very uncomfortable. He wanted to use spiritual energy to adjust his body's condition, but there was no spiritual energy in the modern world. Even holographic online games had been made. The development of technology had made the spiritual energy of heaven and earth disappear. Therefore, he had to rely on his own perseverance to lose weight. Xianxia felt that after this experience, she wouldn't dare to eat too much in restaurants in the future. It was traumatizing. A few days later, Xianxia put on the gaming helmet and entered the game. As soon as he entered, he found that many people were sending messages to him. Kindergarten gang boss, yo, you don't have the face to come to the game, 800 idiots running north slope, without someone to be a joke, the game is boring. Medicine, 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 check it out, hurry up and contribute a new emoji pack. There were many such messages. They all had the same indifferent tone. Xianxia replied to them one by one. The game is opened by your family. Why do you care if I have the face to come or not? The game is boring. Let someone else play you. A notification popped up in front of Xianxia. It was a message from Song Mountain has a well-named empty. Song Mountain has a well-named empty was Xianxia's best friend. It was clearly a godly team, but he had to find a noob like her. It was nothing more than a joke. This was the legendary saying of building one's happiness on other people's pain and inadequacy. How could this give him a sense of superiority? Xianxia clicked accept. Instantly, the system message spread everywhere. I'm easy to feed. I accept Song Mountain has a well-named empties team request. Brother San, F***CK, his sister was probably an idiot. She was going to be a joke. Brother San said to his team members, I have something to do. I'm not going to fight this monster. His team members immediately shouted, don't, we're almost done. You scammer, what's so important? My dumb sister has been scammed again. I have to go over and take care of her. Brother San felt that he was really too noble. He had spent so much effort on this scammer. Alright then, we'll go with you. The other team members had nothing to say. They could only follow along. Honestly, they really wanted to see this famous, I'm easy to feed, with their own eyes. Return was as popular as this, I'm easy to feed, was. However, this kind of popularity was created by darkness. Xianxia followed the other party's instructions to the place where the monsters were to be killed. The surroundings were gloomy. The monsters here were especially strong. First, they would kill a wave of small monsters, then a big wave, and then the final boss. This level of monster killing was not something a small fry like her could participate in. She would be killed in the first wave. There were a total of 6 people in the team. Return was a female player who stood out. Xianxia and a few other godly players were in the team. Song Mountain has a well-named empty, little fat girl, I thought you didn't play games anymore. Xianxia chuckled. If I didn't come, wouldn't you be disappointed? Moreover, without a small fry like me holding you back, even if you succeeded in killing the monsters, it wouldn't be a big deal. If you can win with a noob like me, then your godly reputation will shine brightly. It was normal for a godly player to win. However, if you won with a burden, then the feeling was different. The difficulty increased by a few notches. Heaven has a well-named empty. I haven't seen you for a few days and you've become sharper. Haven't you always wanted to chase after Xianxia? I'm giving you a chance. Xianxia kicked him. Stop talking nonsense. Ningxu looked at the tall and elegant Return and said directly, remember to give me some money. Return was a little speechless. Asking her for money? Was there a mistake? Did she owe him money? Ningxu said directly, without me as a foil, your gaming live streams aren't that popular recently. It's tiring for me to support you. Only when there was a right match could there be a competition. With Tao Jing, this scum, around, even girls with average skills could be compared to her. Not to mention setting off Gui Lai. Your gaming livestream earns so much money. You should at least give me a share of the money. You drag me along every time to set off a group of gods. You should at least give me some money, Ningxu said shamelessly. Every time he dragged her along and asked for money, he definitely wouldn't call her over any time and anywhere. If she gave him money, he wouldn't admit that she was Gui Lai's supporting character. One was red, one was black, working together to make money. Gui Lai felt that this guy was ridiculous. Why did he have to ask her for money? She had nothing to do with this guy. Every time she wanted to chase after Xianxia, she was stupid and became a joke. He even said it as if he was pretending to be like this. These team members called this guy over just to see a joke. She ran over herself. Gui Lai, what money do I owe you? This guy must have a problem with his brain. She didn't know how she chased after Xianxia in her previous life. Beep 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 came to find trouble with her. She was still live streaming. Every time she killed monsters, she would livestream. But one less livestream meant a lot less money. Fighting with this kind of clown seemed to be degrading. Gui Lai was still thinking about how to stop these two people from being together. She took the initiative to confess to Xianxia, but Xianxia didn't answer. He said that he didn't have the intention to date for the time being. Gui Lai was rejected. She was a little stunned. She just thought that it was a habit from her previous life. It wasn't easy to change. So she took a step back and said that they were husband and wife for the time being. If Gui Lai needed any materials, only husband and wife challenges could get the prize. Gui Lai found Xianxia and became husband and wife. But after the mission was completed, Gui Lai took the initiative to dissolve the relationship. Xianxia didn't have any objections. Gradually, the two of them did a couple of husband and wife challenges. They left the impression that they were a couple in front of everyone. But then they dissolved the relationship. Back and forth, tossing and turning, so when the client appeared, he was immediately attacked. Even if these two weren't husband and wife, they were still a couple. Why did you get involved? Ningxu felt quite speechless. Can't you guys be a couple? Instead, it made the client become a third party. Back and forth, he didn't find it troublesome. It was really intoxicating. Ningxu said directly, every time you look for me, don't you want me to make a fool of myself? Then we can split the money. You don't keep your word. Everyone was speechless. You're probably dreaming. Everyone present was speechless. What kind of person agreed to collect the money together and then split the money? Gui Lai's face was red with anger. What kind of situation was this? It was as if they had colluded. Was there a need to collude? That guy was so stupid. Gui Lai, think before you speak. Why was Tao Jing acting so weird today? Was there really nothing wrong with her? Tao Jing. Third brother appeared with a group of people. He looked at Ningxu and asked, are you okay? What could happen to me? Although the environment was realistic and the pain was realistic, there was no danger to his life. Third brother said to Tsang Mountain Yujing Wei Kong, I'm a girl who doesn't know anything. She's just here to play the game. Don't bring her along when you're farming. Tsang Mountain Yujing Wei Kong said carelessly, she can be considered weak, but she died that time. I protected her well every time. Brother, don't worry. Third brother sneered. He was treating his sister as a joke. Although he didn't like this damn fatty, they had crawled out of the same stomach. They had stayed together in the same stomach. These things couldn't be erased. Get over here. What are you doing running around every day? Big brother will take you to level up. Third brother waved at Ningxu. Ningxu obediently walked over and called out, Big brother. Song Mountain Yujing Wei Kong said, you called her away. We're one less person here. One less person shouldn't matter to a godly team like yours. Don't tell me he's dead. You don't know how good my sister is. Without her dragging us down, you'll be able to farm monsters easily. Third brother didn't understand why the other side was so insistent on adding that damn fatty. Was it to show that the godly team was strong? Forget it, let's farm monsters first. The horse monsters are coming out. Yan Xingzhou came out to smooth things over. Third elder brother gave Yan Xingzhou some face and prepared to leave with his team. Despair Canyon was a dungeon that their team couldn't clear. He wasn't weak, but the godly team was still a bit lacking. Roar roar roar. The ground shook. Small monsters that looked like pangolins crawled out of the ground and charged towards them. Instead, there were 3 times the number of normal monsters. Third brother immediately reacted, F*CK, they're counting us all. The dungeon had thought that their team was also a dungeon player, so the number of monsters increased to a terrifying level. There were small monsters all over the mountain. After the small monsters were killed, there would be a big wave. Third brother was in a dilemma. Should he fight or not? If he didn't, it would be a bit unkind. If he fought, his strength would be a bit lacking. Ningxu said, Third brother, hurry up and leave. Third brother rolled his eyes, I'm leaving. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? So he still had to kill. Wasn't loyalty the most important thing in games? If he ran away like this, his character would be bad in the future. At worst, he would die once. Third brother braced himself. Ningxu stood to the side and prepared to watch the godly team fight. She couldn't beat them anyway. She could beat them, but she didn't want to move. Because she had been on a diet recently, Ningxu, who ate grass every day, was very unhappy. Who the F*CK wanted to fight with them? She didn't even have a share of the equipment that dropped, so she didn't have to worry. Ningxu used the equipment to wrap herself up. It had the effect of a barrier. It could prevent the monsters from attacking. Of course, this equipment was bought with money. There was a lot of equipment in the user's backpack. Ningxu opened her backpack and looked at the equipment inside. How much money did this equipment cost? Then she watched as everyone painstakingly killed the monsters. There were monsters all over the mountain. Didn't the godly team want to increase the difficulty? Wasn't this difficulty great? It increased by 3 times in one go. It was awesome. The godly team's equipment was awesome. Their moves and equipment were simply dazzling. It could blind people's eyes. But the godly team's expression wasn't too good, especially when they returned. This time, they might fail. Their team had never failed to kill monsters. If they failed in the Valley of Despair, their winning streak would be gone. This team had a godlike status in the game, so everyone naturally had high expectations for this team. If they failed, their previous glory would be gone. /BK Gue Lai gritted her teeth. Easy Living and her brother were really troublemakers. She regretted letting this guy join the god team. It was just like what Easy Living said. It was a joke to have such a person in the team, but it also added some popularity to her live broadcast. Most of her emojis were screenshots from the live broadcast by some busybodies. She acquiesced to this action. Tao Jing was already in such a sorry state. If Yan Xingzhou still chose her, Gue Lai felt that her rebirth was meaningless. Even if she was her goddess, the strongest goddess in the game, why was Yan Xingzhou still indifferent to her? At a game party in her previous life, she saw Yan Xingzhou peeling prawns for Tao Jing and watching her eat with a smile. Why was he so cold to her? Gue Lai didn't dare to be distracted. Although these were all small monsters, it was live broadcast time. If a distraction caused any impact, it would be a blow to her reputation. It was directly related to money. The worst thing about holographic games was that once the live broadcast started, it couldn't be turned off within the set time. Gue Lai really wanted to turn off the live broadcast. It wasn't that no one did live broadcast, but the live broadcast was terrible. Guilai's live broadcast was the most perfect. Her teammates were awesome, her skills were awesome, and her equipment was gorgeous. It was simply enjoyable. Now only Guilai's live broadcast was outstanding. The income was amazing. Damn fatty, I've been tricked by you. Third brother's life was hanging by a thread as he shouted to Ningxu. When the last drop of blood was gone, he was forced to quit the game. When the character died, they would quit the game. And using the game helmet was very tiring. They couldn't play for too long, so they would be forced to quit the game after 3 hours. To avoid the situation of being unconscious, Ningxu took out his handkerchief and waved at his brother. Ah, goodbye, my brother. Third brother, damn you, who did he die for? The team that third brother brought over was killed. The rest was the god team. Xianxia was wearing dazzling equipment and his reaction was very agile. Holographic games were operated by consciousness. To be able to become a god, it meant that he was a very smart person in real life. It seemed that Xianxia and a group of bad friends were all winners in life. Ningxu leisurely watched everyone kill monsters. The others were busy to death. The players who were watching the livestream were speechless. The fat chick was even more ridiculous now. In the past, she would at least help. Although she was a little clumsy, she was equipped with a lot of equipment. It would be difficult for her to die in a short period of time. Furthermore, he had a team of gods protecting him, so he definitely wouldn't die. Now, he was actually watching from the side, therefore, all kinds of bullet screen comments were enough to blacken Ningxu. Why would the male gods and goddesses find such a person to team up with? It was simply dragging down the quality and fighting strength of the entire team. They requested to join the team, saying that no matter what, the fatty had more combat power. Fatty didn't even have the slightest spirit of unity and friendship. He just watched everyone fight. Therefore, when someone wants to slander you, no matter what you do, you will be slandered. In the past, when she was asked to help kill enemies, she would be criticized on a technical level, saying that her reaction was slow, her posture was ugly, and she was fat. Now that she wasn't moving, they were saying that she didn't have the spirit of unity and love. Ningxu didn't care what others said. Just the waves of monsters alone would be enough for them to fight for a while. It was impossible to clear this dungeon in a short period of time. To clear a dungeon, not only did they have to clear the monsters, they also had to race against time to break the record. Using the shortest amount of time to beautifully clear the dungeon was something that every team had to do. Moreover, the shorter the time, the better the equipment that would be dropped. Ningxu looked at the time. There was already quite a bit of time, but the last wave of monsters hadn't been cleared yet. The big monsters hadn't appeared yet. Moreover, the big monsters this time were definitely strong because the dungeon counted 2 teams. Ningxu stretched his arms and rested enough to fight BSS. This time, no matter what, he had to get some equipment. He had to fight for the last hit on BSS. This way, he would definitely have a share of the equipment that would be dropped. He definitely had to fight for the best equipment that would be dropped. Ningxu flipped through all kinds of game guides to familiarize himself with the game. Many of the game guides on the forums were written by Return Home. Ningxu looked for a while and felt that it was better to walk through the game from the beginner's village than to look at these guides. The client's mind wasn't in the game at all. She wasn't here to play the game. She was completely attracted by the realistic graphics. In addition, she met Xianxia. There was one more reason to play the game. However, there weren't many people like the client who played the game without any desires. Everyone was fighting for rankings and killing monsters. The weak could only be mocked. Roar, roar, roar. The earth trembled violently, and a huge mountain cracked open, and a huge BSS drilled out from within. It was a larger version of a pangolin. Its entire body was pitch black and terrifying. The players were like ants in front of the pangolin. Looking up at the pangolin was like looking at a building. F*CK, so big, this is a top-tier BSS, right? How do we fight this? Looks like Team Great God won't be able to clear the dungeon in the shortest time. I'm so worried about Goddess Return. All kinds of messages flooded the live broadcast. This dungeon had been cleared before, but the big BSS Pangolin wasn't this big. The dungeon would be matched according to the team's strength. The stronger the team, the stronger the team. Originally, Team Great God's strength was awesome. They even had Brother San's team. Therefore, the game system matched such a huge monster. It was like a big monster in a sci-fi movie. It was unreal. Seeing the big BSS, Return's face turned green. It was so big. It would take too long to kill this monster. Looking at the health bar, it made people feel even more hopeless. She did the live broadcast to let people see a perfect kill. It was easy. If she was like a normal player, who would watch the live broadcast, everyone in the team communicated with their eyes. Finally, Xianxia said, "Kill it. Although it will take a long time, the reward may be 3 times. The harder it was, the better the reward." Return really wanted to turn around and leave. However, it was a live broadcast. If she left, it would be very bad. It was better to kill the monster than to give up. The few of them besieged the giant pangolin. Dazzling moves were made, and the few great gods took out their rare trump card divine weapons. It made the people watching the live broadcast scream. Some artifacts couldn't be bought with money. One could only fight step by step to gather enough materials to refine them. If such an artifact was calculated according to the money in real life, it would cost $10,000. These rich great gods. Ningxu looked at these dazzling artifacts. Anyway, the artifacts in the game were all very flashy. How could they be so dazzling and eye-catching, especially when he unleashed his moves? He could blind people's eyes. Inexplicably, he felt like he was King Awesome. /BK, but this boss's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. It was so strong. All kinds of artifacts and spells did little damage to the pangolin, and its HP decreased very slowly. It's simply 6666. The great god is different. The monsters are all so strong. I don't think we can win. This monster's skin is so thick. It feels like it's a lot stronger in all aspects. Its strength, defense, and attack were more than twice as strong as normal monsters. Therefore, the great god team really had a hard time. The pangolin's claws and teeth were very sharp. The light from its attack could penetrate a person's body. This battle was very difficult. Even the great god's HP bar was almost empty. Some took out blood tonics and drank them to stay alive. Ningxu rummaged through her backpack and fully armed herself. She held a very expensive sword in her hand. It was said that it was an artifact that could split into dozens of swords at the same time. At first, the seller was attracted by the bright gem of the sword. She bought it without thinking and planned to give it to Xianxia. But Xianxia didn't accept it and returned it to her almost without thinking. Ningxu wore flashy armor and ran over with a gorgeous sword in her hand. She asked, "Do you need my help?" But everyone was busy fighting monsters and didn't pay attention to Ningxu. "Do you need my help?" "You have to tell me," Ningxu said again. Everyone, they had never seen such a shameless person. How could she be so shameless? The great god was busy fighting monsters. Who would want to talk to her? And with such a big monster, she would be courting death if she ran over. Was the chubby girl going to contribute an emoji again? Everyone was itching to take a screenshot of Ningxu's expression at any time and place. To be honest, without the chubby girl dragging them down, it was boring to watch the great god fight monsters. These people could even make jokes about people. If others were calculative, they would say unhappily that it was just a joke. You can't even make a joke. It's boring. Just a few jokes. Am I close to you? Ningxu saw that no one was paying attention to her. It seemed that they didn't need her help. She could help with the last hit. Ong ong ong. The big monster was hurt by Xianxia's attack. It began to go berserk, and the scales on its body shot out like knives. Ningxu hurriedly moved further away and played with the blood tonic in his hand. After a tough battle, the pangolin only had a little bit of health left. Ningxu didn't hesitate and took out his sword. The sword split into dozens of swords and stabbed into the pangolin's body, turning it into a porcupine. Boom. The pangolin fell to the ground, raising a thick cloud of dust. Then, a dazzling array of equipment appeared. There were divine artifacts, ores, and pet eggs. Ningxu was the first to snatch the pet eggs. He also took 2 glowing stones. Everyone was speechless. Ningxu tucked the egg under his armpit and said to the stunned gods, "Hurry up and pick it up. What are you waiting for? Don't be shy." The gods almost laughed out of anger. "Don't be shy? You're the one who's being rude." Return was speechless. The new 5-colored stone and pet eggs that she wanted had been snatched away. She had discussed with everyone that the 5-colored stone and pet eggs would belong to her. But now, they had been snatched away. This made Return very unhappy. Today's live broadcast didn't go very well. Now, the equipment that dropped had been snatched away. Return took a deep breath. Ningxu said that the pet eggs and 5-colored stone are mine. "Oh, then why didn't you take them?" "I think the stones are pretty. Pet eggs. I want to hatch a pet egg. You know that I'm very weak. It would be good if there was a pet that could protect me," Ningxu said directly. In the past, the client would never want these equipment. They really treated money like dirt. Ningxu didn't care about these things, but it was good to annoy people. If she didn't want the 5-colored stone, she could give it to Sangu. It was probably some kind of forging material. Return was speechless. It was rare to see someone so thick-skinned. Others fought hard to kill the monster, but you dealt the final blow and wanted to share the good stuff. Today's failure made Return unable to hold it in. If she hadn't been reminding herself that she was live broadcasting, she probably wouldn't have been able to control herself. The others also got what they wanted. Xianxia generously took out his own item and gave it to Return. "Take it. This arm of God is what you always wanted." "I don't want it." Return didn't want Xianxia's item. Why should Tao Jing have the right to take it, but Return still accepted it? Didn't Tao Jing like Xianxia? Seeing Xianxia give her something, she probably felt bad. "Thank you." Return accepted the hand of God. It was a piece of equipment. When worn on the arm, the combat power doubled. Ningxu didn't care about what would happen between the two of them. Perhaps the client felt that this little brother was good-looking and was interested. It wasn't to the extent of loving him to death. The feelings in the plot came step by step. There was no need to have anyone in the beginning. And Xianxia didn't like her at first. After all, the client's appearance wasn't enough to make people fall in love at first sight. Ningxu touched the pet egg that was as big as a wash basin. It felt very real. Xianxia looked at Ningxu touching the egg and said, "Do you want to sell this egg?" "I'll buy it." Ningxu chuckled, revealing 2 small canine teeth. "How much are you willing to pay?" "Name a price," Xianxia said directly. It seemed like he didn't care much about money. Ningxu said directly, "If you're buying it for Return, then I won't sell it. If you want it, then I'll sell it. You know how badly I've been defamed. I'm not willing to sell it to her." "Xianxia, is it really good for you to be so honest?" Return almost exploded in anger. "You're the one who stole the item, okay? How dare you boast so shamelessly? Are you being defamed because you're stupid? Are you blaming others for your stupidity?" She couldn't wait to quit the game and vent. Only then would she be able to ease her explosive mood. Since her rebirth, Return felt that her temperament had improved a lot. But she was still pissed off by this damn fatty. Ningxu saw Return's face turn black. If it wasn't for the live broadcast, he probably would have exploded. She really couldn't do it. Her temperament wasn't good enough. She couldn't stand it. The client was defamed every day. Return's journey since her rebirth had been smooth sailing. She suddenly suffered a setback. She was definitely angry. There was no room for failure. It had to be perfect. It seemed like she had OCD. In fact, it was her lack of confidence. /BK he was afraid that if he made a mistake, he would go back to being a nobody. Xianxia said, "I'll use it myself." Ningxu generously gave the egg to him. "Sure, give me whatever you want. I don't lack money." Xianxia took the pet egg and said, 5,000. A pet egg for 5,000? It must be something good. Ning Shu snatched the egg back. I'm not selling it. Yan Xingzhou, was it really okay to go back on your word? Ning Shu touched the egg and felt that there was a life inside. It was banging against the shell, trying to jump out. Then a fluffy little yellow chick jumped out. Ning Shu looked at the chick and stuffed it into Yan Xingzhou's arms. Here, remember to give me 5,000. 5,000 could eat a lot of snacks. No, she was on a diet and didn't eat snacks. 5,000 could be a weight loss class. Yan Xingzhou held the little yellow chick and was a bit speechless. He heard that there was a mythical beast in the egg, but why was it a chicken? She saw that it was a chicken and decided to sell it to him. This girl was really, okay, 5,000. Yan Xingzhou was easy to talk to. Ning Shu felt that the client had good taste. At least after marrying Yan Xingzhou in his previous life, her life was very happy. Ning Shu felt that the client was a naive and sweet person. She was the kind of person who had good karma, so her life was peaceful and happy. Her family loved her and she ate well. Her husband loved her dearly. Although Yan Xingzhou was snatched away in the end, the client didn't hate him. Ning Shu's feelings towards him were also very ordinary. He didn't like or hate him. It could only be said that he and the client were fated to be together for a lifetime. After another lifetime, their fate would end. Returning felt that this Tao Jing was more than just a little annoying. She gave Yan Xingzhou the egg when she saw that it wasn't a mythical beast. Yan Xingzhou actually agreed to give him 5,000. Returning's heart was in pain. Could it be that even after being reborn, this situation still couldn't be changed? What did this Tao Jing have? What did she have? She didn't have to do anything and didn't work hard at all, but she was enjoying herself. She practiced yoga, lost weight, bought all kinds of skincare products. How could she lose to a fatty? Why was the heavens so unfair, especially unfair? Ning Shu could feel the gaze that was staring at her like an awl. She felt speechless. Staring at what she didn't have and seeing what others had. What was the point of snatching a man when she had the chance to be reborn? They had already turned the situation around. What else did they want? Yan Xingzhou was probably her obsession. Life's not perfect without it. Ning Shu. Yan Xingzhou said, remember to transfer me the money. Then, he gave the 5-colored stone to third brother and logged out of the game. As soon as he exited the game, Ning Shu suddenly felt very uncomfortable in his head. He opened the door to cut some fruits. Brother San stared at Ning Shu. Ning Shu said, don't be angry. I gave you a multicolored stone. Remember to accept it. Forging divine stone. Multicolored stone, where did you get it from? Did you use money again? No, this kind of thing can't be bought with money. Of course I got it from killing monsters. When I saw the 5-colored stone, I knew it was third brother who wanted it. Third brother was speechless. Alright, I'm not angry at all. But after logging out of the game, he could only log back in 3 hours later. You embarrassed yourself again, didn't you? Brother San couldn't wait to enter the game and see how his sister embarrassed herself. No, your sister killed the monsters very bravely. Ning Shu ate some fruit and went downstairs for a run. Dong dong dong, Brother San felt like the roof was going to collapse. Ning Shu hadn't played games for a few days. Maybe it was because he looked at himself and had a filter. Ning Shu felt like he had lost weight. He asked his parents and they all said he had lost weight. His 3 brothers' expressions were indescribable. Their parents could go against their conscience, but they would be scolded if they said anything, so they just kept quiet. Moreover, young people all lived on the internet. Every time they saw other people posting emojis of their sister, they would be angry, and heartbroken. They didn't dare to tell their parents what kind of existence their sister was on the internet. There were all kinds of pranks. It was unbearable to look at. Ning Shu felt like he still had to find a professional. He went to the gym to find a professional coach to lose weight and lose weight. Ning Shu felt that life was really hard when he ate grass every day and exercised. Losing weight went against his instincts. Storing fat was his body's instinct. Damn fatty, do you think you haven't been slandered enough? Is that why you? Brother San saw the livestream and wanted to die. He was so angry that he wanted to laugh. That last stab was really shameless. Brother San had seen all kinds of shameless players, but he didn't expect his sister to be so shameless. Ning-Shu, it doesn't matter. When your sister succeeds in losing weight, all the dark history won't be dark history anymore. It's just that losing weight will be difficult. I really want to eat shredded beef and braised pork shoulder. I'm so desperate. Brother San was also a little hungry after hearing Ning-Shu's words. He took out some snacks from the fridge and ate them in front of Ning-Shu while licking his fingers. Ning-Shu swallowed his saliva. Was he really her brother? Other people's brothers were all cis-obsessed, but hers was hard to explain. Right, there's a gaming party. Do you want to go? Brother San asked. There's also a high-end gaming party. Forget it, you shouldn't go. You'll embarrass yourself. When is it? Maybe a month later. Don't go. In the game, you're nothing compared to Return. If you stand together in real life, it'll be an epic disaster movie. Third brother had good intentions, but the words that came out of his mouth made people want to slap him. Ning-Shu, of course I'm going. Why wouldn't I go? Ning-Shu had been increasing his training recently. He was so tired that he fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. He didn't have time to play games. She would occasionally hear third brother talk about the game. Right, Xianxia asked you. He said he sent you $5,000 and asked you to check it. Why did he give you $5,000? Ning-Shu said directly, because I sold him a pet egg. Brother San, F***ck, what pet egg was $5,000, he worked so hard every day and couldn't even get $5,000. Ning-Shu was in the game. When he heard the notification that there was money in his account, he immediately withdrew the money and transferred it to his bank card. Ning-Shu also watched Return's livestream. She was very popular. She could earn tens of thousands of yuan doing a livestream. Doing a livestream once a month was enough to eat. In the end, she added a stab and the screen was flooded with comments. Everyone didn't know how to express their complicated feelings. She was really shameless. This chubby girl was shameless before. She didn't know her place when she pestered her idol. Now, she was stealing kills. It was also because the Great God team had good self-restraint that they could tolerate her. Our poor Return was in a team with this kind of person. She would be dragged to death. /BK Ning-Shu felt that some of the players who slandered the client were doing it on purpose, some were following the trend, and some were doing it to please Return. If they didn't do it, it wouldn't be fashionable. Ning-Shu watched Return's livestream. All the previous ones were pretty good and perfect, even though the client was there. The client's performance was that of a noob. Compared to this group of gods, the difference was like heaven and earth. It made Return look beautiful and skilled. However, the most recent livestream wasn't very good. Someone had stolen the kill. In the past, the last hit was almost always Return's last hit. The last hit was especially beautiful. His last hit had been stolen, and even the equipment he had dropped had been stolen. How could he accept this? Anyway, Return couldn't stand it. When Ning-Shu wasn't playing the game, Return didn't do any livestreams. Perhaps she was playing the game, but without a livestream, her mood was obviously affected. She couldn't stand it. The client was scolded to death every day. Fatty, mistress, ugly, and troublesome. She endured it, but this kind of stubbornness was obviously useless. The damage was done, but it couldn't be seen for a while. It accumulated over time and in the end, she became depressed. Depression was very difficult to treat. The damage to the heart was harder to heal than the damage to the body. Return was used to being admired and worshipped. The higher she stood, the more painful it would be to fall. Return was anxious to change the things in her previous life. Before she got Xianxia, she had to maintain her perfect state. Only then could she get Xianxia. As long as she didn't get Xianxia, she felt that nothing had changed in her previous life. Perhaps if she got Xianxia, she wouldn't be so tense. The more people cared about other people's opinions and thoughts, the more anxious they would be. When anxious, it was easier to make mistakes. Return obviously had the mentality of suddenly becoming rich. She suddenly became a goddess, eager to show off but afraid that one day she would become the person she used to be. Ning-Shu felt that Xianxia was a bit interesting. Return was obviously a beautiful woman. Why didn't he get together with her? Moreover, the time return spent to get Xianxia was much longer than the client. The two had experienced a long love run. It was a long love run for several years before they got married. The client and Xianxia were in a relationship for 2 years. After meeting the parents, they got married. Just thinking about it made Mingxu feel tired. He didn't understand why she was so obsessed with Xianxia. The shelf life of love was only a few years. After a long journey of love, it was already very tiring, and then it would enter the grave of love. Perhaps he didn't feel tired after coming back. Instead, he felt that his life had changed. Mingxu didn't go online anymore. In this month, he needed to train his body. He couldn't be too hasty and had to take it slow. Suddenly becoming skinny would cause his skin to become loose. Moreover, Mingxu wasn't willing to pay the price of harming his body. Originally, this body had contained the souls of 2 people, so there was already wear and tear. If it carried out intense weight loss exercise, it would definitely die early. He ate very little every day, only 7 or 8 meals a day. Each meal was either a small bowl of soup or a substitute meal powder. In short, he had never eaten his fill. Having a strong stomach really couldn't hurt him. His stomach was protesting every second. Jogging and doing aerobic exercises every day. In any case, he would do whatever he could to lose weight. Without spiritual energy, the world really couldn't afford to hurt them. They couldn't even slack off and lose weight. Mingxu's persistence made everyone's jaws drop. They had thought that she was just joking. They hadn't expected that she would persist for so long. Although she was still chubby, she seemed to have slimmed down a bit. At least her facial features had been washed away by sweat. They were no longer chubby. Mother Tao couldn't help but ask if her daughter had been stimulated by something. She hoped that her daughter wouldn't hurt her body. Mingxu only said that she wanted to become more beautiful and wanted to lose weight. Third brother said directly, "You're being compared to trash, so you want to struggle. I think you should give up. You've been fat since you were young. That's stubborn fat. You can't lose it." Mingxu said, "Get lost." Even if it was stubborn fat, she didn't believe that it couldn't be lost. She didn't believe it at all. Eat less, move more, and let the body use up energy. *CK, she didn't believe that she couldn't lose weight like this. But losing weight was really hard. Mingxu felt that losing weight was even harder than cultivating. After all, as long as you started cultivating, it would be much easier. But losing weight wasn't like that. Being lazy and hating work was an instinct. Sinking into the sofa or the bed, she just wanted to stay motionless. She didn't want to get up and run. She was so tired that she was dizzy. This body rarely exercised. When she exercised, her mouth was dry and she wanted to vomit. Her lung capacity and so on were all abnormal. It wasn't good to continue being so fat. Third brother said, "You haven't been playing games recently. Now that you see me in the game, I ask you why you're not playing games anymore." Third brother was very depressed to find that his sister was actually so popular. Although she was from Black Fire, he was a godly player. Although he wasn't a top godly player, he was still a godly player who was good at maneuvering, was handsome, and had good skills. When he saw him, he asked, "Your sister, your sister, your sister." Mingxu flipped her hair. "Is it because you can't find anyone to hate you? You're just waiting to see me make a fool of myself every day." These people were also bored. Should others go up and be mocked by them for fun? Do you really want to go to a high-end gaming gathering? Don't go. The people who go are all godly players. They're all handsome men and beautiful women. They were also IGN coins players. In other words, it was a gathering of rich players who spent money on games. His sister was considered a rich person. She didn't know how to spend money at all. However, handsome men and beautiful women had nothing to do with her. When the time came, she would wear a pink lace dress. Her body would be so tight that it would be impossible to look at her directly. How could this kind of girl be his fraternal twin? The whole family thought that she was as ugly as a pig. Mingxu said directly, "I've spent money. Why can't I go? Remember to call me when the time comes. I'll definitely wear a beautiful dress." I'll feel good. Third brother was speechless. With your figure, you'll be ugly no matter what you wear. Don't you have any idea about your own figure? Moreover, her style of dressing was all cute. No one could criticize her. There were too many complaints. Ningxu drew a circle on the calendar. Looking at the date, there were still more than 20 days. Looking at the calendar was especially motivating to lose weight. She boasted that she was very hardworking and looked down on the drunk and fat Tao Jing. You're not the only one who knows how to lose weight. Who doesn't know how to lose weight? I'm ugly because I'm fat, unlike some people who are ugly for life. 2 days before the high-end gaming gathering, Ningxu went shopping with Mother Tao. Of course, it was to buy clothes for the gathering. The clothes from before were a little too big and didn't cover the flesh. In addition, the clothes from before were not suitable for the gathering. It was impossible for him to become as thin as lightning after losing weight for more than a month. Ningxu still had some meat on his body, so he needed to match his clothes to cover it. Bat-sleeved clothes that were more loose could cover his body well. Clothes with high color saturation would make him look fat, so fat people should avoid wearing clothes with high color saturation. Otherwise, they would look old-fashioned and fat. Ningxu chose a caramel-colored dress. The client had fair skin, so she looked good in caramel. He also chose a black dress. When the time comes, I'll pick one of these 2 items. Mother Tao, on the other hand, chose a lot of clothes and shoes for herself. The mother and daughter carried shopping bags of various sizes home. Brother Yulin rummaged through the shopping bags. Mom, you didn't buy anything for me? He was going to the party too. Okay, they were all women's shoes and clothes. Didn't he say that he would bring him some expensive clothes? There were so many pretty girls at the party. He couldn't be sloppy, right? He definitely had to dress up to look handsome. Mother Tao slapped her thigh. Oh, I forgot. Why didn't you call me to remind me? Brother Yulin chuckled. She had never thought of her son. She could even forget about her son when it came to shopping. I told you to go with me, but you didn't. Now you're blaming me for not buying anything for you. You have no conscience. Brother Yulin couldn't be bothered to argue with her. No matter what, it was his fault. He took the keys to his motorcycle and drove to buy clothes himself. Your brother is too much. There are so many branded clothes in the closet. Why did he still buy them? Mother Tao complained. Ningxu didn't reply. In terms of clothes, no one had more than Mother Tao in the family. Although the client was a girl, her hobby was to eat and eat. On the day of the party, Ningxu went for a facial during the day because it was night time. She cried out in pain when she plucked the hair on her face. Ningxu suddenly felt like a woman in ancient times was about to get married. She washed up, put on clothes, and put on makeup. She used the shadows and highlights to highlight her facial features. After putting on makeup, the client's facial features were even more prominent. Her facial features weren't bad. Although they weren't exquisite, she didn't have buck teeth and big nostrils. She looked much more delicate after slimming down. The moment Ningxu stepped out of the door, she lifted her dress and twirled around in front of her family. I'm pretty, right? Father Tao gave her a thumbs up. My daughter is so pretty, so pretty. Previously, she had been wearing sportswear and jumping around without stopping. Now that she was dressed up, she looked like a different person. Third brother was a little surprised. He had always thought that she was joking about losing weight. Looking at it now, she had really changed a lot. Ningxu held third brother's arm. You have to take care of me tonight. I'm scared. Third brother, what was he afraid of? Although you've lost some weight, you're still ugly. Don't worry, no one will dare to do anything to you. Third brother rolled his eyes. Ningxu smiled and stepped on his foot with his heel. Mother Tao was really worried about her daughter and told her to be careful of Big Bad Wolf. She was bullied by others, so he asked third brother to take care of her. Third brother was there to look at beautiful women, but now he had to take care of a burden. He was unhappy. When he said that he wanted to find a wife for Mother Tao sneered. Find a wife who plays games. You two stay at home every day. If I'm a corpse, my wife will be so lonely. We can only go far if we have the same hobbies. Third brother argued. Ningxu said, don't worry, you won't find a wife. He was so fierce to his sister. Who knew what he would be like to his girlfriend? The gaming party was in a rather luxurious hotel. There was a sign at the door that said, gaming enthusiasts can go to the second floor. Ningxu and third brother went up to the second floor. Third brother told Ningxu, follow me and don't run around. Also, if you see Xianxia, don't pounce on him. Ningxu, even if you see him coming back, don't pounce on him, Ningxu retorted. Do I look like someone who would do those things? Then I am? If you chase after Xianxia in the game, I suspect that you will pounce on him. You even used money to lure him back. I suspect that you want to act like a domineering CEO and use money to lure him back. Come on, let's hurt each other. Just treat it as getting rid of evil for the people. The second floor was very lively. Under the beautiful lights, there were many rich gaming enthusiasts gathered. All of them were dressed to the nines. Third brother helped Ningxu register his in-game ID and went to find his teammates. Ningxu followed behind him and looked around. He saw her turning. She had thick curly hair and a tall figure. She was wearing a tight red tube dress that accentuated her curves. She was sexy and charming. She was indeed beautiful. There were quite a few men trying to strike up a conversation with her, but they all seemed to be dispirited when they returned. They kept looking at the entrance of the hall. She was obviously waiting for someone. Xianxia hadn't arrived yet. Third brother found his teammates and introduced Ningxu. This is my sister. Third brother felt that his sister had become a little prettier. She hadn't completely changed, but she was at least good-looking. You mean I'm easy to feed? No way, she's really your sister? Her figure didn't look like it at all. The strange yelling attracted a lot of attention. Third brother said angrily, what are you yelling for? Did you get F***ed? Third brother's words were obviously a little dirty in front of his teammates. All kinds of eyes gathered on Ningxu like spotlights. Sneers, mockery, curiosity, suspicion, all kinds of eyes. Ningxu's expression didn't change. He raised his head and puffed out his chest. Chubby girl went for plastic surgery? Someone asked. Tao Jing had lost a lot of weight. No wonder she's not playing games anymore. She went for plastic surgery. Ningxu, plastic surgery? Brother San immediately said, shut your mouth. I'll give you a month. Why don't you go for plastic surgery? A month, his face still wasn't swollen. Plastic surgery? His brain. As her brother, how could he not know if his sister had undergone plastic surgery? Ningxu smiled and said, thank you for saying that I've become prettier. A beauty that could only be achieved through plastic surgery. He was indeed a shameless fatty who didn't know his own limits. To be able to treat plastic surgery as a compliment. No one else could do it. Returning to look at Ningxu, she frowned. Tao Jing actually lost weight. The previous Tao Jing had never thought about losing weight. Could it be that she wanted to compete with her? In the previous life, Xianxia's eyes were fixed on that kind of Tao Jing. The current Tao Jing must be more attractive to him. Lian Shui didn't understand. Where did the attraction between the two come from? Lian Shui and Ningxu walked over. Everyone looked like they were going to watch a good show. After all, these two women were circling around Xianxia. Was it time to start a fight? The flames of war in the game had now spread to the real world. Ningxu calmly saw Lian Shui walking towards him. She wore 10-centimeter high heels. As she walked over, her momentum was oppressive. Hello, I'm Return. Lian Shui reached out her hand to Ningxu. Ningxu smiled and shook her hand, then said, I know, you're no different from the game, just as beautiful. Lian Shui felt that the other was mocking her, but the other's eyes were calm. But because of this calmness, as if there were no emotions, Lian Shui's heart was pierced and hurt. She thought that Tao Jing would feel inferior seeing her. After all, her beauty was not something Tao Jing could compare to, and she was the first to interact with Xianxia. And Tao Jing was a latecomer, destined to live in the shadow of her and Xianxia's past. But this calmness, no jealousy, no inferiority, as if she was a normal, ordinary person, and didn't even see her as an opponent. She used all her strength, but the other party didn't care about her at all. This feeling of punching cotton, holding her breath and not being able to vent was terrible. She had originally come to embarrass Tao Jing, but now, she had become embarrassed instead. She was really unhappy. Lian Shui couldn't say anything. She racked her brains and finally said, "You seem to be different from the game?" There were at least 81% of the game, but the difference was too big, it was hard to not be suspicious. Lian Shui also wanted to say that Tao Jing went for plastic surgery. Ningxu said, "I lost weight, I was always called fatty in the game, so I felt that it was better to lose weight." Of course, no one can guarantee that they won't gain weight in their life. Ningxu said it straightforwardly, but it made others speechless. They called people fatty in the game. Then it must be hard to lose weight. I remember that you like to eat a lot. Lian Shui said, wondering if Tao Jing felt that she wasn't attractive, so she lost weight. Ningxu asked in surprise, "Was your body born like this, without exercise and a proper diet? Don't you know how hard it is? You want to say that you were born beautiful, like a top student, you like to say that you don't study and don't take notes?" Lian Shui, she didn't want to talk to her. Did Yan Xingzhou like people with this kind of personality? To put it nicely, she was silly and sweet, but to put it bluntly, she was annoying. She spoke without thinking. Ningxu sneered. "You're not even polite with your words, and you expect me to support you? If you stab me once, I'll stab you 10 times. I'm easy to take care of. Your words are too harsh. I came back because I care about you." Exactly, some people, both men and women, stood up for Lian Shui. However, Ningxu did not care about these people at all. Anyway, when her body was slimmer, she would start to do quests, farm monsters, do a livestream, and then retire from the Jianghu. She would become a legend in the Jianghu. "If you say that my skills are not good enough, I will practice. If you say that I am fat, I will lose weight. Let's see what you look like. Take a good look at yourself before mocking others." Lian Shui still wanted to say something, but she saw Yan Xingzhou and a few friends coming over. Yan Xingzhou was wearing casual clothes and looked very handsome. He was even more handsome than he was in the game. Some people were photogenic, while others weren't. They were more handsome in real life. Since everyone was here, it was time for everyone to take their seats. The game company probably did it on purpose. When they arranged the seats, Yan Xingzhou was flanked by girls. On one side was Ningxu, and on the other was Lian Shui. Yan Xingzhou was sandwiched in the middle, like an emperor hugging a princess. Yan Xingzhou, the people around them started to jeer. Third brother was arranged to sit at another table. He pulled Ningxu and said, "Be more reserved, don't pounce." Ningxu nodded. "Don't worry." Third brother was even more worried. Ningxu sat down graciously. Yan Xingzhou only glanced at her quickly, then looked at his phone and said, "There's someone here." "Yan Xingzhou, your news is outdated. I'm easy to take care of." The people at the table giggled. Yan Xingzhou turned to look at Ningxu from head to toe. "You've lost weight?" "Yes," Ningxu said. Yan Xingzhou didn't say anything. He just frowned. Lian Shui saw this and quickly said, "Yan Xingzhou, I have something to ask you." Yan Xingzhou looked at her. Lian Shui hurriedly asked a question about the operation of the game. In fact, Lian Shui didn't know what to ask. She just saw the two of them talking, so she panicked and found a topic. "You're a little fat girl. Did you go to H country for plastic surgery?" A handsome man asked. Ningxu glanced at the sign in front of him. "Song Mountain has a well called Kong." Ningxu rolled her eyes. She didn't want to talk to him. This man mocked her every day. "Little fat girl, I'm asking you a question." "You shut up. I don't want to talk to you," Ningxu said directly. "Yo, you've become prettier. You've also become more bad-tempered. Let me tell you, women are not cute because they're pretty, but because they're cute." The handsome man made a heart. "You're not good. Tisk tsk tsk." Ningxu was disgusted. "Sister, why didn't you say this when I was fat?" A woman's appearance determines whether a man wants to understand a woman's heart. A woman's inner thoughts determine whether a man rejects a woman's appearance. Ning I don't want to listen to you. I didn't think so before in the game. Now that I look at you, you're also quite ugly. A man's appearance determines a woman's rejection of a man. Won't a woman consider a man's financial ability? He raised his eyebrows and asked. I have food, clothes, and money. I don't need to consider. The waiter began to serve the dishes. There were also various performances on the stage. Ningshu looked at the singing and dancing on the stage. Lian Shui and Yan Xingzhou were whispering to each other. It looked like a couple whispering to each other. There was an indescribable ambiguity. A staff member of the game company brought over a box. It was a lottery. The prize would be a mythical beast plushie or a piece of equipment in the game. It was just for fun. Moreover, the wool came from the sheep's back. The money these rich players had invested in the game was not something a plushie could compare to. Ningshu reached her hand into the box. She had drawn the lucky prize, a key ring. Ningshu, she never seemed to have good luck. Yan Xingzhou casually drew a large plushie. It was a mythical beast. The craftsmanship was quite good. It was very lifelike. Here you go. Yan Xingzhou casually passed the plushie to Ningshu. Ningshu was stunned. Thank you. I'll take it then. It was just a plushie. Yan Xingzhou probably didn't want it to take up space. Yan Xingzhou continued to discuss tactics with Lian Shui. However, Lian Shui's heart had flown to the plushie in Ningshu's arms. Why did Yan Xingzhou give the plushie to Tao Shui? Why? Even if it was just a casual gift, it should have been given to her. She was talking to Yan Xingzhou. What did Yan Xingzhou mean? Did he still like Tao Jing? Although it was just a plushie, Lian Shui didn't like it. But this doll was given to her by Yan Xingzhou. He just casually gave it to her. Lian Shui couldn't help but overthink. The fate between the two made Lian Shui feel as if a fishbone was stuck in her throat. Ningshu was also very depressed. Looking at the feast on the table, it all looked very delicious, but she had to control herself as she was on a diet. When she returned to the system space, she must go to a restaurant and eat a big meal. Song Mountain has a well empty-handed was the best. He actually drew a famous brand diamond hairpin. Although the diamonds were small, there were a lot of them. Such a hairpin really shined on the head. It was something that many girls wanted. Little fat girl, beg me. Beg me and I'll give you the hairpin. Song Mountain has a well empty-handed held the hairpin in his hand. Under the light, the hairpin shined brightly and shone brightly. Ningshu directly said, you can keep it for yourself. This kind of shining stone was useless. It wasn't a star stone. If you don't want it, I'll give it to someone else. Song Mountain has a well empty-handed said. Ningshu ignored him. Song Mountain has a well empty-handed gave the hairpin to Lian Shui. Lian Shui's face was as ugly as if she had stepped on feces. Tao Jing didn't want to give her something that she didn't want. Was she like a beggar, giving her something that others didn't want? Lian Shui coldly said, you should give it to another girl. I don't like diamonds. To be precise, she didn't like things that Tao Jing didn't like. Ningshu glanced at Lian Shui. He felt that Lian Shui's self-esteem was a bit inexplicable. She was inferior and arrogant. She was inferior to her previous life, but also had a sense of superiority from her rebirth. She could interpret a lot of other people's actions in her heart. Don't pull it. Song Mountain has a well empty-handed directly to a passing waiter. The waiter was immediately flattered and almost dropped the plate. Everyone, let's eat. For a moment, the table was full of toasts and drinks. Ningshu picked up some light things to eat and then kept drinking water. Despair, when the stomach became smaller, even if he ate very little, he would feel full. He wouldn't be afraid of getting fat. As long as the client didn't eat too much, he definitely wouldn't get fat. Ningshu was now like a snail, nibbling on the green leaves bit by bit. Chubby little girl, I'll toast you. Come and touch it, give me some face. Song Mountain's Jing Ming Kong raised his wine cup. Sure, cheers. Ningshu picked up the juice and clinked glasses with him. All right. He shrugged his shoulders and drank all the wine. His face was flushed red. Ningshu rolled his eyes. If you can't drink, why are you pretending to be so generous? Did you receive the money I sent you? Xianxia asked casually. Ningxu nodded. Got it. He had already used it. Why are you on a diet? Xianxia seemed to be really curious. Seeing how she could take a few bites of a vegetable leaf, he didn't feel uncomfortable. Ningxu, this brother must be here to poke at his wounds. Ningxu said, to meet a better version of myself. Xianxia felt so tired. She couldn't even find a topic to stop these two people from talking. Why did Xianxia talk to Tao Jing? Was it because Tao Jing had become beautiful, so these two people were going to be together again? She took the initiative to talk to Xianxia, but Xianxia took the initiative to talk to Tao Jing. Why, the whole palace was unfair. Her beauty was obtained through hard work. Why did Tao Jing want to get what she wanted when she was beautiful? She couldn't get it even if she tried her best. Xianxia was so angry that she couldn't eat. Tao Jing had lost weight and worked hard. Others only saw her beauty after losing weight. That was because she was too ugly, stupid. Compared to this, she was like a fairy. How much perseverance did she need to maintain such a figure? Her figure had been maintained through training and eliminating oily and spicy foods. Xianxia felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. She was powerless. How could Xianxia like her? He would rather like a stupid, and delicious girl. Why didn't he like her? What was the point of her rebirth? The things she wanted to change couldn't be changed. She looked like a bird eating food. Don't think that she didn't know how much Tao Jing loved to eat. Fake. If they weren't in public, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to control her tears. Wronged, very wronged. Third brother had been paying attention to Ningxu. Seeing that Ningxu didn't do anything embarrassing in front of so many people, he finally let out a sigh of relief. This stupid girl was at least a little sensible. Being so fierce at this time was really embarrassing. The meal ended in a strange atmosphere. There were various activities like singing and dancing. If players wanted to go up and sing, that was fine. At this time, the popular ones like Xianxia were encouraged to go up and sing. Xianxia was someone who did live broadcasts every day. No matter how many people she faced, she didn't have stage fright. She did a very sexy dance. She was beautiful and her legs were long. Xianxia's dance was filled with temptation. Ningxu propped up his chin and looked at her. Xianxia had good looks, and the money she earned from broadcasting was enough for her to invest. However, she felt like she was walking into a dead end. She was determined to get Xianxia. Little fat girl, go up and sing a song. Song Mountain's Jing is empty, said to Ningxu with flushed cheeks. Ningxu, sing your sister. Xianxia got off the stage. She was slightly out of breath. She said to Ningxu, you go and perform too. Ningxu felt like he was watching a brothel fight for the top courtesan. Singing and dancing, Ningxu seemed to have never done it before. Seriously, singing and dancing in front of so many people. No, I was fat before. I couldn't dance or sing. I ate too many snacks and my throat was poisoned by junk food. Xianxia, why didn't you become mute? She felt like she was an idiot when she danced on the stage. She could bring up the fact that she was fat. If she forced her to sing and dance, it would make her seem very mean. Xianxia was so angry that her head was dizzy. However, she had to maintain the image of a goddess. The other party could be shameless, but she couldn't. She also couldn't bring up her dark history so easily. Speaking of dark history, it was Xianxia's dark history in her previous life. She would never tell anyone about something that would damage her image, such as getting a facial and shaving her leg hair. Xianxia was very irritated. She was most afraid of Tao Jing and Xianxia being together. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Third brother wanted to raise his hand and sing a song. Her sister really didn't know anything. She only knew which restaurant's wonton was delicious, which restaurant's braised food, and which restaurant's tonkatsu. She said it clearly and logically. I'll go and sing a song. Xianxia stood up, pulled out a chair and got on the stage. Everyone applauded. Xianxia almost exploded. What did Xianxia mean by this? Was he helping Tao Jing out? She was panting and sweating all over, but Yan Xingzhou didn't say anything. Yan Xingzhou was very popular in the game. He was handsome and had a large group of female fans. He went on stage to sing, and the applause was thunderous. Ningxu looked at him and opened his mouth. Surprisingly, Yan Xingzhou's singing was unexpectedly bad. Logically speaking, if his voice wasn't bad, his singing shouldn't be too bad either. But his singing wasn't on the beat at all. It wasn't even on the same tune. It was awkward the whole time. The enthusiastic applause immediately stopped after he opened his mouth. It was almost a form of torture. Everyone listened to Yan Xingzhou awkwardly finish the song. The applause at the end was unexpectedly loud and enthusiastic. He finally finished singing. Yan Xingzhou smiled and thanked everyone, saying that his family didn't like his singing. Ningxu hugged the mythical beast plushie. Yan Xingzhou was tone-deaf, but he seemed to feel good about himself. He felt that his singing was good, but his family didn't know how to appreciate it. Yan Xingzhou got off the stage and sat back in his seat. He had a smile on his face, his eyes twinkling. Lian Shui saw his high-spirited appearance and said, "You sang very well. Song Mountain has a well is empty, Gui Lai, don't give this kid face." How was his singing good? His tone was very impolite. The tone-deaf Yan Xingzhou could also be praised for his singing. Was Gui Lai deaf? Lian Shui said, "If I think it's good, then it's good. My level of appreciation is not the same as yours." Yan Xingzhou turned his head and asked Ningxu, "What do you think of my singing?" Ningxu said, "It's not good." "It's not good." "Really?" "My mom said the same thing," Yan Xingzhou said. "Lian Shui, your sister?" "She said it was good in the beginning," and Yan Xingzhou slapped her in the face. Whatever Tao Jing said was right. How could it be like this? Ningxu was also a little confused. "You asked me, of course I'll tell you the truth. I don't need to please you." But Yan Xingzhou didn't speak to Ningxu. He kept looking at his watch. Lian Shui asked, "Do you have other plans?" It seemed like he was in a hurry to leave. Yan Xingzhou shook his head. "No." Ningxu bit on the straw and drank water. He did not eat the dishes on the table and drank a stomach full of water. He was jealous when he saw others eating meat and drinking wine. Jealousy makes me ugly. The gaming party was very lively. With Yan Xingzhou's ugly words, everyone was eager to go on stage and perform. Yan Xingzhou's singing was so bad, yet he was so confident. At the very least, they could sing better than Yan Xingzhou. In any case, everyone was inexplicably confident. There was a well in Song Mountain called Kong. He even ran up and danced. He danced around Ningxu, grabbing onto Ningxu's chair and swaying back and forth. So flirtatious. Ningxu really wanted to slap a plate of meat on his face. It was one thing to be coquettish on the stage, but how dare he grab her chair? Ningxu looked at the drunk Song Mountain Yujing is empty with an indifferent face the whole time, shaking his butt coquettishly. After the dance, Ningxu, who was raising his pinky finger, asked, "Chubby girl, did I dance well?" Ningxu. So ugly. It was as if he had a seizure. There was a well in Song Mountain called Kong. I knew you would say that. Seeing so many people holding their phones, she guessed that when he woke up tomorrow, there was a well in Song Mountain called Kong. After seeing her flirtatious behavior on the gaming forum, he probably wouldn't dare to appear in the game for a long time. Great, these people in the game wouldn't only catch her to make fun of her. Lian Shui took a deep breath, and then another. She really didn't understand why there was a well in Song Mountain called Kong liked to tease Tao Jing so much. In the game, every time Tao Jing embarrassed herself, he would laugh the most exaggeratedly. Every time, he would call her over to embarrass himself. Now, was it because he saw that she was beautiful? He leaned over again. Men were all like this. Lian Shui looked at Ningxu, who was biting his straw, with disdain. That damn fatty had asked Yan Xingzhou to marry her. Now that she had lost weight, was she going to attract that sloppy well in Song Mountain called Kong again? Where did Tao Jing's charm come from? Even if she lost weight, she was still very fleshy. Where was she good looking? Where was her charm? She was F*king blind. While eating, third brother still had to look over here. There were beauties hitting on him, but he wasn't in the mood to deal with them. Seeing someone dancing around a girl, third brother's face darkened. F***ck, how dare you shake your butt in front of his girl? I'll tear your butt apart. Tao Jing was a dumb *SS, didn't she know how to avoid it? She even said she wanted to find a wife, but now she was worried about Tao Jing. Tao Jing F***king came to collect her debt. Song Mountain called Kong went to the toilet dizzily. Third brother immediately followed him and kicked him from behind. He directly kicked Song Mountain called Kong on the toilet floor. He didn't get up for a long time. F***ck, who is it? F***ck, who did this to him? Third brother pretended that nothing had happened. He went back to Ningxu and said, "It's getting late. Let's go home." Okay. Ningxu also felt that it was time to go back. Anyway, he had already acted pretentious. After acting pretentious, he would run away. Song Mountain called Kong came out of the toilet. His eyes darkly scanned the people present. His brain wasn't clear. He didn't see who had kicked him. Now, he looked at everyone as if they were the ones who had kicked him. Third brother was stared at by Song Mountain called Kong, but his face didn't turn red. You kicked me? Are you crazy? Ningxu pulled third brother. Let's go. He didn't want to lower himself to the level of a drunkard. Song Mountain called Kong grabbed third brother's arm. Don't go. Did you kick me? After thinking about it, this man was the most likely. He was protecting his girl and his sister. Didn't he just dance around his sister? Third brother looked innocent and confused. He pried his hand away. What are you doing? Don't be crazy. We're all people with status and good manners. At this moment, everyone came over to stop the fight. Xianxia pulled Song Mountain called Kong. Stop messing around. At most, we'll settle it in the game. There was nothing that couldn't be settled with a fight in the game. Just you wait. See if I'll torture you in the game. I'll kill you every time I see you. Third brother, haha, at most, I'll buy more equipment. Let's fight. Let's see who will torture who. Just like that, the matter was settled. Xianxia was a little disappointed. She thought that Tao Jing's brother and Song Mountain called Kong would fight. Tao Jing and Xianxia would never be together again. Her brother had a conflict with the person he liked. She didn't believe that Xianxia would still like Tao Jing. Xianxia said, "This might be a misunderstanding. But I saw the two of you enter the toilet one after the other." Third brother narrowed his eyes at Xianxia. You saw me go to the toilet? Were you spying on me? Third brother felt like he was being forced to eat shit. This matter was going to be settled like this. He had already said that they would settle it in the game. What did she mean by saying that in front of so many people? Why did he reward her every day? Damn it. He would rather throw the money into the water than give it to her. Song Mountain called Kong was also embarrassed. He sobered up halfway. Before, it was just a guess, so he didn't say it out loud. Now that it was out in the open, if he didn't do anything, if he didn't fight, wouldn't he be too ashamed to live? Song Mountain has a well-named Kong also blamed Gue Lai for not knowing how to speak. Just one sentence was enough to make the situation awkward. Xianxia put his hand on Song Mountain has a well-named Kong's shoulder. Okay, brother, let's go. Ningxu pulled his third brother away and said to Song Mountain has a well-named Kong, next time you drink and go to the bathroom, be careful. Don't fall into the cesspool. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong, what a F***king cesspool. Xianxia naturally felt the reproach in Song Mountain has a well-named Kong's eyes. Her heart was stifled. Although the timing of her words wasn't right, it was definitely Tao Jing's third brother who did it. Her brothers were very protective. She heard that when Xianxia and Tao Jing got married in her previous life, they pulled Xianxia into the room and beat him up. It was a real beating. Xianxia really couldn't tell how Tao Jing was cute and had brothers who were so protective of her. Xianxia suddenly felt like a failure. After her rebirth, she was extremely hardworking, but she couldn't compare to Tao Jing who only ate and ate all day and was incomparably stupid. She didn't have to do anything and could live well. The gaming company saw that the atmosphere wasn't right. These rich people were going to fight. That wouldn't be good, so they immediately asked the staff to bring over gifts. The gaming company gave everyone a gift bag. There were cosmetics, jewelry, and all in all, some small trinkets. Third brother took a set of cosmetics and said that he was bringing it back for the old woman at home. This old woman was obviously talking about Mother Tao. Ningxu chose a jewelry and ended up grabbing the same box with one hand. Inside the box was a tourmaline bracelet. It was very beautiful. Ning Shu looked up and saw Lian Shue's pretty face. Was he destined to fight with Lian Shui? Lian Shui also felt very unlucky. Tao Jing really clashed with her life. Every time she wanted something, Tao Jing would snatch it away. Equipment, pet egg. When she saw the tourmaline bracelet, she snatched it again. Lian Shui didn't let go. Ningxu also didn't let go. The two of them were in a deadlock. The surrounding people all looked over. Lian Shui really wanted to generously let go and show her good manners. However, she had her things stolen time and time again before letting go. Did they really think that she was a pushover? If he kept retreating like this, he would have nowhere to retreat to. What was the point of her rebirth? Although it was just a tourmaline bracelet and she could afford it, she couldn't vent her anger. Furthermore, there weren't any extra gifts. Just one piece for each style. Third brother glanced at the bracelet in the box. Don't take it. I'll buy you a bracelet. It wasn't like they couldn't afford it. Give it to Gui Lai. It's not easy for Gui Lai to do live broadcasts all day. Money is hard to earn and shit tastes bad. Lian Shui was speechless. She had completely offended Tao Jing's third brother. When she returned, she knew that Tao Jing's brother had tipped her, but she didn't think much of it. She didn't like anyone related to Tao Jing. However, it still hurt a little to lose a rich fan. Ningxu loosened his grip. I'll give it to you then. Even if she brought it home, she would leave it at home and would not wear it. However, since it was a gift from the gaming company, it would be a waste not to take it. Ningxu picked out a new pair of pearl earrings and brought it back for Mother Tao. Lian Shui held the jewelry box. She didn't feel any joy from getting something, nor did she feel any excitement from snatching something from Tao Jing. The other party had thrown it to her with pity and didn't seem to like it very much. It was dispensable, but she had tried her best to snatch it. However, the other party didn't care at all. F*ck, this feeling really made Lian Shui want to vomit blood. F*cku. If she continued to pester her, the other party would say, I've already given it to you. What else do you want? Lian Shui really wanted to throw it at Tao Jing's face. Ningxu saw that her face had turned green and the veins on her forehead were popping out. Her face was trembling and she looked very ferocious. This kind of person couldn't be offended. If you gave it to her, she would feel insulted. If you snatched it away, she would hate you for the rest of her life. He didn't know what to do. I'll give it to you. Xianxia casually picked up a brooch. The brooch was made of crystal, and he passed it to Ningxu. It was fine if it was just a doll, but this crystal brooch was a branded product. He rejected it directly. I'm taking it. I don't want yours. He walked around Xianxia and left the hotel with Brother San. As soon as they left the hotel, the cool night breeze hit them in the face. Brother San saw Ningxu shiver and laughed. You deserve it. You want elegance over warmth. You really think you're beautiful. Wait here. I'll go get the motorcycle. Brother San had spent a lot of money to buy his motorcycle. It was very cool. Ningxu stood at the door and waited. He was bumped into by someone. He rushed forward and steadied himself. Seeing Lian Shui, Ningxu sneered and said, You're so stingy. You're not happy when I give it to you. You're still unhappy when I don't give it to you. What do you want me to do? Ningxu said directly. Lian Shui cared more about her face than Ningxu. He could smash a broken jar, but she couldn't. She had to maintain her image of a goddess. She asked back, What are you talking about? I didn't say anything. Ningxu smiled, revealing two small canine teeth. Just as he was about to speak, the car horn sounded. Xianxia said, I have a seat in my car. I can give you a ride. Xianxia naturally opened the door and sat in the front passenger seat. This way, she was closer to Xianxia. Most importantly, there was a drunkard in the back. Facing him, Xianxia felt a little guilty. Xianxia's finger was on the steering wheel. Seeing Ningxu standing there, he said, "Let's go together. I'll give you a ride." Give you a ride? Why did it sound like he was sending her to her death? Ningxu said, "I'm waiting for my brother." No need. Xianxia said, "She has someone to send her. Let's take care of the one who doesn't have anyone to send her." How could people who could spend a lot of money on entertainment not have transportation? They all had cars. Other than the drunk Song Shan Yujing and Xianxia, no one else sat in Xianxingzhou's car. Xianxia didn't drive because she wanted Xianxingzhou to give her a ride. There was a breakthrough development. He sent her home. There was a bit of an ambiguous relationship. But Xianxingzhou actually wanted to call Tao Jing to the car. This made Xianxia angry and powerless. She felt that Xianxingzhou treated Tao Jing differently. Sanga drove a coquettish motorcycle over. He handed the helmet to Ningxu. Ningxu put on the helmet and got on the motorcycle. Leaving behind a trail of smoke, he drove away. Xianxingzhou also started the car and asked Xianxia for her address. Xianxia looked at the big light bulb sleeping in the back and said, "I saw Song Shan Yujing. I don't feel well. Send him back first." "I don't care. I can go home anytime." "Okay." Compared to going home, Xianxingzhou felt that his brother was more important. Song Shan Yujing's home was a big villa with a garden and a swimming pool. With this kind of living environment, it was obvious that they were rich. Xianxia was surprised. She knew that Song Mountain has a well-named Kong's family was rich. He was Xianxingzhou's brother, so he must be rich. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong was helped to the sofa by Xianxingzhou. But what greeted him was a big basin of water. His father splashed him with a basin of ice water. He was so cold that he jumped up. Xianxia was speechless. This move. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong woke up and wiped the water off his face. "Old man, there are outsiders here. Can't you give me some face? If I find out that you're fooling around again, I'll break your legs." Xianxia hurriedly explained, "Uncle, he's not fooling around. It's a game party, so, okay, don't say any more." The old man stopped Xianxia and said to Xianxingzhou, "Xingzhou, please send him back." "It's okay. I'm leaving." Xianxia was interrupted by Song Mountain has a well-named Kong's father. She felt like her heart was scratching at her lungs. She felt that this old man was looking down on her. Interrupting people like this showed that he was looking down on them. Xianxia followed Xianxingzhou out of the villa. She looked back at the brightly lit villa. It was magnificent. One day, she would be able to build such a good house herself. Xianxingzhou sent Xianxia home. The two were silent until they arrived at Xianxia's place. Xianxia awkwardly thanked him. Xianxingzhou directly said no thanks and reversed the car and left. Xianxia was speechless. Damn it. Xianxia wanted to curse in her heart. At the same time, she felt powerless. It was like she was invisible in her previous life. She couldn't get what she wanted. Ningxu and third brother returned home. Mother Tao smiled and asked, "Was the party fun?" "Ningxu, I'm hungry. Very hungry. I'm starving to death." Ningxu immediately rushed into the kitchen and rummaged through the fridge to find something to eat. Mother Tao looked at her son. She didn't eat. Third brother rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "She pretended to be a lady outside and ate bird food. When she came back, she was like a pig reincarnated." Ningxu found 2 packets of meal replacement powder, brewed it, and ate it. Only then did she feel a little full. She sighed comfortably. "Oh my, I'm finally alive again." After eating a little, Ningxu felt his stomach bulging. He couldn't help but raise his head, puff out his chest, and suck in his stomach. How sad. Ningxu basically didn't meet any fatties when he was doing missions. What was more tragic was that he had to pick up trash to eat and couldn't eat his fill all day. But even though there was food to eat, he still had to starve and carry on with his weight loss business to the end. Ningxu ran upstairs to the gym for a jog. Third brother handed the skincare products and pearl earrings to Mother Tao. For you. Io, this brand's products are all pretty good. Mother Tao happily accepted it. Ningxu was sweating profusely from running. He took a shower and fell asleep on the bed. However, since he couldn't fall asleep, Ningxu decided to play games in the gaming cabin. I haven't logged into the game for a long time, so I might as well start from the beginner's village and raise my level. Using consciousness to control the game, Ningxu had only seen this kind of fancy game style in the galactic dimension. The others were all client-side games. His consciousness was immersed in the game. Ningxu chose the beginner's village. The surroundings were beautifully made. It was these scenes that made the gaming cabin worth the money. Ningxu went to a bandit's nest to rescue a kidnapped woman under the instructions of the NPC in the beginner's village. Okay, chivalrous and righteous. I like it. Ningxu rode his donkey towards the bandit's nest. The scenery on the road was especially beautiful. Ningxu thought for a moment, then took out a set of beautiful clothes from his backpack. The celestial clothes were exquisite. Anyone who wore it would look like a beautiful little fairy. Ningxu arrived at the bandit's nest. He shouted loudly and destroyed the bandit's nest, saving the beautiful woman. After completing the task, Ningxu received some experience. Without hesitation, Ningxu hurriedly did other quests, trying to complete more quests in 3 hours and raise his level. If he walked together with the Great God's team, he wouldn't be attacked so much. The client didn't care, but Ningxu came. Since returning cared so much about the game, then he should have a good fight. As for whether the client would play the game or not, it was uncertain. But it was good to let the light of the goddess gradually dim. You've been reborn. You have a chance to start your life again. Why do you insist on stealing other people's things? Hate people who were happy in their previous life. There are many happy people in the world, but there are also many troubled people. Can you hate them all? There's a problem with your mentality. If you don't find a perfect man to marry, it seems that life has no meaning. After 3 hours, Ningxu was forced to quit the game. His head was a bit tired, so he went to sleep. In the future, Ningxu spent 3 hours leveling up in addition to training every day. Ningxu paid special attention to returning's live broadcast. There were no updates, which meant that returning hadn't done any live broadcasts recently. Sung Mountain has a well is empty also didn't invite her to join the Great God's team to clear dungeons. Since she didn't clear dungeons, she naturally didn't do any live broadcasts. Returning probably wasn't in a good mood recently, so she didn't do any live broadcasts. Ningxu thought about it and decided to clear a low-level dungeon and do a live broadcast. He didn't expect the live broadcast to make money. It was just to annoy returning. Once returning suffered a setback, it was easy for her to become depressed. And as someone who claimed to have been reborn, she wanted everything to be perfect. If she couldn't, she would fall into a state of madness. Endless frustration, pain, and discomfort, she would start to deny herself. To put it bluntly, returning was a person with a very weak heart. This small dungeon was nothing to Ningxu, so he quickly finished it. The idea of the live broadcast was I'm easy to feed. After all, this game name was very popular in the game. Maybe it could attract a large wave of fans. Ningxu's daily life was very regular. He trained and played games for 3 hours. He slowly leveled up and lost weight. Ningxu felt that he had lost a lot of weight. He didn't dare to lose weight too quickly because his skin would become loose. Third brother, oh, you're actually doing a live broadcast? Third brother gobbled down the instant noodles in one gulp. The aroma wafted into Ningxu's nose, making her drool. I'm doing it. I just think it's fun. Do you think a game broadcast made by a trash gamer will attract a lot of people? Ningxu said. Third brother wiped his mouth with a tissue. I saw it. Your skills aren't that bad. You want to compete with returning, right? You're wrong. I'm not competing with her. I don't rely on live broadcasts to make a living. I'm just disgusted by her. Third brother, this is the first time I've seen you explode with such passion other than eating. Ningxu, don't worry. I'll be back to my old self soon. The client was a naive foodie. Ningxu guessed that when the client came back, they would eat until they were round again. A leopard cannot change its spots. When Ningxu thought of this, he really wanted to give up on his diet and eat to his heart's content. But he had to put a perfect end to this game and return to reality. When the time came, he could eat as much as he wanted. Sister, I'm losing weight for fun. If I want to be fat, I'll be fat. Ningxu listened to the sound of his third brother slurping his noodles and his stomach growled. Despair. I've rewarded you for your livestream. Why did you reward me? The gaming platform will take half of it. Ningxu said directly. I pitied you. Just treat it as sending off a beggar. Ningxu rolled his eyes seductively and entered the gaming cabin to play. As soon as he entered, a message popped up. Sung Mountain has a well-named empty invites you to join the team. Do you accept? Ningxu, haha, of course. No. Ningxu directly rejected it. Then another message came. Sung Mountain has a well-named empty invites you to join the team. Do you accept? Ningxu agreed this time and rushed to the abyss where the instance dungeon was. The Great God team was still the same. Some of them also returned. They glanced at Ningxu and then looked away. Sung Mountain has a well-named empty, little fat girl, you're so arrogant now. I called you twice and you only came over. Don't you want to chase Xianxia anymore? Ningxu, I just don't want to see you. Sung Mountain has a well-named empty was obviously thinking of the flirtatious dance when she was drunk. She touched her nose awkwardly. Let's go and do the dungeon. Xianxia said. Ningxu glanced at the little yellow chick at his feet. It was fluffy and looked like a chick that had just hatched not long ago. This chick will not grow into an old hen in the future. Imagining a cooing old hen following Xianxia around, the scene was unbearable. The group headed to the abyss. This time, the dungeon was very difficult. Even the Great God team was more careful now. Ningxu asked, did you do a live broadcast this time? Returning ignored her. Ningxu asked again, are you doing a live stream for this dungeon? Sung Mountain has a well-named empty, dungeons without absolute certainty will not be broadcasted. Let's check it out now. Ningxu immediately said, since you're not going to do a live broadcast, why did you ask me to come along? Wasn't it only good to call her over to embarrass herself during live broadcasts? Why did you call me when you were practicing? Was there something wrong with him? I'm also going to level up. Okay, Sung Mountain has a well-named Kong, little fat girl, how can you belittle yourself like this? Isn't that just a foil? I'm a joke. You can laugh just by looking at me, right? Sung Mountain has a well-named Kong, pft, haha, why are you so humorous? I think you're a very funny person. Ningxu was speechless. What the F asterisk CK, are you crazy? It was like teasing a puppy. I say, are you guys done yet? Are you going to level up or not? Returning saw the two of them giggling and felt very uncomfortable. Especially Sung Mountain has a well-named Kong. When she went to his house, she found that he was richer than she thought. If he talked to Tao Jing, he might fall in love with Tao Jing. Ugly people are more mischievous. These people were probably blind. Ningxu curled her lips. She felt that it was boring and wanted to leave. She didn't want to level up with these people. Ningxu was very eager to level up and do a few live broadcasts. Then she could eat a big meal. Wasting time on these people would delay her time to eat a big meal. She bid farewell to the game and could do whatever she wanted. I'm leaving. Without me, this burden, you guys will succeed in clearing the dungeon. Ningxu turned and left. Sung Mountain has a well-named Kong stops you. Ningxu, why are you leaving? You're already here. If you don't participate in the dungeon, your credit rating will be deducted. Ningxu doubted, how come I don't know? This is the hidden credit rating of the game. I invested in this game. How can I not know? Sung Mountain has a well-named Kong said directly. Ningxu's pupils shrank and looked at Sung Mountain has a well-named Kong. What's with your eyes? Sung Mountain has a well-named Kong suddenly felt that the chubby girl's eyes were sharp and cold. You invested in the game. You're really rich. The rich one is the old man, not me. The holographic online game was a game company that he invested in with the old man. Oh, I can't help it. My time to quit the game is up. I can't level up with you guys. Ningxu directly clicked to quit the game. Ningxu opened his eyes and took off the game helmet. His fingers tapped on it. He didn't expect Song Mountain has a well-named Kong to be an investor. Ningxu felt that the client had a lot of negative comments and all kinds of emojis flying around. There was probably a water army behind it. All kinds of funny game live broadcasts could also increase the game's popularity and attention. With attention, there would be people playing the game. It was commonly known as hype. Not to mention that it was a lot of money to buy the game capsule. There were all kinds of flashy and awesome equipment in the game, which all cost money. Some people were reluctant, but some people were willing. There were goddesses in the game, and there were also funny ones. Even Return probably didn't think that she was also a person who was schemed against. Return thought that Tao Jing, a scum, next to her, was quite good. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong asked the client to level up together. Only when the beauty and the ugly girl were together, there would be a topic. There must be a game company adding fuel to the fire behind it. Return might also have found a water army. Anyway, the profit was the game company. The client might be stupid and didn't understand, but Ningxu could slightly think of something. A beauty and an ugly fighting for a god, how much of a topic would it be? Ningxu was in a bad mood, so he decided to make 2 packets of meal substitute powder. The client was also a talent. Even if it was a game, it could be used as a business opportunity. They were ignorant and didn't know anything. Seeing a handsome little brother, she just followed. Ningxu exhaled, finished a bowl of meal substitute powder, and went upstairs for a run. Next time, no matter what, he wouldn't accept the invitation. After being slandered like this, did they give him an endorsement fee? Did they give him a psychological compensation fee? Who knew the psychological damage caused? Before, he didn't know that Song Mountain has a well-named Kong was an investor. Every time he called the client over, he thought it was nothing more than watching a good show. Laughing and joking, he just thought it was a fat girl who liked to call the client. But now, Ningxu felt a little cold. They deliberately put her and Return together. Xianxia was the tempting bait. He just didn't know if there was any PY transaction between the brothers. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong could seize the business opportunity of a grudge in the game. No one else had this kind of brain. Capital was ruthless. Ningxu was sweating profusely from running. This game should be finished and he should quit. With the client's personality, it was better to eat and eat. He definitely couldn't win in a battle of wits. She killed her way up, leveled up, and did a livestream every time she cleared a small dungeon. The number of livestreams under her game ID was also increasing. Of course, there were also people who came to watch Ningxu's livestream. I'm here to watch the livestream of a gamer scum. Is this how the livestream is funny? Stop talking, can't you see that the livestream is about to use his ultimate move? But I'm easy to feed. Did she lose a lot of weight? +1, I think she lost weight too. There were quite a lot of comments in the livestream. Most of them were discussing Ningxu, but no one talked about the game's mechanics. Anyway, this person was full of flaws. I heard that she went to a gaming party. She was quite pretty and even sat with Xianxia. She must be shameless and insisted on sitting with her idol. Just thinking about it makes me feel embarrassed. The bullet screen actually started chatting. Ningxu chuckled in her heart when she saw the bullet screen of the live broadcast. Anyway, as long as a person was labeled, everyone would deny their existence. No matter what they did, they would be denied. Ningxu didn't care. Anyway, when she leveled up, she would do beautiful live streams, clear dungeons, and buy dazzling equipment. She would fill the game with legends of her sister. She was only around level 30, and those experts were all around level 100. Moreover, the levels in the game would get harder and harder. Sometimes, she would have to buy equipment to clear them. Ningxu didn't care. She had pocket money every month. Now, she didn't need to eat, so she could save money. In a family, only the client had pocket money. Third brother, who was also a gamer, didn't have any. However, he earned money in the game. It was enough for him to live a carefree life, and he could even tip a lot. But now, third brother had changed to a livestream. He tipped a beauty and occasionally tipped Ningxiu. He was like a pitiful beggar. He tipped once for every livestream. He said that he didn't want Ningxiu to be lonely and pitiful without a single fan. Those who watched Ningxiu's livestream were all passers-by. Some were just there to watch a joke. No one tipped. Third brother was the only one who spent money. Ningxiu suddenly felt a little moved. Although his third brother's mouth was as foul as a spear jar, he still loved his sister very much. System notification: Song Mountain has a well-named as empty has invited Easy to Feed to join the battle squad. Do you accept? Ningxiu refused. Then, another message came. Ningxiu still refused. The messages came again and again. Ningxiu still refused. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong privately messaged Ningxiu, "Hey, little fat girl, what's going on? You don't want to join the team anymore? You don't want to chase after Xianxia anymore? You've become cocky." Ningxiu replied, "I'm just like you. I'm just like you. I wouldn't even fling you aside." Song Mountain has a well-named Kong, "Come here, I'll tell you what Xianxia likes to eat, what color he likes, and what underwear he likes." Ningxiu rolled his eyes. "You even know what kind of underwear he likes? What's your relationship with him?" Song Mountain has a well-named Kong. "Don't mind the details. What I mean is, Xianxia and I are close brothers. Close brotherhood, I guess." It just so happened that he had something to ask him, so Ningxiu agreed to join the battle squad. This time, they were still in the abyss. They had to continue the dungeon from last time. Ningxiu asked very bluntly, "You guys didn't pass last time?" Returning Star's face immediately darkened. They were in the middle of a live broadcast, and she said such a thing as soon as she arrived. Wasn't this telling everyone that this wasn't their first time here? They would definitely win every time they ran a dungeon. "If you don't know how to speak, can you not speak?" Ningxiu hooked his finger at Song Mountain has a well-named Kong. "Come here, I have something to ask you." Song Mountain has a well-named Kong narrowed his eyes and walked over. He wasn't in the range of the live broadcast and asked, "What do you want? You called me over so directly. Aren't you afraid that Xianxia will get jealous and stop being friends with you?" Ningxiu's expression was very disdainful. "You're a little disgusting, always talking about Xianxia." "Okay, let's not talk about him. What's the matter?" Ningxiu felt his hands itch. He couldn't wait to punch him in the face. Ningxiu directly asked, "The matter of me being slandered, were you behind it?" Song Mountain has a well-named Kong immediately looked left and right. Seeing that no one was around, he said, "What are you talking about? You were slandered." Actually, it wasn't slandered. Everyone was just having fun. Have fun? Then why did you run around naked and let everyone have fun? Ningxiu sneered. If you admit it, I'll still think you're a good man. Otherwise, this matter won't be over. I'll kill you every time I see you. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong raised his hand and said, "Actually, it wasn't really behind it. I just thought that you were interesting. The game developers thought that there was a gimmick, so everyone was just having fun. But someone said that it wasn't good. I just started it. I don't know why, but everyone started slandering you. They couldn't stop themselves. It's mainly because you're too funny. Also, it's because of you. If you didn't run around with Xianxia, your skills were so bad, and you even tried to steal Xianxia from Gui Lai, everyone would naturally slander you." Peng. Ningxiu punched him in the face. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong groaned in pain. He covered his nose. His nose was sore and unbearable. Ningxiu pulled out his sword and slid it across his neck, directly emptying his HP bar. KO, Song Mountain has a well-named Kong was caught off guard and killed by Ningxiu. F***ck, he was actually killed by a level 30 chubby girl in a dungeon. Team Great God, what the F***ck is going on? Gui Lai wanted to explode on the spot. His eyelids couldn't stop twitching. What's going on? They were in the middle of a live stream, but they lost a great god. How were they going to fight? There was also Tao Jing, who was dragging them down. It was really over. Was this livestream going to be over again? Gui Lai took the lead and shouted at Ning Shu, "What are you doing? We haven't even started the dungeon and the team members are already fighting amongst themselves." The worst part was that Song Mountain's Jing Ming Kong had been killed, not this damned fatty. The people watching the livestream were also speechless. This was the first time they saw their own team members kill each other in a dungeon, and the one they killed was even a great god. Damn fatty is bad at killing monsters, but he's pretty good at killing people. Yeah, even a ***** was killed. That's because the great god wasn't paying attention. He must have been ambushed. Ning Shu and Song Mountain has a well-named Kong were talking on the side. They weren't in the livestream's range, so they didn't know what happened. There was only a system notification. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong was easily raised and killed by Song Mountain has a well-named Kong. Ning Shu sheathed his sword and said, "I'm sorry, I hit him a little too hard. We were just playing around. I didn't expect him to kill himself. Sigh, it hurts." After killing a god, Ning Shu's experience bar increased by quite a bit. It was even more than the experience gained from killing a monster. Ning Shu thought to himself, why do dungeons? I might as well do a livestream killing a god. The experience came quickly and I could take revenge. Song Mountain has a well is empty. You can't go online for 3 hours. He's probably furious right now. Ning Shu felt refreshed just thinking about it. Are we going to dungeon next? Ning Shu asked the others. Xianxia coughed and said, since he's offline, you'll take his place. Ning Shu nodded. Okay. Return immediately said, how can she take Song Mountain has a well's position? That position was the most powerful position. Once it couldn't be defended, it would collapse. And this dungeon was so important. She was doing a live stream. Live stream? I'm convinced by that damn fatty. Goddess Return is so tired. I hate this kind of drag the team down the most. Only Return is patient. If it were me, I'd just kill her and make her go offline. +1+2 The livestream was asking Return to kill that damn fatty and make her go offline so she wouldn't drag the team down. It's a pity. How was **** killed? Return's face turned green. She held back her anger. I don't agree with her taking Song Mountain has a well's position. Just like what was said in the livestream, Return really wanted to stab Ning Shu to death. But she couldn't really kill Tao Jing like what was said in the livestream. It would affect her image and would easily cause her to lose fans. If she made her fans feel bad, at least she could get money. But if she was impulsive, there was no benefit at all. Especially if she had a conflict in front of Xianxia. Tao Jing had already lost her image, but she couldn't implicate herself. So, even if Return really wanted to kill Ning Shu, she desperately endured it. It was very difficult to endure. Return was one of the more important people in the team. She didn't agree to let Ning Shu take Mina's position. The other team members also didn't agree. If that was really the case, then this dungeon run would be a waste. She really couldn't afford to have a burden. Xianxia said, how about this? I'll keep an eye on her. I won't let her drag the team down. Return, F***ck, he was protecting her again. Why was Xianxia protecting her like this when Tao Jing got into trouble? To put it bluntly, he wanted to help her. Returning was very irritated. Were the two of them going to be together again? When exactly did it develop? Could it be during the gaming party? Right now, Return didn't have the slightest intention to clear dungeons. He felt wronged and wanted to question Xianxia. What was so good about Tao Jing? Why did it have to be her? She was not pretty, tasty, and fat. Why did he have to protect her? Moreover, other than being a burden, there was no other use. Why? She really didn't understand. She worked hard to become outstanding, to become very outstanding, to be able to match Xianxia. Whether it was in terms of appearance, skills, or marriage in the future, she was a woman who could be in the hall and in the kitchen. However, Xianxia still didn't like her. This made Return very frustrated. She felt that her efforts weren't rewarded. What was her hard work worth? Why was Tao Jing able to get what she wanted even though she didn't know anything and didn't do anything? This wasn't fair. F***ck, what does Prince Charming mean? Yeah, in front of Return, what does Xianxia mean? Don't tell me that Prince Charming has such a strong taste. He actually likes that damn fatty? I feel sorry for Goddess Return. Kill that damn fatty. She's an eyesore on the live broadcast. Right, there are great gods around her. She's just a piece of trash standing there. It's really ugly. Goddess Return, I support you to kill her. The live broadcast was about to cover the screen. They all felt sorry for Return and spurned the shameless Ningxu. Ningxu directly spread his hands and said, "Since you don't welcome me, I'm leaving. I'm going to level up. I don't necessarily want to clear dungeons with you guys." Every time Return would say, "Why are you so lucky, loser? You're not worthy of being liked. Looking at people like that every day, it makes you look noble and unparalleled. I'm a piece of trash, but I didn't hurt anyone or hinder anyone. Every time I tried to clear a dungeon, I was called by someone. I didn't take the initiative to come." Xianxia said, "You can't leave. If you leave, there won't be enough people. How about this, you stay behind me? I'll take 2 spots." Return exploded, "No matter how good you are, you can't take up 2 spots. We're a team. It's not a place for you to be a hero saving a beauty." Xianxia frowned, "I'm not a hero saving a beauty. If that's the case, then find someone to replace her." Return saw Xianxia's cold expression. He was obviously angry. Return subconsciously wanted to submit and please him. However, anger took over her heart. "Then find someone. You leave the team first." Ningxu didn't hesitate to leave the team. Did he really think she wanted to be here? However, seeing Return gnashing her teeth in anger, Ningxu felt quite happy. Especially when she saw the goddess of light collapsing. Tragedy was the destruction of beautiful things for people to see. Ningxu felt that she was creating a tragedy. Destruction was such a beautiful return. It was fine if the two of them were at peace, but the other party obviously wouldn't let it go. Moreover, the person who slandered her in the game had to be slapped in the face. Then she left the game. Return pulled out her friends list and prepared to invite the gods she knew. However, these gods all refused. After all, the Abyss dungeon wasn't something that ordinary people could clear. If they failed, their level would drop. At the level of gods, if they wanted to level back up after dropping a level, they might not be able to level back up even if they cleared 10 dungeons. Thus, they all declined Return, saying that they were clearing another dungeon and couldn't come. Some people said that they were leveling up and couldn't come. In short, there were all kinds of reasons that made Return's face turn black. These bastards. Anyway, she couldn't find anyone. Return was so angry that she was about to cry. She was embarrassed and angry. Xianxia said, "It's not easy to find teammates in this dungeon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pulled me along and refused to let me go. If the team didn't have enough people, they couldn't clear the dungeon." In addition, Song Yujing was killed and forced to leave the game. Return didn't say anything. She had a faint premonition that this live broadcast might fail and couldn't be completed. What was the use of a failed live broadcast? "If there aren't enough people, then we won't do it," Return said. She felt uncomfortable clearing the dungeon with Tao Jing. Especially when she saw Xianxia protecting Tao Jing, she felt even more uncomfortable. How could she clear dungeons in this state? She wasn't in the mood at all. Why couldn't beautiful love befall her? She had become so good, so outstanding. Why did Xianxia still not have her in his eyes? She knew clearly that Xianxia didn't like her. He treated her normally. There was no ambiguity. This made her angry, very angry. "Since you don't want to, then forget it." Xianxia frowned and exited the game first. Then Xianxia's figure disappeared. There was really no way to clear the dungeon now. ******* was dead. Xianxia ran away. The 2 main damage dealers of the team had gone offline. This live broadcast was a total loss. She was just complaining, but she didn't expect the other party to leave just like that. If he went offline, it would take at least 3 hours before he could come back online. By then, it would be too late to clear the dungeon. Xianxia's calmness and heartlessness made her heart cold. She just complained a little and Xianxia went offline. And it was during a live broadcast. So many people were watching. He didn't give her any face. He didn't give her any tolerance. How could people believe that she and Xianxia were a couple? At this moment, they didn't know what to say. Xianxia had suddenly left the team, leaving behind an awkward return. This made the audience feel a strange sense of awkwardness. Ningxu, Xianxia's temper was quite big. Seeing this scene, Ningxu could almost imagine the scene when she returned with Xianxia. Most of the time, Return was tolerating and retreating. Return became outstanding and beautiful, but in the face of love, she was still humble. What was she after? Ningxu spread his hands. Then I'm leaving. Wait. Return called out to Ningxu. Ningxu looked back at her. What? I think you're really shameless. Don't you think it's embarrassing to follow Xianxia around? Return didn't know if she was talking about herself or Xianxia. She felt that her dignity had been crushed into mud by Xianxia. Ningxu was confused. You guys call me over every time. What's there to be embarrassed about? Xianxia doesn't like you. Don't you have any self-respect? Ningxu, who are you to talk to me? I just think that Xianxia is handsome and want to get close to him. Are you a couple? If you are, I'll run away immediately. Gui Lai wanted to say yes, but he didn't have the confidence. He was afraid that if he said yes, Xianxia would climb out in the next second and deny it. She had no doubt that such a thing would happen. She could quit the game in front of such a live broadcast audience, leaving her in such an awkward situation. She was completely capable of doing such a thing. Ningxu snorted and left the abyss, going off to grind on his own. He was a little disappointed that Song Mountain has a well-named Kong can't go online. If he went online, he could catch him and kill him. Doing a live broadcast would definitely make a lot of money. Earn money to buy delicious food. Returning was so irritated by the other party's mocking laughter that his blood rushed to his head. Tao Jing was a useless girl. What right did she have to laugh at her? What right did she have to laugh at her? This matter was clearly caused by Tao Jing first. If Tao Jing hadn't killed Song Mountain has a well-named Kong, the following events wouldn't have happened. Why did it seem like it was her fault now? Why didn't Xianxia blame Tao Jing for killing Song Mountain has a well-named Kong? Instead, he said that he protected her during the battle. He said one sentence, and Xianxia went offline in a fit of anger. Gui Lai really wanted to cry. They couldn't clear the dungeon anymore. The faces of several teammates didn't look good. They hadn't even cleared the dungeon yet and had already been demoted. They didn't get anything. F***ck dungeons couldn't be cleared just because you wanted to. There was a price to pay for failure. One by one, they left with ugly expressions, leaving Gui Lai standing alone in the abyss. The live broadcast of the game was still going on. The broadcast couldn't be turned off during the set time. What a scam. The live broadcast. Audience also stared blankly at Gui Lai. They wanted to send a comment, but they didn't know what to send. It was really awkward. Gui Lai reacted and hurriedly quit the game, forcibly cutting off the broadcast. The broadcast ended awkwardly like a failure. Not even a single monster had spawned. It could be called the most embarrassing and shortest dungeon broadcast in history. Ningxu saw that Gui Lai's profile picture was dark, indicating that she had left the game. Gui Lai would definitely explode after leaving the game. Gui Lai was really tired of living. She had to maintain her image and didn't dare to curse or cry when she was upset. It was very painful to be split. Third brother sent a message to Ningxu. You messed up Gui Lai's broadcast. Be careful not to be hunted down by her fans. Ningxu, your reminder is too late. People had already gathered around. There were all kinds of IDs above their heads. Some were high level, some were low level. Third brother, where are you? I'll rush over. This damn fatty was always causing trouble. Ningxu, no need to come over. I can handle it. I'll start the broadcast. Start the broadcast to torture people. Third brother. Do you think you haven't embarrassed yourself enough and want to make fun of yourself? Ningxu, squat in front of the broadcast and watch how your sister shows off her power. Third brother. Whose sister are you? Ningxu took out her sword and equipped herself with all the equipment she could. With so many people surrounding her, they couldn't blame her for being a bully. In an instant, Ningxu became a golden person. She was covered in equipment from head to toe. Clothes, shoes, hairpins, perfume pouches, earrings, and a sword. She wished she could equip herself to the ends of her hair. Everyone, although they were bullying her with numbers, at this moment, they inexplicably felt that the other party was really easy to bully. Ningxu held her sword. It split into dozens of swords and stabbed at these people. She didn't even have an opening speech. Some of the weaker people didn't remember and were killed by the dense swords. The higher level ones were still stubbornly resisting. Ningxu held a blood tonic and drank it as she killed the enemies. She started the broadcast as a warm-up exercise for killing the gods. You're shameless. A player couldn't help but shout at Ningxu. They weren't fighting with people, they were fighting with equipment. Ningxu looked aggrieved and shocked. There are so many of you surrounding me and you're calling me shameless. Don't you feel ashamed? Damn it, wasn't it just because she had a lot of equipment? Who wouldn't buy equipment? In order to avoid dying and losing levels, some people saw that they couldn't win and ran away. Ningxu split her sword and stabbed at the backs of several people. If she didn't let them feel the heartache of losing levels, they would come looking for trouble next time. She would rather go to the Tsung Mountain called Empty Fight than fight with these returning fans. It wasn't challenging at all. Pu. Several people were stabbed into the ground. Their health bars were empty and they died. KO, a system notification popped up. I'm easy to raise wanted criminals and love and kill them. The kindergarten gang leader was easily taken care of by me. Ningxu carried his sword and went to do quests to level up. First, he would raise his level to god level. Brother San, who was watching the livestream, was speechless. His sister had suddenly turned into Fat King Kong's sister. As expected, he was stimulated by his return. He had never seen him so serious before. Conduct. Did she like Xianxia that much? What was so good about it? Xianxia was especially uninteresting. Ningxu continued to do quests until it was time to log off. Then, he ate some food, drank some water, and went for a run. He had to try his best to lose all of the meat. He always felt that the meat was a little disobedient. Ningxu touched his chest and felt that his chest size seemed to have shrunk. She had to reduce the flesh here. She couldn't have both slim and big breasts at the same time. There was no other way. That was the only way. The next day, as soon as Ningxu came online, he saw the avatar of Tsung Mountain Zhuor Kong lit up. He immediately sent a message to invite him over. She prepared the blood tonic. She wasn't even level 40 yet, so she definitely wouldn't be able to kill Almighty who was over level 100. Especially when the opponent was also a rich pervert with awesome equipment. Are you going to apologize to me? If you apologize to me properly, I'll forgive you for killing me and causing my level to drop. You're not going to do that. Apologize to me properly and I'll forgive you for killing me and causing my level to drop. Ningxu sighed and approached him. She stood on her tiptoes and patted his shoulder. Actually, you should apologize to me. After all, you're the one with a black heart. You. Just as Tsung Mountain's Jing Wei was about to speak, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. A dagger had pierced his abdomen. The pain made him sweat profusely. It was 2F** keen painful. Tsung Shanyojing's eyebrows shot up, and a beam of light hit Ningxu's body. Ningxu's health bar was emptied, and he was forced out of the game. What the F***ck? Is this guy crazy? Besides, there were plenty of people who were defaming her. Why did she have to target him? He had a temper too. Okay, it's too painful. I'd better quit the game. The game was too realistic, and the pain was too real. The next time he saw that damn fatty, he would definitely kill her. Ningxu was also in pain. He opened his eyes and grimaced in pain. Sure enough, it was still too much of a stretch. Wait until I level up, then my equipment and whatnot will be able to deal the most damage. All the damage was inflicted on his body. It was really painful and suffocating. It hurts so much that I don't want to lose weight anymore. Forget it, I'll just lie down for a while. This kind of game was either addictive or frightening. Even if the pain was only 50%, it was still very painful. However, after stabbing his *****, he immediately felt much better. Even if he was the game's investor, he still couldn't get rid of this pain. Every time you come, I'll stab you. It's so painful. This feeling is too real. Afterwards, Ningxu leveled up every day. However, he was also killed by Tsung Mountain's Has Jing is empty a few times. She was instantly killed in one move, causing her to be unable to level up. Ningxu, F***CKU. It wasn't easy for her to level up, and then this bastard came over and insta-killed her, causing her level to drop again. Tsung Mountain's Has Jing is empty also started streaming. Every time he streamed, he would insta-kill Ningxu. His popularity was unexpectedly explosive. Then, he would start an inexplicable chaotic battle. Then, all kinds of torturing live streams would spring up. What's the point of grinding dungeons? What's the point of torturing people? If you have any grudges, you can get together and do a live stream. Come and fight. On the contrary, very few people watched the live streams of grinding dungeons. They were all fighting with people. What's the point of fighting with a boss? At most, they would drop some equipment. But it was different with humans. The pain was real. It felt as if every punch had landed on the flesh. The world was changing too fast. He couldn't keep up. After being tormented a few times, Ningxu was sneaky. Even when he went online, he would be invisible. No one would be able to find his information and location. Wait until I level up, I'll teach you a lesson. Tsung Mountain's Has Jing is empty kept texting her. Damn fatty, if you don't come over, Xianxia will be snatched away. By return. Ningxu ignored him. You want to tempt me to go over? I'll never go over. In your dreams. I'll endure the humiliation first. Sooner or later, I'll kill you and chase you all over the world. Xianxia said angrily, are you bored? If you have nothing to do, let's grind dungeons. No, I can't take this lying down. Damn fatty is too despicable. Tsung Mountain's Has Jing is empty said angrily. She had never fallen into such a big pit when playing games. Xianxia looked at her from the corner of his eyes. If you don't tease her, she'll explode. That fatty is taking revenge. She found out that I was secretly torturing her before. Xianxia frowned. She found out? That's not possible. She was silly and stupid. She always grinned. It was unlikely that she found out. Moreover, Tsung Mountain's Has Jing is empty had been torturing her in the beginning. After that, he stopped torturing her. However, it had become a trend. I also think that she doesn't look like a smart person. Someone probably told her that her brother isn't in the game. I'm guessing that he was the one who told her. Tsung Mountain's Has Jing is empty touched his chin. Why don't we go and kill her brother? The game party hasn't been settled yet. Let's do it together. Thus, Tsung Mountain's Has Jing is empty sharpening swords to third brother. Xianxia pulled him back. Don't go. Look at what you've done to the game. The most popular thing now wasn't dungeons, but real-life PK. The game company even opened a gambling house and set up the odds for PK. Many people participated in it. Moreover, the game's equipment was selling very well. This was because when you were calculating the odds, your equipment would be included in the calculation. In order to beat your opponent, you had to put in all your effort to equip yourself with equipment. Moreover, it was very painful to be hit. You would need armor and soft armor to resist the damage. In short, the game company was making a lot of money. Tsung Mountain's Has Jing is empty said, if you want to talk about this trend, it's definitely not me. It's that damn fatty. That guy can always lead the trend. It was that damn fatty who first livestreamed killing people. Xianxia had really wronged him. Xianxia pulled him back. You're not allowed to go. Tsung Mountain's Has Jing is empty said, F***CK, when I killed that fatty, you didn't stop me. When I went to kill her brother, you actually stopped me. You must have taken a liking to her brother. As he spoke, he looked at Xianxia with suspicion and shock. Xianxia, go and kill him. If you can't kill him, I'll kill you. Xianxia kicked him. When Song Mountain's Has Jing is empty came to the door, Ningshu was with third brother. He, you're all here. Saves me the trouble of looking for you one by one. Ningshu, you're smiling like a Zambian villain. Ningshu went offline after saying that. I'm not going to fight you. I don't want to lose levels. Ningshu could run, but third brother couldn't. There were new grudges and old grudges. Anyway, these two people were going to fight. When Song Shan Has a well-named Kong came looking for trouble, Ningshu didn't even think about it. He shamelessly quit the game. If he couldn't beat him, then he wouldn't fight him. He would wait until his sister leveled up and then save some money to buy some equipment. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to beat him. Ningshu didn't log off for long before Brother 3 was also forced to log off. He kicked open Ningshu's door and stretched out his hand. Give me money. Ningshu immediately looked at him with vigilance. Why are you asking me for money? I was killed by him. F*CK, I'm bleeding because of you, Brother 3 said angrily. He shook his hand. Give me some of your pocket money. I'm going to buy some equipment and go back. It seemed that Brother 3 didn't last long before he was killed. Song Mountain had a well-named Kong. This strength really couldn't be underestimated. Ningshu tightly held on to the money and shook his head. I don't have money. You just have some money and you want to show off and tip beautiful girls. You deserve it. Brother 3, please, if I don't tip beautiful girls, should I tip you? Then you deserve it. You just have some money and you want to show off. You deserve it, Ningshu said directly. He didn't plan on giving Brother 3 any money. If he gave it to Brother 3, then he wouldn't get it back. Third brother, do you have a conscience? Who did this to me? Why did you kill asshole for no reason? He's a famous nouveau riche. His equipment is so dazzling. If I didn't have some equipment, I wouldn't have been able to beat him. So, you have to take responsibility. Ningshu, I don't have money. My money is used to buy equipment. Third brother looked at Ningshu suspiciously. Then you should go with Mom. The money that Mom uses to buy clothes is enough for us to buy equipment. I don't want to be hunted all the time and affect my ability to earn money. I haven't tipped beautiful girls recently. Now you don't even give me a kiss. I'll give you a kiss. Can you give me the money? Brother 3 really didn't have any self-control. This was the seduction of beauty. I just like to see those beauties fawn over me. It's just money. Ningshu, then don't ask me for money now. You're so awesome, you can ask Mom for it yourself. Third brother brushed his hair. If he really went to ask for money, the consequences were predictable. He would definitely be beaten up by the old woman. She even interrogated him about what he needed the money for. Then, she started to blabber about how he had nothing to do all day, how he didn't work, and how he played games every day. She nagged him so much that he wished he was deaf. But that damn fatty was different. Every time he went to her with his big round face, he would act like a spoiled child. It was so disgusting. In the end, Lin Fan's mother would fall for it and say that her daughter was really cute, blah blah blah. Then you're not allowed to reward the streamer in the future. Ningshu's heart twitched when he saw the money. It was good to buy food for your sister. Ningshu entered his parents' bedroom and saw Mother Tao tidying up her wardrobe. The bed was filled with clothes of all kinds. They were all branded goods. Ningshu pinched his throat and sweetly asked Mother Tao for pocket money. Mother Tao really gave her daughter anything she wanted. She immediately took out a stack of cash from her wallet. Ningshu looked at the money in his hand. It was really heavy. It was only because the person who entrusted it was wholeheartedly focused on eating. She was so spoiled. How spoiled had she become? Ningshu returned to his room. Third brother saw the money in Ningshu's hand and his face was full of resentment. You're the only biological one. Reincarnation is a skill. Why don't you change your personality? The rarer something was, the more precious it was. He already had 3 sons, so of course he didn't care. He only had one daughter. If he didn't dote on her, was he supposed to dote on his 3 sons? Ningxu gave him half of the money and threatened, if you reward those streamers again, I'll tell mom. Even if you want to reward someone, you should reward me. Third brother, what fun was there in life if you couldn't act cool? How could there be any pleasure in being pretentious when he tipped the damn fatty? Third brother, how old are you? You keep mentioning mom. Third brother took a shower, ate some food and went to sleep. He had to go online again in 3 hours. Ningxu went upstairs for a jog. He was sweating profusely. When the time was up, he went online to level up. He logged in incognito and blocked his own information. He was afraid of dying. Being killed once would cause him to drop a level. Leveling up was painful. Dropping a level was like taking an elevator. With a swoosh, he fell into the water. The moment he went online, the system notified him that Song Mountain has a well-named Kong wants to invite him to join the team. Ningxu, was this idiot stupid? He always used this reason. It couldn't tempt him anymore. Even if the other party said that Xianxia was going to be snatched away by return, Ningxu didn't even blink. Even if the two of them were together again, Ningxu wouldn't budge. My willpower is great. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong privately messaged Ningxu, sigh, revenge breeds revenge. When will it ever end? Come over, I'll compensate you some money. I just thought that you were fun. Xianxia said that I shouldn't do it. He said that you were a little girl who didn't do anything, so I didn't do it. Ningxu, I'll be damned if I believe you. Are you addicted to killing me? Song Mountain has a well-named Kong might be telling the truth, but Ningxu wasn't going to let it go. You've killed me so many times. I'll let it go if you give me some compensation. I'll kill you until you start doubting life. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong kept sending messages, but Ningxu didn't reply. If he did, he would know that she was online. Her invisibility would be useless. Seeing that Ningxu didn't reply, he probably thought that she wasn't online. Hence, he stopped sending messages. Ningxu started clearing dungeons and doing quests. He didn't livestream. If he livestreamed, **** would find him immediately. Besides, Ningxu felt that livestreaming clearing dungeons and killing monsters wasn't interesting at all. When she leveled up, she could livestream killing *****. That would be exciting. However, the prerequisite was her level. If her level was too low, she wouldn't be able to use her equipment. The opponent was over level 100, and she was over level 40. She didn't know when she could level up. When she was resting, Ningxu would check Return's livestream. Ever since she failed to clear the Abyss dungeon, she hadn't done any livestreams. In any case, ever since Ningxu came to this world, the quality of her livestreams was very worrying. If it wasn't this kind of situation, it would be that kind of situation. There were even instances where she died prematurely. Return was probably blaming all these things on her. On the forums, Return's fans all posted, telling me to get out of the game. #I'm good, get out of the game ## I'm good, scum of the game, get out of the game #. The post was very popular. There was even a small flame indicating that the post was very popular. It listed Ningxu's pitfalls one by one, describing Ningxu as a 10,000-year pit. Who would want to team up with someone like I'm easy to feed? That person must have destroyed the world in their previous life to be so unlucky in this life. There were also people who said that Ningxu was jealous of the close relationship between Xianxia and Gui Lai, so Gui caused trouble. Ningxu rubbed his chin. You're only half right. Causing trouble on purpose did exist. She actually wanted to show off in Gui Lai's live broadcast, but ***** was too arrogant at the time, so she impulsively killed him. In the end, Xianxia even went offline. This was completely out of Ningxu's expectations. She couldn't possibly blame Xianxia going offline on her, right? How could she be reasonable? My 100 players was killed by Song Mountain has a well-named void. Ningxu bowed deeply to her third brother. He was killed by Song Mountain has a well-named void again. Didn't she give him money to buy equipment? How could he still be killed? Her third brother's level was a little weak. He was only level 80. Against a level 100 player with the same level of equipment, level was also an indicator of weight. Clearly, her third brother couldn't compete with **** in terms of level. If they competed with equipment, **** was the game's investor and had a lot of money. Brother, it's better to level with your sister. Only by leveling up would the future be open. If he continued to be killed like this, his level would drop very quickly. Her third brother was probably scolding her in his heart again. Song Mountain has a well-named void was also cunning. Earlier, he sent her a message saying that revenge breeds revenge, when will it ever end? Now, he killed her brother. Was this his attitude of wanting to reconcile? Just wait. In any case, Ningxu had already said countless times in his heart, just wait. Ningxu sneakily leveled up by herself. After half a month, she had only reached level 50. Although clearing large dungeons gave a lot of EXP, she needed a team member. Without enough teammates, how could she clear dungeons? None of the clients were good players in the game. Especially in the game where everyone took pleasure in slandering her. No one wanted to be friends with her. It was as if they felt ashamed to be near her. She would also be despised. No one had the courage to be mocked by so many people. He might as well join the mocking army. Ningxu could only do the quest first. When it was time to log off, Ningxu went to look for third brother. Third brother didn't even want to look at Ningxu. Ningxu patted his head and comforted him, "You were just killed once. I'll help you kill your way back in the future." Brother 3 turned his head away, not letting Ningxu's chubby hand touch him. "So what if you were killed? Then why did you go invisible when you went online? If you're so capable, don't go invisible." Wasn't he just afraid of being killed? Third brother, I refuse. You're a scammer. Cherish your life and stay away from pitfalls. She had even messed up the livestream that her return depended on for survival. What else could she not mess up? Didn't you drop levels too? Grind dungeons and level up. It's killing two birds with one stone. Why can't you think? Ningxu looked at him with disdain. Don't you want to take revenge? Compared to being killed by *********, I'm more afraid of being tricked by you. Ningxu, she was selective when it came to tricking people, okay? You're my biological brother. Why would I trick you? Since I'm your biological brother, can you not look for me? Ningxu was furious. Mom, brother is in the game. Third brother covered Ningxu's mouth. What are you doing? No one is going to grind dungeons with me. I don't have any teammates. I can only look for you. Otherwise, I'll complain to Mom. Mother Tao came out of the kitchen and looked at the siblings. What's the matter? Nothing, third brother said with a smile. You're so sloppy. Look at you. You stay at home every day and don't work. You're a man and you're about to get married. Don't you feel embarrassed? Are you embarrassed? Third brother, after logging into the game, third brother brought his brothers over with a dark expression. Grind dungeons, they had already done these kinds of low-level dungeons a long time ago. Now, they were being dragged to grind these kinds of dungeons. It was meaningless. Ningxu thought that it would be fine as long as there were enough people. These people stood by the side and she could grind by herself. Then, third brother and his brothers watched as Ningxu grinded. They were so bored that they counted their fingers. After grinding several dungeons in a row, Ningxu finally reached level 55. Third brother's expression became slightly better. He felt that his younger sister's skills were not bad. They could also clear these low-level dungeons by themselves. However, she was a girl. For her to be able to grind by herself meant that her skills were quite good. When it came to middle-level dungeons, she might not be able to clear them by herself. In a few days, Ningxu cleared all the low-level dungeons. Her experience points also slowly increased. Of course, Song Mountain has a well-named Kong seemed to be competing with her. When he had nothing to do, he would send her messages to tempt her. Of course, he used his good brothers. He also said that he wanted to give Ningxu Xianxia's nude photos. When he saw this message, Ningxu almost couldn't help but reply. Why would there be nude photos of Xianxia? These two couldn't be so close that they slept together, right? Also, why would she want Yan Xingzhou's nude photos? With Yan Xingzhou's personality, he wouldn't be so perverted as to take nude photos. So, he was lying. Ningxu endured it. Sooner or later, he would smack him in the face with a brick. Ningxu began to grind middle-level dungeons. Third brother and Ningxu cleared middle-level dungeons together. The other members stood by the side. After about a month, Ningxu and third brother cleared middle-level dungeons. Ningxu reached level 60 while third brother reached level 90. In any case, for the sake of leveling up, they chose to grind dungeons that gave high experience points. He really felt very tired. Ningxu ate an extra pack of meal replacement noodles every meal. He felt that he had gained weight again. How despairing. If it wasn't for this lousy game, Ningxu really wanted to eat. Braised pork knuckles, braised beef, whatever tasted good, he didn't have any scruples. Killing Grey Mountain had the raging flame ambition of the well-named Kong supporting Ningxu. Ningxu and third brother cleared dungeons every day. Their tacit understanding had been cultivated. When they cleared dungeons, the time spent was even shorter. The time they saved was enough to clear another dungeon. Grey Mountain has a well, say well, little fat girl, reply when you see this. Don't tell me you don't want to play anymore? Did you quit? Grey Mountain has a well, say well kept sending Ningxu messages, but he didn't reply. His information was hidden, and his avatar was always grey. Grey Mountain has a well, say well said to Yan Xingzhou, did that girl get hurt so badly that she doesn't even appear in the game? Yan Xingzhou frowned, who told you to tease people for no reason? Grey Mountain has a well raised his hands and said, who knew she would be so weak? She was probably afraid of being killed by me. It hurt too much and she couldn't bear it. The pain was real, so the little fat girl was probably scared. A game world without the little fat girl was boring. Didn't her brother create a team called Tide Listening Pavilion? Tide listening, isn't that like having water in your head? This is the first time I've heard someone say something so elegant. Her brother hasn't been online for a long time. Is he afraid of being killed by me, so he's invisible? In the beginning, this game set up this to protect the privacy of the players. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have set it up. I can't even find him. Song Mountain has a well-named emptiness kept nagging. Yan Xingzhou was particularly annoyed by his nagging. Can you shut up? It's too boring. Let's do the Abyss dungeon. Song Mountain has a well-named emptiness said. This dungeon was too difficult, but the rewards were great. I don't want to go. Yan Xingzhou said directly. Why? Song Mountain has a well-named emptiness asked. Call Return, let's do the dungeon together. Don't you know Return's feelings for you? Don't you like her? Yan Xingzhou, I say, can you not be so annoying and long-winded? I'm just concerned about your feelings. Return obviously likes you, and there's also a chubby girl who covets your beauty. Which one do you like? I'm guessing you'll choose Return. Yan Xingzhou, I choose easy to raise. What, why? Song Mountain has a well-named emptiness looked at his brother in horror. Are you crazy? You don't want Return's beautiful goddess, but you want a chubby girl. I heard she's a guy who eats all day. Return's shoulders are slumped. She's being pressed down by something. She's tired, but I'm even more tired looking at her. People's auras would affect each other. Yan Xingzhou obviously didn't like Return's aura. Auras were things that couldn't be explained clearly, but he could feel it personally. If he had to choose between the two, he'd rather choose easy to raise. Song Mountain has a well-named emptiness touched his chin and looked at his brother. You must have never seen such a beautiful chubby girl, so you must be shocked. Song Mountain has a well-named emptiness sent a photo of Yan Xingzhou to Ningxu. Ningxu went to the dungeon and opened the message bar. He saw Yan Xingzhou's photo, but it wasn't a nude photo. If you have the ability, send a nude photo. What was the point of sending a photo? He wanted her to reply? Dream on. It wasn't easy for him to level up. If he replied and locked onto her position, then all his efforts would have been for nothing. Now that Brother 3 was a level 100 god, Ningxu urged, Brother, go and teach that B** start a lesson. What do you mean by ****? You're a girl. His name is Song Shan Yujing and his name is Kong, not asterisk 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 asterisk. Ningxu was speechless. Who was he trying to embarrass by giving himself an AV-style name? However, third brother was really eager to give it a try. He spent some money to buy equipment with relatively high destructive power and went to Song Mountain to look for a well called Kong. Ningxu, bro, good luck. Song Mountain's Jingwei Kong received the challenge and raised his eyebrows. Yo, the chubby chick's brother is here. Do you want to go take a look? Maybe the chubby chick is here too. Yan Xingzhou, sure. Song Mountain's Jingwei Kong frowned. His expression was a little serious. Are you really going to see the chubby chick? People like us will have to meet a lot of people in the future. The chubby chick's looks are too good to be taken out. Yan Xingzhou, did I say that I must marry her? Besides, getting a wife is my own business. Do I have to show my wife to others? Song Mountain's Jingwei Kong chuckled. Even if you want to be with the chubby chick, she might not even care about you. She said that I was slandering her. I said that you were the one behind my back. She's probably so sad that she burst into tears and logged out of the game. She doesn't even dare to come online. Yan Xingzhou. Do you feel uncomfortable if you don't court death for a day? Song Mountain's Jingwei Kong smiled. That chubby chick is drooling over your beauty. Don't worry, after being sad for a while, she'll definitely drool over someone else's beauty. Yan Xingzhou, scram, furthermore, this is considered as not reporting what you know. She will definitely blame you in her heart. Song Mountain's well is empty said. Yan Xingzhou glanced at him. What do you mean by not reporting? She didn't ask about these things. Besides, she's more or less a stranger to me. Am I supposed to tell a stranger how my brother slandered you? Every time Lola asked me to bring her back to life, her legs were on her body, so she could choose not to come over. You're a good friend. We're brothers. Yan Xingzhou asked, why did you say that I told you to do that? I'm joking. Yan Xingzhou, you'll be screwed sooner or later. Song Mountain's Jingming Kong accepted third brother's challenge. Ningxu waited for third brother's triumphant return. I am in vain. There is a well in Song Mountain called Void Absolute Kill. Sigh. Ningxu covered his face. He had failed again. Third brother had been demoted again. He didn't believe that someone as powerful as Asshole would have all the equipment on him. Third brother was already level 100, so why couldn't he beat the level 100 Grey Mountain's well is empty? Ningxu felt that he had to act coquettishly with Mother Tao. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to beat Asshole who reeked of money. Ningxu saw that it was about time for the game, so he went offline. When he opened his eyes, he heard third brother's angry scolding. Ningxu locked the door. Naturally, he wouldn't go near him. She was the one who instigated him. Now that third brother had failed, he might vent his anger on her. Ningxu leveled up again and again. Every day, Asshole would send him a message. No matter rain or shine. There is a well in Song Mountain called Void. Now, he was hoping that the chubby girl's profile would light up and reply to him. If she didn't reply, he would continue to send. It was just like playing a game. He was stuck here, so of course, he had to keep challenging. When Ningxu really replied, he would probably feel bored again. Despicable. Ningxu ignored his message every time. He couldn't be bothered to reply. When you see me again, I'll have achieved great success. You can just wait for your death. Third brother followed Ningxu to dungeon. The main reason was that he had failed the challenge and leveled up again. He had to go back and level up to be higher than Asshole. Returning hadn't done a live broadcast for a long time. Many fans in the game forum asked her to do another live broadcast. Now that there were more and more live broadcasts, if she didn't do one, she would soon be forgotten. Returning was the first to do a live broadcast. She did it the best and the most perfect. After that, there were problems with her 2 live broadcasts. That was all because I Can Feed This Fatty dragged her down. Returning directly said in the post that she was a bit tired and didn't want to do a live broadcast for the time being. When she was free, she would do a live broadcast for everyone. Returning spent most of her time in the game, waiting for Xianxia and there is a well in Sung Mountain to send her a message and dungeon together. But during this time, there was no news. Xianxia also didn't explain why he left his teammates behind last time. He had been waiting for news from Xianxia ever since he came back, but there was no news from him. What was the meaning of this? Shouldn't he give an explanation or an apology for his actions? Not only was there no news, but there was also no intention to clear the dungeon together. This made her a little panicked. What did he mean? Was he leaving her aside and not teaming up with her? Thinking of this, he didn't even have the chance to get close to Xianxia. Returning guild leader anxiously inquired about whether the Great God team had cleared the instance dungeon. He wanted to see if the Abyss instance dungeon had been conquered. However, according to the information he found, Xianxia and Sung Mountain has a well is empty, hadn't been running dungeons recently. He was clearly online, so why didn't he ask her to clear the dungeon together? When he returned, he didn't receive any news from Xianxia, so he could only take the initiative to look for Xianxia. Have you been running dungeons recently? Xianxia, no. Two simple words. F*ck your sister, you can't say a single word more. Gui Lai, then what are your plans for now? Xianxia, I don't know. Well, there was one more word this time. She wanted to hold her forehead. How could she be so noble and elegant? She was obviously with Tao Jing and even peeled shrimp for Tao Jing. Why was it that when it came to her, she found it troublesome to even say a few more words, but she couldn't accept it in her heart? Why could Tao Jing do it, but not her? If Sabi could do it, there was no reason why she couldn't. He couldn't accept it. If Xianxia's attitude towards his return was warm and he treated her well, he wouldn't have been so persistent about his return. The more he couldn't have her, the more persistent he would be. What was possible was the best. She wanted to conquer him and make him treat her as well as he treated Tao Jing. If she didn't clear dungeons, how could she do a livestream? Anyway, livestreams were becoming more and more diverse. Everyone could fight each other and do a livestream. Then, there were also live streams of people falling in love and all sorts of other things. On the contrary, there were very few people who watched the livestream of the dungeon. Strange livestreams filled the players' eyes. Returning wanted to do a livestream of love, but Xianxia didn't even care about her. Falling in love with himself, what made her even more panicked was that her income had shrunk significantly. Without any new live streams, there were fewer people who tipped her. Naturally, her income was even lower. This made her feel very insecure. A good man was not hers. Now, even her purse was deflated. She could not live anymore. Worry and apprehension made him very anxious. He was worried that he would return to how he was before his rebirth. Both his love and work failed, which made him pull his hair and drive him crazy. Return, then when are you going to do the Abyss instance dungeon? Call me. Xianxia, okay. Returning home really wanted to tell him not to go offline in a fit of anger like last time, but he couldn't say it. He was worried that Xianxia would be angry. She wanted to be tougher, but she couldn't do it. She couldn't do it. Moreover, wasn't it good to grind the Abyss instance dungeon without Tao Jing as a burden? Now that she had returned, she no longer expected Tao Jing to be a foil. Tao Jing was incomparably stupid. It would have been fine if nothing major had happened, but not to mention a foil, she was now seriously affecting her. Moreover, she was afraid that the two of them would fall in love with each other and she wouldn't be able to get anything in the end. Ningxu naturally didn't know about Gui Lai's anxious feelings, but even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. This was because leveling up had taken up all her time. Other than losing weight, she was also leveling up. After about 2 months, Ningxu's figure finally had some curves. His stomach wasn't bulging anymore, and his face was small. His skin wasn't loose either. This made Ningxu the happiest thing. He was afraid that if he lost weight, his skin would be loose in the end. Then it would be better not to lose weight. At the very least, her skin was firm. Ningxu, under the care of her third brother, had finally become a level 100 god. He coaxed Mother Tao for some pocket money and spent it all on equipment. These cool equipment were all used to abuse **********. Compared to this small amount of money, the client in the plot had to go to the hospital because of depression and self-harm. The money spent was nothing. As soon as Ningxu came online, he appeared directly in the light. He was no longer invisible. Level 100 was shining with golden light. It's been a few months. The little fat girl is online. How did her account become a god account? Did someone level her up? There were people who played games on behalf of others, mainly to level up. Xianxia clicked on Ningxu's profile and saw the information. There were dungeons and quests. I haven't seen her for a few months. I really miss her. Call her over to dungeon together. Sung Mountain has a well is empty. Sent a message to Ningxu. Ningxu agreed and went to the Abyss dungeon. At the same time, Return received a message from saying that he wanted to dungeon and hurried over. But when Return rushed over, he saw a girl. Although her back was thin, Return's heart still thumped. He didn't even need to think to know that it was Tao Jing. Why did he call Tao Jing over? Return was really desperate. What did mean? Dungeon clearing was such a serious matter. Why did he call Tao Jing over to drag him down? But when he saw the level above Tao Jing's head, he was surprised. Then he thought that someone might have helped her level. Tao Jing was a lazy person. She only knew how to eat all day. How could she work hard to level up? She probably spent money to hire someone to level up. Return despised her. Even if her level went up, she might not be skilled. She was just an empty shell. She just looked good. Sung Mountain has a well is empty. Saw Ningxu appear and was inexplicably excited. It was probably because he didn't reply to his messages. Now that he appeared, he felt as if his long-cherished wish had come true. Sung Mountain has a well is empty. I sent you a photo of Xianxia. Did you see it? As soon as he said this, Return and Xianxia stared at him. Return wanted to kill ********. What did he mean by sending Tao Jing a photo of Xianxia? He knew that she liked Xianxia. It was fine if he didn't matchmake her with Xianxia, but why was he messing around with that damn fatty every day? Ningxu's face was full of surprise. Ah, you mean the nude photos with mosaics? I deleted it. I thought it was a prank. Sung Mountain has a well is empty. Xianxia, someone wants to die. Everyone, Xianxia's nude photo? Return was very glad that he hadn't started streaming yet. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't know how angry he would be. Sung Mountain has a well is empty. Immediately explained, it's not a nude photo. It's a normal photo with clothes on. Ningxu shook his head, I didn't see it. I didn't read some of the messages and deleted them directly. But I saw that you sent a nude photo. Looking at the angle, it should have been taken secretly. Xianxia looked at Sung Mountain has a well is empty coldly. Little fat girl, you've become bad now. You wronged me. Sung Mountain has a well is empty. Immediately jumped up, if you lie, you'll be struck by lightning. Ningxu, I can swear to God. Sung Mountain has a well named Kong stared at Ningxu dumbfoundedly. When did he send her a nude photo of Xianxia? He was clearly wearing clothes. Okay. Lying through his teeth. Sung Mountain has a well named Kong felt his brother's cold eyes and suddenly felt a chill all over. Xianxia expressed that Sora Aoi probably wanted to die, that's why she was looking for trouble. Little fat girl, your conscience doesn't hurt. Ningxu immediately threw out the screenshot. Look, you said you would send a nude photo, but I didn't expect you to really send one over. Xianxia clenched the sword in his hand, wanting to stab him to death. Return's face became uglier and uglier. You guys are really enough. Are you going to dungeon or not? He actually gave a nude photo to Tao Jing. Return really wanted to kill Sora Aoi. How could he give such an ambiguous photo to Tao Jing? Sora Aoi wasn't trying to matchmake the two of them, right? Why didn't Sung Mountain has a well-named Kong matchmake her and Xianxia? In any case, they'd dungeoned together so many times and considered themselves friends and teammates. But every day, he harassed Tao Jing, who appeared later. She treated her as a friend in vain. Sung Mountain has a well-named Kong immediately raised his hand and said, okay, I admit defeat. Little fat girl, don't be angry. Good for you, good for me, good for everyone. Let's dungeon. Ningxu smiled and said, yeah, revenge breeds revenge. When will it ever end? World peace is really good. It's my first time dungeon after becoming a god. I'm a bit nervous. Let me take a breather. Ningxu said. Return rolled his eyes and said to Sora Alway, I don't agree. I'm easy to feed and join the team. She hadn't done a live broadcast for a long time. If Tao Jing was here, this dungeon would most likely be ruined. Return's hatred was written clearly on his face. He just hated her. I definitely don't agree with her joining. Ningxu spread his hands. Then there's no other way. I'll leave. Why leave? You don't have any fighting power anyway. You're just here to make up the numbers. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong said to Return, just like before, I'll protect her. Return was angry. Protect my ass. The problem was that this dungeon was really not easy. He had to bring a burden. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong. Why did he insist on bringing her along? Was it because he liked Tao Jing? Gue Lai said directly, then asked the other team members if they are willing to bring along such a burden. The other team members looked hesitant. They had tried this dungeon several times already. Either they had never tried it before, or there were other problems. He couldn't stand the torment. Song Mountain has a well is empty directly said, if you don't let the little fat girl join, I will quit. I won't play anymore. Return was so angry that his facial features contorted. F*CK, what the hell do you mean? My name is Song Mountain has a well. My name is Kong, not ******. Ningxu rolled her eyes. Don't think that Sora was protecting her. She was obviously drawing hatred. Now, she hated no one but her. Obviously, he wanted to add fuel to the fire in this triangular relationship. Come on, let the fire of gossip burn. Ningxu was not touched at all. Instead, he spoke up for her. He just stood by the side and watched everyone quarrel. I'm easy to support. Do you want to join the team or not? You tell me. Return looked at Ningxu with a threatening gaze. I can do a live broadcast. If you're not good enough, with so many viewers, you'll lose face. Return was basically tearing off all pretenses. If he didn't want to lose face, he should quit. In the past, everyone was doing well in the dungeon. Now that Tao Jing came, it was a complete mess. Of course she will stay. Song Mountain has a well is empty took the lead and said. Ningxu, you're me. I don't need you to say anything about whether I stay or not. Ningxu looked at Return. Of course I will stay. I'm already awesome. Do you see? Ningxu pointed to his head. I'm already a great god? Wasn't it shiny? Return just wanted to sneer. So what if he was a great god? He was just helped by others and not operated by himself. What was the use? Xianxia was a little impatient. He looked at Sora with a particularly unfriendly gaze. Are you going to play or not? Song Mountain has a well is empty almost jumped up. Yes, of course. The group walked towards the depths of the abyss. World News, Rebel Team challenges the Abyss Dungeon. Return glanced at Ningxu and hesitated whether to start the live broadcast or not. What if she was tricked again? Return really couldn't afford it now. If she was tricked again, she would run out of food. Anyway, Tao Jing was a ticking time bomb. She could blow up the team at any time. Don't be afraid of a god opponent, but be afraid of a pig teammate. Ningxu saw Return staring at him with a conflicted expression and asked considerately, what's the matter? Return directly turned her head and ignored him. Ningxu stared at Song Mountain has a well is empty back. He held his sword and laughed in his heart. Sora felt a little cold. He turned around and saw Ningxu staring at him. Are you attracted by this young master's handsome back? Ningxu shook his head. I found that you have a lot of equipment. Being rich is amazing. Sora flicked his hair. What do you mean by not much? You have a lot of money. Ningxu smiled. You're rich. You're awesome. The deeper they went into the abyss, the darker the surroundings became. It felt like an abyss and it felt very cold. There was a black fog around them. The few of them stood back to back, vigilant of the monsters that were about to appear. Roar, roar, roar. A rotten, zombie-like skeleton emerged from the ground. A rotten stench assailed their nostrils. The smell was suffocating. This was the good thing about holographic online games. The sense of hearing, smell, and pain was very real. The zombie came over at a very fast speed. It was so fast that it was hard to believe that it was a zombie. Ningxu held his sword and split it into dozens of swords. He directly stabbed the zombie to death. As soon as the zombie died, its body turned into a small piece of crystal. It should be a forging crystal. These crystals went into Ningxu's warehouse. There was a small piece of crystal for every zombie killed. It was automatically stored in the player's warehouse. Dozens of swords stabbed dozens of zombies. The money players were really good. However, the others were not bad. They had good equipment. Killing these monsters was as easy as cutting leeks. It was simply amazing. The monsters came in waves, but the Great God team did not put these monsters in their eyes. They killed a lot of them with a big move. It was not a concern at all. What they were afraid of was the Abyss's ultimate boss, the big skeleton. It was an existence that most people could not kill. Sung Mountain has a well is empty originally wanted to give her a hand. Seeing her play so well, he was relieved. Io, the little fat girl was so motivated. Even the operation was much more skillful. The power of love was really great. Sung Mountain has a well is empty side in his heart. It could make a fatty who only knew how to eat lose weight and become proficient in the game operation. It could be said that it was very amazing. Wave after wave of zombies were killed and turned into crystals. Although they couldn't touch them, this kind of harvest felt really good. The number of zombies gradually decreased, and the surrounding black fog became thicker. The ground shook, and a huge skeleton ran out from the ground. At first glance, Ningxu thought he saw the bones of an abyssal prefect. However, the bones of an abyssal prefect were golden, and these bones were white, formed by countless bones. The jaws of these skulls opened and closed, and they let out a sinister laugh. It was big and strong, and it raised its foot to crush them. Everyone hurriedly dodged the foot. With a boom, the foot stepped on the ground, and it was like an earthquake. F***ck, damn fatty, what are you doing? Sung Mountain's well is empty's voice was shocked and angry. Everyone looked over and saw that Ningxu was holding two swords and directly piercing through Sung Mountain's well is empty's body. The health bar above his head was emptied. You killed me so many times, do you really think I have a grudge with you? Ningxu said with a slight smile. Everyone, F***ck, we're killing monsters, why are you killing your teammates? Return wiped her face, she really wanted to die. After much hesitation, she turned on the livestream, but she didn't expect the situation to be like this. What the hell, he killed the boss again. How was this boss going to be killed? The players watching the livestream were also speechless. This I'm easy to feed was simply a trap. You can't kill the boss, but you can kill your teammates. Suddenly, they pitted Return who was on the livestream. Return was killed by such a teammate. Damn fatty, you're courting death. Sung Mountain's well is empty's face was ferocious. Ningxu pulled out his sword and stabbed it again. Bye-bye. Sung Mountain's well is empty's health bar was completely empty, and he fell down, forced to lower the limit. The boss probably didn't expect this to happen, and he didn't move. He looked a little dazed. Return screamed, what are you doing, are you crazy? What grudge do you have with him, can't you settle it in private? We're in a dungeon now. Ningxu was very calm. I might not be able to kill him in private, so I have to sneak attack. Ahaha. Everyone was speechless. F***ck, can't you be more willful? Now that you've killed one of the main damage dealers, how are we going to fight the boss? Gue Lai was so angry that he wanted to cry. The players who were watching the livestream were also convinced. How could he be so self-righteous and willful? How could he be so shameless? Yan Xingzhou's expression turned ugly. What do you mean? Nothing much. It's just that I've been killed so many times in the past that I'm not happy about it. So, I decided to kill my way back. Yan Xingzhou, I already saw you kill asterisk asterisk asterisk. What I meant was, why did you have to kill your teammate at such a crucial moment? Ningxu said, don't worry, we can still conquer the instance dungeon. Trust me. His teammates, who would believe you, returning was trembling all over. He wished he could fight this fatty to the death right now. Asterisk 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 deserved it. He had insisted on calling people over. Now, he deserved to be killed. Dong dong dong. The boss didn't care about the squabbles in the party and immediately ran towards the players. An overwhelming amount of bones came flying over. It was especially painful when they hit the body. Ningxu jumped up and opened his wings. These wings were like the wings of an angel. They allowed people to fly in the air. Ningxu put on all the equipment of the sea, land, and air. Clothes, shoes, headwear, earrings, necklace, bracelet, weapons. They were all top-grade equipment. Blue flames flickered in the skeleton's empty eye sockets. They mainly attacked the flames in the eye sockets. Once the flames were extinguished, the boss was naturally killed. Normal attacks were useless on the skeleton. They didn't even leave a mark. The health bar didn't decrease at all. Seeing that robust health bar made people feel despair. This party tried a few times, but they were all defeated in the end. Ningxu's flying sword split apart. Numerous swords shot towards the skeleton's eye sockets. But these swords were all blocked. The skeleton only needed to use its arm to block its eyes. None of the attacks could hurt its eyes. Its defense was strong, and its health bar was thick. It was impossible to fight. Ningxu took out a rope. It was a piece of equipment. Once it was entangled, it couldn't move. The rope wrapped around the big skeleton, but it was like cooked noodles. The boss only needed to struggle slightly and the rope broke. The equipment was scrapped. Ningxu's heart ached. She had to pay for her equipment. Xianxia said, you guys attract its attention. I'll sneak attack. Xianxia had equipment that made him invisible. Returning Star suppressed his anger and worked with his teammates to attract the boss's attention. He glanced at Tao Jing and found that her movements were very smooth. This style didn't seem like the lazy Tao Jing at all. Dozens of flying swords pierced the skeleton like needles. Although it wasn't fatal, it was very annoying. The skeleton kept waving its hands to catch the swords. With the swords in hand, it naturally didn't have time to defend its weakness. Xianxia appeared in front of the cave-like eye sockets. There was a barrier around the eye sockets. He took out a big axe and chopped at the barrier. But the boss reacted quickly and took a few steps back to shake Xianxia off. It failed. The boss attached great importance to its weakness. Once its weakness was attacked, it would choose to protect its weakness, even if it didn't attack the player. This boss was very difficult to defeat. It would even waste time with the player and force the player to go offline. Therefore, this sneak attack was unsuccessful. Everyone was angry. This boss had high health and strong defense. It was also a very cautious boss. It wouldn't go berserk after being attacked. Instead, it would choose to protect its weakness. You guys keep it busy. I'll sneak attack, Ningxu said while holding his sword. You, pfft. Returning Star sneered without thinking. If it was Sung Mountain with a well-called Kong, it would be possible. But you are impossible. Asterisk 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 had a lot of very strong offensive equipment, and it couldn't be bought with money. Then you go, Ningxu said coldly. Returning Star wanted to roll her eyes. She had a support function, not a main attack output. Ningxu flapped her pure white wings and took out 2 pieces of satin with bells tied to them. The red satin was a very resilient material. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and flew over. He and Ningxu each held one end of the red satin and wrapped it around the skeleton's neck. Returning Star saw the two holding the red satin. If there was a concentric knot in the center, then the scene was really similar to a wedding. Her heart was really scratching as if it was scratching her lungs. Would these two people still be together? Anyway, Returning Star was tortured by her own imagination. No, I can't stand it. Returning Star seemed to be a little crazy in her heart. The red silk wrapped around the skeleton's neck. Ning Xu and Yan Xingzhou pulled the red silk back. The bells on both ends of the red silk jingled. The skeleton was dragged back. It stumbled and grabbed the red silk with both hands. With a boom, the huge skeleton fell to the ground. Like a turtle that had flipped its shell, it couldn't get up for a long time. Ning Xu held his sword and rushed down, stabbing at the skeleton's eyes. The skeleton waved its hands and used its arms to block its eyes. Ning Xu flew directly into the skeleton's mouth. I can still extinguish your fire of life by circling from your mouth to your eye sockets. Yan Xingzhou was speechless. This move was a little weird. He had never seen anyone crawl into the mouth. Yan Xingzhou also crawled into the skeleton's mouth. Then everyone and the livestream viewers saw the boss hit its own mouth with its fingers, hoping to dig out the person inside. Even though they were inside the boss body, the zombies inside attacked in waves. Ning Xu followed the biological characteristics and went to the eyes. These monsters didn't have any resistance at all. Ning Xu and Yan Xingzhou were like harvesting chives. They didn't stop moving towards the eyes. The teammates outside were speechless. What should they do now? Wait for the two of them to come out? Seeing the boss compete with her, she felt an inexplicable heartache. She kept stabbing her own throat. Return was very anxious. Who knew if the two of them would develop feelings for each other? Anyway, as long as the two of them stayed together, Return felt very uncomfortable and scared. She was scared that the two of them would get back together because of the inertia from their previous lives. Return was very tired, but she couldn't stop her imagination from running wild. She couldn't control her fear or the unwillingness in her heart. As a result, she couldn't see Yan Xingzhou and Tao Jing in the same frame. When she saw them, her mind was filled with how well Yan Xingzhou treated Tao Jing in their previous lives. How happy they were. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable and scared she felt. Hurry up and come out. Are you guys flirting inside? Ning Xu and Yan Xingzhou went to the eye sockets. There were two huge balls of blue flames. As long as they destroyed these two balls of flames, they could kill the boss. One for you, one for me, Ning Xu said to Yan Xingzhou. Yan Xingzhou nodded and went to the other side to attack the flames. This flame was also a very powerful existence. It would split into very small fireballs to attack people. If one was touched by the flames, their health bar would be emptied very quickly. Dozens of flying swords attacked the ball of light, and countless small fireballs also flew towards Ning Xu. A battle of wits and courage. Seeing that they couldn't just sit there and do nothing, the teammates outside started attacking the boss. It seemed like they had a high chance of passing this time. But her mood wasn't good at all. If she and Yan Xingzhou were together, it would be good, but that person was Tao Jing. Who would have thought that the good-for-nothing Tao Jing would actually secretly practice her skills so well? Previously, he had thought that she wasn't playing games anymore and had been very happy about it. He didn't expect that she was actually training in stealth mode. In her livestream, Tao Jing was in the limelight. Was it her or Tao Jing who was doing the livestream? The players who were watching the livestream started commenting. F***ck, I must be blind. I want to feed that damn fatty. When did he become a great god? Her skills are so good. Is it really her? I don't think it's her. She's so fat and this person is so thin. Although she can't compare to Goddess Returned, she's still a beauty. I refuse to believe that it's the damn fatty. Refuse to believe +1 inch +2. I'd rather believe that the damn fatty gave the gaming pod to someone else. In addition to attacking Ning Xu, there were also many who felt sorry for Goddess Returned. If Goddess Returned and Goddess Returned were together, they would be a perfect pair. This damn fatty is nothing. Shameless, mistress. Poor Goddess Returned. Under their combined efforts, the blue flames in the boss's eye sockets were finally extinguished. As soon as the flames in the two eyes were extinguished, the entire skeleton collapsed, turning into gold coins, various equipment, and pet eggs. Ning Xu picked up the pet eggs again. This time, the pet eggs shouldn't be little chicks. The teammates all chose the equipment they wanted, but let Ning Xu and Yan Xingzhou choose first. Yan Xingzhou chose a jade pendant. This jade pendant could increase defense by 50%. If it was bought with money, it wouldn't be cheap. Returning stood motionless. She didn't join the team to split the loot. She was like an idiot. After choosing, the items left behind weren't very good. Xianxia said to her, "Go get the equipment." Returning looked at Xianxia with a sad smile. That bitter and sad expression made Xianxia's intestines twist. It's just killing a boss. Do you have to be like this? Go get whatever equipment you like. You want to fight, but you don't say anything. Who knows what you like? And then someone else takes the equipment she wants, so she's angry. It's just a game. What's the point of being so tense? Ningxu touched the pet eggs and suddenly remembered the pet he sold to Xianxia last time. He asked, "What did your little chicks look like?" "They should have grown into old hens. They could kill them and make soup to nourish the body." And it was a chicken bought for 5,000 yuan. A golden chicken. Xianxia ignored returning. He said to Ningxu, "It's okay." "Okay what? Why don't you let it out for some fresh air?" Ningxu felt that the hen must be very, very ugly right now. Xianxia had no choice but to let the little chicks out. Ha ha ha. Ningxu looked at the round and furry chicken. The feathers on its body were thick and long, just like that of a sheep. What kind of mythical beast is this? Hey, Xianxia. Give me some feathers when the time comes. The team member saw Xianxia and said to him. Xianxia nodded. When the time comes, I'll give it to you. Xianxia pinched the little chicks and pressed them into his armpit. It looks like this. Don't laugh. It'll affect its feathers. If it's in a bad mood, it won't shed feathers. Ningxu, okay, I won't laugh. The feathers were probably very precious. But with this appearance, Ningxu didn't regret selling this chicken to Xianxia at all. Returning looked at the two people who were talking. His body emitted a solid resentment. The screen was covered by the comments. Why is my idol talking to the fatty? My idol is leaving the goddess aside. It must be the fatty who is shamelessly talking to my idol. Goddess returning is watching from the side. It's so lonely and cold. Returning had enough time to watch the live broadcast. He immediately turned it off. This time the live broadcast failed again. Although the boss was defeated, Tao Jing was in the limelight. It was better not to do the live broadcast. Making a wedding dress for someone else, and it was for Tao Jing, who she hated the most. She wanted to vomit. Returning couldn't understand why Tao Jing could be so determined to lose weight while eating all day. She also knew how to sneakily level up in practice. Client-side games tested the player's surgery and reaction ability, but holographic online games used consciousness to operate, unlike client-side games that just needed practice. This kind of operation was very taxing, and after a long time, one would be mentally exhausted. Tao Jing, a guy who was afraid of hardships and fatigue, only knew how to eat, could improve to this extent, let a strong sense of crisis rise in his heart. Did Tao Jing want to use this method to get close to Xianxia? Ningxu looked at Gui Lai's deep eyes and clicked his tongue. Why was he staring at her? She played the game for a while and then stopped. What you care about, others may not care. What others care about, you may not understand at all. What you sneered at, may be what others like. Treating Xianxia as a god doesn't mean that others really care. After clearing an instance, Ningxu felt very tired and directly went offline to rest. As for the pet egg, directly put it in the warehouse, there will be a day when it hatches. You have to feed her some spirit stones to hatch the pet egg. Xianxia said. Ningxu looked at the round egg over and over again. How to feed it? Does the egg have a mouth? Ningxu ignored Xianxia, threw the egg directly into the warehouse, and went offline to sleep. Xianxia, so capricious, Xianxia also went offline. When he opened his eyes, he saw a person standing next to the game chamber. What? Xianxia rubbed his eyes and asked tiredly. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong, damn, the instance failed. No, I cleared it. Impossible, without me, how could I clear it? Where's the damn fatty? Is the damn fatty dead? No, don't call me damn fatty all day. Xianxia looked at him coldly. You secretly took photos of me? Pfft, no, that damn fatty wronged me. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong immediately ran away. Now he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He didn't expect the little fat girl to be such a damn fatty. Ningxu went offline to sleep, then ran, ate something, and was ready to go online again. As soon as he went online, messages kept ringing, all sent by *****. Damn fatty, come if you have the ability. Watch me hammer you to death. Come online if you can. If you have the ability to kill people, then go online if you don't. Ningxu looked at these messages expressionlessly. He started to buy equipment and armed himself to the teeth. From now on, he was going to livestream his killing spree. Ningxu issued a challenge. World News, I'm easy to feed challenges a well-named Kong in Song Mountain. The odds are 5-1. I quickly placed my bet. F***ck, Ningxu quickly placed a bet on himself. If he won, it would be 5 times the amount. For the sake of his own money, he had to make a big upset. Third brother was conflicted. Was it for money or for family? Ningxu threatened, if you don't support me, I'll tell mom that you're spending money like water in the game and tipping female streamers a lot of money. F***ck, I haven't tipped anyone recently. Those girls are ignoring me. Third brother's hand trembled. In the end, he placed his money on Ningxu. His heart was stifled. When a well-named Kong in Song Mountain arrived at the challenge location, he saw Ningxu and sneered, little fat girl, who gave you the courage to challenge me? After being ambushed twice in a row and dying in the hands of this little fat girl, a well-named Kong in Song Mountain was very angry. Did he really think that he had a good temper? The pain of being killed every time was enough to make him angry. Ningxu and Kong stood face to face. Ningxu said, I'm going to livestream killing you. Hehe, livestream yourself being killed. This young master can torture you in various ways. I'll fulfill your wish. Ningxu didn't say anything. He started the livestream and took out his sword. Ningxu armed himself to the teeth. His equipment was comparable to a well-named Kong in Song Mountain. When the equipment was the same, it depended on the proficiency of the operation. After a series of attacks, Ningxu killed a well-named Kong in Song Mountain with great difficulty. A well-named Kong in Song Mountain fell down with a face of disbelief, F***ck. F***ck. The surrounding people were also dumbfounded. How could this be? It was a big upset. It was really F***king unexpected. My money. Ningxu was very happy. 5 times, he could eat a lot of snacks. The third brother looked at Ningxu suspiciously, you cheated. Ningxu flipped his hair, did you think that this sister's operation was fake? The third brother got 5 times the money. He was thinking about which beautiful streamer to reward. Money fell from the sky, so what if it was spent? However, the players who bet on a well-named Kong in Song Mountain were all wailing. F***ck, who would have thought that the famous Kong in Song Mountain would be defeated by this damn fatty? F***ck, of course, Ningxu's livestream also became popular. A lot of people came. Speaking of the little fat girl defeating Kong in Song Mountain, people's first reaction was, are you kidding me? A trash can defeat a great god. Therefore, Ningxu's livestream became the evidence. A lot of players came. Anyway, it felt like a fantasy. When did this damn fatty become a great god? I'm afraid this isn't a damn fatty. I've never seen such a vigorous damn fatty. Is this the damn fatty sister? F***ck, I actually found this damn fatty to be quite good looking. Am I hopeless? I also think he's good looking. What should I do? Is there a problem with my aesthetics? I need help. Anyway, a well-named Kong in Song Mountain came online. Ningxu challenged him. If he didn't accept, he would be laughed at by others. Therefore, a well-named Kong in Song Mountain had no choice but to accept. Of course, he was also very angry. When he saw Ningxu, he didn't smile like before. Ningxu smiled. It was good that he was serious. In the past, he was always laughing and didn't take other people's pain seriously. Ningxu once again defeated a well-named Kong in Song Mountain. Kong in Song Mountain's face suddenly became ugly and was forced to go offline. However, Ningxu was also occasionally killed by the other party. A well-named Kong in Song Mountain, damn fatty, are you crazy? You challenge me every day? If he didn't accept the other party's challenge, he would be called a coward. Ning Shu, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. A well-named Kong in Song Mountain, just because of the meme package, so many people are defaming you. Why do you want to kill me? Of course there are other reasons. You're deliberately trying to sow discord between me and Gui Lai, Ning Shu said. A well-named Kong in Song Mountain, I'm just here to watch the show. Besides, I even put my brothers in danger. Why are you so serious? Why are you so narrow-minded? F*CK, I'm narrow-minded. After I kill you a few more times, you'll still be narrow-minded. How about I double-click 666 for you? Ning Shu sneered. They started fighting without a word. Of course, a well-named Kong in Song Mountain was killed. The odds between her and Kong in Song Mountain became smaller and smaller. The shining golden god above her head became even more dazzling. Returning felt that the recent Tao Jing had a stronger presence than the previous Tao Jing. As soon as she went online, she heard that she was going to challenge Song Mountain as a well-named Kong and even made it a live broadcast. The current Tao Jing was even more popular than before. Previously, she was black and red. Now, Tao Jing was willful. She was strong and seemed to have lost weight. It would be inappropriate to call her a fatty again. Tao Jing was everywhere. There was Tao Jing in the live broadcast. There was Tao Jing in the duel. How could she be so good at messing up the game? Now, there were more players watching her battle with Song Mountain as a well-named Kong than there were watching her live broadcast. The previous black and red popularity, coupled with the current popularity, made returning panic. She had a deep feeling that she was abandoned by the times. Her game live broadcast was supported by that small number of fans. Otherwise, she would have fallen to the point where no one cared. But Tao Jing was so pretentious. Was she doing it on purpose? Was she deliberately stealing the limelight from her, attracting Yan Xingzhou's attention and suppressing her? But Returning had to admit that she was a bit of yesterday's flower. Returning couldn't understand. How could a damn fatty with poor skills who ate until she died be so fat? Now that she had lost some weight and practiced some skills, she was doing so well. It was as if other people didn't exercise or practice skills just to maintain their figure. The more dazzling Tao Jing was, the more uncomfortable Returning felt. It was as if she was a little transparent, secretly watching the happy Yan Xingzhou and Tao Jing. This feeling was very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. Returning was about to die. She thought that it was better not to go online for the time being. But if she didn't go online, she was worried that Yan Xingzhou and Tao Jing would be together. When she went online again, the two of them would be intimately leaning on each other. She couldn't bear it. She might as well go online and pay attention to them every day. Even if nothing happened between Tao Jing and Yan Xingzhou, she felt that something would happen in the future. In short, Returning knew that she was worrying for nothing, but she couldn't control herself. Returning felt that she wasn't good enough for Yan Xingzhou, so Yan Xingzhou still didn't like her. Was she going to eat until she became fat? Then Yan Xingzhou would look at her more. Returning looked at her slim and sexy figure. She really didn't have the courage to eat and drink and become a fatty. A fatty that even she despised. What if Yan Xingzhou still didn't like her after she became a fatty? There were still many people who liked her in the game. Many people confessed to her, but her heart was completely tied to Yan Xingzhou. She had already planned her life to a dead end. She had no choice but to follow Yan Xingzhou. The scene of him peeling prawns for Tao Jing and gently watching her eat was too much of an impact on her. Yan Xingzhou had already become an obsession in her heart. Ning Shu didn't care about Gui Lai's entanglement at all. She and Yan Xingzhou hadn't done anything yet. If they were really together, Gui Lai would go crazy. There were so many choices, so many good ones, but he just had to walk his own path like this. Only by looking around would one realize how big the world was. In fact, Ning Shu was secretly wondering if he should challenge Return. Anyway, when the time was right, she would leave the game. Since she didn't want to play the game anymore, it was time to challenge it and come back. Kill one and then come back. Since he had already returned, why not kill Yan Xingzhou as well? Since he wasn't playing anymore, even if he killed them, he wouldn't be able to find anyone for revenge. No, there was still Third Brother in the game. But so what? Third Brother was on his own. Ningxu thought without any brotherly love. Suddenly realizing that there were so many people he wanted to kill, Ningxu's hands were itching. One by one, he would deal with Song Mountain as a well-named Kong first. This bastard seemed to be online less and less. His avatar was always gray and dim. Was he invisible just like she was before? Ningxu issued a challenge and waited for Song Mountain as a well-named Kong to appear. Third brother placed his money on Ningxu and asked, "Why do you keep challenging him?" "I'll challenge others after I take care of him." Third brother. "What I mean is, why are you killing people every day? Girls shouldn't be so violent. Xianxia won't like you then." Ningxu chuckled. No matter what Xianxia thought, he wouldn't play games anymore. Whether they would meet again was another matter. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong, F***ck, this damn fatty is really crazy. How many times has it been? Is he addicted to killing me? Does he really think I'm easy to bully? F***ck, he was invisible. Why is this damn fatty so blind? He even issued a challenge. If he appeared now, the players would definitely guess that he was invisible. In order to avoid someone, he actually went invisible. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong had never encountered such an awkward situation in his life. If he didn't appear now, people would think that he was a coward and didn't dare to come online. F***ck, Song Mountain has a well-named Kong said to Xianxia, "Damn fatty, are you crazy? Why do I feel like she's trying to get my attention?" Xianxia, haha, it hurts every time you kill her. Why do you think she's trying to get your attention? The brain is a good thing. Otherwise, I can't think of any other reason. Is it because she hates me or because I tricked her? Song Mountain has a well-named Kong is very distressed. He's like a follower. So annoying. While they were talking, the system message came again. The other party challenged him again. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong's face turned ugly. "If you're sick, go to the hospital. Why are you chasing after me like a lunatic? Every battle is broadcasted live. This damn fatty is trying to ride on my fame. Who doesn't know that I'm rich? If I defeat him, it'll be enough for this damn fatty to become famous. F***ck, he's using me as a stepping stone. I'll sprain your leg." After the third challenge, Song Mountain has a well-named Kong finally walked over slowly. He looked at Ningxu on the stage and said coldly, "Damn fatty, do you think it's interesting? Why don't you try calling me that again? The more you care, the more I want to call you damn fatty, damn fatty." Song Mountain has a well-named Kong stuck out his tongue. Ningxu flipped his hair. "It's okay, call me whatever you want. I'll make sure you can't call me sister later." "Yo, you're here." He came back to the stage and looked at the two people. F***ck, those who didn't know would think they were flirting. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong is very arrogant. Most people wouldn't pay attention to him. What's the meaning of this? Ningxu didn't kill him directly this time. Instead, he grinded him bit by bit. The two of them slashed at each other. It was very painful. "I have armor that reduces damage by 50%. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong sneered. "Ningxu, you say it like I don't have it." Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. If I spend all my pocket money on equipment, then let's fight to the death. Come on, let's hurt each other and get rid of evil for the people. Her current mission was to fight with Song Mountain has a well-named Sky. She didn't care about getting equipment from dungeons. As long as she could use money to buy equipment. The way these two fought with blunt knives made the onlookers feel pain. How big of a grudge was this? Why did they have to stab him again and again? It hurt so much when they stabbed him. Ningxu felt that he was getting more and more familiar with his skills. On the other hand, Song Mountain has a well-named Sky had reached a bottleneck. He was familiar with what he needed to be familiar with, but it wasn't easy to break through. Song Mountain has a well-named Sky was secretly shocked. Damn, this damn fatty's skills were making it hard for him to handle. It seemed like he had to exchange for more equipment next time. He was killed by a noob several times. He didn't have any face left. He felt like he was going to become a joke in the server. Everyone's impression of "I'm easy to feed" was still that damn fatty was a noob. He wanted to change it, but he couldn't. Sung Mountain has a well-named Sky didn't even dare to open the game forum. Who knew how shameless the forum's titles were? Shocking, Tycoon God actually lost to Damn Fatty. Who's the Tycoon God that defeated him? Who's the Damn Fatty's counterattack? Why does Damn Fatty keep challenging God? Is it the fall of morality or the distortion of human nature? Who's the God in Damn Fatty's love and hate? Sung Mountain has a well-named Sky felt his whole body go numb just thinking about it. He used to be a god that was worshipped by people, but now he was the main character of the game forum. This was all because of the Damn Fatty's tireless challenges. The challenges were fine, but the key was that he sometimes died in the hands of the Damn Fatty. This was very embarrassing. He imagined the scene of him killing the Damn Fatty in one move and then receiving the cheers of the crowd. The two brushed past each other. He felt a dull pain on his body. Damn, it hurts. Sung Mountain has a well-named Sky had never suffered this kind of pain before. As the sword and sword clashed, Sung Mountain has a well-named Sky asked softly, Damn Fatty, what are you trying to do? Damn it, he had a bad temper if he was provoked. Xianxia said directly, I'm challenging you. You've always been a god that I admire. My ultimate goal is to defeat you 100 times. There is a well in Sung Mountain called Kong. Haha, admiration. Are you still holding a grudge over the meme pack? Sung Mountain's Jing is Kong asked. Xianxia shook her head. How could that be? How could I be such a petty person? I just couldn't eat or sleep, so I became depressed. I went to the hospital to get some medicine. I'm so skinny now because I couldn't eat or sleep. I became so thin because I couldn't eat. I don't care about these things at all. Really, I'm not a narrow-minded person. You. Sung Mountain's well is empty was stunned. How do you look like you're depressed? The sword pierced through his heart. F***ck, he was killed again. It was so painful. Xianxia carried his sword on his shoulder proudly, which made him feel that Tao Jing was just a superficial woman who enjoyed the attention of thousands of people. TSK, Xianxia pursed his lips when he saw that there is a well in Sung Mountain called Kong's figure disappear and was forced to go offline. These people definitely wouldn't know what happened to the client. They were just playing a game. Once they went offline, who would care about what happened? These people didn't know that the client was in the hospital, let alone feel guilty. At most, they would look at each other and think that their glass hearts were too fragile. Following this, Xianxia continuously challenged Ashen Mountain has a well named empty, causing Ashen Mountain has a well to fall to level 80. However, he started to throw caution to the wind and didn't accept Xianxia's challenges. In the end, Xianxia found the place where he was farming dungeons and killed him in a flurry. There is a well in Sung Mountain called Kong, F***ck, I'm so angry that I can't even be angry. You said you were depressed, so I let you have your way. Why do you keep killing me? God, I'm so angry, Xianxia, of course it's because I'm happy to see you dead. My depression was cured without medicine. F***ck, does this look like someone with depression? It's strange that someone with depression can be so happy and shameless. She didn't do anything but stare at him. If it wasn't for the forced offline time, there is a well in Sung Mountain called Kong suspected that she would stare at him 24 hours a day. Every time he killed her, it was extremely painful and uncomfortable. There is a well in Sung Mountain called Kong wanted to die. He was angry and powerless. Every time he went online, he had to ask Xianxia if the chubby girl was online. If she was online, he wouldn't dare to go online. F***ck, I'm just playing a game, but I'm being chased every day. Xianxia, retribution came so quickly. I saw that she trained hard. She's probably coming for you to kill you. There is a well in Sung Mountain called Kong immediately, don't say any more. It's making my hair stand. I want to kill that damn fatty in real life. Xianxia frowned. It's just playing around in the game. Why bring it to real life? Besides, just treat it as a life experience. F***ck, it's not like you're the one being chased or challenged. That's why you're talking about life experience. I've lived for so long, but I've never been humiliated like this. Do you think that damn fatty likes you and won't challenge you? I think that damn fatty will challenge you sooner or later. She said she's depressed. I don't know if it's true or not. What a drama queen. Xianxia, then you should give in to her. UF asterisk king value love over friendship. What do you mean I should give in to her? Even if I don't, I can't beat her. There is a well in Song Mountain called the Game Company and ask them to send a new game capsule. Open a SMUF account. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. So cowardly? Cowardly your sister. You haven't experienced the feeling of being pestered by someone. You can't beat her. My great god account is only around level 80. You can imagine how many times she's challenged me. She's just crazy. There is a well in Song Mountain called Kong opened a SMUF account. This time, he named it Fresh Wind. The wind was very different. I walked through the white birch forest. He opened a SMUF account and refreshed it. Xianxia hit him hard. But your appearance hasn't changed. What if she sees you? No, it's a new SMUF account. Also, I only chose an 80% similarity. She definitely won't expect me to open a SMUF account. Ha ha ha, there is a well in Song Mountain called Kong. No, it's called I walked through the white birch forest now. I'll open a new SMUF account and level up now. I'll torture her. You're not allowed to betray me. Threatening Xianxia. A young and tender newbie had appeared. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. For the past few days, Ningxu had been challenging Song Mountain's Yuming Kong, but he had not appeared. According to the rule of face, he could lose anything, but he could not lose anything. Every time he dilly-dallied, he would accept the challenge. However, it seemed that he had not been online for the past few days. Could it be that this bastard was not going to play anymore? Ningxu saw that Xianxia's profile was lit up. There was a well in Song Mountain called Kong. How could he abandon his good friend? What's going on? Ningxu asked Xianxia, Big brother, let me ask you something. Where's your virginity? Xianxia, something happened at home, so he won't be online for a while. Ningxu, he didn't believe it. Ningxu didn't ask Xianxia anymore and closed the chat window. Ningxu waited for a few more days, but the well in Song Mountain still did not appear. Don't you want to play anymore? Ningxu slapped her thigh. This situation really reminded her of the time when she was secretly leveling up. She didn't play anything and was definitely grinding dungeons to level up. He might have even opened a SMUF account. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and laughed coldly in his heart. You want to use my method to counterattack me? I'll end you early. When Ningxu had nothing to do, he would start looking for the **** from the novice village. Xianxia said that there's a well in Song Mountain called Kong wouldn't be online for a while. He probably wouldn't be using his old account, so he might be using a new one. Damn, he's really rich. He's even switching gaming capsules to play. After searching for a few days, he found Do ******* in an intermediate instance dungeon. However, it was no longer called Song Mountain has a well. It was now called Kong. Wind, a fresh and refreshing wind, I've caught you. There is a well in Song Mountain called Kong. *****, his first reaction was that Xianxia had betrayed him. Otherwise, how could that damn fatty have found him so quickly? He had already given up on his main account. A person's death was like an extinguished lamp. The past should be written off, but this bastard actually chased him to his new account. Song Mountain has a well named Kong is very angry. Damn fatty, what do you mean by this? There is a well in Song Mountain called Kong. Without giving him a chance to speak, Ningxu instantly killed him. **************************************** account was downgraded again. If you have the ability, you can change your number again. Why don't you go for plastic surgery so that you won't be recognized again? Song Mountain has a well called Emptiness. Now, he realized that there was a bug in the game. Revealing one's appearance in such a serious manner was a bug. It should be even less recognizable. 80% was too high. It should be 10%, 20%, or 30%. What was the point if the similarity was too high? It would be better if it was lower. He quickly asked the game company to fix this bug and develop a new function. If they were good looking, it would be fine if they had an 80% similarity. But if they were ugly, they wouldn't dare to play the game even if they had an 80% similarity. As expected, only by going deep into the hearts of the people would he be able to understand the player's thoughts. After killing Song Mountain's empty well, Ningxu felt comfortable all over. In the future, I'll just wait here for ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Wait here for Only then will I collapse. When I finally level up one day, I won't even be able to find them for revenge. Ningxu counted with his fingers. He let Song Mountain has a well called emptiness roam around for a while before finding someone else to challenge. Now, whose turn is it? Return. The odds are 50-50. Return, are you crazy? You challenged ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ü̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈ Should I reject or accept? Even Song Mountain has a well called emptiness lost to her. If I go, the odds are 1-1. She has a high chance of losing. Return didn't want to accept the challenge. If she lost, how could she survive in the game? Moreover, she had the best skills among the female players. If she lost to Tao Jing, wouldn't that mean that her skills weren't even as good as that damn fatty? Return's heart refused, but Return's fans seemed to be enraged. They all cheered for their goddess and cheered her on. Return goddess, beat her until she's looking for her teeth on the ground. Too arrogant. This kind of person who just popped out doesn't know how to respect her elders at all. When Return did the livestream to clear the dungeon, she was still eating snacks. Go, do your best. These fans were so excited that their blood was boiling. It was as if they saw their goddess defeating that damn fatty. But Return was very embarrassed. If she didn't challenge, wouldn't her fans be sad and disappointed? But if she was defeated, wouldn't her high and mighty goddess image be destroyed? What was Tao Jing doing? Making enemies in the game without any scruples. Song Mountain has a well called emptiness had already been offended by her. Who didn't know that he was friends with Xianxia? Wasn't she afraid that Xianxia would be angry if she killed ********************************************************************************************************************************่*่*****่*่*่*่*่*่*่*่*่*่*่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่ couldn't understand what the other party was thinking. Return was pushed onto the battle stage like a duck being driven onto a perch. Compared to that damn fatty, Return's popularity was more positive. Many people bet on her. This was another kind of support. Third elder brother had bet on Ningxu again. This was a way for him to earn money quickly. If the two of them really fought, his sister had a higher chance of winning. But these people all bet on Return. When the time came, he would have a large sum of money in his account. It was awesome. Return looked at Ningxu. Why did you challenge me? I want to challenge the experts in the game. You're an expert, so I naturally have to challenge you, Ningxu said matter-of-factly. Return was angry. Then why don't you challenge Yan Xingzhou? Let's see if Yan Xingzhou still cares about you. Ningxu was very straightforward. When clearing dungeons, the small monsters are cleared first. The big monsters are cleared last. Return, did this mean that she was a small shrimp? How arrogant. Ningxu took out his sword and said to Return, let's start. Return didn't stand on ceremony and took out her equipment. Return also had a lot of equipment. It was very powerful. The two girls fought on the stage. The people below watched with relish. Women were so fierce when they fought. Compared to slapping, pulling hair, and attacking with nails in reality, the girls in the game felt like they were floating in the air. They flew in the air and attacked dazzlingly. It was dazzling. Ningxu's sword split into dozens of swords and attacked the returning swords. Return's defense was very strong. They were in a stalemate for a while. But holding the sword, he directly stabbed at her chest. Return was tied up by the red silk and couldn't move. Ningxu stabbed her chest. It was so painful that her face turned pale. F*ck, the goddess was killed. Your sister, damn fatty, is so ruthless? Damn fatty, is he going to rush out of the universe? Even Return lost to him. Third brother, Tycoon, equipment rich ******** lost to this sister. Return is nothing. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios' returning glory skills were very good and she was beautiful. Naturally, she was flattered by many gaming nerds. With such flattery, it was as if returning glory was the best. Asterisk 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 asterisk, Xianxia, and the other gods were all better than return. But she was a girl, so he had to be more lenient with her. No, it was more lenient towards beautiful girls. His sister did not receive any leniency or kindness. Third elder brother received another sum of money. It was great that this money came crashing in. In the future, this girl would be his money-making tool. If you have nothing to do, challenge more people. I will bet on you in the future. When it was time to log off, Ningshu immediately logged out of the game. He had been fighting with people recently, so he needed a good rest. Soon, he would be able to eat delicious food. He really wanted to have a big meal. It was so sad. If one day he couldn't eat what he wanted to eat, what was the meaning of life? Once he returned to the system space and went to the city of law, he could eat whatever he wanted without worrying about gaining weight. Sleep, run, and play games. These were the 3 things he did every day. Song Mountain has a well-named emptiness. He was truly convinced. He had never seen such a persevering person who chased after him without letting go. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong. If you had this perseverance on Xianxia, you would have chased after him long ago, flaunting your love and spreading dog food. As a girl, it's not good for you to be so violent and bloody. Ningshu, the pleasure of killing you is nothing compared to showing off your love. You really are sick. Go see a doctor. I just need to kill more of you. My entire body feels comfortable, like I'm floating in the air. There is a well in Song Mountain called Kong. F***ck, I'll bear with it. When the game company fixes this bug, they'll set a 10% similarity. Then, even ghosts won't be able to recognize him. Don't force him anymore. A cornered dog will jump over a wall. Bah, he's not a dog. Return, hadn't she already lost? Why was he still challenging her? Was he crazy? What kind of sick sense of humor was this? Could it be that he was going to kill them a second time if he wasn't satisfied after killing them once? The returning fans were also furious. How could they insult people like this? Again and again. What was wrong with them? You've already lost, yet you still want me to fight with you? That's pure humiliation. Goddess of Return. Teach her a lesson. The fans urged them to come back. Of course, there were also some more rational fans. Return, don't be fooled. I'm guessing that this guy is trying to kill your level and make you lose a level. It was not easy to level back up after dropping a level. However, despite knowing the other party's intentions, the arrogant foreigner still wanted to smash her face with the sole of his shoe. If Gue Lai fights with her, it's still unknown who will win. This kind of person is so narrow-minded. She's a mistress who interferes in someone else's relationship and still bears a grudge. He scratched his head. Should he accept the challenge or not? Tao Jing was King crazy. Ningshu issued another challenge. Everyone suspected that if they didn't agree, the other party would keep issuing challenges. Are you crazy? Go invisible. Thus, everyone saw that Return's avatar had turned gray. She had already gone offline. Everyone booed. Was he running away before the battle? Even if he couldn't win, couldn't he just continue fighting? Why did he run away? This was a little embarrassing. However, the pain in holographic online games was very real. Not everyone could bear such pain. Some people found it very exciting, but some people felt that it was very painful. They couldn't bear it and didn't play holographic online games. However, holographic online games were very high-end now and attracted a lot of players. It seemed that if you didn't play, you would be outdated and out of date. Thus, there were more and more players in the game now and all kinds of gossip were emerging. In short, the game forum would crash easily because there were too many people browsing. Ningshu had become a celebrity. Perhaps it was because his style was too unique. He was the only one in the game and no one else was like him. Return's avatar darkened. Ningshu clicked his tongue. Her goddess title was slowly fading. If she couldn't win, it would hurt and she would lose a level after being defeated. If she ran away, she would be despised by others. F***ck, what should she do? She was in a dilemma. Ningxu didn't expect her to admit defeat so quickly. At the very least, they would have to fight for a few rounds. Moreover, she might not be able to win every round. Moreover, all kinds of things could happen in the course of a battle. There was no guarantee that she would win, and there was no guarantee that she would lose. She ran away after fighting once. Ningxu challenged others. Before leaving the world, he had to challenge Xianxia. Xianxia was a little stunned. She actually challenged him. Xianxia accepted the challenge and stood face to face with Ningxu. Xianxia asked, "Why are you challenging me?" He always thought that she was easy to feed because he was venting his anger. Whether it was the challenge or return, it was venting his anger. However, Xianxia didn't know why she wanted to challenge him. They didn't have any grudges. To be exact, they didn't have any grudges. Ningxu said, "I want to challenge a very strong god in the game." "Why?" Xianxia asked. "Could it be that you feel bored after the challenge and don't play anymore?" Yo, this guy was pretty smart. He knew that she wouldn't play anymore. Ningxu smiled. "It's fun to fight with experts. With so many experts, it would be boring if I didn't play. I only challenge the experts." Xianxia didn't say anything. He took out his weapon, his expression serious. Although Song Mountain's empty well was sloppy, his strength couldn't be underestimated. He had been killed by this girl many times and had been forced to use his alternate account. Ningxu drew out her sword, and the sword reflected a snow-white luster. Ningxu suddenly felt a little excited. He didn't know what it felt like to kill Xianxia. Return was very excited to see the live broadcast of Tao Jing and Xianxia's battle. He didn't know what was wrong with Tao Jing's head. She actually fought with Xianxia. If she killed Xianxia or Xianxia killed her, the chances of the two of them being together would be very small. They would be opposing each other. Even if it was a virtual world, this kind of opposition made Return very excited and happy. He felt that if they fought, they wouldn't have a chance to be together. The duel stage was incomparably dazzling. There were all kinds of explosive sounds. The two figures quickly shuttled back and forth. Ningxu had already used all of her consciousness, and her spirit was highly concentrated. Xianxia pursed his lips and looked serious. He didn't dare to be careless. This kind of battle made the surroundings quiet. Everyone was watching the battle on the stage. This operation, this reaction ability. It was really coquettish. The evenly matched battle made both sides feel excited. Even the onlookers felt their whole body tremble and get goosebumps. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Ningxu found that Xianxia's fighting style was very stable. He didn't panic or make any mistakes. He fought steadily, defending and attacking. It was a bit difficult for her to kill Xianxia in a short time, but if she couldn't win for a long time, she would be distracted and her opponent would find her weakness. So, Ningxu had no choice but to calm down and fight steadily. Not wanting to lose to Xianxia, Ningxu had no choice but to fight and find each other's weakness. The two fought for a long time. The audience was a bit speechless. How long were they going to fight? Using big moves to insta-kill the opponent. Return thought that Xianxia must have gone easy. With Xianxia's strength, how could he keep fighting with Tao Jing? From the start until now, almost half an hour had passed. What kind of concept was half an hour in a duel? That was a high concentration battle. It would be very tiring. It would be like clearing a dungeon. What was the meaning of this? Were they fighting or flirting? Before Return, he was quite happy that Tao Jing had challenged Xianxia. After all, no matter who lost, it wouldn't be easy for the two to be together. After all, being killed would be very painful. The physical pain would make people subconsciously hate the person who caused them pain. But after fighting for so long, Xianxia still couldn't bear to kill Tao Jing. Return wanted to immediately rush to the scene and kill Tao Jing for Xianxia. But he couldn't. Xianxia, who was thought to be going easy, actually didn't have it easy. He had to be on guard to attack. The opponent also fought to the death. She didn't show any openings. They were both waiting for the other to show a fatal mistake. They wanted to see who could keep their composure. Xianxia felt that Song Shan's well was called empty. Dying at the hands of my easy-to-feed wasn't an unjust death. Just this calmness alone could make Xianxia well angry. Because it would be very irritating. The two went back and forth to test each other and waste time. Xianxia sighed in his heart. It was time for him to forcefully log off. Before that, he had to deal with the opponent. Otherwise, it would count as his loss. Xianxia sped up his attacks. Ningxu was always on the defensive. As long as the opponent was anxious, she would have an opportunity. The battle on the dueling platform became more and more intense. The spectators watched with rapt attention. This battle was the longest battle since the dueling platform was built. Dang dang dang. The sound of swords clashing against each other could be heard. Sparks flew in all directions, and the equipment was dazzling. Sung Mountain has a well as Kong was watching the live broadcast and was a little surprised. This damn fatty is actually so powerful that he can waste so much time with Xianxia. Xianxia's playstyle was to have a lot of HP and a lot of ATK, which made him invincible. In Sung Mountain, there was a well known as the Void Pursuit. It was capable of unleashing a powerful attack in an instant. Of all the martial arts in the world, only speed was unbreakable. There was no need to defend at all. The opponent would have already been killed by him. But when he fought with that damn fatty, he thought that damn fatty's style would be fast, ruthless, and accurate. He didn't think that he would be able to last this long. This guy, Sung Mountain, has a well-named void. He felt that if he wanted to take revenge, he would have to increase his patience and speed. Otherwise, if he continued to slowly grind him down, he would grind him to death. He hated this type of playstyle the most. Xianxia was one, and now there was this damn fatty. After another 10 minutes of battle, both Ningxu and Xianxia's HP bars were down to half. At this time, they didn't even have the time to drink blood tonics. Maybe the opponent would find a weakness. The two of them faced off like this, probing each other, trying to find a weakness. This kind of slow battle style was quite boring. At the very least, the spectators liked to watch intense battles where sparks flew in all directions, or even overwhelming the opponent. One hit, one kill. That was the most exciting and entertaining. The chat in the live broadcast room indicated that they were about to fall asleep. Tell me when it's over. I want to go offline and sleep. I'm not watching anymore. Whoever wins, tell me. Is this a duel or flirting? This is the longest battle. No other. Damn, I've already slept for a while. Please hurry up. +1. Ningxu was annoyed by the long battle. He wanted to kill the opponent in one hit, but he couldn't. Instead, the opponent would find a weakness and kill him. This kind of evenly matched battle was the most boring. Ningxu decided to interfere. You're so good. Sung Mountain has a well called Empty. You're much better. Sung Mountain has a well called Empty, why are you talking about me? I'm already so embarrassed. Why are you talking about this in the live broadcast? This damn fatty is getting more and more unscrupulous. Xianxia didn't say anything. He saw that the time for him to go offline was getting closer and closer, but the opponent was still sitting there calmly. This made him frown in annoyance. After calculating the time, he released a dazzling big move. The opponent's sudden eagerness for quick success made Ningxu's eyes light up. Just as he was about to attack back, he realized that Xianxia's figure had disappeared. He was forced offline. Ningxu, damn, this bastard planned to run away. F*CKU, I fought for so long for nothing. I'm so tired. F*CKU. The battle stopped. Ningxu felt a little dizzy and mentally exhausted. Calculating the time, this battle had actually taken almost 40 minutes. Even killing a big BSS wouldn't be so tiring. What's this? Who won? Xianxia was forced offline. There's no way to determine the winner. The game system is probably a bit confused. Everyone waited for the game system to determine the winner. Game system. Draw, let's call it a draw. When Ningxu heard that it was a draw, he went offline to rest. He had a splitting headache. His head was about to explode. Return was also about to explode. These two people were crazy. How could they waste so much time? Xianxia calculated the time and went offline. Could it be that he didn't want to kill Tao Jing? In any case, sometimes Return's brain was a black hole. He felt that Xianxia couldn't bear to kill Tao Jing, so he was forced to go offline. What was this? This was King Love. That's why he spent so much time and effort for her. The duel was probably the longest time the two of them had spent together. Return turned off the stream. She wanted to cry. She wanted to rush to Xianxia and ask him, "What do I have to do to make you like me and not look at Tao Jing? What do I have to do to make you ignore Tao Jing?" But obviously, Return didn't dare. The game was saying that she liked Xianxia, but she had never told Xianxia. She was afraid that she would be rejected as soon as she confessed. She wouldn't even have a chance to flirt with him. Logically speaking, so many people in the game said that she liked Xianxia, but Xianxia didn't react at all. He didn't reject her directly, nor did he get close to her. /BK she was like an insignificant person. His intestines were in a knot. What should he do? She felt that whether it was before or after her rebirth, Tao Jing was an insurmountable mountain, blocking in front of her, making her helpless. There were countless moments when Gui Lai really wanted Tao Jing to disappear. It would be great if she disappeared. This thought took root in his heart and became deeper and deeper. However, he knew that she could not disappear. She had left a mark. She was under a lot of pressure when she returned. Running away after being challenged had greatly affected her image. Recently, the number of people who watched her live broadcast had decreased by more than half. In the past, new players would watch her livestream, but now there were all kinds of random livestreams in the game, squeezing her livestream into a corner. Her income had shrunk by more than half. She was very frightened and anxious. If this continued, she would not be able to earn money in the game. If you can't earn money, what's the point of fighting? She was not Tao Jing, who only needed to eat. Her parents loved her, and she did not need to worry about her livelihood. Her family wasn't very well off, and her parents didn't care about her at all. Xianxia had made her unable to see any hope. Now, even material things couldn't be guaranteed. Both ends were empty. He didn't get anything. Without money, how could he maintain his best condition? When he was free, he would go to the gym and buy decent clothes. He would live a mediocre life. The little money he earned every month was sometimes not even enough to buy himself a coat. He couldn't bear to go back to that kind of life. But now, there was no chance to turn the tide. Tao Jing had been challenging people all day, and her live broadcasts were very popular. Although there were very few people who rewarded her, no one watched her live broadcast anymore. Xianxia, Song Mountain has a well-named Kong, and both of them were indifferent to her. Without money, she had to grab onto someone who could give her a better life. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Money was hard to earn and shit tasted bad. Now that no one was watching her proper livestream, what kind of livestream could she do to stand out? Returning home relied on his foresight to grab the first bucket of gold in the game. However, if he wanted to stand out now, it was much more difficult than before. The competition was also much greater. His head hurt. When she returned, she realized that other than gaming, she didn't seem to have any other survival skills that could help her earn money quickly. Her education meant that she couldn't get a high salary. Could it be that she wanted to sing and dance as a live streamer? But she looked down on it from the bottom of her heart. A live streamer like her had some technical content. That kind of coquettish and cute streamer would affect her image. If someone saw this, they would say that the former goddess of gaming had now become a streamer like this. Moreover, she still wanted to be together with Xianxia. She couldn't do something like cutting off her own path of retreat. Xianxia definitely wouldn't like her jumping around and singing at the top of her lungs during the live broadcast. She came back with a headache and was very anxious. This anxiety made her feel at a loss. Both her love and career failed. And it was all because of one person. Tao Jing, like a shadow, he was everywhere. If Xianxia was with her, he wouldn't be so anxious when he returned. Because the ultimate goal of becoming better, becoming more beautiful, elegant, and rich, was to attract Xianxia's attention. But Xianxia was indifferent from beginning to end. He didn't dare to confess, but the other party didn't take the initiative at all. She really wanted to be with Xianxia, but she also wanted the other party to take the initiative to confess. If he took the initiative to confess, then he liked her. In short, she felt that the future was dark, which made her very frightened. Rebirth still couldn't change her fate. Xianxia went offline and slept until midnight. When he woke up, he was hungry. He sneaked into the fridge to find something to eat. Brother San, who had gotten up to pee, was so scared that he thought that a thief had broken into the house. Xianxia suppressed his urge to wolf down the food. He felt that the client would become a fat chick because her body really wanted to eat. Brother San clicked his tongue. So evil. Why are you on a diet? Your eyes are shining when you see food. Wait until I stop gaming, I can eat whatever I want. Wait a little longer, he challenged all the experts in the game. During the day, Xianxia played the game and challenged the more famous experts in the game. The most popular thing in the game now was I'm easy to feed challenging an expert every day. Even Xianxia's live broadcast had people explaining who the expert was and why he was so awesome. Now, it had developed to the point where only those who were challenged by Xianxia could be called experts. Therefore, the players who had some ability were in a dilemma. They were looking forward to Xianxia's challenge. After all, she had said that she would only challenge experts. Being chosen by her felt like he had received proof that he was a god, an awesome existence. Only experts and awesome people were worthy of being challenged by her. But she was so strong. If she was killed, it would hurt and she would lose a level. It was really a dilemma. There were posts in the game forum guessing who I'm easy to feed would challenge. They even listed many experts and were looking forward to seeing which one she would challenge. Some experts were already secretly waiting for Xianxia's challenge. If she was challenged, it meant that she was an expert. If she was defeated, it meant that she had defeated many experts who had been defeated by her. She would be famous for a long time. Some people even recommended themselves in the post, wanting to challenge I'm easy to feed. In short, Xianxia had become a touchstone for experts. Many people were in a dilemma waiting for Xianxia's challenge. Xianxia didn't challenge anyone now. She ran to the level dungeon to find Song Mountain has a well is empty. That Song Mountain has a well is empty. Farming monsters was speechless. Damn, he thought that she was too busy to care about herself. Why was she still looking for him? Did he think that she had forgotten about him? What's wrong with the game company? Why haven't they fixed the bugs yet? This wretched lass is always looking for them. Xianxia greeted her with a smile. I haven't seen you for a while. You seem to have gotten stronger. Song Mountain has a well is empty. Didn't want to talk to her at all. It's just playing around in the game. If you have to be so serious, it's really boring. It's just the emoji. I made you famous and you didn't even thank me. Do you know that some people on the internet want to be famous? They'll do something extreme. Xianxia said, the emoji doesn't matter. But what about personal attacks? You're called a fatty every day. How do you feel? I'm not fat. Who asked you to eat me? Song Mountain has a well is empty said. Xianxia was speechless. Xianxia shrugged. I can't help it. I want to kill you. Who asked you to be so annoying? Damn fatty, don't provoke me. If you anger me, I don't know what I'll do. I can't vent in the game. I'll vent in real life. /B Kate Song Mountain has a well named Kong threatens Xianxia. If your family is rich, you can do anything. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. So you're saying you want Tianliang Wangpa? So what if I am? Song Mountain has a well named Kong said with his arms crossed. Xianxia looked down on him. You really have no balls. You can't beat people in the game, so you want to vent in real life. Your family is rich, not you. Reincarnation is a skill. Who told you to not reincarnate like me? Song Mountain has a well named Kong shook his legs. So scram now. Xianxia chuckled, pulled out his sword, and walked towards him. Song Mountain has a well named Kong's face darkened. I say, why can't you understand? I'm letting you go. If you continue to pester me, I won't be polite to you. Do you still want to be with Xianxia? Xianxia won't like you like this. Ningxu was suddenly interested. You and Xianxia have that kind of relationship, right? What relationship? Song Mountain has a well-named Kong didn't react for a moment. He didn't know what relationship Ningxu was talking about. It's that kind of relationship. What kind of relationship? What are you pretending for? We're a couple. Bah, what are you talking about? I'm a straight guy, a straight guy. Xianxia and I are brothers. What's wrong with women these days? Brothers can even think of such dirty things. I'm convinced. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong's face turned ugly, as if he was insulted. It looked like he was really a straight guy. Ningxu asked again, you clearly know that Gui Lai likes Xianxia, yet you still use me to provoke her. Do you like Gui Lai? According to Song Mountain has a well-named Kong's personality, he purposely attracted Gui Lai's attention. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong, damn fatty, why are you so nice to these things? Are you trying to get information from me? See, I know you still like Xianxia. Do you like to come back? Ningxu had already imagined the melodramatic plot of two brothers fighting over love and turning into enemies. Song Mountain's Jing Ming rolled his eyes. Who am I? I'm a rich man. How can I just casually find a woman? My wife must be perfect. Hee hee, you're not perfect yourself, yet you want others to be perfect. Isn't Return perfect? It's beautiful, charming, and plays well, Ningxu asked. Song Mountain has a well-named as empty retreated, wanting to go offline as he said, I don't like her. She's someone who wants it so much that it's written all over her face. But I won't say it, and you'll have to take the initiative to give it to me. Ningxu rubbed his chin as he waved his sword and killed Song Lu Jing and Lu Kong. There is a well in Song Mountain called Kong. F***ck, damn fatty, it hurts so much. I just suffered a loss at the hands of Xianxia. Do you think I'm a fool? Ningxu said directly. After successfully killing Song Mountain has a well-named Kong once again, Ningxu carried his sword and went to the dueling platform to issue a challenge to Return. System notification, I'm Easy Living has challenged Return. The players were in an uproar. Why did I challenge Return? Why didn't I challenge other gods? There were so many gods with good skills. This was already Return's third challenge. Return didn't have the qualifications to be challenged a third time. Now, no one said that Ningxu was too much of a bully. Instead, they felt that Return didn't have the qualifications to be challenged so many times, taking up the slots of other gods. Why was I Easy Living so willful? I should have challenged other gods. Didn't he say that he would only challenge the gods in the game? Why did he only challenge Return? Return was so angry that she almost vomited blood. What the hell, she was clearly the one who was bullied by Tao Jing, but they said that she didn't have the qualifications. Did they think that she wanted to be challenged? Could they give this honor to them? Return's fans were quite proud. After all, their goddess had been challenged 3 times. What did that mean? It meant that their goddess's skills were amazing. Because she was amazing, she had been challenged so many times. If they weren't convinced, they could only hold it in. Ever since he tied with Xianxia and killed Song Shan's Jing Ming Kong a few times, Ningxu's skills were gradually recognized. His style was still as annoying, but his skills were strong. He challenged gods all day long. Some players who wanted to be recognized and famous tried to get Ningxu to challenge them. Ningxu only challenged one of these people occasionally. Return, F***ck, what's wrong with this world? Are these people sick in the head? It was clearly Tao Jing taking revenge. Why are you all so active? Are you crazy? She didn't want to be challenged at all. If she lost, it would hurt and she would be demoted. Return didn't appear, causing the people below the stage to shout, Return, are you coming or not? If you don't want to fight, just admit defeat. Let's change to the next god. Many great gods are waiting anxiously to fight with me. If I'm defeated, I'll be recognized. This kind of recognition is much more reliable than official recognition. Return was very conflicted. Her fans were egging her on. Even if she lost, it was nothing. Who could be challenged 3 times? This was glory, glory. Songshan's Jing Ming Kong had also lost several times. Even Yan Xingzhou had run away in the end. Yan Xingzhou was forced to go offline, but after some people spread the news, it became that he had run away. Ningxu was about to pee from laughing. He didn't know what Yan Xingzhou's expression would be when he heard the news. Return couldn't treat this challenge as glory, especially from Tao Jing. This wasn't glory, it was showing off. Tao Jing was showing off to her. But she had to go. If she went invisible or went offline like last time, her fans would be very disappointed. If her fans stopped being her fans, she would have no source of income. Standing face to face with Tao Jing, looking at the calm and composed Tao Jing, Return was angry. It was really unfair. What was her effort worth? Ningxu pulled out his sword. Without any opening remarks, the battle was about to start. Return had been passively defending. Before the battle started, she knew she couldn't beat Tao Jing. She only hoped to lose slowly and beautifully. But Ningxu didn't give her this chance. In a few rounds, she was cleanly dealt with. Return was in so much pain that her face turned pale. She died and lost a level. She was forced to go offline. It didn't take long. Ningxu was actually quite puzzled. What was going on with Return? According to her battle power and equipment, she could at least fight for a long time. But she was dealt with so quickly. Facing her enemy, wasn't she angry? Why didn't she have any fighting spirit? It was such a good opportunity to take revenge, to kill each other, to tear each other apart. How could they not have any fighting spirit? Unable to figure it out, Ningxu was too lazy to think. He killed Return again. It was about time. /BK Returning Star's popularity was on the decline, and Yan Xingzhou didn't respond to her feelings. Who knew how angry she was? Ningxu challenged Yan Xingzhou again, and this time Yan Xingzhou ran away. System notification, I'm easy to feed Yan Xingzhou. Yan Xingzhou, he rubbed his eyebrows in distress. What was she trying to do? He thought that the battle was over, and she wouldn't challenge him anymore. They should have a better understanding of each other's fighting strength. If they fought, it would probably take a long time. Should he accept or not? Yan Xingzhou accepted the challenge and appeared on the stage. Ningxu asked, how long do you have before you log off? Don't fight until it's time to log off again. I have 2 hours, Yan Xingzhou said helplessly. Ningxu looked at his log-off time. 2.5 hours. It was enough. Yan Xingzhou, why do you still want to challenge me? Ningxu said, because I haven't defeated you yet. Before I defeat you, I'll keep challenging you. More accurately, I won't give up until I kill you once. Yan Xingzhou wondered if he should just surrender. Otherwise, there would be endless challenges in the future. He didn't have the mood. However, Yan Xingzhou gave up on the idea. Since there was enough time, he might as well keep fighting. Maybe he could even break through. The two started to fight tepidly again. You test me, I test your fighting style. The onlookers started to yawn. The battle between these two was the most boring. I'm so easy to feed, but when I meet Yan Xingzhou, I'm just like Yan Xingzhou. Can't they just fight? The players watching the live broadcast felt bored. They formed teams and started to clear dungeons. Maybe by the time they came back, the battle would be over. If it wasn't over, they could try another dungeon. They didn't believe that these two could fight until they were forced to log off. Ningxu also felt that he was being led by the nose by Yan Xingzhou. Yan Xingzhou defended, while Ningxu attacked non-stop, leaving Yan Xingzhou in a passive situation where he could only take a beating. However, Yan Xingzhou was very steady. He was probably looking for a chance to counterattack. The battle on the duel stage became more and more intense. Only then did the people below the duel stage get excited and watch the battle on the duel stage. Ningxu purposely revealed an opening to lure Yan Xingzhou. Yan Xingzhou, who had been passively taking a beating, seized this opening. Ningxu counterattacked, finally placing his sword against Yan Xingzhou's neck. Yan Xingzhou narrowed his eyes. He had already understood why he had failed. This chubby girl actually had such a scheming mind. One can't judge a book by its cover. Ningxu smiled. Without hesitation, he swiped at Yan Xingzhou's neck. Yan Xingzhou furrowed his brows in pain. Yan Xingzhou was forced to go offline. Ningxu felt comfortable all over, and the gloominess in his heart seemed to have dissipated. She just didn't know if her sword would cut off the predestined relationship between the client and Xianxia. Who knows, whether or not Xianyu and Xianxia could have another lifetime of love, it was clear that the most important thing now was to solve the problem of the client's mood. She couldn't even care about herself, so why would she care about love? Eat and drink well, find a gourmet partner, and then travel far and wide for a meal. Ningxu couldn't stop drooling at the thought of food. She was afraid that she had been infected. When she returned to the system space, she must have a good meal. Without anything to eat, her heart felt empty. Song Mountain's well is empty. Saw the damn fatty swipe at Xianxingzhou's neck without hesitation. He couldn't help but suck in a breath, his teeth aching. This chubby girl was too ruthless. She could even lay her hands on the person she liked. She must have been even more ruthless to him. Song Mountain's well is empty also went offline. He saw Xianxingzhou sitting in the gaming pod touching his neck. Do you think this chubby girl is crazy? Didn't she like you? Xianxingzhou touched his neck. The blade cut through his skin. The cold pain was still fresh in his memory, causing him to reflexively cover his neck. The fear of death made people tremble. She probably doesn't want to play games anymore. That's why she's so unrestrained. Xianxingzhou said. She's not playing games anymore? She's working hard to level up. Why isn't she playing games anymore? Song Mountain's well is empty was very happy. He finally got rid of a lunatic. He chased after him every day, but his heart felt empty. He was very disappointed. Would the damn fatty not kill him in the future? He felt that the game was no longer fun. It was only interesting when it was thrilling. Despicable. After Ningxu challenged a few more famous almighties. After that, he went to kill Song Mountain's well is empty a few more times. He was killed. Song Mountain's well is empty thought. Wait for me to take revenge. You want revenge? Dream on. Ningxu stood on the dual platform, broadcasting. He directly said, "Forgive me for being blunt. Everyone here who plays this game is trash." This was a big shot that offended everyone in the game. They can't even beat me. They're all trash. Boring. What's the point of playing with a bunch of trash? I'm going to smash my gaming pod when I get back. Under everyone's angry gazes, Ningxu's figure slowly disappeared. Heh, they're all trash. They can't even beat me. Boring. I was a little serious and now I'm invincible. Trash. Ningxu logged out of the game and rushed to the kitchen immediately. She made a bowl of instant noodles and smelled the fragrant smell of the gutter oil. Ningxu almost cried. It was too blissful. However, the side effect of eating it was diarrhea. It seemed like she couldn't eat too greasy food. After losing weight, her diet was very healthy. She couldn't eat too greasy food. Third brother went offline. Ningxu asked, "You're really not playing anymore?" "Damn, I'm still counting on you to earn money." "I'm not playing anymore. It's boring. I've already challenged everyone." In order to show her determination, Ningxu smashed her gaming helmet. "I'm not playing anymore." She finally didn't have to lose weight. Third brother, damn, she ran away with a map bomb. That was too shameless. She was probably afraid that all the players would gang up on her and beat her up. Ningxu smashed her gaming helmet because her skills were too different from the client's. If the client continued playing the game, she would definitely be exposed. In the future, the client shouldn't play games anymore. She should eat and drink. As for virtual games, she didn't care. Ningxu went out. She went to the wonton shop that the client frequented to eat small wontons. Then, she went to get a grilled fish to eat. God, there was so much delicious food. Ningxu pretended to be in the embrace of delicious food. The players in the game were all sharpening their knives. They decided to teach the arrogant I'm easy to feed a lesson. Otherwise, he would really think that he was invincible. When Song Mountain's well is empty heard this, he almost vomited blood. Damn, he really ran away. He tried to kill him so many times, but he didn't kill him back. The other party ran away. He couldn't take this lying down. He also heard that he smashed his gaming helmet. F*ck, I don't have much, but I have a lot of gaming capsules and gaming helmets. You're not allowed to stop playing. /BK After not having to go on a diet, Ningxu's body and mind were at ease. He ate whatever was good. Perhaps it was because his stomach had shrunk from starvation, but even though his appetite was good now, he was quickly full. He stopped after tasting the food. He was allowed to taste it without any psychological burden. It was simply too amazing. Third brother felt that after this damn fatty stopped playing games, he had completely let himself go. He had been starving like an idiot before, but now he ate everything. He would soon become as fat as a pig. Third brother, Song plus 3 Jing plus Kong will let you play. Ningxu directly said, I'm not playing anymore. I haven't wanted to play since a long time ago. How could it compare to eating? It wasn't easy to level up a godly account, but he actually stopped playing. Now, everyone in the game was betting on when he would go online. Third brother wanted to roll his eyes. She wanted to go online, but couldn't. Even her gaming helmet was smashed. A large group of people in the game hated her to the core, but now she couldn't even find anyone to take revenge on. Especially Tsung Mountain has a well-named Kong, who was going crazy. Come, just carry it in, Mother Tao said to the people moving things. Along with Mother Tao, there was another person who was both unfamiliar and familiar. Ningxu was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed as he nibbled on spicy duck neck. When he saw Tsung Mountain has a well-named Kong, he actually entered the house with his mother. How shocking. Third brother, F***, why did he come here? Why did he come to their house? Mother Tao looked at Tsung Mountain has a well-named Kong in shock. Young man, is that your name? Tsung Mountain has a well-named Kong, no. Mother Tao gave Ningxu a look. He came to find you. We met at the door and he said he was here to deliver something. Ningxu sucked on the spicy taste on his finger. Why did you come to my house? To give you a gaming capsule to play games. Tsung Mountain has a well-named Kong gritted his teeth. Ningxu, what was this? Someone was forcing him to play games. Mother Tao immediately perked up. This is someone you met in the game. He looks quite energetic. No wonder you wanted to go on a diet. Mother Tao looked at Tsung Mountain has a well-named Kong. This young man was handsome and energetic. Her clothes were not cheap. Yes, her family was rich. In short, under Mother Tao's titanium alloy dog eyes, she had already scored a point for Tsung Mountain's well-named Kong. What did it feel like to have an embarrassing mother? Especially now, it was so awkward. You're actually helping Xianxia lose weight. You're actually helping him lose weight. Ningxu, no, I just wanted to show off. It's not easy to act cool if you're too fat. Since we're playing a game, I've sent the item over. You should be grateful. I personally sent it over. I don't need your money. Just let me kill the thread. Ningxu shook his head. I don't know how to play anymore. It's so boring. There was a well in Tsung Mountain called Kong. You've killed me so many times. Forget it. Ningxu sighed. He clasped his hands behind his back and bemoaned the state of the universe and the fate of mankind. Buddhist light covered his entire body. Revenge breeds revenge. When will there ever be an end to it? Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. He really wanted to slap this bastard so hard that he wouldn't be able to come down. Why didn't he say something like this when he was killing others? Game. Ningxu shook his head. My wish has already been fulfilled. I don't want to play games anymore. Besides, I'm not good at it. There was a well in Tsung Mountain called Kong, F***ck off. Take a deep breath, Ningxu said, don't doubt me. I've always been terrible at it. As for why I suddenly killed so many people, that was because I had a lot of pent-up anger in my heart. It was like I was sleepwalking. Even I couldn't believe it. Also, you want me to level up and play games from the beginning? It's so tiring. I don't want to play. Ningxu directly rejected him. There was a well in Tsung Mountain called Kong, I'll leave the item here. If you don't want to play, he was useless. You couldn't force him. There was a well in Song Mountain called Kong. After delivering the item, he was about to leave. Mother Tao was very enthusiastic and wanted him to stay for dinner. He didn't want to eat. He was already full from anger. Also, don't look at him like he was your son-in-law. He would rather stab himself blind than marry this damn fatty. Third brother, looks like he really hates you. Ningshu spread his hands. So what? I don't care at all. After delivering the damn fatty's game capsule, there was a well in Song Mountain called Kong sneered and waited for the other party to come online. But after waiting for a few days, he didn't come online. He found third brother and asked the damn fatty. Third brother, he's talking about him. For a bowl of authentic oil splash noodles and chili oil liangpi, he traveled over land and water. There was a well in Song Mountain called Kong, F***ck, he exploded on the spot, he was so angry, so angry. What kind of people were they? Eat, 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 all they knew was to eat. He was speechless, so helpless. There was a well in Song Mountain called Kong. Kong was so angry that he laughed. He couldn't vent his anger no matter what. He really wanted to kill that damn fatty countless times. Go die. Third brother, it's better if you don't send the game capsule to our house. It can't fit. You can ask someone to take it away when you want. My sister doesn't play games. She only likes to eat. As for the massacre a while ago, it was probably because she was so angry at the game that she cried. She had turned her anger into strength and was already performing better than usual. If she came to play now, she would probably be a piece of trash. Third brother felt that it was good that his sister quit the game now. If she continued playing, she would be a piece of trash. It would be a bit awkward if he broke his own legend. There was a well in Song Mountain called Kong's face was dark. He really wanted to drag her into the game and let him stab her. His Smith account was about to become a god account, but now he couldn't find anyone to take revenge on. The depression and emptiness in his heart were indescribable. She was so carefree, running around everywhere. There was a well in Song Mountain called Kong looked at third brother sinisterly. If that's the case, I'll pay for my sister's debt. Third brother almost jumped up. F***ck, are you crazy? You can't find anyone to kill, so you come to kill me. Did she kill you until you went crazy? There was a well in Song Mountain called Kong, I have no choice. If you let her go offline, I won't kill you. Your sister, who knows where she went to eat and drink now? How can I let her go offline? Don't think that I'm afraid of you. It's not certain who will kill who. When Tao Jing went offline, she gave him everything in the warehouse, including equipment, gold coins, pet eggs, and so on. Anyway, she gave it all to him. He didn't have much now, but he had a lot of equipment. Come on, let's hurt each other. There was a well in Song Mountain called Kong. It was really hard to swallow this anger. What was the point of killing Tao Jing's brother? It was boring. It was really boring. Only killing Fatty could make him feel excited. But she escaped without a trace. She had a steamed bun in her left hand and pickled vegetables in her right. I'm not playing anymore. I'm going to travel around the country to eat delicious food. I'm walking freely. /BK She was so determined that she didn't want to play anymore. Yan Xingzhou said, it's probably because there are too many unpleasantness in the game. Instead of being unhappy playing the game, it's better not to play the game. Song Mountain has a well named Kong had no choice. He couldn't force other people to play the game. He just sighed. It was probably because of the expression pack. Don't play, don't play. It was so boring. No wonder the chubby girl said that she was holding back her anger. He was in this state now. Before, he was hiding from the chubby girl's pursuit and leveling up. He was trembling with fear. Now that she wasn't playing the game anymore, he had already leveled up, but she ran away. He didn't even have a target for revenge. So boring, without a target, he felt that the game was boring. He didn't want to play anymore. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong said, I'm not playing this game anymore. Ask the old man for some money to invest in something else. Okay, the game's dungeons are almost done. I'm not done either. After playing for a long time, holographic games were also the same. Xianxia felt that he should go abroad. Xianxia and Song Mountain has a well-named Kong cancelled their accounts and gave their equipment to their teammates who usually played dungeons with them. Even Gui Lai received 2 pieces of equipment. One was from Xianxia and the other was from Song Mountain has a well-named Kong. Gui Lai's heart jumped. This was the first time Xianxia gave her a gift. Gui Lai sent a message to Xianxia, "Why did you give me the equipment?" Xianxia said directly, "I'm not playing games anymore." Xianxia didn't want to play anymore. He was so dizzy that he couldn't see what was going on. Before, when Tao Jing stopped playing games, she was quite happy. These two would finally not be in contact anymore. Although she didn't understand why Tao Jing suddenly stopped playing, luck was obviously on her side. But how long had it been? Xianxia actually stopped playing. Gui Lai trembled and asked, "Did something happen in reality? You don't play games anymore?" Xianxia, "Something happened. I might go abroad." He was preparing to take over the family business. Gui Lai was completely stunned. Go abroad, go abroad. Xianxia went abroad. What should she do? And she didn't know when Xianxia would come back. Did she have to wait forever? They had nothing to do with each other. Even if she waited until Xianxia arrived, Xianxia might already be with another woman. It took him a long time to accept the news that Xianxia was going abroad. If Tao Jing went abroad, she wouldn't have a chance anymore, but at the same time, she wouldn't have a chance either. Gui Lai panicked and said to Xianxia, "I have something to tell you." Xianxia nodded in agreement. Return waited for Xianxia on the bustling streets. Players came and went all around him. Some even greeted Return, but Return was not in the mood to deal with them. Seeing Xianxia coming from afar, Gui Lai was so nervous that his palms were sweating. Walking closer, Xianxia asked, "What do you want to tell me?" "Are you sure you want to go abroad?" asked Gui Lai. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. This matter didn't seem to have much to do with her. She's most likely going abroad. She clasped her hands together nervously. "Do you have someone you like?" Xianxia shook his head. "Xianxia, I like you. Can you be with me?" After Gui Lai finished speaking, she stared at him, waiting for his response. Xianxia still shook his head. "I'm going back to my country. I don't know when I'll be back. So, let's not have anything to do with each other." Being in a foreign relationship was very difficult. Jet lag was a big problem. And most importantly, he didn't like Gui Lai. Gui Lai almost cried and quickly said, "I can go abroad with you." Xianxia irritably frowned. "Sorry, I don't like you. So, please don't sacrifice your youth to follow me." Life in a foreign country wasn't easy. There was a girl to take care of. He wasn't going for a vacation. He would be back in a day or two. Gui Lai really wanted to cry. "Then I'll wait for you." Xianxia didn't even think about it. His voice was a little frightened. Please don't wait for me. I can't give you any promises. I'm not worth waiting for me." Gui Lai's condition wasn't bad. There were many people who liked her. Why waste time on him? Am I not good enough? You don't like me? Gui Lai asked in frustration. She tried to make herself better in order to be worthy of Xianxia. But why did Xianxia still not like her? You're very good. But there are so many excellent girls in the world. I like them all. I can't like them all. It's not that you're not good enough. It's that I don't like you. Xianxia didn't expect that he would have such a big scare when he was about to leave the game. Gui Lai didn't give up. We can get along. Feelings could be cultivated. This sentence seemed to be the truth. It gave people who failed in their feelings the courage to continue to be entangled. No, I'm going abroad. Xianxia was still hesitating whether to go abroad or not. But now it seemed that he had to go abroad. It was a must. You really don't have to wait for me. Please don't wait for me. You have many people who like you. Try to be with someone else. I don't have time to accompany you. I can't give you any promises. Yan Xingzhou regretted coming here. It didn't feel good to be stuck to by someone he didn't like. Gui Lai saw him avoiding her like a snake. Her heart couldn't help but feel stifled. What do you mean he didn't have time? In this lifetime, he didn't accompany Tao Jing to look for food. He even had the patience to pluck prawns. He had time for Tao Jing. He didn't have time for her. The difference between liking and not liking was so big. Gui Lai, but I only like you. Yan Xingzhou, but I don't like you. Yan Xingzhou was speaking very impolitely now. Gui Lai wanted to see him being cold and heartless. Then I'm leaving. Yan Xingzhou said as he went offline. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong's brother looked green. What's wrong? Why does it seem like a ghost is chasing after you? Yan Xingzhou said, nothing. He also didn't mention Gui Lai's confession. Song Mountain has a well-named Kong, I've decided to go abroad. Go abroad. He had to go abroad. Gui Lai wouldn't chase him abroad from the game, right, and in the game, he rarely revealed his family situation. Gui Lai couldn't find him even if she wanted to. You have several admirers in the game. Gui Lai, damn fatty. Oh right, you're going abroad. Did you tell damn fatty? Song Mountain has a well-named Kong asked while counting on his fingers. No, why would I tell her? They didn't have many interactions. Saying that she liked him was just a little girl playing around. She lost weight for you. She didn't feel anything. Yan Xingzhou, people are afraid of thinking too much, /BK Yan Xingzhou thought that she was easy to take care of and didn't like him that much. Anyway, he couldn't feel it. Ningxu went to many places and lost weight. Ningxu even started a livestream when she had nothing to do. She livestreamed the unique delicacies of various places and even tasted some dark cuisine. She originally recorded it for fun, but she didn't expect her fans to grow. The money she earned was enough for her to run around and eat delicacies without spending her family's money. Sure enough, rich people could do whatever they wanted. Her skin color was much better at home now. It was white with a hint of red. Ningxu was actually looking for the world's origin. She hadn't found it for a long time. When she was almost done with the delicacies in the country, she could go abroad to eat. Ningxu wanted to run around. The mission this time was very easy, but the system's mechanical voice reminded her, mission completed, leaving the mission world. Ningxu was still live-streaming eating delicacies, but as soon as her soul left her body, her face was directly on the plate. Really, could it be smarter? It didn't care whether the other party agreed or not and directly pulled the soul away. Ningxu returned to the system space and heard 2333's alarm still ringing. Quests, 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 Ningxu, she had already finished a mission and returned. Why was it still ringing? Ningxu felt a headache. Turn it off. Why does it keep on thinking about it? You don't have the authority to turn it off. It will ring after a period of time. It just happened to ring. The mechanical voice replied. Ningxu, why didn't 2333 trust her? Did it have to keep reminding her like this? Ningxu poured the pure soul origin on the peerless martial art. The cracks on the peerless martial arts surface disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seemed that there weren't that many cracks. It seemed that it could be broken with a poke. After absorbing so much soul origin, it should be fine soon. She had almost used up her soul fluid. Now she had to use the golden soul origin fluid she had collected. It consumed too much soul origin. Even if the world was repaired, there was still a big problem. That was the law of nothingness in the world. There was nothing he could do about it. Ningxu entered the land of peerless martial arts and saw that the law of nothingness was still bubbling. Sure enough, the orange crystals had more energy than the purple crystals. Even now, it was still cooking. As for whether or not the law of nothingness had decreased, Ningxu could not tell. Steam rose from the steam and permeated the law of nothingness. She didn't know how long the star stone could last under such heat consumption. When the time came, she would ask Anhe for the star stone. After all, he owed her a star stone. Otherwise, as time passed, it would become a bad debt, and he would refuse to admit it. Ningxu rubbed his face as he stared at the law of nothingness with a forlorn expression. He almost knelt down before this ancestor. After a green rain, Xianxia used his peerless martial arts and heard the sound of 2333. She was already asleep, but she still had to hear his voice. Who could listen to the alarm clock for half an hour? Wouldn't they smash the alarm clock if they didn't listen to it? Xianxia sat on the sofa and absorbed the pure soul power. Then, he opened up his status panel and looked at his harvest. Name, Xianxia. Age, 27 level, Super Mission Taker Points card, 362 plus 20, 10 million points per card. Soul value, 32 plus 2 health value, 28 plus 2 wisdom, 34 plus 2 luck, 34 plus 2 charm, 27 plus 2 spiritual power, 38 plus 2 martial strength, 33 plus 2 aptitude, 36 plus 2 faith, 607, 6494 plus 14,000 merit, 5,000 plus 18,000,000 soul strength, 119 plus 9 authorization ticket, plus 1 pure heart, none law comprehended, water law incarnation, wood law incarnation, constructed world, reincarnation world items, calm halo, calming pill, faith halo, amulet 4, upgraded amulet plus 2 honorary titles, war god empress, selfless ancestor. Skills, 5th ring shooting technique, level close combat technique, minor achievement in peerless martial arts, level poison technique, low-level business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skill, divine master ghost catching skill, beginner cooking skill, level embroidery skill, trash hypnosis halo, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Xianxia's blessing, leader halo, grass's blessing, best friend for life, meow meow meow's blessing. Life-saving hand, Zhu blessing, founding woman, Chen Ermiai's blessing, beauty in law, Chen Ning's blessing, bane of the blood clan, Jasmine's blessing, transcending race communication, Bai Sanyang's blessing, brave heart, Wang Ying's blessing, bloodthirsty tyrant, and I Bingyan's blessing, heart of peace and joy, luck halo, faith halo. Completed the wish of Tao Jing. Mission completion rate, 100%. Mission rewards obtained, 20 point cards, 16 attribute points, 80% soul power, 14,000 faith power, including accumulated in previous worlds, 40% soul power, 40% soul power, 40% soul source, and the blessing of longevity. Xianxia was speechless. Longevity blessing? She was more than 100 years old now. The foodie's blessing was simple and straightforward. This was probably not a blessing, but a curse. But since it was a blessing, Xianxia accepted it. While enduring 2333's voice piercing through his brain, he opened the chat system. He found an he and directly asked for the star stone. And he, you're really vicious. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Did he really think she was willing to beg for the star stone? Who didn't want to be a carefree little fairy? The problem was that no one knew how afraid she was of the law of nothingness collapsing. Xianxia, is there? Give it to me. And he, no, didn't I give you 20 million merit points? Why are you still asking me for the star stone? Xianxia really wanted to spit on his face. The 20 million merit points were given by the officials. Privately, you owe me a star stone. And he, okay. He was so easy to talk to. Xianxia thought he would have to waste a lot of time. But when he saw that the star stone was only the size of a small potato, Xianxia directly threw the star stone to the ground. Damn, this was a scam. So small, how could people be so shameless, but it was better to have something than nothing. Xianxia picked up the star stone and didn't spend any money. He threw the small potato star stone into the law of nothingness. Just throw it in there anyway. Xianxia took out the ruby ring and projected a few rays of time into it. There was no reaction. Instead, the heat of the orange crystal decreased with time. Seeing this, Xianxia didn't dare to project the rays of time into it. Otherwise, it would cause the energy of the orange crystal to be depleted. Xianxia opened the black hole and entered the world of reincarnation anxiously. He didn't want to listen to 2333's chanting. First, he went to the world of the third level. He saw the world of scorching heat. The heat distorted the air. The leaves and grass curled up from the heat. The bodies of unknown creatures lay in the yellow sand. Birds that looked like vultures pecked at the white bones. /BK Xianxia was also convinced. The last time he came, it was a world of ice and snow. This time, it was extremely hot and there wasn't even any water. The laws of this world had not been established and there were no rules at all. The sudden change in weather was probably due to adjustments. However, the living beings of this world were having a hard time. Ningshu pointed his finger and lowered the temperature of the water vapor in the clouds. Once the temperature of the clouds dropped, the water vapor turned into water and it naturally rained. At the same time, he moved the water of this world and it started to rain. Ningshu saw that it was about to stop raining and felt that he was having a hard time too. When the weather was cold, he had to warm up this world. When the weather was hot, he had to make it rain. Once it rained, many living beings would play in the rain. They could only survive with water. Water was the source of life. Ningshu left the third world and wanted to go to the fourth world. However, he couldn't squeeze in at all. It was like he was stuck in super glue and he couldn't move at all. What was wrong with the fourth world? It didn't even let him in. Alright, if it didn't let him in, Ningshu couldn't do anything. After all, it wasn't his territory. Going to the first world, he didn't know if there were still people who wanted to come out and have fun. Ningshu wanted to crawl into the hole, but the entrance of the hole was blocked by a big butt. Ningshu felt that the Thunder Qilin wasn't guarding against others but blocking her. Why didn't she leave when there was a ready-made hole? Ningshu wanted to kick her but when he saw the lightning flickering butt, he decided against it. Not only would it hurt her soul, it would also hurt the Woodlaw imprint. Ningshu felt that there was a need to have a good talk with the Thunder Qilin. Every time she was blocked, how was she going to see the reincarnation pool? Ningshu pressed his hand on the stone wall and entered the first world. On the way to the reincarnation pool, Ningshu realized that the souls of the living beings in the world of reincarnation had become richer. There were those that flew in the sky, those that ran underground, those that swam in the water, spiritual beasts, humans, chickens, ducks, fish. There were large spiritual beasts and small fleas. In short, all the souls of the living beings in the Nine Palace Mountain were gathered here. There were many living beings that jumped into the reincarnation pool. Finally, he didn't have to worry about the nourishment of the world of samsara. Ningshu squatted beside the reincarnation pool and looked at the beautiful sky and colors in the reincarnation pool. He was eager to jump in. He didn't know how to feel. Ningshu felt that if he couldn't figure it out that day, he could just jump off the building. She had lost contact with 2333, leaving him dumbfounded. Ha 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 ha, Ningshu also had the same thought. Who knew what he would be born as in the afterlife? If he was born as a pig, a dog, a cow, or a sheep, wouldn't he be at the mercy of others? His days were getting better and better. He didn't need to worry about the nourishment for the world of reincarnation anymore. His peerless martial arts were also slowly recovering. Once the law of nothingness was resolved, he would finally be able to put down the boulder in his heart. He had to think of a way to understand the laws. Once he understood the laws, he could go pick up the plane's trash. He might even be able to get stellar stones. He could receive a few drops of liquid stellar stones. Just thinking about it made him feel that the future would be wonderful. So many planes were always born and destroyed. At the same time, people were born and people died. Ningshu squatted beside the pool of reincarnation and sighed. Well, his legs were numb from squatting. Ningshu stood up and shook his legs. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the soil beside the pool of reincarnation move. A black thing was pushed out. It was pitch black and looked like a matchstick man. Crawling out of the pool of reincarnation, what was this thing? It was so black that even its facial features couldn't be seen. Anyway, it was a black thing. He could see its limbs and head, but there was nothing else. This matchstick man was very small, about the same length as a match. But as soon as it appeared, the souls around it ran away quickly, as if they had seen something terrible. When Ningshu saw this matchstick man, he couldn't help but feel disgusted. He instinctively felt disgusted and rejected this little matchstick man from the bottom of his heart. He seemed to have seen something very disgusting. What was this? Ningshu had never seen this kind of thing before. He didn't know where this instinctive feeling of disgust came from. Every time the little matchstick man took a step, it left a black footprint with an unbearable smell. Ningshu was dumbfounded. Why did such a strange thing appear in the world of reincarnation? What was this? the little matchstick man pushed into the soil and disappeared. But there was still a disgusting smell in the air. It was even more disgusting than the smell of a corpse. Ningshu couldn't help but stay away from the pool of reincarnation. Even Ningshu had such a reaction. Ordinary souls didn't dare to get close to the pool of reincarnation. Ningshu instinctively held his breath and felt uneasy. He quickly left the Nine Palace Mountain and returned to the system space. He clicked on the chat system to find His Excellency. In the world of reincarnation, he could only ask His Excellency. She was very afraid of that matchstick man. She didn't know if it would cause any harm to the world of reincarnation. Ningshu sent a message to His Excellency and waited for his reply. While waiting, Ningshu used the system's search function to search for matchstick men in the world of reincarnation. But there was no answer. Maybe the system blocked this kind of information. Ningshu kept shaking his legs and anxiously waited for His Excellency's reply. Maybe His Excellency had been planting flowers all the time and hadn't replied yet. Ningshu kept sending messages. His legs were shaking more violently. Now his whole body was shaking. Ningshu pressed down on his uncontrollable shaking legs. He couldn't shake. It would make him poor. Why hadn't His Excellency replied yet? Was he going to find the silver-haired man again? As soon as he entered the consultation room, he had to be prepared to lose a lot of money. Ningshu refused in his heart. Wait a little longer. If His Excellency didn't reply, he would have to find the silver-haired man. The feeling of being ripped off was really ecstatic. Ningshu was a little impatient. He had to take out the agarwood and light it to calm himself down. Calm down. Calm down. He always felt that the appearance of the matchstick man was not a good thing for the world of reincarnation. Why did the system block some important information? There was a lot of knowledge and information that he didn't know. He was in the dark. Ningshu sent a message to when he was shaking legs. And no star stone. Ningshu. Help me ask His Excellency to reply to me. I have something important to talk to him about. And he should be very familiar with His Excellency. After all, he oversaw hundreds of millions of planes, including the world of reincarnation. And he's busy. I don't think he has time to read the message now. His Excellency would be busy. Wasn't he planting flowers? Ningshu found very desperately that she still had to find the silver-haired man. Ningshu didn't delay and went directly to the City of Wood. In the City of Wood, the wood method would absorb energy and also answer doubts. Ningshu went to the consultation room and sat in a chair waiting for the silver-haired man to come out. There was agarwood in the consultation room, but it didn't calm Ningshu's mood at all. The silver-haired man came out with a thick book. When he saw Ningshu, he was calm. What do you want to consult this time? /BK. The silver-haired man looked as if he would not bat an eyelid even if MT collapsed in front of him. He was a stark contrast to Ningshu, who was known to shake her legs. Ningshu directly told him about the abnormality of the reincarnation pool, including the stinky stick man. The silver-haired man listened to her calmly, and after a long time, he said, "The reincarnation world has produced an evil beast." Evil beast? What is an evil beast? Ningshu was stunned, and quickly asked. The reincarnation pool eliminates the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the soul, as well as the various obsessions of the soul, such as gluttony, lust, greed, sadness, rage, sloth, conceit, and arrogance. In fact, these things did not disappear, but gathered together. Under the influence of various bizarre obsessions and emotions, they form the evil beast, and the evil beast's form is ever-changing. The most evil things of the soul are gathered together, so the evil beast can pollute the soul. It is controlled by various emotions and obsessions, greed, jealousy, and fear. It is a monster. Every reincarnation world will produce this kind of thing, and it will take a lot of time and effort to destroy this kind of thing. Most of the forces in the reincarnation world are destroying this kind of thing. Ningshu was speechless. This was really despairing news. She did not have a single soldier with her now. Did she have to personally destroy this kind of thing? In the end, this kind of monster was born because of the soul, but her heart resisted instinctively. Humans were cute because of their human nature, but also ugly because of their human form. Ningshu asked, "What will happen if we don't deal with it?" It will disturb the reincarnation world. The evil beast has the ability to pollute the soul, so it will cause the reincarnation world to fall into chaos. Ningxu sighed, her legs could not even tremble. She felt that this kind of thing was the same as the poison of earthworms. The poison of earthworms could pollute the soul, and when enough poison gathered, this kind of monster was born. Ningxu asked, how do we destroy it? Of course, we have to find soldiers who are not afraid of pollution. The silver-haired man said. Ningxu asked, Rushua? Who knew what kind of people were not afraid of this kind of pollution? The poison of earthworms could pollute even people, and then the soul. Rushua's skeleton army. The silver-haired man said. During wartime, the skeleton army has to block the enemy's attacks. During peacetime, they have to exterminate the calamity beasts. Ningxu wanted to sigh even more. He didn't have any skeletons. As for Li Si's skeletons, they were simply useless. It was truly despairing. It seemed that she would have to form a skeleton army in the future. But the problem was how to form a skeleton. Ningxu pulled his hair and asked worriedly, how did the skeleton army form? The silver-haired man said, the process is a bit complicated, and not everyone can become a skeleton. Before becoming a skeleton, they will suffer a lot. Ningxu was speechless. His heart was numb, extremely numb. As for the specifics, you can ask the Abyssal Prefect. If an calamity beast forms in your world, it's best to get rid of it as soon as possible. Because it will grow stronger very quickly, when the time comes, it will be impossible to get rid of it. Ningxu nodded and asked, now that the disaster beast is dead, where did the poison go? It wasn't like the poison would disappear just because it was destroyed. The silver-haired man said, of course it is in the world of reincarnation, the rebirth pool will slowly absorb it. After absorbing it and gathering it together, more calamity beasts will be born? Ningxu asked expressionlessly. Yes, it is a cycle. There will be a day when living beings are wiped out, there will be a day when the calamity beasts in the world of reincarnation will disappear. Ningxu felt a headache, a huge headache. In the future, these calamity beasts would appear endlessly. After they were destroyed, they would appear again, a cycle, over and over again. He thought that with the rebirth pool in the world of reincarnation, everything would be fine. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Now that the world of reincarnation was still splitting up, who knew how many worlds there would be in the future? Damn, just thinking about it made Ningxu's hair stand on end. She had built a world and a successful world of reincarnation, but there were more things to do and she had to shoulder more things. Of course, she didn't care. She could let the world of reincarnation develop on its own, whether it was good or bad, she would be happy. But she might not be able to get rid of it. This feeling had already seeped deep into her bones. If she didn't take a look, she would feel uncomfortable. She was hopeless, despicable. Ningxu rubbed his brows. His heart was so tired. He felt that he wouldn't love again. Is there anything else you want to ask? The silver-haired man asked calmly. Ningxu's face was distorted. No. 200,000 merit points. Ningxu's expression became even more distorted. Why is it so expensive? This is a matter of the world of reincarnation, not a systematic knowledge. It is natural for it to be more expensive. The silver-haired man said calmly. Ningxu didn't have any more strength to bargain with him. He was worried about his world of reincarnation and decided to pay 200,000 merit points. The silver-haired man received the money. Let me give you a friendly reminder. If you can't deal with the calamity beasts in the world of reincarnation, you can rent some skeletons from the Lord of Reincarnation to kill the calamity beasts. The calamity beasts take some time to form. She had to rent them again and again? If one day the Lord of Reincarnation stopped renting them to her, she wouldn't be able to do anything. And even if she went to borrow them, the Lord of Reincarnation might not lend them to her. Ningxu nodded and went out of the consultation room. The law of wood had absorbed enough energy. Ningxu touched the leaf between his thumb and index finger. The water droplets on the leaf reflected the luster of a diamond. Ningxu went back to the system space, opened the chat system and asked the Lord of Reincarnation. She didn't know if the Lord of Reincarnation was still busy and whether he had time to reply to her. Ningxu waited for a while, shaking her legs, but there was no reply from the Lord of Reincarnation. Usually when she was busy planting flowers and looking for someone to help her, the other party suddenly became so busy. Ningxu had no choice but to ask, and he had a short temper, but he was easy to talk to. There is a problem in my world of reincarnation. I need to find the Lord of Reincarnation. Where did he go? I kept sending messages but he didn't reply. Ningxu asked. It was so convenient to have a phone. She could just make a call instead of looking for him everywhere. Ningxu felt that every task taker should have a phone. And I don't know. There are billions of worlds of reincarnation. Who knows which one he is in? Sometimes, the Lord of Reincarnation had to take action to suppress rebellious worlds of reincarnation. How could it be possible to find a person in so many worlds? Ningxu wiped his face gloomily. Well, the beast of reincarnation was only the size of a stickman, but who knew how fast it grew? The greed, anger, and foolishness of those souls were nourishment for the beast of reincarnation. The more souls that jumped in, the more nourishment they would provide for the beast of reincarnation. Ningxu felt a headache coming on. Can't you locate it? Ningxu asked. Who the hell dares to locate a Xianxia? And he said directly. Ningxu, these big shots were really secretive. They disappeared without a word. There was no way to continue. It was really making him bald. /BK, then who knows where His Excellency is? Ningxu asked. And he replied, I really don't know. Ningxu thanked him and closed the chat system. Ningxu rubbed his face and opened the black hole. He appeared in the world of reincarnation. There was a disgusting stench around the pool of reincarnation. It was obviously something left behind by humans, but it was so smelly that even the souls themselves avoided it. Because of the appearance of the disaster beast, no souls dared to go near the pool of reincarnation. Ningxu felt that if he stayed here for too long, his soul would be polluted. Ningxu waved at Lixi, who was guarding the pool of reincarnation. My lady. Lixi's jaw opened and closed. Ningxu looked at Lixi's white bones and rubbed his chin, looking him up and down. The bones of an abyssal prefect were golden in color, while Lixi's bones were white and ordinary. Could Lixi become as shiny as the 18 bronze arhats of Shaolin if he used merit to mold his body? Lixi felt a chill run down his spine when Ningxu looked at him. He was already a skeleton and could not feel anything, but being looked at made him uncomfortable. He was like a piece of meat. Do you know what's wrong with the pool of reincarnation? Lixi nodded. There's a black thing. Can you catch it? Me? Lixi was a little puzzled. Can I catch it? That thing looked slippery. How could he catch it? Besides, she was now a skeleton. When she moved, her bones would creak. Could it really work? You can try. It's okay if you don't succeed, Ningxu said directly. Lixi nodded. Then I'll try. Just like this won't do. Ningxu looked at him and took out some merit. He pointed at his bones. The white bones looked like they were soaked in golden water and were gradually dyed gold. Lixi opened his hands and looked at his body. It was covered in a layer of gold. Madam, this is... Lixi was a little dumbfounded. He didn't know what had happened, but he could feel that his body had become lighter. He curled his fingers and his joints were no longer stiff. Lixi jumped and felt that his body had jumped very high. Try to catch this thing, Ningxu said. She did not want to touch the calamity beast at all. If the calamity beast spat at her, it would definitely contaminate her soul. Sure enough, the most poisonous thing in the world was still the soul poison. Alright, I'll give it a try. What happens after I catch it? Lixi asked. Ningxu really hadn't thought about this. Oh right, he forgot to ask how to kill the disaster beast. *CK, how could I forget such an important thing? Could it be that he had to look for the silver-haired man? Catch him first. I'll be back. Lixi had been playing with his fingers, waiting for the matchstick man to come out. He felt like he had his own body. He didn't know what was so godly. If that was the case, wouldn't he have more time to wait for the young master? He didn't know if the young master's soul had changed. Was he a man or a woman? What if he missed the young master? If the young master became a pig, a dog, a cow, or a sheep, How would he recognize him? If he had known, he would have stopped the young master from reincarnating. Ningxu lifted his skirt and rushed to the consultation room. When the silver-haired man came out and saw that it was still Ningxu, he was very calm. Ningxu went straight to the point and asked, "What kind of power can destroy the calamity beast?" "Filthy things naturally have to be destroyed with pure things." "Pure faith power," the silver-haired man said. This meant that the hands of the abyssal prefect also had merit and faith power. How does the merit of the world of reincarnation come from? Ningxu couldn't help but ask. How much merit is there to allow living beings to reincarnate? Of course there is merit. As for faith power, there is naturally an organization that distributes it. Damn, Ningxu suddenly felt that the organization was really tough. Forget about the billions of living beings, there was also the world of reincarnation that provided for billions of living beings. The silver-haired man asked for 50,000 merit points. One question for 50,000. My mother, he should try to come less in the future. If he had any questions, he should ask them all at once. He was really worried sick. His heart was really tired, really tired. Can you contact the abyssal prefect? I have something to ask her. Ningxu asked the silver-haired man. Yes, 100,000 merit points. Ningxu's face was filled with fear. He wrapped himself tightly in the blanket. How black-hearted was this person? What surprised Ningxu was that he could actually contact the abyssal prefect. Little Silver, what was the relationship between the two of them? Ningxu endured the pain and spent 150,000 merit points. He felt that the silver-haired man was earning money too quickly. No, there were 3 free questions. Now there is one more. Ningxu reacted. Just contacting her would actually cost 100,000 merit points. If he wanted more, he would have to say it blindly. Okay. Forget it, I have already paid the bill. He would ask a question one day. If the price was too high, he would ask it for free. The silver-haired man started to contact the abyssal prefect. His chat system was a little different. The abyssal prefect replied very quickly. Ningxu was speechless. This difference in treatment really made him want to cry. The silver-haired man asked him to come over. He said that he had something important to talk to her about. Ningxu's face was cold the whole time. JPG. If someone said that the two of them had nothing to do with each other, she would definitely not believe it. A black carved door appeared at the door. The door opened and a man in a tuxedo came out. He walked into the room and sat down. He asked, "Why are you looking for me?" "She is looking for you," the silver-haired man said. The abyssal prefect's gaze shifted to Ningxu. He saw that she was sitting upright on the chair, obedient the whole time. Her whole body was filled with a strange atmosphere. The abyssal prefect asked, "What is it?" "An evil beast appeared in my world of reincarnation. I want to ask for your help." Ningxu said. "Just kill the evil beast." "Why are you looking for me?" The abyssal prefect was a little tired. Because I don't have an army of bones to kill the evil beast, so I want to borrow some from you." Ningxu said. "If I could kill it directly, why would I ask you for help?" The abyssal prefect was also quite annoyed. He pointed at the black carved door and a few golden bones appeared. "Beauty, beauty." When the bones saw Ningxu, they instantly shouted. Ningxu was speechless. "Take these to the world of reincarnation. They are for you." Ningxu thanked him. "Thank you. I will return them to you when the time comes." "Up to you." The abyssal prefect said a few words and disappeared into the black carved door. "Beauty, beauty, are we going to follow the beauty in the future?" Ningxu was very desperate. The abyssal prefect was such a proper abyssal prefect. Why were these bones so indecent? Ningxu opened the black hole and appeared in the world of reincarnation with the 4 bones. That evil beast is still quite small. The 4 of you should be more than enough. Ningxu said. When we come out, we will kill it. Okay, Beauty has the final say. Lower your head to Beauty. Beauty, you have the final say. Me too. Ningxu face-bombed and smiled awkwardly. I am really speechless. /BK There is one more thing that I need your help with. I'll have to trouble you to teach this little brother how to kill the calamity beast. The four skeletons looked at Li Si, who was covered in a faint golden color. This little brother doesn't have enough merit. If he doesn't have enough merit, it is very likely that he will be corroded. Although our bones and souls can withstand the torment, we will still be corroded. Ningxu looked at the four skeletons. Li Si's color was heavy. Li Si's was a light golden color, and this golden color was very heavy. Then you can do it. Next time I will reward you with merit. Ningxu said to Li Si. Li Si, so, you guys have already said what you want to say. What else can I say? I keep feeling that I have been taken on an unknown path. However, the appearance of four people who were skeletons like him made Li Si feel both shocked and inexplicably at ease. He thought that he was the only skeleton in the world. He didn't expect that there were others of his kind. Beauty, don't worry. This matter will definitely be settled for you. A skeleton patted its sternum. It was really afraid that it would break the bones. Yes, it will definitely be settled. Beauty, don't worry. Ningxu, you guys are guarding hell. Don't tell me that you haven't seen any beauties. This ferocious look was really like a pig that had been in the army for 3 years. The problem was, you guys were skeletons. Of course, Ningxu also felt that he was quite beautiful. What kind of beauty is an ordinary creature in hell? We can pinch them to death with one hand. What we pursue are beauties of the strength type. Strength? Strength type? Ningxu was speechless. Did they mean that she was burly? Forget it, what was the point of arguing with skeletons? He asked, how did you guys become skeletons? I don't know. I don't remember. Ningxu pondered. Could it be that even the skeleton's memories had to be removed? Anyway, I don't remember. I remember that it was very painful to become a skeleton. Yes, beauty. Do you know how painful it was? It was as painful as being bitten by ants and poisonous snakes day after day. It seemed to be cleaning off the flesh on my body bit by bit. Damn, just listening to it was painful. Ningxu and Li Si asked, what about you? In the blink of an eye, Li Si turned into a skeleton. It was as if Li Si did not experience any pain. I'm fine. It's just that there are maggots crawling all over my body every day. It's a bit painful. Li Si thought about guarding the young master and felt less uncomfortable. With obsession and faith, of course it wouldn't be so painful. Many people couldn't endure it and their souls were scattered. Talking about the experience of becoming a skeleton, the atmosphere was a bit solemn. Ningxu stared at the rebirth pool. Why hadn't the calamity beast crawled out? Could it be that it had sensed danger and was hiding? Beauty, don't worry. We've dealt with this kind of thing for countless years. We'll help you deal with it. What could Ningxu do? He could only choose to believe in the professionals. As long as this matter was not resolved, she would not feel at ease. Alright then, you guys stay here. Ningxu had no choice but to wait until the matter was resolved before she could feel at ease. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. If he didn't solve it, Ningxu wouldn't be in the mood to do quests. You're beautiful. We'll definitely help you deal with it. Yes, what about the 3 views of these skeletons? If one day, the calamity beast turned into a beauty, wouldn't these skeletons have to bow down to her beauty? Ningxu glanced at the rebirth pool and entered the 2nd level to take a look. Beauty, take care. Come and play often. Beauty, don't worry, a skeleton took out a handkerchief from nowhere. Ningxu waved it. Ningxu hurriedly left and entered the 2nd level. He went to the place where the barrier was set up. He walked into the barrier and took a look. There was no one in the thatched hut. Where did they go? There was a little girl before. Did the 2 of them elope? Damn, unfilial disciple. Ningxu sat on a stool and scanned with his spiritual power. He saw that the kitchen was still cooking. They should still be there. Hee. This kind of wild vegetable tastes very good. Ningxu looked at the young man and woman carrying baskets. The girl even had a garland on her head. What a hazy feeling of love. Ningxu propped up his chin and looked at the 2. Young people were really good. Ningxu suddenly lamented that he was a little old. Master, why are you here? Yilin saw Ningxu and immediately asked. Why, can't I come? Ningxu said. Senior, the girl shouted. Have you cultivated? Ningxu asked. He felt that the current Yilin was a little slack. Perhaps it was because life was too good. I have cultivated, Yilin said. Ningxu didn't say much. Cultivate hard. If you don't improve, some existences will make you lose something and then force you to continue to work hard. Yilin didn't understand why his master was looking at him like that. There was a trace of helplessness mixed with pity. What was there to pity? Master, this is the soul fluid I found recently. You can take it. The earthworm crawled out of the ground. When it saw Ningxu take the soul fluid, it was in despair. This was its food. Let me see the results of your cultivation. Ningxu scanned his body and frowned. You didn't cultivate much, right? Why is there no difference from before? There is a difference, there is, Yilin quickly said. Ningxu looked at him. Do as you see fit. I won't say much. If you don't work hard, what will make you work so hard? Ningxu looked at the girl who was busy in the courtyard. Master. Yilin saw Ningxu staring at the girl. I have nothing to do with her. Master, don't, you think I want to kill her? Ningxu snorted. Am I such a cruel person? Yilin, he didn't dare to guess what the demoness was thinking. I've said what I need to say, so it's up to you what you want to do. You don't seem to want to cultivate anymore. You're so tired. Do you want to be an ordinary person and live an ordinary life with the person you like? Ningxu tapped his finger on the table, making tapping sounds. Yilin was a little uncomfortable. Master, I've thought about it before. Ningxu only said one sentence. I hope you're well. Some people are destined not to live an ordinary life. A comfortable environment made people slack off. Ningxu smiled. Before I leave, I'll remove the barrier. These two children seemed to be living in a comfortable little nest. There was no danger, and it was warm and cozy. Yilin's expression changed slightly. If the barrier was removed, the people who were chasing the girl would arrive soon. When that time came, his strength wouldn't be able to protect him. Master, please don't remove the barrier. I'll definitely work hard to cultivate. Yilin immediately knelt at Ningxu's feet. He looked terrified, as if he was afraid of Ningxu. The truth is, whether you cultivate seriously or not, it's none of my business. I've taught you the secret cultivation manual. As a master, it's up to you to cultivate. If you don't work hard, I won't say anything. Yilin kowtowed. Master, I'll definitely cultivate well, /BK strictly speaking, she had nothing to do with Yilin. Their master-disciple relationship could only be said to be very shallow. Ningxu was just following the natural law and helping him along the way. She didn't place any hope or request on Yilin. She just occasionally fulfilled the responsibility of a master. Even if Yilin wanted to destroy his own martial arts, she wouldn't say anything. She wasn't Yilin's parents. Anyway, someone would teach him how to be a man. Yilin knelt on the ground. Ningxu didn't speak. He didn't get up, looking quite terrified. Ningxu felt that he had caused a serious psychological trauma to the people of this world. Even his disciple was afraid of him. Bai Sisi came over and knelt together with Yilin. She kowtowed and said, Please don't punish Brother Yi. It's all my fault. Ningxu crossed her legs and said, I'm afraid you didn't tell him your true identity. If you did, he would cultivate like a madman to protect you. Bai Sisi looked hesitant. She bit her lip and said, I'm the saintess of the saint-worshipping sect. The saint-worshipping sect is a special sect. It doesn't have any reputation in Jianghu. It's a hidden sect. Ningxu smiled at Yilin and said, See? Your enemy is so powerful. He wants to snatch someone from a sect, but you still slack off. Yilin wanted to refute that he didn't have that kind of relationship with Bai Sisi, but he didn't dare. Her bluntness had broken the window paper between the two of them. Ningxu caught an earthworm and played with it with a stick. He said to Bai Sisi, Go on. The saintess of the saint-worshipping sect has to have a good foundation and a pure body. When she turns 16, she will kill the saintess and exist in the form of a soul to get rid of her body. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. This sect was quite extreme. Abandoning the body? I'm afraid that the girl will fall in love and sleep with a man? Bai Sisi blushed, embarrassed. That's right. I was chosen to become the saintess. I grew up in the holy worshipping church. The granny who took care of me was killed while helping me escape. Speaking of the nanny, Bai Sisi's eyes reddened. She was sad and indignant. Since you're going to abandon your body, why bother with the bone structure? You're going to abandon your body anyway, Ningxu raised his eyebrows and asked. He was afraid that someone had taken over his body. I'm not sure about that. That's why the holy worshipping cult won't let you off. Bai Sisi was very dispirited. She sat on her own lap, terrified. Yes, even if you have to search to the ends of the earth, you have to find me. I am the holy maiden of holy worshipping religion, and I will be the holy maiden for the rest of my life. Exterminating human desires was quite extreme. It forcefully deprived the saintess of her emotions. However, there would be a day when it would be destroyed. It was probably because of Yilin. However, this had nothing to do with Ningxu. Not everything in the world was her responsibility. Nine Palace Mountain was not her responsibility in the first place. It was a thankless task, and she would be scolded after doing it. Yilin looked at Bai Sisi. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Yilin, I can't get rid of the holy worshipping cult. I just want to live a peaceful life before the holy worshipping cult comes. Bai Sisi's expression was numb. Obviously, she was prepared for the worst. If you're no longer a virgin, how will the holy worshipping cult treat you? Ningxu asked. Bai Sisi was stunned. Then, her face turned red. She silently distanced herself from Yilin and said, the soul disperses. If the body is tainted, then the soul is no longer pure. It will be tortured until a new saintess is chosen. Pure soul? Unless it was the soul of a newborn, there was no pure soul. Otherwise, how could the world of reincarnation give birth to an evil beast? She felt that the saintess was the scapegoat. Everything that happened was the saintess' fault. No wonder she wanted to run. Ordinary people could not bear this. Some people were more resistant to brainwashing. If the brainwashing was not enough, they would easily resist. Obviously, Bai Sisi resisted. Yilin kowtowed to the ground. He said in a low, muffled voice, Master, don't remove the barrier. This disciple will cultivate well. I won't let you down. No, I don't care whether you let me down or not. In the end, it was her behavior that made it impossible for her to be a close master and disciple with Xianxia. It was a very shallow relationship. Ningxu did not intend to change it either. She was afraid that Yilin's heart had already started to blame the heavens and the earth. He also blamed her as his master. This was a very normal behavior. Otherwise, if everyone blamed her, she would not be able to bear it. Ningxu crossed her legs. Look, you didn't work hard before, and now you're dying. You can't live a normal life. Bai Sisi also can't live a normal life. Both of you can't live a normal life, but you want to live a normal life. Yilin kowtowed again. Master, this disciple knows his wrongs. Don't apologize to me. How you want to live is your choice. She was worried about the evil beast, and now she had to worry about her disciple. She did not even want to do the mission anymore. She did not know if the skeleton had been dealt with. This time, the evil beast had been dealt with. If another evil beast appeared, Ningxu would definitely be much calmer now. Ningxu stood up. Yilin kowtowed. It was very sincere. Just listening to the sound, one could feel the pain. Master, please don't remove the enchantment. Bai Sisi also kowtowed. Senior, please don't punish Big Brother Yi. Ningxu, I'm a bad person, cultivate properly. How can it be so embarrassing? You have strength and confidence. Ningxu said indifferently. It's not that you can't relax, but you're completely relaxed. What can you do if the toad is not willing to leave? Of course, you have to poke it with a tree branch. If it hurts, it will naturally jump. Ningxu was too clear about the morality of the heavens. Which main character did not have a hard time forcing their parents to die and their beloved girl to die? These pains would either make people break at the waist or make people work hard. You're on your own now. Xianxia turned to the earthworm and said, I'm leaving. You're not coming with me. The earthworm asked, what do you mean? You're not coming in the future. It's normal for a young boy and girl to have some feelings for each other. What are you angry about? What's there to be angry about? She was not Yilin's parents. She had to think for Yilin's entire life. Moreover, she was not so bored as to break up an affectionate couple. She had eaten too much. I'm warning him. When the time comes, he won't lose both the girl and the money. Don't make it sound like the pursuit of power is a disgrace. Power was to protect. To protect one's life, to protect one's dignity. When faced with a massacre, it was not to lose one's dignity and beg bitterly. If he had the ability to drink dew and become a fairy, she had nothing to say. Damn, if you don't come in the future, what should I do? The earthworm's black eyes stared at Xianxia. Do you have to be so angry? I'm busy. I'm not angry. You don't want the soul fluid? The earthworm asked. There should be a lot of soul fluid in this world. Moreover, there are people who are secretly refining soul fluid. When the time comes, there will be a lot of soul fluid. /BK you don't want it anymore? Earthworm tempted Xianxia. She wanted it, but she didn't have the time to look for it all over the world. She was too busy. This disciple is not bad. He always gives you a part of his soul fluid. If you don't care about him, it would be a pity if he died. It seemed that Earthworm was living a good life with Yilin. His heart was on Yilin's side. Xianxia said, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Thank you, master. Yilin kowtowed. He looked a little ashamed. Thank you, senior. Xianxia was about to leave when the barrier was touched by something. With a pop, the barrier was broken. Xianxia spread his hands. The barrier is broken. It should be the people from the holy worshipping religion. Bai Cici's face changed. Her body trembled uncontrollably. She looked terrified. It seemed that she was really afraid of the holy worshipping religion. A few men in black floated in the air. They wore capes, and their faces were covered by their hats. Saints. Bai Cici's teeth were chattering. Saintess, please come back with us. The saints said to Bai Cici. Bai Cici hid behind Yilin in horror. She kept trembling. I don't want to go back. Saintess, don't forget your responsibility. Also, saintesses can't get close to men. Yilin looked at the 8 people. Their aura was so strong that it made Yilin feel desperate. If Bai Cici was taken back, she would definitely be punished. Maybe he would never see Bai Cici again. Her soul would be scattered, and she wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate. Yilin couldn't help but look at Xianxia. Master was their savior now. Yilin was annoyed. Why didn't he cultivate properly recently? Maybe if he cultivated, he would have the strength to fight these people. Even if he didn't have the strength to fight, he could still escape with Bai Cici. Xianxia could feel his disciples' gaze. He said to the emissaries, well, this holy lady is now my disciple's wife. The divine envoys looked at each other and were furious. Has the saintess lost her virginity? Xianxia was speechless. Was that what she meant? Bai Cici is also a newborn. What are you guys thinking? Bai Cici didn't know where her courage came from, but she stuck her head out from behind Yilin. That's right. I'm no longer a virgin. If you take me back, I won't be able to become the saintess. Yilin's ears immediately turned red. The saint coldly said, even if you no longer have a pure body, I'll still take you back to be punished. You're not a pure saintess, you deserve to be punished. Xianxia was speechless. F***ck, this holy worshipping sect is full of male chauvinist cancer, and it's late-stage malignant. There's no saving them. Pure and unblemished, why would they want the saintess to be pure and unblemished? Xianxia interrupted, don't be in such a hurry. Let's talk this out. We'll be in-laws in the future. Since Cici is my disciple's woman, there's no point in punishing her. It's better to let the two of them live together. Yilin suddenly looked at his master, a little touched. He still cared about his disciple in his heart. He still protected him in front of outsiders. "Master, you're a good master." One of the divine envoys said, "Demoness in red, we've given you face and didn't kill your disciple directly. He's defiled the Holy Lady's pure and unblemished body. He'll be torn to pieces. How can anyone break the rules of the sect? If this is the first, the world will be in chaos." Ningshu's mouth twitched. A woman's body could cause chaos. What kind of logic was this? Ningshu chuckled. I'm actually so famous that even the secluded sects know about me. Let's talk this out. Since the two of them love each other, I'll let them be. Demoness, if you insist on protecting these two, they'll kill you. Although you have some strength in the secular world, you're just an ant in front of the holy worshipping sect. The sect has spent so many resources to help the Holy Lady with her cultivation. How can we just let her go? Ningshu said, "I'll give you a betrothal gift. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you." The divine envoys looked at each other. How could there be such a person? Who would want to be in-laws with you? They didn't want your betrothal gift. They just wanted to take her back. This was their duty. Otherwise, they would be the ones to be punished. 8 divine envoys, who were dressed in black and whose faces couldn't be seen clearly, surrounded the 3 of them. Ningshu said to the 2, "If you want to live, then fight." Bai Sisi took out her weapon. Yilin released his bull-shaped energy. Ningshu watched from the side. In the future, she wouldn't be able to stay with these 2 all the time. So, she would be hunted down at any time. Her barrier was broken by the divine envoys, which meant that it wasn't safe to stay in the barrier. Chasing them all the way to become stronger. This was the right way. But she didn't know if Bai Sisi would be caught in the end. Bai Sisi was talented and powerful, but her combat experience was almost 0. She still needed to rely on Yilin's protection. 1 person against 8 people. Yilin was almost going all out. Ningshu transmitted his voice, "Take her and run. The barrier is useless against these people. You'll have to rely on yourself in the future." "Thank you, Master." Yilin grabbed Bai Sisi's hand and broke out of the encirclement from a corner. Yilin and Bai Sisi sat on the back of the bull and ran all the way. Ningshu floated down from the branch and stopped the divine envoys who were chasing after them. The divine envoys were very angry. "Get out of my way. No, it's good to be in-laws. We can even give each other gifts during festivals. It's not good to fight like this." Ningshu took out his shiny broadsword and extended his vines. Anyway, he was just stalling for time so that the 2 of them would have time to escape. While the divine envoys fought with Ningshu, they also had to guard against the attacks of the vines. Even the hidden sects knew that the demoness in red had destroyed several cities with her vines and changed the world's situation. They felt that the remaining aura of the divine envoys was getting weaker and weaker. It wouldn't be easy to track down the divine envoys. The divine envoys were very frustrated. The 8 of them all used their ultimate moves on Ningshu. Ningshu didn't plan to fight them head-on. He dodged their ultimate moves. It was too tiring to fight them head-on. Feeling that a lot of time had passed, Ningshu opened a black hole and left. Bye. Then he disappeared in front of the divine envoys. As for the 8 divine envoys, Ningshu didn't kill any of them. They were left for Yilin. Even if she killed all the divine envoys, Yilin and Bai Sisi would be in a new crisis. Rather than an uncertain new crisis, it was better to let the divine envoys kill the 2 of them. In short, if she didn't push him to desperation, she wouldn't be able to force out his body's potential. Ningshu appeared in the first level of the world of samsara. He went to the reincarnation pool to see if the skeletons had killed the disaster beast. Then, Ningshu saw a few skeletons sitting beside the reincarnation pool and playing Fight the Landlord in a circle. Ningshu was speechless. For some reason, Ningshu really wanted to kick the skeletons into the reincarnation pool and drink the reincarnation water. /BK he couldn't control his temper at all. Ningshu walked over and stood behind one of the skeletons. He said, "A pair of aces. I'll listen to the beauty. A pair of aces. I'll take a pair of kings." One of the skeletons laughed. "I won." Ningshu looked at the bets in front of him. The irregular gold nuggets. Was it gold? The skeletons smiled and accepted the gold nuggets. Then, they chewed and ate. Ningshu, Beauty, why are you here? You came to see us so soon. Beauty is good at heart. I'm willing to serve you forever. Please accept our sincere love. Ningshu, I'll bear with it. If it was broken, it would be hard to return it to the abyssal prefect. Xianxia was protective. Ningshu said, I'm here to see if you've dealt with the disaster beast. How can it be so fast? This disaster beast is still growing. Does it come out frequently? It will only come out when it grows to a certain extent. The skeletons said. Ningshu, so we have to wait for the disaster beast to mature. How long will that take? Ningshu face-bombed. If he didn't deal with it, he wouldn't feel at ease. It depends on the amount of soul poison filtered out from the rebirth pool. If there's a lot, it will grow faster. If there's a little, it will naturally grow slower. If you want it to be faster, you can throw a few batches of souls into the rebirth pool. Maybe it will be faster. Forget it. Let's wait. Ningshu said, stay away from the rebirth pool. The souls don't dare to come here. Listen to the beauty. These souls are timid. The weaker the soul, the easier it is to be frightened. Beauty, do you want us to catch some souls and throw them in? It can reduce the burden on the world of reincarnation. Ningshu looked at the world of reincarnation that wasn't very crowded. Forget it. It's so sparse. If there's no soul, you won't be able to tell that it's the world of reincarnation. It seemed like it wouldn't be solved in a short time. He didn't know how long he would have to worry about it. Do missions? He wasn't in the mood. Or he could go pick up trash. Maybe he could even get some star stones. Ningshu asked, what are the gold nuggets? Merit. He had never seen merit in a physical form. It was so ugly. To Ningshu, merit points were a string of data. Whenever he bought something, the number would decrease. He must have used some method to materialize the merit. Alright. You guys keep watch. If you succeed, I'll give you some merit points, Ningshu said. Bonehead immediately said, I'm willing to work for a beauty. Thank you, beautiful lady. Lisi was obviously shocked by the shamelessness of his own kind. He was originally a servant, so he couldn't joke like these skeletons. Ningshu returned to the system space. 2333's hypnotic voice finally stopped ringing. He let out a sigh of relief. He was a little afraid of 2333's voice. He felt like throwing up. Ningshu clicked on the video and watched Tao Jing's return. Then he clicked on the chat system and asked Anhe, is there a broken plane? I want to go. And he asked, do you have a world that contains living creatures? Ningshu, no, I can help pick up the trash. Anhe, do you understand the rules? Ningshu, no, I can help pick up the ordinary trash. Anhe, what do I need you to do? Ningshu, help pick up the trash. Anhe, you want the star stone, right? Ningshu, no, I just want to help pick up the trash. Anhe, when Ningshu sent another message, he found that the other party had blacklisted him. Why were people so fragile? They were too impetuous. They blacklisted him just because of a disagreement. Ningshu looked at the video and found that Tao Jing could still be wild. She was wild in the country, but she went out. In a place covered in snow, she dressed like a bear and live-streamed eating frozen fish. She became a world of her tongue. Moreover, many restaurants around the world would invite Tao Jing to eat, and at the same time, broadcast live to advertise for them. Ningshu was convinced by Tao Jing's ability to treat eating as a career. Moreover, Tao Jing was much more professional. Ningshu didn't focus on eating like Tao Jing. Tao Jing would explain all kinds of things while eating, making him drool and lick his phone screen. The more he watched, the hungrier he got. He couldn't wait to eat a bowl of delicious food like in the livestream. Tao Jing and Xianxia were fated. Every time Tao Jing went to a city, she would go to the most famous restaurant and taste the classic dishes. The two of them were 2 tables apart. Tao Jing was livestreaming. Xianxia put down his knife and fork and watched her talk not far away, smiling. Before the dishes came, Tao Jing would explain the decoration design of a restaurant and show the teacups on the table. There was a big hiking bag next to her seat. It was worn out and a little discolored. Xianxia watched the whole process of the live stream. She would taste the appetizers, the main meal, and the dessert after the meal. She explained the whole process. He felt that eating was a pleasure in the world, not just to fill his stomach. When she finished eating, Xianxia called the waiter and paid Tao Jing's bill. The waiter said that the lady's bill was on the house. On the house? Xianxia was a little surprised. It was free to eat in a big restaurant. No wonder she didn't play games anymore. There were more interesting things. After Tao Jing finished eating, she carried her hiking bag and said goodbye to the owner. Some restaurant owners would give Tao Jing money to say a few good words for the restaurant. But Tao Jing didn't accept it. The fans she gathered through her livestream gave her enough money to ignore these temptations. Besides, Tao Jing didn't lack money. Every once in a while, Mother Tao would transfer some money to her bank card, afraid that her daughter would live a miserable life in a foreign country. Xianxia paid the bill and walked out of the restaurant. Seeing her standing at the door, he reached out and tapped her shoulder. Tao Jing turned around and saw Xianxia. She was a little surprised. She didn't expect to meet someone she knew here, and someone she knew from the game. Xianxia was a little amused. She didn't look like someone who wanted to kill him in the game at all. Tao Jing said a few words to Xianxia. She looked at her watch and said, "I'm leaving." "Why are you in such a hurry?" "Because I have to go to dinner," Tao Jing said. "Then leave me your number. If you need anything in the future, you can come find me." "No need. Maybe I won't be in this area in a few days." Tao Jing refused directly. It wasn't because she was reserved or anything, but because she didn't think it was necessary. Xianxia was speechless. Tao Jing called for a taxi. Xianxia got in as well. Tao Jing looked at him. Xianxia said, "You seem to be a gourmet. I want to try some food with a gourmet." "Oh, okay." Tao Jing put down her backpack and got in the car. Holding her hiking bag, she told the driver the location/BK. Xianxia looked at her and asked, "Aren't your parents worried about you coming out alone? Some places were still very dangerous." "They are worried, but they watch my live stream every day," Tao Jing said. "What about the language barrier?" "I know how to use translation software." Xianxia suddenly felt that she was quite amazing. "How far is the restaurant for dinner from here?" "About 40 kilometers. Xianxia was speechless. "For a bite of food, and for dinner. Then you might not be able to go back later." "It's okay. I've already booked a hotel near the restaurant. Sometimes the restaurant books it for me. The language barrier is sometimes a big problem." Xianxia smiled. Ningxu supported his chin. He was so envious of Tao Jing's life. She had developed her hobby into a career. Eating to earn money. It was awesome. Seeing Xianxia like this, could it be that he wanted to reach out to Tao Jing? Maybe it was possible, maybe it wasn't. Actually, it didn't matter whether they were together or not. If Tao Jing could travel thousands of miles like now, she wouldn't be so depressed. Tao Jing was so naughty and happy now. Even if she was married, Xianxia should be the one worried. Ningxu turned off the video and opened the Big Shots group. He asked, "Big Shots, I want to pick up trash. What qualifications do I need?" "Understanding the rules. Being able to build a passage and go to the place where the plane is destroyed at any time." Ningxu was speechless. She didn't meet any of the requirements. "Oh my god, so angry. How do I build a passage?" Ningxu asked again. "Understanding the space law and the rules. Only then can you accurately locate the location." Ningxu was speechless. Oh my god, those who picked up trash now were all high-end talents. So desperate. In the end, the space law was so important, but she couldn't understand it. Back then, for the 9 Palace Mountain surface world, she understood the space law. Now that she didn't need it anymore, she still had to understand the space law. She had to understand it. She had to understand the space law, teleportation, positioning, building a passage, and the lethality of space. High-level laws were quite difficult to understand. But if she didn't seize the time now, when the laws dried up in the future, she wouldn't have the chance to understand them. Ningxu gave a red packet as a token of her appreciation to the big shots in the group for their help in clearing up their doubts. Ningxu held his breath and packed 5,000 faith power, hoping that he would be able to get it this time. Every time he sent it out, he couldn't get it. Ningxu sent out the red packets. When he returned to the chat page, he clicked on the red packets and was notified that all the red packets had been snatched. Ningxu was speechless. In order to be able to snatch it, she had specially packed 2 more, but she still did not manage to snatch it. There were many big shots who snatched red envelopes. The king of luck was still Tai Shu. Ningxu felt that Tai Shu was using a cheat system. How could he snatch red envelopes whenever and wherever he wanted? Hadn't he already blacklisted her? How could he still snatch her red packet? How shameless! If he had a backbone, he shouldn't snatch it. After snatching the red packet, the knitter came out again and asked what color looked good. Ningxu, you haven't decided yet? It was the color of a ball of wool. Was it really that difficult? I have a phobia of choice. Which one do you think looks good? Ningxu felt that these people had a lot of problems. Just buy one color when you buy it. There was no need to struggle. But I was very conflicted when I bought it. I didn't know which color to choose, so I bought so many colors. Ningxu felt that he had eaten too much. He had so many things to worry about. Why was he chatting with the big shot who was bored to death? Then knit one of each color. Choose which one looks good. If he asked again, he might have to be a strong man to knit sweaters every day. Ningxu hoped that he would be a strong man. Catch me, catch me. I can pick up garbage. I can work hard without complaint and have no regrets. However, she had not comprehended the rules and the law of space. She did not have the world to store living creatures. She was not qualified at all. She could only comprehend the law of space. After going around in circles, she still couldn't avoid the law of space. High-level rules were so difficult to comprehend. She admired the man in the Cheongsam who comprehended the law of time. Ningxu couldn't help but want to look at the reincarnation pool again. Control, control. He took out the book on comprehending the law of space from the bookshelf. It was too abstract. Although he couldn't understand it, he felt comfortable holding it in his hand. With the guide in hand, he had the world. The space of the space city was layered, giving Ningxu a headache. One space after another. Ningxu, who had a poor sense of direction, was not interested in comprehending space. In this aspect, Ningxu felt that he was suitable to be sad. He was very knowledgeable, but when it came to space geometry, he was naturally ignorant. To Ningxu, the law of space should be one of the most difficult things to comprehend in the void. Ningxu flipped open the book and looked at it from left to right. He didn't know how to read it. He couldn't tell front from back. Such a book cost him 100,000 merit points. He seriously suspected that the auction house was faking it. Even if it was a child's graffiti, there was still logic to it. Ningxu sat on the ground and quickly flipped through the book. He couldn't understand it at all. He didn't even have a flash of inspiration. Ningxu directly fell to the ground. He tried hard not to let himself be lazy and resist. Negative emotions made it easy to get bored. What was space? According to Buddhism, a flower and a leaf was a world. A sand was a world. This meant that space was not affected by size. A book, but a vast world was inside. The sand under his feet might be countless worlds. Countless worlds made up the sand. Maybe he was in a sand now and someone else was stepping on it. There was space outside the sand and space outside the space. Time and space were essential. Ningxu seemed to be able to feel something, but he couldn't comprehend anything. He thought so much that his head was about to explode. If he knew space, he could use a grain of sand to trap people at any time. Or he could change the surrounding space and trap things. He could even use space to collapse and squeeze the space to kill enemies. He could move in an instant and create a passage. So awesome. But he didn't know how. Ningxu was really struggling to comprehend and gave up. It was useless to resist. It was a waste of time. He didn't know how long he had been wandering around. Maybe it was time to do a mission. Or maybe he wanted to pick up trash. Ningxu left the space city and returned to the system space. He clicked on the chat system and clicked on Senior Uncle. Ningxu, request to pick up trash. Senior Uncle, did you comprehend the rules? Ningxu, no. Senior Uncle, did you build a world? Ningxu, no. Then Ningxu found that he seemed to have been blacklisted again. He wasn't eligible to talk to him for 20 years. And he was even more ruthless. And he was only banned for half a month and would be automatically lifted. Ningxu hammered the ground. She just wanted a star stone. Why was it so difficult? From then on, picking up trash was the highest goal in life. BK Ningxu originally thought that she could rely on her enthusiasm to sneak in, but she was unfortunately blacklisted. She wanted the star stone, and without it, the consequences would be serious. Now that she was blacklisted, would she have to spend more than 100,000 merit points to get the silver-haired man to help her contact someone in the future? Ningxu didn't dare to make a fuss anymore. What if these big shots blacklisted her? When she had the ability in the future, she would blacklist her too. Quests, quests, quests. 2333's alarm rang again. Ningxu was speechless. Why was it ringing again? It kept ringing every day. 2333's presence was annoying. Very annoying. Even if Ningxu were to turn deaf, he would still be able to hear this soul-piercing alarm. The psychological pressure was huge. 2333's voice was one of the most unpleasant sounds. It hadn't been long. Why was it ringing again? Ningxu went straight to the restaurant in Water City to eat. He ordered a table full of dishes. The plates couldn't be stacked and were stacked on the table. Ningxu's chopsticks were flying, stuffing food into his mouth. It tasted good, and he didn't get fat. This feeling was really good. Like a whirlwind, Ningxu finished all the dishes on the table. She burped, feeling a little full. That feeling of wanting to eat something was finally gone. He was satisfied. After paying the bill, Ningxu went to see Tian's auction house. The auction house was a little deserted. Since the Law City's restrictions, the Law City's business hadn't been good. Perhaps soon, the law space would no longer exist. Ningxu strolled around the shopping hall. He didn't have anything in particular to buy, so he just walked around. He was thinking about things and wasn't in the mood to do missions. He had to entertain himself, or else he would feel terrible. Should he sing? He didn't know if the virtual space had sex. There were even casinos, so there should be sex. Sex, gambling, and drugs couldn't be touched. This kind of thing couldn't be quit. Tian walked over. Ningxu cupped his hands. What does the city lord want? Ningxu, fruit of the world tree sapling? Tian, no. I haven't found it yet. Is there no supply? Ningxu asked. This kind of thing is very rare, and you won't be able to find it even if you run all over the law cities. It's very rare in the market, and it's very precious. Losing even one will be a loss, and the side won't let anything too precious leak out. Ningxu was speechless. *CK, were they going to directly digest it internally? The more opportunities the higher-ups had, the stronger they would become. Those at the bottom would have fewer resources, so it would not be easy for them to become stronger. This formed the Matthew effect. The strong became stronger, the weak became weaker, the poor became poorer, and the rich became richer. Some things are too precious. If ordinary people don't pay attention to protecting them, they will suffer great losses. Tian explained. Ningxu said, "Oh, then you have new goods here." Anyway, Ningxu wanted to shop now. Since she had more than 10 million merit points, she wanted to buy something good. It all depended on his mood. Being rich meant being willful. What does the city lord want? Tian asked. The new goods have plain fragments. Do you want them? Ordinary ones? Ordinary ones were really trash. Tian raised his eyebrows. When ordinary people heard about plain fragments, they would have a big face. It was good stuff, but the city lord did not think much of it. It's a fragment with rules and laws. Do you want it? Ningxu asked. Ningxu felt that Tian was trying to promote slow-moving goods to him again. Ordinary people would not buy such things. The level gap was too far, and it was not practical. Ningxu smiled and said, "Okay, what's the use of this fragment, and how do I use it?" If fragments could be used to comprehend rules, she would definitely pick up trash. Not only for the star stones, but also for the rules and laws fragments. The problem was that she could not pick up such fragments at all. The weight was simply unbearable. You can comprehend the fragments. Ningxu almost dug her nose. This Tian really thought she was a sucker. Did she really look so gullible to him? Who told you that fragments can be used to comprehend rules? Why don't you keep such a good thing for yourself? Also, the fragments are very heavy. You can't even pick them up, Ningxu said directly. Tian cupped his hands. City Lord, to be honest, these fragments can indeed be used to comprehend rules. You can definitely pick them up. There are special tools. Don't worry. Damn, special tools. If there were such tools, would she be able to pick up trash? She only wanted to pick up trash. Then let me see. She was not interested in fragments. She was only interested in tools that could withstand the weight of the fragments. Okay. Tian got someone to take out a long box from the storeroom. He opened the wooden box and took out a cane. The cane was embedded with irregular fragments. City Lord. Tian passed the cane to Ningxu. Ningxu was expressionless. What kind of tool was this? The fragments were already welded to the cane. Could the cane pick up trash? To put it bluntly, this thing was using a small fragment of the plane to make a cane. The cane was a medium and could use a little bit of rule power. What kind of plaything was this? Ningxu wanted to take the cane and knock Tian's head. She wanted to guard this cane. Once she succeeded in comprehending rules, she would kneel down and call Tian daddy. Coaxing and cheating. Tian saw that Ningxu's expression was not good. He placed the cane in the wooden box. Since the city lord did not look at it, then look at other things. Okay, I want it. How much is it? Take the cane and I will transform into a fairy and play with it. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Tian said, 4,000,000 merit points. Okay, then you can rot it in your hands. Return 4,000,000 merit points. Tian, what was wrong with the city lord? In the end, Ningxu did not ask for the cane. A cane, a tiny fragment, cost 4,000,000. If one went to a place where the plane had collapsed, one could get as many of these fragments as one wanted. However, the market did not sell them. Some of these fragments had to be thrown into the sea of law, and some had to be given to the monsters and insects that attacked the plane. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Once she heard that the rules were awesome, it sounded amazing, but it was actually useless. If she could comprehend the fragments, she would apply to pick up rubbish every day. Ningxu strolled for a while. Tian also introduced many things to her, but Ningxu did not look at any of them. She felt a little hopeless. Why were there so many problems with looking at goods now? She had money but could not spend it. Go away, you money. In the end, Ningxu bought a small plaything. The main reason was that Tian had been accompanying her. She felt embarrassed not to sell anything. Before leaving, Tian asked, the city lord's hand can contain soul power and soul origin? This guy was still thinking about her good stuff. The first time she brought the soul stone to ask for cooperation, she did not cooperate. Now, there was no more. She did have it, but not much, so she would not buy it. Tian squinted his eyes and cupped his hands. I will definitely help the city lord sell it at a high price. /BK End of chapter 2590. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.